Chapter 373. A scroll was sent to the center of the banquet. After a round of discussion among the officials, there was a sudden silence. Most of the officials could see that this was the poem to the returning army of the Han, the poem that was specifically used to insult Gu Hai. Now, in front of everyone, this poem was going to be given to Gu Hai? Wasn't this pointing at Gu Hai's face and slapping him? After a round of discussion, Gu Hai and his group instantly knew what was written in the scroll. Li Xinji's eyes lit up, and he revealed a faint smile. He held his wine glass, took a sip, and looked in the direction of Gu Hai. Long Wanyu also heard the name to the returning army of the Han and knew what was written in the scroll. Was this insulting her brother-in-law? No matter how insensitive Long Wanyu was, she also knew that He Kang of Silla was up to no good. Long Wanyu glared at him and was about to stand up and kick the table over. However, Gu Hai suddenly grabbed Long Wanyu's hand and stopped her. "Brother-in-law, why are you stopping me? This old thing is up to no good." Long Wanyu suddenly shouted, "Oh, it's all right. Since he gave us a gift, we'll accept it. Let me take a look and see what's written." Gu Hai said with a smile. But Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Gu Hai smiled and shook his head. "All right." Long Wanyu nodded, but still glared at He Kang of Silla. He Kang of Silla looked at Gu Hai, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng with a smile. "For us, there are 3 of us, and you only gave us 1 gift. How are we going to split it? You're really stingy." Chang Sheng said unhappily, "So stingy, you don't even give us enough to eat. Just now, I heard that you need the other party to contribute to the banquet. Now there are 3 of us, and you only gave us 1 gift. So stingy." Ziwei also nodded. Ziwei and Chang Sheng's mutterings were not loud, but at this moment, everyone had quietened down. They held their breaths and waited for Gu Hai's expression to change after he read the contents. The voices of the 2 immediately reached everyone's ears. The news also spread throughout the entire capital city. Countless commoners also had awkward expressions on their faces. He Kang of Silla's face darkened. What he gave her was the poem in the scroll, not the scroll. She wanted 3 copies? If it wasn't for the fact that this was a live broadcast, He Kang of Silla really wanted to shut their mouths and step on them. "Stingy? F***CK. Your mother. Mr. Good, aren't you going to open it and take a look?" He Kang of Silla asked with a smile. "What are you looking at? This scroll is either filled with 2 lousy words or a lousy painting. We're about to throw up after reading it. How stingy. It would be good to give us something to eat." Chang Sheng said in dissatisfaction. "Yeah, so stingy." Ziwei nodded. Obviously, Chang Sheng and Ziwei did not know the contents of the scroll. He Kang of Silla's right hand, which was placed under the table, was already clenched into a fist. The veins on his fist were popping out. These 2 idiots, were they really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? All right, He Kang of Silla wants to show off his gift. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Gu Hai said with a smile. "What do you mean by showing off his gift? Don't you know how to talk? Am I that kind of person? Why does this Gu Hai speak like those 2 idiots? So annoying?" However, since Gu Hai agreed to open the scroll in front of everyone, He Kang of Silla could only look at Gu Hai with a smile. "Wait until you open it. Let's see how this poem will embarrass you. Someone bring a desk. Let He Kang of Silla show off his gift." Gu Hai ordered. He Kang of Silla smiled stiffly and did not say a word. The group of officials and 200 million people in the capital city saw the anger under He Kang of Silla's stiff smile and felt sorry for him. Was this a slap to Gu Hai's face or a slap to his own face? Why did it seem a little wrong? The desk was placed in front of them. The scroll was placed on it. "Let me open it. What is this lousy thing that needs to be shown off like this?" Ziwei walked forward. Chang Sheng grabbed one end of the scroll, and Ziwei slowly moved it close to the desk and revealed it. The scroll opened gently, and a white light shot up into the sky. Buzz! Like a white meteor, it soared into the clouds in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, with the white meteor-light pillar as the center, gusts of wind suddenly swept up around it like a tornado, surrounding the white meteor-light pillar. Rumble! In the sky, rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered and slowly rotated around the top of the light pillar. Bursts of thunder sounded. Immediately, a large amount of rain fell from the huge, rotating clouds. As the rain fell, it was blown in all directions by the strong wind. The white light shone with a majestic aura, overwhelming righteous energy. This is the first volume, the first stroke of the calligraphy Tao. Chang Sheng was slightly stunned. Shocking the wind and rain, overwhelming righteous energy is born. Ziwei was also slightly stunned. The aura of the strong wind and torrential rain burst out in all directions. Although the cultivators sat in the plaza and the wind and rain did not fall, the anxious aura fascinated the group of officials. In the capital city, the 200 million people were even more excited. This is Shocking the Wind and Rain, the first volume, the first stroke of the calligraphy Tao. Is this the aura of the calligraphy Tao that He Kang of Silla sealed when he first wrote it? Is that white meteor the overwhelming righteous energy? I have seen the teachers of 5 Mountains Academy before. They could also write overwhelming righteous energy. However, there were only a few. However, this is a meteor soaring into the sky, vast and boundless. What a great volume of the calligraphy Tao. What is written? To the army returning from the Han. How can a gentleman abandon a villain? A villain is like a blade of grass returning from death. However, to encourage one's heart to return, there is no need to fight for anything. Isn't this scolding Gu Hai? Saying that Gu Hai is a villain? So He King of Silla gave this scroll. Ha ha ha. Shocking the wind and rain. Overwhelming righteous energy is born. Good poem, good poem. He Kang of Silla wrote well. These 3 villains, do not give them face. Countless people in the city cheered. In the restaurant, Fairy One Er's face darkened, showing a trace of anxiety. In another small courtyard, Sima Chongkong and Jinmu of Silla looked up and saw the huge sky in the picture. Both of them frowned slightly. Aura of the calligraphy Tao. If this He Kang of Silla did not specialize in tactics, he would indeed be a rare talent in the calligraphy Tao. Jinmu of Silla frowned. Gu Hai and the rest have indeed attracted the attention of the entire city for us. Sima Chongkong said in a deep voice, Mr. Sima, don't you think this poem is good? Jinmu of Silla looked at Sima Chongkong. It's all right. Sima Chongkong did not comment further. Gu Hai's name will be crushed by this poem from today onwards. Jinmu of Silla sighed and felt that it was a pity. Sima Chongkong did not speak, but looked at the picture in the sky. The people in Dada City cheered. Some of the officials in Wuyue Academy also cheered. Good poem. Your Highness's poem is hard to find in the world. When the brush falls, it stirs the wind and rain, and gives birth to a righteous aura. Each and every one of these scrolls are treasures of the world. It would be a pity to give away such a great gift. Ha ha ha. What a good poem. What a shameless person. Some of the officials laughed and cheered. However, the supporters led by Mo Yike, Qin Zibai, and Chang Sheng did not say a word. He Kang of Silla stroked his beard and showed a proud expression, but his eyes were sharp as he stared at the 3 of them. Ziwei and Chang Sheng were both heaven-grade brushes, so they had the ability to appreciate. Their faces immediately darkened. I wonder if the 3 of you are satisfied with this poem? He Kang of Silla smiled and said. This was obviously a poem that was scolding them. So how could Ziwei and Changsheng agree? The shouts of the people around also showed that they were mocking the three of them. Chang Wanyu was about to explode. Gu Hai suddenly chuckled and said, "It's barely passable. It's just SOL." Huh. The mocking laughter of the officials suddenly stopped. "Not bad. It's just SOL." Ziwei and Changsheng immediately shouted. Wow. At this moment, the people in the city were also in an uproar. The first stroke of the calligraphy scroll is shocking the wind, and the first stroke of the calligraphy scroll is just SOSO. This Gu Hai did it on purpose, right? That's right. How could a shameless person understand the essence of Hikang of Scylla's calligraphy? How could he understand the meaning of calligraphy? At the banquet on the square, the officials were about to criticize, but Hikang of Scylla's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Good said it's just SOSO. So Mr. Good can definitely write better than this? Today's meeting between the two countries. Why don't Mr. Good also compose a poem? Let's see how much literary talent Mr. Good represents the Deqian diplomatic corps. Hikang of Scylla suddenly laughed loudly. Let Gu Hai represent the Deqian diplomatic corps. To write a poem? The officials immediately looked at Hikang of Scylla. Hikang of Scylla was indeed farsighted. If Gu Hai were to write a poem, Gu Hai would definitely not be able to do it. This was not only to humiliate these three people, but also to suppress Deqian's arrogance. The officials were silent as they stared at Gu Hai. You said it yourself. It's just SOSO. So why don't you write it? Li Shinji sat at the side and did not interrupt, as if he was waiting for Gu Hai to make a fool of himself. Mr. Good, what's wrong? You don't dare to write anymore? Why don't you write a poem that's not SOSO to broaden our horizons? Hikang of Scylla laughed. At this moment, in the capital, Fairy Wan'er was anxious. Voices were scolding Gu Hai for overestimating himself. In the image, Gu Hai picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and said with a smile, "My calligraphy is also SOSO." Mr. Good doesn't dare to write? Hikang of Scylla said aggressively. Ha, but it's not that difficult to surpass this poem, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, Hikang of Scylla raised an eyebrow, showing a trace of disbelief. Ziwei, Changsheng, this time, the two of you have been wronged. This time, I'll give the two of you a poem called Ode to Chivalry to clear your names. Gu Hai said. Ode to Chivalry? The officials around him were confused. Chivalry? These two people who hurt people in the dark and sneak up on people from behind? Ha ha ha. Hikang of Scylla laughed disdainfully. I'll do it. Changsheng, please grind, Ziwei, and write. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Okay. The two of them answered immediately. Immediately, Bingheim ordered another desk to be set up. Ziwei, Changsheng, and Changsheng began to grind, waiting for Gu Hai to dictate. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Compose a poem? You're asking for trouble. You can do it. Ode to Chivalry? These two people are chivalrous, no matter how much the crowd despised them. Gu Hai had already begun his oral description. Hanka's beard is long, Dry Hook is bright as frost and snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, valiant as a shooting star, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for thousands of miles, leaving after the deed is done, hiding the merit and reputation. Following Gu Hai's dictation, Ziwei wrote stroke by stroke. Ziwei was a heaven-level brush, and the strength of the strokes was astonishing. Moreover, the artistic conception of calligraphy had reached the peak. With one stroke, white light soared into the sky. Hanka's beard is long, Dry Hook is bright as frost and snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, valiant as a shooting star. When the 2 lines of the 5-character poem were written, almost everyone's disdainful smile suddenly disappeared. What a neat and unrestrained poem. It's as if there's an indescribable unruliness in it. Sima Chongkong, who was in the capital, said in surprise, "Boom." When the two lines came out, a surge of awe-inspiring righteousness that was thicker than the returning army of the Han soared into the sky. It was like a bigger shooting star, rushing straight to the 9 heavens and illuminating the surrounding heaven and earth. He Kang of Scylla's expression changed. Gu Hai could compose a poem. How was that possible? The expressions of the officials changed as well. How was that possible? Gu Hai had written a 5-character poem. The description of the artistic conception was definitely weaker than a 7-character poem. Why did it have a scholarly righteousness that surpassed the returning army of the Han Kuz when it left the paper? That feeling made people look up to it. Most importantly, this seemed to be the beginning of the poem. Long poems were harder to compose than short poems. The Han Kuz returning army of the Han Ku was only a short poem with 2 lines. However, could Gu Hai write more? Could he have written it wrong? Killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for thousands of miles. When this line appeared, the officials present suddenly felt all the hair on their bodies stand on end. Countless goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The heaven-level brush fell, expressing the artistic conception of this line to the extreme. In an instant, everyone seemed to see the image of a swordsman charging in all directions with a sword, charging at everyone. That swordsman charged straight at people's hearts, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for thousands of miles. This immediately portrayed the image of a swordsman in the first 2 lines. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, from Ziwei's writing paper, more and more streams of Aoran Chi of righteousness soared into the sky. Like 10 meteors, the Aoran Chi of righteousness soared into the clouds in the sky. The storm raged, the righteous energy soared to the sky, and the world was bright. In an instant, the awe-inspiring righteousness formed by the returning army of Hang Hui seemed to have dimmed significantly. Brushing his clothes and leaving after the matter is done, he hides his achievements and fame. Rumble! Another 20 beams of righteous light soared into the sky like shooting stars. An otherworldly aura surged out. Indadu! Who? Sima Chongkong suddenly stood up, killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 10,000 li, leaving with a flick of his sleeves, concealing his achievements and fame. Good poem, good poem. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Good's calligraphy skills were actually so impressive. What an otherworldly aura. Swordsman, what a great hero. Sima Chongkong said excitedly. The people in the city were also stunned at this moment. How is it possible? Aoran Chi of righteousness. That horrible Aoran Chi of righteousness. There are dozens of them, more than He Kang of Scylla. How is it possible? Killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 10,000 li, leaving with a flick of his sleeves, concealing his achievements and fame. Why do I have goosebumps all over my body? It's so scary, so majestic. Looking back at the returning army of Hang Hui, why do I have a feeling that I can't watch it anymore? Walk of Chivalry? Are you talking about those 2 villains? Are those 2 villains chivalrous? In the city, those who didn't understand calligraphy could already tell the difference between the 2 based on the amount of Aoran Chi of righteousness. Those who understood calligraphy shuddered, as if they were drenched in ice water on a hot summer day, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. This was a kind of otherworldly enjoyment. This was the Walk of Chivalry, written by the immortal poet Li Bai on Earth when Gu Hai was young. The location was slightly changed, but the immortal poet's aura naturally came out of the paper. As soon as the 4 lines were written, the aura of the returning army of Hang Hui was completely suppressed. The winner was obvious. When Li Bai wrote a poem, who could compete with him. He's still writing? He's not done yet? There's more? The people in the city changed their expressions. However, in the image, Gu Hai continued to dictate, and Ziwei continued to write. The Walk of Chivalry was not just a short 4 lines. There was more to come. Chapter 374. The first 4 lines of Ode to Chivalry suppressed returning army of the Han, making it hard to breathe. Even those who did not understand calligraphy could tell that the righteous white light of returning army of the Han was growing dimmer and dimmer. It was like a small stream competing with a large lake, overestimating oneself. However, those who understood calligraphy had a deeper understanding. This was especially so when they heard the lines killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 10,000 miles, leaving behind only after the matter is done, hiding their merits and fame. They did not want to read Returning Army of the Han. As the saying went, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. This meant that while martial arts could determine superiority, it was difficult to determine victory in literature. This was because everyone had different tastes. Some people liked this essay, while others liked that essay. When there was a dispute between people with different tastes, there would be no clear victor. However, this was not the case at all. Both articles were easy to understand. Even those who did not practice calligraphy could instantly feel the suppression of more than one level. These short 4 lines described the strong image of a chivalrous hero. The first 4 lines completely suppressed returning army of the Han. However, this was not the end yet. Gu Hai was still reciting a new poem. At the side, Li Xinji's expression changed. Like everyone else, Li Xinji had made many guesses. However, how could he have guessed that Gu Hai's poetic abilities were so strong? The Go Dao, the Zither Dao, and now the calligraphy Dao were also shocking. Although Long Wanyu could not understand the poem, she felt excited when she saw that the righteous white light suppressed the essay scolding her brother-in-law. When she looked at Gu Hai, her eyes sparkled like stars. Her brother-in-law is really incredible. Bingheim sat behind Gu Hai. At this moment, she looked at Gu Hai in shock. Bingheim was sent to help Gu Hai. She had done a lot of research on Gu Hai. Ever since Xiao Chun left 9-5 Island, he had dominated in the Go Dao, killing everyone he met. Even the 9th young master of Guanxi's 9 sons had not been able to defeat Gu Hai. This should have been the limit of a person. After all, Gu Hai was only in his 70s. However, it didn't take long before the Guqin Dao also began to dominate. He was invincible all the way. In so many battles in Yingzhou, Gu Hai's Dao of the Guqin had only one word to describe it: victory, 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 victory. He was also invincible. Now, the Dao of calligraphy was the most difficult to determine a winner. It was the first time he spoke, yet his words were so shocking. Even back in the Solar Divine Palace, Bingheim had never seen such a monstrous monster. Do you want to learn all 4 arts? It's one thing for you to be a full cultivator, but you're actually so powerful. Walk of Chivalry? Bingheim also had a certain level of literary cultivation. From the first sentence, Bingheim's heart suddenly jumped. Sure enough, each sentence was fiercer than the previous one. She sang all the way, as if she was fiercely trampling on to the army returning from the Han. Just what kind of person was this Gu Hai that she was following? Gu Hai continued to recite the poem. After leisure, Gu Hai drinks, unsheathing the sword and crossing the knee, burning the purple star, holding the pole to persuade longevity. 3 cups of wine. The 5 great mountains are light, after the blur of eyes and ears. High spirits are born. Saving the wind and waving the golden hammer, Chauga is first shocked. 2 heroes of all time, famous in the capital. Rumble. As Ziwei continued to write, an awe-inspiring righteous aura shot up from the paper. It was as if numerous meteors were pouring out. 1 meteor, 10 meteors, 20 meteors, and eventually over 100 meteors were pouring out as if they didn't cost anything. The Tao of calligraphy surged wildly. The chi surged as the brush fell, and the sky changed color. At first, there were pillars of light, but later on, they were like fireworks shining brightly in the sky. The dark clouds disappeared, and the wind disappeared. Only the vast white light was left, illuminating the sky as if it was daytime. Wuyue Academy was still a distance away from the capital. The people in the capital were originally watching the scene in the black light mirror, but now streaks of light surged into the sky like a meteor shower. From far away, through the gaps in the clouds, the people in the capital could see the dazzling white light in the north of the city. Previously, it was the chi of righteousness stream. Now, it was the chi of righteousness sea. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Those who did not understand the Tao of calligraphy had long understood. Hikang of Silla wanted to humiliate Gu Hai, but now he was being slapped in the face by Gu Hai's poem. Every sentence was slapped a few times. Looking at the picture and seeing Hikang of Silla's dumbstruck expression, it was as if they saw his face swollen from the slaps. They could not help but mourn for him for a while. As for those who understood the Tao of calligraphy, they understood everything from these 6 sentences. It was talking about Zi Wei and Chang Sheng befriending Gu Hai. Gu Hai set up a banquet, and the two placed their swords on their knees. Gu Hai treated Zi Wei and Chang Sheng to a delightful meal and wine. Gu Hai asked for help for a girl called Wan. After 3 cups of hot wine, he generously promised that he was willing to sacrifice himself for his bosom friend. A promise is more important than the 5 mountains. The spirit in his heart can pierce the rainbow. The two waved their golden hammers for Gu Hai to save the girl, Wan. This magnificent feat shocked everyone in Chaoga. The heroic deed of the 2 heroes would definitely be passed down as a story in the capital for thousands of years to come. What 2 heroes for thousands of years? Sima Changkong stood in the courtyard and clenched his fists. Obviously, he was completely attracted by this poem. Inside a restaurant, Fairy Wan looked at Gu Hai in the picture, who kept saying words. Fairy Wan's eyes turned slightly red. That woman called Wan is me. So, although we were separated, Gu Hai has always been thinking about me. Because of the taboo between the 2 countries, she could not come. She even asked the 2 of them to protect her secretly. Idiot! Wan's eyes were slightly moist. The others in the city also understood after explaining to each other. So that's what happened. Hikang of Silla misunderstood the 2 heroes. The noble spirit has already explained everything. Gu Hai did not lie. The 2 heroes were asked by Gu Hai to attack Hikang of Silla with their golden hammers. That demoness. Maybe it was also a misunderstanding. 2 heroes for thousands of years. How could I have thought that he was a villain? How could such a trustworthy and righteous person be a villain? They are not villains. Gu Hai is not a villain either. Didn't the Lord say that birds of a feather flock together? Every sentence in this poem is majestic and righteous. How could he be a villain? The ordinary people in the city started to change their opinion of Gu Hai. Some of the scholarly cultivators now looked at Gu Hai with boundless reverence. This kind of poem was hard to come by. It was more than hard to come by. Gu Hai's earth only had such a Li Bai in thousands of years. In writing this kind of poem, no one had ever surpassed him. He was an immortal standing in the clouds, overlooking all living things. The noble spirit rushed out. How could it be a meteor? It was a meteor shower, and it was a large and dense meteor shower. In the square, Mo Yike gasped. He stared at Gu Hai. Mo Yike could be said to have the deepest understanding of Gu Hai. From the beginning, Mo Yike was good at chess. Although he rarely showed it, Mo Yike himself knew that the better a strategist's chess skills were, the better he could plan. But in chess, he was most proud of, he could not compare to Gu Hai. In the Guqin, Gu Hai had shown his invincibility in Ingzhou in the past. Now, in calligraphy, he could suppress Hikang of Silla. I can't see through you anymore. Huh. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. Changsheng looked at Gu Hai and narrowed his eyes. Long One Yu sat at the side. Although she did not know much about calligraphy, she roughly understood the meaning. Previously, outside Dragonvein City, Gu Hai treated the two foodies to a meal, eating enough for 10,000 people. Then, he asked the two to help take care of Fairy Wanner. The two did it. It was that simple. However, what Long Wan Yu did not know was that these few lines completely washed away the suspicion of the three as vile characters. It made them seem even more righteous and romantic. Li Shinji gripped his wine cup so tightly that his fingerprints appeared on it. At this moment, the one with the ugliest expression was Hikang of Silla. He gritted his teeth, flabbergasted. How can this be? How can Gu Hai's poetry be so strong? At this moment, Gu Hai also said the last two lines. Even in death, the heroic bones are fragrant, not ashamed of the heroes of the world, who can compose the white-headed Taishang Sutra. Rumble. Suddenly, the dense righteous aura under Xiao Chen's pen multiplied several times and soared into the sky. Instantly, white light encased the surroundings. The light soared, even shooting into the surroundings of the capital. In an instant, the evening capital became as bright as noon. The light shone brightly, illuminating the entire city. The righteous aura mixed in the light instantly baptized the bodies of all the cultivators in the city. Countless cultivators immediately felt comfortable all over. It was like listening to the poem swept away all the filth accumulated in their bodies. The righteous aura shone, removing all filth. However, this was not all. Suddenly, countless cultivators seemed to hear the sound of the poem in the world. It was like countless ghosts were reciting it in an unseen place. Ode to Chivalry. A traveler's beard tasseled, the dry hooks shining like frost and snow. A silver saddle shining on a white horse, moving like a meteor, killing a person every 10 steps, not leaving a single trace for 5,000 kilometers, leaving with a flick of his sleeves, hiding his merits and fame. After leisurely drinking, Gu Hai drew his sword and crossed his knees, setting the purple star on fire, urging longevity. After 3 cups of wine, the 5 great mountains are light. After seeing and hearing the heat, high spirits are born. Saving and waving the golden hammer, Zhao Gu is first shocked. 2 heroes of all time, famous in the capital city. Even in death, the heroic bones are fragrant, not ashamed of being a hero of the world, who can write the Whitehead Taishang Sutra. 110,000, 1 million. It was like ghosts from beyond the heavens, resounding in all directions. The ghosts seemed unwilling to recite, but there was a mysterious force that forced them to recite. Their voices were somewhat strange, as if they were weeping and resisting, slowly accepting the baptism of the poem. The 200 million people in the capital city were silent, all staring with wide eyes. On the plaza of 5 Mountains Academy, the crowd of officials was also silent. They stared at Ziwei as she wrote the last word. When everything was finished, the crying of ghosts and gods filled the sky, causing goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. That was a kind of soul trembling. When the brush falls, it shocks the wind and rain, when the poem becomes Ghosts and Gods Weep. Someone suddenly recited, when the poem becomes Ghosts and Gods Weep. It really is when the poem becomes Ghosts and Gods Weep. In the capital city, a calligraphy cultivator's eyes widened as he exclaimed. The crying of ghosts and gods lasted for almost an hour before it slowly calmed down. However, the word was still emitting infinite light, shooting in all directions. As for the army returning from the Han at the side, it had been completely suppressed to the point that it was completely dim. The surroundings of the banquet fell silent. Everyone held their breaths until Guhai opened his mouth to say something. That's right. I am an ordinary scholar. Thank you, Hikang of Silla, for giving me the army returning from the Han. Good poem, good poem. I will definitely treasure it carefully and not let your calligraphy be covered in dust. Guhai opened his mouth and said with a smile, slap, slap. Everyone seemed to have heard the 2 crisp slaps on Hikang of Silla's face. The 200 million people in the capital city seemed to have heard the 2 slaps on the live broadcast. Chapter 375. Outside Dada City, in an underground palace. Gurgle! The bottom of the underground palace was filled with boiling blood water. Bubbles were bubbling above the blood water, as if there was a fire burning at the bottom of the blood water. The blood water churned, and a blood fog rose in the sky. The luminous pearls lit up the entire blood fog underground palace. It looked extremely gloomy. In the middle of the blood pool, there was a stone protruding. A white-clothed man sat cross-legged on it, with his eyes closed. However, blood-colored water pillars emerged from the blood pool, as if passing through his body and locking him to the stone. Everything was very peaceful. At this moment, Hikang of Silla displayed his returning to the Han army in the outside world. Suddenly, a wisp of awe-inspiring righteousness appeared in the blood fog underground palace and drilled into the white-clothed man's head. Buzz! This wisp of awe-inspiring righteousness seemed to give the white-clothed man endless strength. The white-clothed man suddenly emitted a white light, as if he was trying to break free from the blood-water chains on his body. Walala! After breaking free, for a while, the blood-water chains were safe and sound. Ha! Ram Saint, don't waste your effort. Under my blood prison formation, you still want to escape? Hikang of Silla's calligraphy is good, but he is far inferior to you. Your awe-inspiring righteousness couldn't break free from my blood prison formation, let alone Hikang of Silla's awe-inspiring righteousness. Ha! A voice came from the bottom of the blood pool. Walala! The bottom of the blood pool suddenly churned. Suddenly, a huge bat head emerged from the blood pool. It looked ferocious. There were 2 scars on its right eye, and a cross-shaped scar could be vaguely seen. The white-clothed man, Ram Saint, was the person Guhai was secretly looking for. He was the Deqian, Celestial Empire's Imperial College Chancellor. Ram Saint narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the huge bat head. Ha! Bat ancestor, you don't dare to kill me. I will always absorb awe-inspiring righteousness. I firmly believe that evil can never prevail over good. Today, I am trapped in this prison only for the greater light in the future. A greater baptism of light. Ha 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 ha, stop dreaming. Hikang of Silla's ability is limited to this amount of nature of righteousness. I can tell you with certainty that this wisp of nature of righteousness is the limit. There won't be any more. The bat ancestor said coldly. At this moment, Guhai's ode to chivalry was written. Boom, boom, boom. In the outside world, the Aoran chi of righteousness soared into the sky like a meteor shower. The Aoran chi of righteousness was like a vast ocean rushing in all directions of Dadu within the blood-mist underground palace. He was suddenly baptized by the boundless righteous energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cries of ghosts and gods could be heard, and a large amount of righteous energy surged out. Previously, it was only a single strand, but now there were hundreds, tens of thousands of strands. In an instant, the entire underground palace was illuminated. Pa! Ram Saint seemed to have heard a slap on the face of the bat ancestor. A wisp of nature of righteousness is the limit. There won't be any more. Ha 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 ha. Ram Saint laughed sarcastically. Buzz. The Aoran chi of righteousness suddenly drilled into the top of Ram Saint's head, as if to be absorbed by Ram Saint. Roar. The bat ancestor roared and opened its mouth. Absorb. Suddenly, the Aoran chi of righteousness that was about to drill into the top of Ram Saint's head was sucked into the bat ancestor's mouth. Ram Saint was not angry that he could not absorb the Aoran chi of righteousness. Instead, he suddenly laughed. Such Aoran chi of righteousness is Indadu. It seems that someone from Deqian has come to find me? Ha ha ha. Ram Saint laughed. Humph, you're dreaming. A strong scholar coming to save you? He'll only be like you, imprisoned in my underground palace. Humph, that ancestor said coldly. A poem that makes ghosts weep? Not bad, you're capable. Chivalry? Good poem. Good sentence. Killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 10,000 miles. Leaving with a flick of the sleeve, concealing the merits and fame. Good. 3 cups of wine. The 5 mountains are light. Good. Even in death, the bones of a chivalrous man are fragrant, not ashamed of the heroes of the world. Who can compare to you the white-headed Taishang Sutra? Good sentence. Every word is a gem. You don't even put the Taishang Sutra of the everlasting Tao Palace in your eyes? 2 heroes of the ages? Ziwei Changshen? Then the one who came to find me is called Gu Hai? Huh, I've never heard of this person. Ram Saint frowned slightly. Humph, he might not be from Deqian. That ancestor raised his head and looked up. He opened his mouth and continued to suck in the vast, righteous energy seeping into the underground palace. His eyes gradually narrowed. That ancestor? Feeding on the vast, righteous energy. You're also interested in this poem? Heh. Ram Saint showed a trace of disdain. The first strokes of calligraphy that appear in Deqian are all mine. That ancestor said coldly. That's why I said that your literary path in Deqian will never amount to anything. Ram Saint said coldly. Deqian values martial arts. Why bother with rotten literature? That ancestor said coldly. What a disgrace to literature. Humph. Ram Saint no longer paid him any attention. Instead, he once again studied the words and sentences of this chivalry. Like Ram Saint, countless calligraphy cultivators in Deqian were also chewing on this chivalry. A poem that makes ghosts weep was too amazing. Countless calligraphy cultivators suddenly felt as if they had obtained a treasure. The direction of the disdain for Gu Hai in the city had also changed. Most people no longer looked at Gu Hai and the other 2 as despicable people. Perhaps they were wronged. However, some of Hikang of Scylla's die-hard fans showed resentment. 3 despicable people. Not only did they attack from behind, but they also insulted literature and stole poems. Shameless. Huh, what's stealing poems? Isn't this the first stroke of calligraphy? If it's the first stroke, can it be stolen? It's not like you don't know that Gu Hai. I heard that he is only in his 70s. He is an ordinary person from the mundane world. How much experience can he have in the book Tao? How can he write such a good poem? Huh, you mean someone else wrote the poem and asked Gu Hai to read it? It must be. I don't believe that he can write a poem that makes ghosts weep. 2 voices appeared in the city. One began to worship Gu Hai, while the other began to slander Gu Hai based on their imagination. They thought that Gu Hai's poem was written by someone else. Fairy Wan'er was angry. She wanted to reason with those malicious people, but there were too many people. There was no way to reason with them. In a small courtyard in the city, Sima Chongkong was chewing on the long poem. Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. Is this Guhai's calligraphy? Could it be? Your Highness, are you saying that Mr. Good's poem was written by someone else? Ha! I don't think so. Sima Chongkong laughed. Oh, what Guhai said is not groundless. It's a complete statement of fact. How can it be written by someone else? Sima Chongkong laughed. A poem that makes ghosts weep? It seems that every poem needs to go through a lot of preparation and changes before it can be completely finalized. However, Guhai can do it easily. In such a short time, how can he create such a masterpiece? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Maybe it's talent. Sima Chongkong laughed bitterly. Indeed, Guhai didn't seem to be thinking at all just now. He just spat out a masterpiece that had been through the ages, slapping the Shi Kong monarch's face loudly. It was indeed a little strange. However, Sima Chongkong still believed that it was Guhai's work. He did not know why. Everyone looked up at the image in the sky. In the image, the banquet square was completely silent. I am mediocre in calligraphy. Thank you, Hikang of Silla, for giving me a poem to the returning army of the Han. Good poem, good poem. I will treasure it carefully, and not let your calligraphy be covered in dust, Guhai said with a smile. Pa. Everyone seemed to have heard 2 clear slaps on Hikang of Silla's face. All the officials looked at Hikang of Silla with a stiff face, as if they were checking if Hikang of Silla's face was swollen. You wrote a masterpiece, Ode to Gallantry. How can you say that you are mediocre in calligraphy, and you want a treasure to the returning army of the Han? Not let your calligraphy be covered in dust. Are you going to take it out and whip its corpse often? Hikang of Silla's face was as black as charcoal. Long Wanyu's eyes were shining, looking at Guhai with admiration. Bingheim was confused. Was the emperor's calligraphy really so good? Li Shunji smiled, but there was a sense of displeasure in his eyes. How could Li Shunji have thought that Guhai was so good at calligraphy? Was it true? Didn't he come from the barren Thousand Islands? See? Treasure it? I don't want it even if you help me wipe my ass. Ziwei added. Hikang of Silla's dark face suddenly turned red. Guhai, is this for us? Ha ha ha. So Ziwei and I are also the 2 heroes of the ages? Good poem, good poem. Chang Sheng looked at the Ode to Gallantry on the paper excitedly. The 2 of you have been wronged. This poem is just to give you a proper name, Guhai said with a smile. Yes, we finally have a proper name. We are the 2 heroes of the ages. Ziwei, don't you think so? Chang Sheng shamelessly agreed. We are indeed the 2 heroes of the ages. Actually, I wanted to compose a poem for you. I want to recite it for everyone, Ziwei said with some regret. Chang Sheng's face changed. Recite my ass. Don't recite your poem in front of me. What's wrong with my poem? Haven't you been listening to it for many years? The 2 of them suddenly started arguing. They were about to fight. The 2 of you, let's not talk about the poem. Sit down and eat first. Guhai immediately interrupted. Okay. The 2 of them suddenly changed their faces and agreed. The surrounding officials felt strange. The 2 of them changed their faces faster than flipping a book when they heard about food. Were they really the 2 heroes of the ages? Gallantry, these 2 foodies? The banquet continued. The 2 foodies finally showed their violent side. Eat, eat, eat. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the atmosphere of the banquet suddenly changed. Everyone suddenly stopped talking. Ziwei had a lamb leg in her left hand and a cow leg in her right hand. After a few bites, the 2 meat legs were eaten up. Chang Sheng picked up a wine barrel and poured it into his mouth as if he was pouring water. 1 meat leg after another one barrel of wine after another. The servants who were in charge of delivering food were sweating profusely. The two of them just started eating. Eat, 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 eat. That amount of food shocked all the officials. At the same time, it also shocked the 200 million people in the city. Someone suddenly said, These two are transformed by the rice bucket demon? Chapter 376. When Ziwei and Changshan took their seats, He Kang of Scylla's expression turned ugly, but he had nothing to say. Returning to the army of the brave and chivalry, one's brush strokes shocked the wind and rain. The other's poem made ghosts and gods weep. They were not on the same level at all. It was a live broadcast for 200 million people. He couldn't bring himself to deny it. However, could it be that his meticulously planned plan was going to fail at the last moment? Not only did he fail to suppress emissary Qian, but he also lost face. A live broadcast was not only a humiliation to him, but also to Daewon's imperial court. Was he caught in his own trap? He remembered that Mo Yike had said before, "I'm just worried that your highness will have the opposite effect." Now, it was more than just the opposite effect. Duke Shi Kang's heart was filled with a resentment that could not be vented. It was like if someone told you that you were an idiot, but you could only nod and admit it, because you did indeed do an idiot thing just now. The sullenness in his heart made him feel very uncomfortable, until one of the officials at the side muttered a word. Steal a poem? Steal a poem? This word was like a ray of light that flashed through He Kang of Scylla's mind. At that moment, it was as if he was enlightened and all the pores on his body opened up. That's right, steal a poem? Guhai stole a poem? I was wondering how someone who came from the secular world could write such a masterpiece. It's impossible. He's proficient in zither and chess, and that's already the limit. How can he be proficient in calligraphy? That's right, my returning to the army of the brave was written long ago. Gu Hai might have heard of it and asked a calligraphy expert to compose a poem for it, waiting to use it to humiliate me today. Gu Hai was prepared. Actually, he doesn't know how to compose a poem at all. All of this is Gu Hai's scheme? After figuring everything out, He Kang of Scylla's eyes turned cold. Humph, 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 humph. He Kang of Scylla snorted coldly. It was obvious that all the face he had just lost was returned to him in anger. Gu Hai was just a fake calligraphy cultivator. One chapter of Ode to Gallantry was already his limit. I was almost fooled by him. He Kang of Scylla let out a long sigh. His eyes gradually turned cold. At this moment, everyone at the banquet fell silent. They looked at Ziwei and Changshan together. These two monsters, are they rice bucket demons? How much have you eaten? Why did you eat and drink so much just now? There wasn't much meat and wine to begin with, yet they still ate so much. Everyone stared with wide eyes. At this moment, the 200 million residents of the capital city also stared with wide eyes at the two gluttonous demons as they madly devoured the food. Could it be that Li Gang was wrongly accused earlier? He Kang of Scylla is not asking for a share, but is the food of the Wuyue Academy really eaten up by these two foodies? Is Mr. Good telling the truth? Or is the prince telling the truth? Why am I suspecting Mr. Good again? Countless people were doubtful, and so were the officials. Only He Kang of Scylla's eyes lit up. Quick, bring the wine. Why is there no more wine? Changshan immediately shouted. You are too stingy. Can't you eat until we are full? Ziwei also glared. In front of the two of them were piles of empty wine barrels and meat bones. No, there's no more wine. The servants said anxiously. Why is there no more wine? Changshan glared. This wine was all provided by Envoy Gan. 10% of it is on the table of the lords, and 90% has been drunk by you, the servant said bitterly. Ha 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 ha. What a great pair of heroes! He Kang of Silla suddenly laughed. Huh. Everyone turned to look. He Kang of Silla looked at Gu Hai and revealed a cold smile. Mr. Good. It seems that I didn't wrong these two friends of yours. Li Gang was also wronged by them. Ha! Two heroes. It's a pity that your article is wasted. He Kang of Silla sneered. Oh, what's a pity? Why can't I see it? Aren't you a hero if you eat a lot? Gu Hai chuckled. Gu Hai, he's jealous of you. Yeah, what nonsense did he write? He's too narrow-minded. You're better than him, so he's always picking on you. Ziwei and Changsheng said coldly. He Kang of Silla's expression froze. This was a live broadcast. How could these two idiots say anything? Ha! I don't know if they're heroes or not. I just feel that these two people insulted Ode to Chivalry. They don't deserve it. He Kang of Silla sneered. Oh, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. You don't deserve it either. He Kang of Silla suddenly said with a cold expression. What did you say? Long One you suddenly glared and shouted. Wow! The surrounding officials were in an uproar. In the city, the 200 million people were also in an uproar. What was going on? Why did He Kang of Silla say that Gu Hai didn't deserve it? They were going against each other tit for tat. Was he really so narrow-minded that he couldn't tolerate others being better than him? He had just been slapped in the face, and now he jumped out again? Ha! How am I not worthy? Gu Hai said coldly. I said, you don't deserve that Ode to Chivalry. You didn't write that poem, did you? He Kang of Silla sneered. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed, but he didn't explain, because everyone here was looking at He Kang of Silla in surprise. The 200 million people in the city were also looking at He Kang of Silla in surprise. Is He Kang of Silla crazy? That was just the beginning of the literary world. It was Gu Hai's poem. Your Highness, why did you say that it wasn't Gu Hai's poem? It was obviously Gu Hai's work. Countless voices of doubt sounded. However, the Duke of Shikong was calm and composed as he said, I admit that the art of chivalry is amazing, but I don't believe that it was composed by you. Don't you need to think about how to compose a masterpiece that has lasted for thousands of years? Do you just open your mouth and write it? Huh. Countless officials around were slightly stunned. In the capital, countless people were also slightly stunned. Yes, Gu Hai did just open his mouth and write it. The masterpiece, Ode to Chivalry, didn't need to think. Was it really Gu Hai's work? For a moment, countless people were in deep thought. Ha, just because I don't need to think when I write poems, you think that Ode to Chivalry was not written by me? Gu Hai suddenly relaxed and revealed a slight smile. That's right, Humph. Every poem needs to be carefully worded and thought. You didn't think at all, so I'm sure that it wasn't written by you. He Kang of Silla sneered. Ha, He Kang of Silla, don't you know? Writing poems requires talent. Gu Hai laughed. He Kang of Silla was slightly stunned. What did he mean? You need to think for a long time before writing a poem? Ha, that's because you don't have talent. Gu Hai shook his head. You don't have talent. You don't have talent. Silence reigned over the banquet plaza. Only Gu Hai's words reverberated in the air. His voice also echoed in the capital city. 200 million people opened their mouths and looked at Gu Hai's arrogant words. He Kang of Silla, don't have talent? Shocking the wind and rain, don't have talent? This sentence seemed to be more ferocious than all the other insults, and it shocked He Kang of Silla. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Talent? Humph, then prove it to me. Talent? These two foodies, I'll write a poem, and you should write a poem about how they eat like buckets. If you can't write better than me, then your Ode to Chivalry is stolen from others. He Kang of Silla suddenly shouted. Oh! Gu Hai squinted his eyes. He Kang of Silla, didn't get enough of a slap in the face. "Prepare the brush and ink," He Kang of Silla suddenly shouted. Immediately, the instructor of the academy lifted the desk and waited while grinding the brush. He Kang of Silla walked directly to the center of the square. The surrounding officials watched quietly, and the 200 million people in the city also frowned. Some people were waiting for He Kang of Silla to expose Gu Hai, while some people were already on Gu Hai's side. He Kang of Silla is really narrow-minded. He can't afford to lose, and he even forced Mr. Good to write. There was a lot of discussion in the city. He Kang of Silla's brush had already landed. A mouse in a barn is as big as a bucket, and it won't leave even if the barn is opened. The strong have no rice, and the people are hungry. Who condemns the dynasty to be eaten by mice? Boom! The brush landed, and a surge of righteousness gushed out. However, at this moment, it was much weaker than the previous returning army of the Henin. It didn't trigger the celestial phenomenon, but only the surge of righteousness. Obviously, it was even weaker than the previous returning army of the Henin. However, He Kang of Silla was very capable to create it on the spot. Bam! He Kang of Silla threw the brush away and sneered, "Mr. Good, this rice hamster is for these two good-for-nothings. I wrote this poem not to prove how great I am, but I can't stand some people who steal poems and take it for granted. I, Day One Emperor Dynasty, have always treated guests with sincerity, but I don't want the people I receive to be deceivers, humiliating my Day One's righteousness." He Kang of Silla shouted loudly. It was as if he was venting all the grievances in his heart. For the sake of Day One, he wanted to expose Gu Hai's mask. All the people in the city looked at He Kang of Silla in shock. Even the most picky people couldn't criticize He Kang of Silla. This was a kind of integrity. For the sake of Day One, there was no turning back. "He called us mice?" Chang Sheng suddenly stared and said, "Gu Hai, he also scolded you. He said that we ate the food of the army and the people. It was you who fed the food to the mice every day. You are a sinner." Ziwei also stared and said. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Calligraphy? Gu Hai did have a lot of poems, but he didn't want to take them out casually. He thought that the Ode to Chivalry was enough to scare the other party to not dare to mention poems in front of him. He didn't expect that He Kang of Silla would dare to use poems to challenge him. Wasn't he courting death? He Kang of Silla, I don't know what to say. These two friends of mine only ate a few cows and a few goats of yours. The wine they drank was brought by me. How can you be so stingy? Isn't it just that there's no wine? I'll ask someone to buy it. Isn't that enough? You're writing poems and scolding people. I've said it before. You don't have the talent for the meeting between the two countries. Don't embarrass yourself. Gu Hai said coldly. What did you say? He Kang of Silla suddenly stared and said. Ziwei, Chang Sheng, like just now, I'll dictate. Chang Sheng grinds, and Ziwei writes. Let He Kang of Silla see what talent is. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh, okay. The two of them also walked forward with murderous gazes. He Kang of Silla's heart skipped a beat. Was Ode to Chivalry really written by Gu Hai? How could he be so confident? The surrounding officials also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Could Gu Hai write a chapter like Ode to Chivalry? No, even if he only wrote half of Ode to Chivalry, He Kang of Silla's jumping up and down just now would have been so ridiculous. In the city, countless people also widened their eyes. Mr. Good, can he write another Ode to Chivalry? ? Impossible. Ode to Chivalry is a masterpiece. It's a poem that makes ghosts weep. How can he write another one so casually? Mr. Good didn't think this time. Why am I looking forward to it? Me too. Countless people in the city held their breaths and looked at the scene in the sky. However, they saw that Gu Hai had already started speaking. "This is bringing in the wine." Gu Hai dictated. "Don't you see that the water of the yellow river flows from the sky and never returns to the sea? Don't you see that the bright mirror in the hall is grieving for white hair?" Chapter 377. "Don't you see that the water of the yellow river comes from the sky and flows to the sea and never returns? Don't you see that the bright mirror in the hall grieves white hair like black silk in the morning and snow in the evening?" Buzz. In Wuyue Academy, almost all the calligraphy cultivators felt their hair stand on end. Hikang of Scylla's face suddenly turned ashen. Under the live broadcast, 200 million people in the capital city were watching, but they saw that the pen suddenly emitted a white light that was more intense than the previous ode to chivalry. It was a kind of awe-inspiring righteousness that could collapse the sky. The white light shone, but it did not leave the paper. However, all the calligraphy cultivators tensed up, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. "No, this is only the first sentence." The first sentence, and I'm already having goosebumps. Ode to Chivalry also started from the third sentence. "Kill one in 10 steps, leave no trace for 10,000 miles. When the matter is done, leave with a flick of your sleeves, hide your merits and reputation." The first sentence gave me such a strong feeling. Bringing in the wine, what did Mr. Good write? It's coming out of his mouth again. It's even more beautiful than the previous one. Countless calligraphy cultivators held their breaths. Fairy Wan looked at Gu Hai in the image, and her eyes were slightly blurred. In the small courtyard, Sima Changkong gasped. "The first sentence is already so majestic. Don't you see that the water of the yellow river comes from the sky and flows to the sea and never returns? Is this the magnificent yellow river in the south of the divine continent? Don't you see that the bright mirror in the hall grieves white hair like black silk in the morning and snow in the evening? Life and death in a day." Mr. Good has just come out of the secular world, so he can see life and death so clearly. Good poem. Just these 2 sentences are enough to massacre Wuyue Academy. Good poem, good poem. It's coming out of his mouth. No need to think. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he saw that Gu Hai continued to recite the poem, and Ziwei continued to write with calligraphy. "One should enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. I am born to be useful. Money will come back after it is spent. Rumble." The paper under Ziwei's brush suddenly let out a series of roaring sounds. It was as if a storm was brewing under her brush. There was still no righteous chi that shot out like a meteor. However, the surroundings slowly turned hazy like a white fog that covered the entire Five Mountains Academy. What a great saying. One should enjoy life to the fullest. What a good, don't make the golden goblet empty against the moon. What a good, I was born to be useful. What a great comeback. Sima Changkong clapped his hands excitedly. Not only Sima Changkong, but all the calligraphy cultivators in the city also clapped their hands to express the excitement in their hearts. Well, there's no meteor-like, awe-inspiring righteousness. Is this poem not as good as Hikang of Scylla's Rice Hamster? I don't know much about calligraphy either, but when I read it, Mr. Good seems to be better. How could it be worse than the Rice Hamster? What do you know? Didn't you hear the sound of wind and thunder? I don't see the white mist in the surroundings. It must be stronger than the rice mouse. Those who didn't know about calligraphy were puzzled. Those who didn't explain because everyone was attracted by the essay. It was different from the Walk of Chivalry. Just now, the Walk of Chivalry had some tension and let one gradually enter the climax. However, the Walk of Chivalry had entered the climax directly from the first word. It wasn't like the Walk of Chivalry, which had climaxes one after another. It had entered the climax and never stopped. Around the banquet, white mist filled the air. The white mist was condensed from the righteous Qi. Li Shenji looked at Gu Hai in shock. It was impossible. How could he write another essay? Mo Yike's eyes lit up. He Kang of Silla, on the other hand, looked pale. From the first 2 lines of the Walk of Chivalry, He Kang of Silla knew that he had lost. He had lost so thoroughly. Previously, the Walk of Chivalry had crushed him. Now, the Walk of Chivalry was nothing compared to the rice hamster. One seemed to be above the 9 heavens, while the other was in the deep valley. However, it wasn't over yet. Gu Hai's next 2 lines were even more domineering. One should enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup be empty. One is born to be useful. 1,000 pieces of gold will come back. These 4 lines would definitely be passed down through the ages. Compared to his own rice hamster, the 2 were both foodies, but their realms were not at the same level. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure. One should drink 300 cups in one go. Master Z, draw a long life. When the Walk of Chivalry, don't stop drinking. Let me sing a song with you. Please listen to me. Rumble. The white mist was getting thicker and thicker. The entire Wuyuer Academy was completely shrouded in a sea of clouds. Before he finished writing, there were already bursts of ghostly chanting in the void. He hadn't finished yet. He hadn't finished yet. He Kang of Silla's eyes were completely wide open. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure? Wasn't this the auspicious cows and sheep of Wuyuer Academy that He Kang of Silla had previously killed? Gu Hai had even written this. It was obviously made up at the last minute. One should drink 300 cups in one go. Did this mean that Changsheng and Ziwei were especially good at eating and drinking? They both said that the 2 of them were good-for-nothings. Why did Gu Hai write so freely, but the 2 of them were so wild and unrestrained? If one cared so much about eating, how could one drink well? Master Z, is this Ziwei? Drawing a long life. Is Changsheng good at drawing? When the Walk of Chivalry, don't stop drinking. Does it mean to continue drinking and not stop? Let me sing a song with you. Please listen to me. Gu Hai still wanted to say. He Kang of Silla stared fixedly at the brush. The void resounded with the cries of countless ghosts and gods. The poem made ghosts and gods cry. No, this was even more powerful than that. There was no meteor-like awe-inspiring righteousness, but the surroundings were filled with a sea of awe-inspiring righteousness. Gu Hai continued to read. Bells and drums are not expensive, but I hope that you will not wake up from your drunkenness. Since ancient times, the sages have been lonely, and only the drinkers are famous. In the past, Guanxi held a banquet for Tai and drank 10,000 cups of wine. Why do you say that you are not rich? You must take the right wine. 5 boats, 1,000 gold cloaks, will be exchanged for good wine. And with you, we will dispel the worries of eternity. The sentences were spat out by Gu Hai and written by Ziwei. The awe-inspiring righteousness had already condensed into a sea of clouds and mist, and the roar was getting louder and louder. In the end, Gu Hai did not hesitate to use the banquet of Old Man Guanxi and Tai to compare the 2 foodies. In an instant, the image of the 2 foodies became incomparably lofty. At this moment, no one thought that they were good-for-nothing demons anymore. This was great heroism. Without this heroism, they would not be able to eat to this extent. Rice Hamster, at this moment, who still remembered that Bulsh *T rice hamster. Compared to bringing in the wine, it was left behind many streets behind. When the rice hamster came out, there was awe-inspiring righteousness. But now, This was a sea of clouds of awe-inspiring righteousness. It stretched out endlessly for thousands of miles. Countless officials had already opened their mouths wide. Was this another poem that made ghosts and gods weep? No, it was even more ferocious than the Walk of Chivalry just now. Halfway through the poem, ghosts and gods began to weep. Why do you say that you are not rich? You must take the right wine. This was a blatant mockery of Hikang of Silla. I ate some of your food and drank some of your wine, but couldn't you be stingy? Did you not have enough money? Just take it. 5 boats, 1,000 gold cloaks, will be exchanged for good wine. And with you, we will dispel the worries of eternity. If you have no money, take my flying boat and clothes to exchange for good wine. Let me dispel the worries of eternity with them. Boom! In the churning sea of clouds of awe-inspiring righteousness, when Ziwei finished the last stroke, a great light finally rushed into the sky. At this moment it was evening, and the sky had already darkened. However, the last piece of paper suddenly rushed into the sky with rolling white light. It was countless times larger than the previous Walk of Chivalry. Buzz. However, something finally appeared on the paper. It was not like the meteor from before. Instead, it was a sun that instantly illuminated the world. A white sun slowly emerged from the sea of clouds. The sun was born, shining on the earth. Wuyue Academy, the capital city, and even tens of thousands of miles away were illuminated by this vast white sun at this moment. As the sun rose into the sky, almost all the officials at the banquet gasped. The 200 million people in the city also widened their eyes at this moment, looking at the sun that was rising higher and higher in the sky. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Only the voices of countless ghosts and gods were continuously chanting the bring in the wine. Don't you see that the water of the yellow river comes from the sky, flowing to the sea, and never returning? Don't you see that the bright mirror of the high hall is white with sorrow, like black hair in the morning, like snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup be empty to the moon. I am born to be useful. I will come back after spending 1,000 gold, cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure. We must drink 300 cups in one go. Teacher Z, draw a long life. When the wine is about to enter, do not stop drinking. I will sing a song with you. Please listen to me. Bells, drums, and jade are not expensive. I hope you will be drunk forever. Since ancient times, the sages have been lonely. Only the drinkers are famous. In the past, Guanxi held a banquet for Tai, drinking 10,000 cups of wine. Why does the master say that he is not rich? He must take the right wine. 5 boats, 1,000 gold coats, will be exchanged for good wine. And with you, we will dispel the worries of eternity. It was all the voices of ghosts and gods, endless chanting, accompanied by the sun, looking extremely spectacular. The title was chosen by Hikang of Silla to describe the state of the 2 rice buckets eating. Hikang of Silla wrote, Rice Hamster, about rice and mice. Previously, he felt that it was not bad, but at this moment, compared to the bring in the wine, he suddenly felt that it was too vulgar, extremely vulgar. Did someone help Gu Hai write it? At this moment, even a fool would not believe Hikang of Silla's guess. This was written by Gu Hai. When it was written, it was so magnificent and brilliant. Stealing the words and poems? How ridiculous that would seem. Would Mr. Good need to steal words and poems? He could write 2 sentences, and in minutes he would beat you to a pulp. Moreover, it was a long poem, and you could only write 2 sentences. Look at Mr. Good. He did not even bother to write 2 sentences. He was actually so smug that he wanted to challenge Mr. Good to a poetry competition. My calligraphy skills are average, but it is not difficult to write 2 sentences. If I don't write well, I don't know how to compare to Hekang of Scylla's rice hamster. Hekang of Scylla, do you want to correct me? Guhai's voice suddenly floated out. Clap, 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 clap. Almost everyone seemed to hear a series of slaps on Hekang of Scylla's face again. It was incomparably crisp and refreshing. Clap, 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 clap. He could not stop at all. Chapter 378. In the Underground Palace, the bat ancestor opened its mouth and swallowed all the righteous energy that permeated from gallantry. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the chant of ghosts and gods ended. Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, a few small bats appeared strangely in the underground palace and slowly rushed into the bat ancestor's mouth. The bat ancestor swallowed the small bats and narrowed its eyes. Oh, it's really the Deqian emissary, ridden by Guhai? Ram Saint also suddenly opened his eyes. Deqian emissary? My Deqian emissary? Ha 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 ha. Guhai, I didn't expect that in the years that I wasn't in the Deqian produced such an outstanding person. What a good poem. Gallantry. What a good calligraphy. Ram Saint said with a smile. Don't be complacent. My messenger bat sent the news that he's the only calligraphy person. Guhai, I've never heard of him. Who is he? How many years has it been? What kind of calligraphy cultivator could the Deqian have? Although gallantry is amazing, it seems that you can also write poems of this level. You're in prison here. What about Guhai? A single gallantry is already his limit. Bat Ancestor sneered. Bat Ancestor had just finished speaking. Boom. Suddenly, the chant of ghosts and gods sounded again, louder than before. It was from the Wuyue Academy, Guhai reciting, bringing in the wine. The chant of ghosts and gods was several times louder than before, resounding throughout the entire underground palace. There's more? How can it be? Without the righteous energy, how can there be a chant of ghosts and gods? That ancestor said in surprise. No, this article is not finished yet. The righteous energy is still brewing. Ram Saint's expression suddenly changed. That ancestor raised its eyebrows. Extreme? That ancestor. It seems that you have guessed wrong again. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup be empty against the moon. I was born to be useful. How can 1,000 pieces of gold come back after being spent? Good, good. Ram Saint burst into laughter. That ancestor's face was gloomy. In the outside world, Guhai read out the words word by word. The cries of ghosts and gods grew louder and louder. It was a majestic feeling of impact. It was like a demonic tune in his mind. After hearing it once, he could not forget the verse. 5 flower boats, 1,000 gold fur coats, who will come out to exchange for fine wine, and with you we will dispel the worries of the ages. Good. What a good Guhai. What a good wine song. Ram Saint's eyes lit up. So what if there's no awe-inspiring righteousness, but there are ghosts and gods weeping? The bat ancestor said coldly. Boom. Suddenly, the final stroke was finished in the outside world. A blazing sun rushed into the sky. An endless amount of awe-inspiring righteousness gushed out from the blazing sun. Within tens of thousands of miles, the world was as bright as day. The light rushed into the underground palace in the blink of an eye. Bam! As if forming a white wave of air. It instantly dispersed all the blood mist in the underground palace. The underground palace was illuminated in an instant. Roar! That ancestor's face changed. He opened his mouth and inhaled. However, the sudden influx of awe-inspiring righteousness was too large. He did not have time to absorb all of it. A part of it rushed into Ram Saint's head again. Buzz. Ram Saint's body emitted bursts of white light, as if he was trying to break free from the blood-water chains on his body. Humph, even with this awe-inspiring righteousness, it's not enough. Blood, come. That ancestor snorted. Boom. The entire blood pool in the underground palace suddenly set off a huge wave of blood. In an instant, Ram Saint's body was wrapped up. That ancestor. Dichen, am here? Ha ha ha. Ram Saint laughed and was submerged in the blood pool. Humph, so what if you're here? So what if you wrote this poem? In the capital, everything is mine. Roar. That ancestor snorted coldly. He rushed out of the blood pool and suddenly turned into a man in a black robe. There was a cross-shaped scar above the man's right eye. His face was cold. His figure flashed and suddenly rushed out of the underground palace, heading toward Wuyue Academy. Wuyue Academy. Guhai asked Hikang of Silla to correct bringing in the wine. Everyone looked at Hikang of Silla. Correct? What a joke. Even a fool could see that Hikang of Silla's level was not even fit to carry the shoes of bringing in the wine, let alone correct it. This was clearly a slap in the face. Almost everyone looked at Hikang of Silla's face with a sense of heartache. Of all the people you could provoke, why did you provoke Mr. Good? Of all the things you could compete with Mr. Good, why did you compete with him in poetry? Wasn't this sending your face to be slapped? It was fine if it was a private duel. Why did you do a live broadcast? Now, 200 million people saw your face being slapped swollen. It was very, very swollen. Daewon's imperial dynasty's face was lost because of you. Hikang of Silla's face suddenly turned red and white. The ghosts and gods were still crying in all directions, and it was even more grand than Ode to Gallantry. The white light shone, making Hikang of Silla unable to find a place to hide. Guhai looked coldly at Hikang of Silla. Bringing in the wine, one of Li Bai's best works in the past. If this piece can't let you live in peace, I'm sorry for Li Bai. How can a mere mortal like you compare to the peak of the immortal poet? Guhai believed that after this piece of bringing in the wine, his road to the capital would be much smoother. At least in the field of poetry, no one would dare to provoke him. You are only in your 70s. How is it possible? Hikang of Silla looked at Guhai with a hint of despair in his eyes. Like I said before, when it comes to writing poems, it does not depend on how old you are. It depends on your talent. Even if you are just a child, those with high talent can still write great works for eternity. Guhai sneered. Guhai wasn't talking nonsense. Back on Earth, Luo Binwang was only 7 years old, and his piece of Goose, 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 Song to the Heavens had been passed down for eternity. There were many elementary scholars and high scholars who died of old age without leaving behind a masterpiece. That was talent. Talent. Hikang of Silla looked at Guhai, his eyelids twitching. That's right, you don't have the talent. Guhai nodded very honestly. You don't have talent. You don't have talent. You don't have talent. Guhai's words echoed in Hikang of Silla's mind like a demon's voice. I don't have talent? No, impossible. But there was a vivid example in front of him. Guhai had just entered the world of cultivation from the secular world. How old was he? How could he compare to Gallantry and bringing in the wine? Compared to him, did he really have talent? In an instant, a halo of no talent suddenly appeared above Hikang of Silla's head. Both the surrounding officials and the people in the capital seemed to agree with Guhai's words at this moment. Yes, Guhai was right. He could write poems easily. Even if he had talent, he could do the same as him. Puff! Hikang of Silla suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Guhai's words, "You don't have talent," echoed in his mind. "Your Highness!" The group of officials suddenly exclaimed. Long Wanyu, however, clapped and cheered. You dared to scold my brother-in-law just now. Bingheim, Li Shinji, and Sima Kong all looked at Gu Hai with complicated expressions. Who would have thought that Gu Hai's calligraphy skills would be so amazing? He could write so easily. He could crush He Kang of Silla until he spat out blood. Is there anything you don't know? It's fine if you don't have talent. Is there a need to spit blood? Ziwei said disdainfully. He didn't want to pay to treat us to meat and wine. You're stingy. Admit it. Is there a need to spit blood to pretend? Chang Sheng also said disdainfully. Puff. You. He Kang of Silla looked at the 2 rice buckets and spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Am I such a stingy person? Where did these 2 come from? They speak so harshly. The 2 of you forget it. Don't be angry with He Kang of Silla. After all, we are guests from afar. A strong dragon cannot crush a snake in its own territory, Gu Hai said to the 2 in a low voice. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were on He Kang of Silla and Gu Hai. Although he said it softly, everyone heard it. The faces of the surrounding officials immediately darkened again. What do you mean by a strong dragon cannot crush a snake in its own territory? Are you a strong dragon? He Kang of Silla is a snake in its own territory? If He Kang of Silla's gaze could kill, Gu Hai would have died many times over. However, they could not refute. They were the ones who put their faces forward to be slapped. For a moment, all the officials had mixed feelings. Mo Yike, Chang Sheng, and the others smiled bitterly and did not jump out at this time. Gu Hai was writing poems now as if he had the help of God. If he suddenly had an inspiration and wrote a few more poems, then the Day One Imperial Dynasty's face would be completely lost. All right, since He Kang of Silla does not want to correct my bringing in the wine, then put it away. Gu Hai shook his head and said, obviously, Gu Hai also understood that it was enough to not overdo it. Bingheim stepped forward and gently rolled up the bringing in the wine. Boom! The boundless righteous chi in the sky suddenly seemed to be absorbed into the piece of paper. The sun in the sky also instantly fell into the paper. Bingheim slowly rolled it up. At this moment, suddenly, a cold wind blew in all directions. Under the strong wind, rolling blood clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Squeak, 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 squeak. The blood clouds suddenly exploded and turned into countless bats in an instant, covering the entire 5 Mountains Academy. Buzz. In midair, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. The black-robed figure stood in midair, and a wave of panic spread in all directions. Boom! As if a strong wind blew, the banquet was suddenly in a sorry state. Everyone looked up. Chang Sheng's expression suddenly changed, and he was the first to stand up. Greetings, ancestor. Chang Sheng bowed respectfully. Following Chang Sheng, a group of officials also stood up and suddenly bowed respectfully. Greetings, ancestor. Those who bowed respectfully to the black-robed figure were a group of vampires, and the identity of the black-robed figure was obvious. That ancestor? Li Shinji suddenly narrowed his eyes. Greetings, bad ancestor. Mo Yike and Qin Zibai bowed slightly. A large number of officials followed suit and bowed. Bat ancestor. He Kang of Silla wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said bitterly, Bat ancestor was a man in his 50s with a cross-shaped scar above his right eye. The moment Bat ancestor appeared, Bingheim's expression suddenly changed. She grabbed the scroll in her hand and immediately walked toward Gu Hai, a trace of panic flashing across her face. Gu Hai saw Bingheim's panic and showed a trace of doubt. However, Bat ancestor ignored the others and looked at the unrolled chapter of Ode to Chivalry. Oh, not bad. What a good Ode to Chivalry. What a strong sense of righteousness. Bat ancestor showed a trace of a sneer and reached out to grab it. What are you doing? This was written for us by Gu Hai. Ziwei grabbed Ode to Chivalry and stared at the Bat Ancestor in midair. Bat Ancestor's face turned cold. Chapter 379. In Five Mountains Academy, the Bat Ancestor suddenly appeared. The image was immediately broadcasted to the entire capital city. The 200 million citizens of Dadu were stunned. Bat Ancestor? That's the Bat Ancestor. He hasn't appeared for 50 years. Is he Daewon's paragon beast? What's he doing there? Countless citizens were curious. However, they saw the Bat Ancestor suddenly reach out to grab the Ode to Chivalry. What are you doing? This was written by Guhai for us. Ziwei grabbed the Ode to Chivalry and stared at the Bat Ancestor in midair. The Bat Ancestor's expression turned cold. What are you looking at? That's ours. Changsheng also stared and shouted. The Ode to Chivalry was written by Guhai for the two of them, so it naturally belonged to them. At that moment, anyone could see how precious that piece of calligraphy was. The Bat Ancestor wanted to snatch it. Yours? In Dadu, it's all mine. You two little dolls, scram. The Bat Ancestor said in a cold tone. As soon as the Bat Ancestor finished speaking, Hikang of Scylla's expression changed. This was a live broadcast. Snatching in front of 200 million people, Hikang of Scylla was about to stop the Bat Ancestor when Guhai suddenly said coldly, Bat Ancestor, you're the Bat Paragon, right? Is this how you Daewon treat your guests? Guhai shouted coldly. The Bat Ancestor looked at Guhai with a sullen expression. At that moment, the 200 million citizens of Dadu were indeed at a loss. Why would the Bat Ancestor want to snatch it? It couldn't be, right? The Deqian emissary? So what if I stole it? If I say it's mine, then it's mine. And that bringing in the wine, give it to me immediately. Otherwise, I'll make sure your Deqian emissary never comes to Daewon. The Bat Ancestor said coldly. Whoosh! In the city, countless people were in an uproar. What does Bat Ancestor mean? So that the Deqian emissary had never been to Daewon? Were they trying to silence him? Was this for real? Bat Ancestor! Bat Ancestor! Hikang of Scylla suddenly exclaimed. What? Are you speaking up for them? Bat Ancestor said coldly. Hikang of Scylla's face changed color as he said bitterly, No, it's just that I used the mystic light mirror to share the scene here with the people in the city. Hikang of Scylla's face was bitter. Not only did he lose face just now, but the Bat Ancestor's viciousness was also instantly revealed to the people in the city. There were definitely spies from various countries in the city, and the Bat Ancestor's words could not be hidden. All around, the officials also had bitter expressions. Obviously, they all knew about this. This was not only a complete loss of face, but also a scandal. Daewon, the supreme beast of the country, wanted to make the Deqian emissary disappear. Was this announced to the world? The Bat Ancestor stared at Hikang of Scylla, but his eyes narrowed. Mystic light mirror? You've lost face, haven't you? The literary battle produced Ode to Chivalry, and bringing in the wine, your name can be considered to be passed down through the ages. Hikang of Scylla's face was bitter. Bat Ancestor did not show the slightest bit of worry, but still looked coldly at the words Ode to Chivalry. Give it to me. Bat Ancestor still said coldly. In the face of the attention of 200 million people, Bat Ancestor did not seem to care. In the city, the people were in an uproar. In the restaurant, Fairy Wan, Er's face was filled with worry. In another small courtyard, Sima Chongkong and Jinmu of Scylla both frowned. Bat Ancestor? He's never been reasonable, Sima Chongkong said with a dark expression. Ode to Chivalry? Bringing in the wine? It's such a pity to give the first two essays to Bat Ancestor. Jinmu of Scylla also said with a dark expression. Obviously, The two essays were so precious that even Sima Chongkong and Jinmu of Silla had thought of collecting them. In the picture, that ancestor was aggressive, coldly looking at Ziwei and Changsheng. Guhai's face was gloomy. Long Wanyu stood up, and Li Xinji also stood up with a dark expression. That ancestor? Are you representing the Day One imperial dynasty and becoming enemies with the Deqian? Li Xinji said with a cold expression. Li Xinji could ignore the previous literary battle, and he was even happy to see Gu Hai being infamy by Hikang of Silla. After all, that was because Gu Hai's skill was not as good as others, and it was not the Deqian's fault. But now he was snatching two essays in front of the whole world. Although they were both Gu Hai's essays, it was not as simple as before. Although Li Xinji and Gu Hai were enemies, he could not ignore the big picture. That ancestor looked coldly at Li Xinji. Li Xinji took a step forward, and a fearful aura bloomed around him as he rushed toward that ancestor in the sky. Li Xinji's aura was sharp, like a divine arrow that was shot out, and a sharp sound echoed in the void. Zhongqian Palace? Qin Zibai's face darkened. Li Xinji? When I went to the Deqian, you were just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? That ancestor looked coldly at Li Xinji. I'm not arrogant. You can try. Li Xinji turned his head and said coldly, Gu Hai, are you sure this ode to gallantry is for us? Ziwei and Changsheng looked at Gu Hai to confirm. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. Ziwei and Changsheng nodded, and their eyes became more determined. They grabbed the ode to gallantry and looked coldly at that ancestor in the sky. Yours? Do you still have the chance to decide here? Ode to gallantry is mine, and so is bringing in the wine. That ancestor said coldly, in the cold voice. It turned to look at the bringing in the wine. And the bringing in the wine was in Bingheim's hand at that moment. Bingheim's face was very ugly, but her hand was very tight. That ancestor was looking at the bringing in the wine, but suddenly its pupils shrank. Ha, stinky girl, it's you. That ancestor suddenly stared, and its tone suddenly became high. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Why was that ancestor looking at Bingheim? Furthermore, his expression was filled with rage. Bingheim looked coldly at that ancestor, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Stinky girl, it's really you. Do you still remember the scar on my right eye? Do you still remember? That ancestor suddenly shouted, pointing at the cross-shaped scar on its right eye. Boom! A strong wind blew, and suddenly all the wine tables around them were overturned. That ancestor was furious, and at that moment, its eyes were bursting with deep-rooted hatred. It was unusually ferocious, and it seemed like it was going to explode. The expressions of the Day One officials around them changed. That ancestor, please calm down. This is the Deqian envoy. The two countries have just stopped fighting, and it's not good to start fighting again. Mo Yike immediately stepped forward and said, Yes, that ancestor, please calm down. Hikang of Silla said bitterly, That ancestor, please calm down. Qin Zibai led a group of officials and also said anxiously, Ancestor, they are the Deqian envoys. Changsheng said with a bitter smile. A group of Day One officials came forward to stop them. Get out of my way. Boom! That ancestor roared angrily, and with a wave of its sleeve, the people who were about to step forward were immediately pushed back. That ancestor didn't care about their attitude, and just stared at Bingheim. That year, I went to Sun God's shrine. Stinky girl. You took Tai Chu's 10-direction annihilation and extinguished my divine flame. You even left a mark on my face. What about now? Are you still in Sun God's shrine? Do you still have 10-direction annihilation? I said that I would teach you a lesson, and I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me? Ha 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 ha. That ancestor suddenly burst into laughter. While it was laughing, countless bats suddenly danced in the sky. In an instant, countless small bats surrounded Bat Ancestor, as if they wanted to swoop down and exterminate the Deqian envoys. Whoosh! Gu Hai immediately stood behind Bingheim. Your Majesty, this subject has implicated the Dahan. Bingheim said bitterly. Implicate? You think too much. You've joined the Dahan, so the Dahan will take care of your business for you. Gu Hai shook his head. I want gallantry, and I want bringing in the wine. And you stinky girl, you humiliated me back then, so today I will also turn you into my blood slave, and I will also leave a mark on your face. Bat Ancestor roared. With a roar, the Bat Ancestor extended his arms. Boom! Bat Ancestor's arms seemed to have become countless times longer. One hand grabbed toward gallantry, and the other toward Bingheim and bringing in the wine. As it grabbed, countless bats surrounded its arms, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone. Bat Ancestor, don't! A group of Day One officials immediately shouted anxiously. Bastard! Li Shinji's expression changed. He stepped forward and stood in front of Long Wanyu. Rip! Suddenly, the sound of paper tearing was heard. Bat Ancestor's outstretched hand suddenly stopped. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. It was Ziwei and Chang Sheng who suddenly tore apart the paper, with chivalry written on it, torn it in half. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Was it better to die in glory than to live in dishonor? Not to give it to him, even if it was torn. At the moment when it was torn, from the paper of gallantry, rolling righteous energy suddenly gushed out. Like thousands of meteors, it rushed toward Ziwei and Chang Sheng. Boom! At the same time, in the void, the sound of ghosts and gods crying was heard again. Gallantry! Hanku's beard tassels, dry hook bright as frost and snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, valiant as a meteor, killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for thousands of miles. When the matter is done, leave with a flick of your sleeve, hiding your merits and reputation. After leisurely drinking, Gu Hai unsheathed his sword and crossed his knees, burning Ziwei, holding the spear, and persuading Chang Sheng. 3 cups of wine, the 5 mountains are light. After the blur of eyes and ears, high spirits are born. Saving one wielding the golden hammer, Chowga is shocked. 2 heroes of all time, famous in the capital. Even in death, the bones of heroes are fragrant, not ashamed of the heroes of the world, who can write the white head Taishang scripture. Ghosts and gods wept, and thousands of meteor-like streams of righteous energy poured into Ziwei and Chang Sheng. The 2 people's bodies suddenly emitted a brilliant light. With a bang, the aura around them skyrocketed. The 2 people who originally only had the strength of the Golden Core realm, the aura around them grew crazily bigger and bigger. A storm of aura burst out in all directions. The 2 people's bodies seemed to have suddenly expanded, getting taller and taller. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, they had expanded into giants 10 feet tall. 10 feet tall was the height of a 10-story building. 2 giants. At this moment, each of them grabbed a brush and brushed it toward the Bat Ancestor. Damn it! How dare you covet my things? The giant Ziwei roared. Who are you calling a baby? Your mother is the baby. When I was a rogue, your grandmother was still drinking milk. The giant Chang Sheng roared. Boom! The brush fell, and 2 huge pillars of light appeared in the void and rushed toward the bat. Literary spirit descending, book realm entering the world. What a waste! In the city, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Chapter 380. The first stroke of a poem that could make ghosts and gods weep was used up just like that. What a waste. Literary aura, book realm entering the world. What a waste. That was the first stroke of gallantry, and they tore it up just like that. Even though the people in the city were dissatisfied with Bat Ancestor, they felt pity when they saw Ziwei and Chang Sheng tear up the first stroke of gallantry in the blink of an eye. Brat, how dare you? Bat Ancestor suddenly glared and roared. However, he saw that after the first stroke of the ode to chivalry was torn apart, all the overwhelming righteous energy in it entered Ziwei and Chang Sheng's bodies. The scroll of the ode to chivalry was reduced to dust and slowly disappeared. Ziwei and Chang Sheng's bodies grew to 10 feet tall, and a huge aura surged out. This is... Gu Hai was surprised. Gallantry? What a pity. Such a chapter is wasted just like that. Sima Feng frowned. No, why are their bodies? Gu Hai was surprised. The aura of calligraphy, that gallantry, contains a lot of righteous aura. As long as the first stroke is torn up, the righteous aura in it will enter the body of the tearing person and turn into infinite power in a short time. The more righteous aura there is, the more power there is. Mr. Good, you don't know? Sima Feng was stunned. This is the first time I've heard of it. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Sima Feng was dumbfounded. He even forgot about Bat Ancestor's attack. This is the first time I've heard of it? Is this for real? This is something that almost all calligraphy cultivators know, and this is the first time Gu Hai has heard of it. Are you still a calligraphy cultivator? Sima Feng looked bitter. How could someone who could create such a chapter not be a calligraphy cultivator? But how could he be so ignorant to create such a chapter? I'm so talented. Why can't I write it? Not only did the aura of literature enter the body, but the book realm also entered the world. The two of them are the peerless heroes of the book. Sima Feng explained bitterly. Gu Hai stared at the two huge figures. Dare your mother. Gu Hai said that he gave it to us, so it's ours. We can tear it up if we want to. It's not like I've torn up one or two pieces. How dare you show off in front of me? You're courting death. F***ck off. You're the kid. Your whole family are kids. Ziwei and Chang Sheng immediately burst out with expletives, each using a brush to brush over. The brushes flew out like two sword-shaped rainbows, crashing into Bat Ancestor. How dare you destroy my ode to chivalry? You're courting death. Bat Ancestor's face was ferocious, and his left hand, which had just paused, stretched out again. Zhi. Countless bats circled around and followed the palm, grabbing at the two giants. Boom. The sword-shaped rainbow suddenly paused and then exploded. What? Ziwei and Chang Sheng's expressions changed. They could only counter with a palm strike. Boom, boom. The two palms collided with Bat Ancestor's right palm. The two giants stomped their feet, and the mountain peak of 5 Mountains Academy shook as if it was about to collapse. Oh no, damn it, I forgot about my current strength. I'm only at the golden elixir realm. Even with the overwhelming righteousness, I can't unleash too much power. It's over. I can't hold on any longer. Ziwei and Chang Sheng's expressions suddenly changed as they were pressed down by Bat Ancestor's right palm. Countless bats swarmed toward Ziwei and Chang Sheng, but the cries of countless ghosts and deities in the void surrounded the two, as if they were attacking the bats with sound waves. Humph, you're overestimating yourselves. Bat Ancestor snorted coldly and exerted more force in his hand. Ziwei and Chang Sheng did not calculate their strength, but Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Could the overwhelming righteousness descend upon them just by tearing the first lines of the poem? The strength of 2 golden elixir realm cultivators could reach the strength of opening the heavenly palace in such a short time. Bat ancestor pressed down on Ziwei and Chang Sheng with one palm, while his other palm grabbed at the group of people around Gu Hai. The palm grabbed out, and it was not much weaker than what he used to deal with Ziwei and Chang Sheng. That was the Deqian diplomatic mission. Bat ancestor, no! He Kang of Silla, Mo Yike, and Qin Zibai exclaimed. Ancestor, you can't. Chang Sheng also said, anxiously, get lost, all of you. Don't make me angry. Bat ancestor shouted coldly. The group of Day One officials felt helpless. Bat ancestor grabbed at the crowd with his left palm and said with a cold expression, you brat, you deserve this, ha ha ha. Bat ancestor grabbed with his left palm, and just as he was about to overturn everyone, Li Shinji suddenly took out a long sword and rushed forward. Humph, old thing, you really don't know who you are? Li Shinji slashed down with his sword. Countless bats immediately rushed forward. As the sword slashed down, countless bats exploded. Bat ancestor's expression turned cold. Boom. His left palm met the long sword, and there was a loud noise. A storm rolled up in the void. The long sword and the left palm were in a deadlock. Bat ancestor's expression was gloomy. Li Shinji, you're quite capable, aren't you? Li Shinji's expression was cold, and his hand exerted more force. The power of Bat ancestor's left palm also increased sharply. Soon, the Bat ancestor's hands were entangled. But at that moment, the countless bats in front of Bat ancestor's chest suddenly gathered and transformed into another palm. A third hand. Long Wanyu's expression changed. Your Majesty, he wants to deal with me. Take care. Bingheim stuffed the bringing in the wine into Gu Hai's arms and quickly flew away. Bingheim wanted to leave quickly, so as not to implicate Gu Hai. In the blink of an eye, she had already flown some distance. Trying to run? Ha ha ha. You still want to run from my bat sea domain? Bat ancestor snorted coldly. The third hand seemed to have transcended time and space. It instantly went far away and grabbed Bingji, who was trying to escape. Ice mirror technique. Bingheim shouted. Suddenly, a huge ice ball condensed in midair, and Bat ancestor's third hand grabbed it. Boom. Bingheim was trapped in the ice ball, and Bat ancestor's third hand grabbed it, causing countless cracks to appear on the ice ball. Little girl, you want to run? Run. Ha 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 ha. Bat ancestor sneered with a ferocious expression. Bat ancestor single-handedly controlled the entire battlefield. It was unknown if Li Shinji was using his full strength, but at that moment, his sword was in a deadlock with Bat ancestor's left hand. Ziwei and Chang Sheng's bodies were getting shorter and shorter, and they were extremely anxious. Bingheim looked even more anxious, but she was caught by Bat ancestor's third hand, and there was no way for her to escape. In the capital, countless citizens were anxious. 5 mountains, Academy's mountain peak, had already collapsed. At that moment, the officials were also anxious. They wanted to stop Bat ancestor, but they did not dare to. Sima Kong took out a flying boat and flew up with Long Wanyu, Gu Hai, and the others. Sima Fong, protect Wanyu, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. With that, Gu Hai picked up the bringing in the wine and tore it apart. What? No. In the city, countless calligraphy cultivators suddenly screamed. There was only one first writing in the world, and that was the bringing in the wine. It had just conquered all calligraphy cultivators, and they all worshipped it as a sacred text. Yet you tore it apart. Don't you see that the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky, rushing to the sea, and never returning? Don't you see that the bright mirror grieves for the white hair of the elders, turning it into black hair and turning it into snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful, and 1,000 pieces of gold will come back after being spent. The deafening cries of ghosts and gods sounded again. The moment Gu Hai tore the bringing in the wine, he tore apart the hearts of countless people. That was the bringing in the wine. Gu Hai, how dare you? That ancestor suddenly glared and roared angrily. At that moment, 200 million people were watching. Although Bat Ancestor was rampant, he had restrained himself a lot. As long as the 2 essays were given to him, he would let them live. But it was one thing for those 2 idiots to tear up the Ode to Gallantry. But Gu Hai tore up the bringing in the wine. How could he bear to tear up that essay? The moment he tore it apart, the deafening cries of ghosts and gods resounded in all directions. At the opening of the paper, a white light that illuminated the world burst out. At that moment, it was as if a sun had appeared out of thin air. Bat Ancestor opened its mouth to swallow, but at that moment, the sun had a great power. It slowly manipulated billions of righteous energy and poured it into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai felt waves of holy power pouring into his body, just like when he mobilized the power of a country in the past. However, this power seemed to be weaker, even weaker than when he mobilized the power of a country. However, it still allowed Gu Hai's strength to soar exponentially. Bit by bit, the sun seeped into Gu Hai's body. The huge amount of righteous energy entered Gu Hai's body as if it wanted to expand it. This expansion was not uncomfortable, but very gentle. However, Gu Hai did not let the righteous energy transform his body. Instead, he squeezed this power into his Dantian and divine palace, and his incomparably dense physical body. Rumble! Gu Hai jumped out of the flying boat. Waves of air swept in all directions around him, blowing away the bats and preventing them from getting close. Brother-in-law, be careful. Long Wanyu looked anxious. Sima Fong controlled the flying boat and brought Long Wanyu back to the outside world. No one dared to stop Long Wanyu. The righteous energy gradually poured into Gu Hai's body. The deafening cries of ghosts and gods surrounded Gu Hai's body, which was emitting boundless white light, made him look incomparably holy. In the city, Fairy One anxiously flew out of the restaurant, wanting to fly out of the city. Sima Chongkong and Jinmu of Scylla's faces also darkened, showing a hint of worry. Gu Hai's power was getting stronger and stronger. With the sun in his body, his power had reached its peak. Gu Hai felt that he had never felt such power before. Screech! He pulled out the life-extinguishing saber from his back. As he poured power into the life-extinguishing saber, it suddenly released a dazzling purple light, as if it was going to slash at the Bat Ancestor together with Gu Hai. My bringing in the wine. You be *starred. Kill him. Bat Ancestor glared and roared. He came here to take gallantry and bringing in the wine, but he did not expect Gu Hai and those 2 idiots to tear them apart and not give them to him. Bat Ancestor was instantly enraged. Roar! Among the officials, a group of vampires bared their fangs, as if they were about to charge. This is the Deqian emissary. Are you trying to plunge the Day One into war? How dare you? Chang Sheng glared and stopped the group of vampires. However, Qin Zibai suddenly rushed forward. Boom! Qin Zibai grabbed his long sword and blocked in front of Gu Hai. Mr. Good, stop. You are no match for Bat Ancestor. Don't go any further. Gu Hai sneered and ignored him. He stepped on Tian Yuan and slashed with the life-extinguishing saber. Buzz! 200 huge saber chi surrounded Gu Hai. The life-extinguishing saber seemed to have attracted the 9 heavens' thunder. As it slashed down, it dragged down 9 dragon-like purple lightning. Chapter 381. When the life-extinguishing saber was drawn, the sky was filled with purple light. When Shao Chun slashed down, 9 thunderous dragons roared and slashed at Qin Zibai. Zhou Tian, 3. 200 saber auras gathered in the life-extinguishing saber and charged at Qin Zibai, who was blocking Shao Chen's path. What? Qin Zibai's expression suddenly changed as he faced the attack with his sword. Qin Zibai had just entered the central heavenly palace and was extremely powerful. However, after Gu Hai tore apart the bringing in the wine, his strength had increased tremendously. The powerful force carried the destructive aura of the life-extinguishing saber. It exploded where Qin Zibai's sword was. Boom! The dazzling purple light blinded the Day One officials. Emo Yike looked worried. The group of vampires seemed to want to rush forward, but Chong Sheng firmly held them back. An anxious expression appeared on Duke Shikang's face. Boom! The lightning exploded. Gu Hai stood where he was without moving. However, Qin Zibai was instantly blasted into the air. The sword in his hand was completely shattered. Qin Zibai's clothes were also blown apart, revealing the armor underneath. There were countless cracks on the armor, and a large amount of blood flowed out of the cracks and his face. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Zibai covered his chest and collapsed on a mountain peak in the distance. He stared at Gu Hai in shock. Last time, in Chaoga, Gu Hai could not do anything to me. This time, he has already defeated me. Qin Zibai felt that his injuries were more serious than when he was digested by the blood dragon in Dragon Vein City. He fell to the ground and could not fight for a while. Lord, the officials immediately rushed over in shock. Li Shinji, who was dealing with the Bat Ancestor, also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Bringing in the wine, how much did it increase your strength? Li Shinji said in shock. In a small courtyard in the city, Sima Chongkong and Takashi Ryushin stared at Shao Chun. Qin Zibai? He was from the central heavenly palace. Although he had just entered the central heavenly palace, Gu Hai, with his strength, could... To what extent had the article bringing in the wine reached? He actually gave him such powerful strength. Sima Chongkong said in shock. No, Gu Hai doesn't seem to be using his full strength. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. On the screen, after Gu Hai defeated Qin Zibai, with one strike, he coldly glanced at Qin Zibai. Indeed, Gu Hai had not used his full strength. As the overwhelming righteous energy entered his body, an unprecedented strength filled his entire body. Gu Hai felt that he could even sever the 4th cycle of heavenly cycle. However, that wasn't the case just now. That was because Gu Hai could tell that Qin Zibai had not come to kill him when the Bat Ancestor gave the order. Instead, he had come to stop him. Perhaps it was to repay the kindness of Longmen City. After all, the Bat Ancestor was so powerful that whoever went to him would die. Stopping Gu Hai could be considered as saving Gu Hai. However, Bingheim was being held captive and was about to be killed by the Bat Ancestor. How could Gu Hai leave her alone? If he left Bingheim alone today, how could he convince the people in the Dahan in the future? Without any time to talk nonsense with Qin Zibai, Gu Hai sent him flying with a slash. With a flash, Gu Hai arrived at the Bat Ancestor's 3rd hand. Huh. The Bat Ancestor's face turned cold. 3rd cycle of heavenly cycle. Hum. A purple light pierced the sky. Gu Hai slashed again. Humph, you're still far from it. My bringing in the wine. Gu Hai, if you don't write me a poem of the same level, I'll eat you, the Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Boom. In the purple light, a large amount of lightning exploded on the Bat Ancestor's 3rd hand. Your Majesty, don't. Bingheim showed an anxious expression. Only Bingheim understood how powerful the Bat Ancestor was. Back in Solar God Shrine, Bingheim had used one of the 16 great treasures of history, the 10-direction annihilation, to injure him and let him escape. Now, the bat ancestor hadn't used all his strength. The emperor couldn't save her. She couldn't let the emperor get involved. However, Gu Hai still resolutely rushed over. Seeing Gu Hai's ferocious expression, Bingheim suddenly froze inside the ice ball. He knew it was impossible, but he still risked his life to save her. Bingheim thought that such a person would never appear in her life. After experiencing all the intrigue in Solar God's shrine, Bingheim's heart had already become extremely cold. However, Gu Hai's ferocious expression was like an arrow that pierced her heart. Her cold heart suddenly trembled. Boom! A super loud sound rang out. The lightning exploded, and more than half of the bat ancestor's third hand exploded. Buzz! Bingheim's ice ball immediately escaped. The exploded third hand suddenly turned into countless bats and shuttled through the lightning. Oh, Zhoutian-san? Ha! So what if you can break my fake hand? You can't even break one fake hand, let alone I have more than one. The bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats in the sky suddenly screamed and rushed toward the ice ball of Gu Hai and Bingheim. Come in, Your Majesty. Bingheim's expression changed. Suddenly, the ice ball shattered, and another ice ball condensed, wrapping Gu Hai and Bingheim together. Gu Hai entered the ice ball, but his face darkened. Zhoutian-san, that was a strike that even Qin Zibai was defeated by, but it could only cut part of the bat ancestor's third hand. Your Majesty, you shouldn't have come. Bingheim said bitterly, since you have entered the Dahan, you are one of us. We have the obligation to protect you. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. After saying that, he ignored Bingheim, who suddenly fell silent, and looked at the countless bats that rushed over. As the bats rushed over, a huge third hand slowly condensed again. No, not just one, but 8. A third hand, a fourth hand, a fifth, a 10th hand. The 8 hands condensed by bats, with the same power as before, pressed toward the ice ball from all directions. All of the ice ball's exits were sealed. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Since you want to accompany this stinky girl, don't blame me. Humph. That ancestor coldly snorted. Brother-in-law, Long Wanyu, who was on the flying boat in the distance, suddenly shouted in grief. Don't. Fairy Wan, who was in the city, also screamed and rushed out of the city. One artificial hand was so powerful, and now there were 8. Was Gu Hai done for? In the city, countless people also widened their eyes. Some of the scholars who had just worshipped Gu Hai also cried out in alarm. How could the bat ancestor do this? The Day One officials' expressions suddenly changed, but now that the bat ancestor had made a move, they didn't know what to do. He Kang of Scylla's face was ashen. This time, they played big. Mo Yike's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but no one could stop the bat ancestor. Bat ancestor was angry. Bat ancestor was lawless. Who could stop it? In the city, Sima Chongkong and Takashi Ryushin also stared at the screen. Your Highness, you said that Gu Hai didn't use his full strength just now? Is there still a glimmer of hope? Sima Chongkong said worriedly. Takashi Ryushin nodded and said, the level of the Aoran morality of bringing in the wine shouldn't be this low. Gu Hai must have held back. I hope so. Sima Chongkong looked at the screen worriedly. Li Shunji blocked the bat ancestor's left hand with his sword. When he saw Gu Hai surrounded by the 8 hands, his eyes flashed with anticipation. The 8 hands had already wrapped around the ice ball. Inside the ice ball, Bingheim showed a trace of despair. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. He tightened his grip on the life-extinguishing saber and stomped his foot. Boom! An even stronger saber chi domain tore through the ice ball and formed another chess Dao saber domain. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. He was about to execute Zhou Tianfor. While Gu Hai was tearing apart the bringing in the wine, in the Daio Hall of the Imperial Palace's court assembly in the capital city, the doors of the Daio Hall suddenly opened. Quang. When the doors of the Daio Hall opened, the expressions of the surrounding guards changed. They stopped paying attention to the battle outside the city and bowed respectfully to the Daio Hall. "Welcome back, Your Majesty," the group of guards said respectfully. Whoosh! A snowstorm surged out of the Daio Hall. The square in front of the hall was instantly covered in snow. The group of guards was immediately covered in snow. Stomp! A man in fur boots stepped out of the Daio Hall. It was a man in a white fur robe. There was a huge golden dragon embroidered on the white fur robe. It gave off an extremely clean feeling. The man had a handsome face. His long hair was tied up with a golden string. His expression was calm. However, his eyes were like a bottomless abyss. White snow drifted down. The man in the white fur dragon robe slowly stepped onto the square. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the group of guards said respectfully. "Your Majesty?" In the Daewon Imperial Dynasty, there was only one person who could be addressed this way. He was the ruler of the Daewon Imperial Dynasty, Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great placed his hands in the sleeves of his fur robe. He didn't raise his head to look at the sky. Instead, he looked toward the north. However, he could clearly see the scene in the distance. The bringing in the wine is torn apart just like that. What a pity! Shiyu the Great sighed softly. The surrounding guards didn't dare to interrupt. The battle outside the city was getting more intense. The Bat Ancestor used its 8 fake hands to attack Gu Hai and Bingheim's ice balls. Gu Hai was about to execute Zhou Tianfor. Shiyu the Great remained silent for a while. Then he finally moved. Shiyu the Great extended his right index finger and pointed into the distance. Whoosh! A white light seemed to travel through time and space. It instantly rushed out of the capital city, from the entrance of the Great Leisure Hall. It continued to shoot forward and arrived at Wuyue Academy in the blink of an eye. Wherever the white light passed, snow and ice drifted away. The surroundings of Wuyue Academy were suddenly immersed in a heavy snowstorm. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Almost all the bats in the surroundings froze in an instant. In the area of snow and ice, it was as if a transparent index finger had condensed and gently lifted from the bottom. Boom! 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 The 3 battlefields that the Bat Ancestor was suppressing were all lifted by the finger at almost the same time. Under this lift, Li Shinji's figure suddenly retreated 100 feet. His expression changed. Ah! Ah! The 2 giants, Zi Wei and Chang Sheng, were also lifted by the finger. Their figures were instantly sent flying. Gu Hai and Bingheim's expressions changed. Their figures were also lifted by the finger in an instant. Even the Bat Ancestor was suddenly sent flying by the finger. Its 8 fake hands exploded. The Bat Ancestor's figure flew 100 feet before it stopped. Huh! The Bat Ancestor's expression changed. A ferocious battle had ended with a single finger? Bat Ancestor, this is Daewon's distinguished guest. You've been rude. A voice resounded throughout Wuyue Academy, accompanied by the boundless snow. Chapter 382, Bat Ancestor, this is Daewon's distinguished guest. You've been rude. A voice resounded throughout the 5 Mountains Academy along with the heavy snow. A finger ended the battle in 5 Mountains Academy. Almost all the people in the city had a change in expression, and then they were excited. His Majesty is invincible. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. It's His Majesty? His Majesty made a move. The people in the city were excited and shocked at the same time. It was just a finger. A single finger was enough to end the battle. The powerful bat ancestor was not even able to withstand the power of the great emperor's finger. The people were full of pride. That was their Daewon the Great. In the small courtyard in the city, Sima Chongkong and Takashi Ryushin both raised their eyebrows and looked in the direction of the palace. Shiyu the Great, Takashi Ryushin said in a deep voice. The opening of the heavenly palace is indeed a world of difference. Sima Chongkong was also shocked. Takashi Ryushin nodded. In the city, the anxious fairy one paused for a moment and then showed a hint of joy because the battle outside the city had stopped. Outside the city, in 5 Mountains Academy, countless bats had been frozen stiff by the heavy snow. Hikang of Silla and the other Daewon officials were also delighted when they heard the voice. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The officials said respectfully. Ouch, my butt. Chongsheng, who fell on the ground, rubbed her butt and stood up. Was that the power of the heavenly palace? The heavenly palace? Ziwei was slightly stunned and turned to look to the south. Li Xinji's face was gloomy, but his body swayed, and he went to Long Wanyu's flying boat. Obviously, he wanted to protect Long Wanyu. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. In the distance, Gu Hai retreated with Bingheim and turned to look in the direction of the capital city. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. Gu Hai had fully realized the power of the bat ancestor. Gu Hai even felt that the bat ancestor had not used his full strength. However, such a powerful bat ancestor was flicked away by Shiyu the Great's finger. The bat ancestor's expression changed and turned to look at the city. Shiyu, aren't you in seclusion? Why are you stirring up trouble again? Bat ancestor cried out gloomily. Obviously, Bat ancestor also knew that he was not as strong as Shiyu. In the distance, at the entrance of the heavenly palace, Shiyu the Great put his right hand in his sleeve and looked outside the city calmly. I was in seclusion, but I was woken up by you, Shiyu the Great said calmly. His voice was not loud, but it strangely passed through the snow and reached Wuyuer Academy. The bat ancestor was impatient. Was he blaming him? I deserve to die, Hikang of Silla said bitterly. Obviously, the main culprit for today's big commotion was Hikang of Silla. He had caused such a big commotion that he had disturbed His Majesty's seclusion. It's not like you don't know about my affairs. How did this brat humiliate me in the past? I'm going to get it back. Also, that bringing in the wine is gone. I want Gu Hai to write another one for me, Bat ancestor suddenly shouted, as if he was negotiating with Hikang of Silla. Hikang of Silla's face turned cold. Hikang of Silla did not say anything else. He just stared coldly at Bat ancestor. However, this stare made the previously lawless Bat ancestor's face stiffen, as if he was afraid. At most, I won't force Gu Hai, but this brat, Bat ancestor still wanted to negotiate. Go back to your Bat Valley, Shiyu the Great said calmly. Although his tone was calm, there was a sense of inviolability. Bat ancestor suddenly felt depressed. Shiyu the Great looked at Bat ancestor coldly. This stare seemed to be very intimidating to Bat ancestor. The Bat ancestor opened his mouth a few times, but did not dare to continue. Humph! Bat ancestor snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew toward the west of the city. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Bat ancestor's figure disappeared in front of the crowd. Gu Hai looked at Shiyu the Great in the distance and raised his eyebrows. Bat ancestor was so powerful, but in front of him, he did not dare to disobey. In the city, countless people looked in the direction of Dayo Hall with worship. The great emperor had always been powerful and boundless. The Daiyuan officials let out a long sigh. Whoosh! At this time, Long Wanyu's airship suddenly flew in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai stepped onto the airship with Bingheim. Gu Hai was paying attention to Dio Hall in the distance, but he did not notice that Bingheim was looking at him with a different expression. Shiyu, the great, ordered Bat ancestor to leave, and turned to look at Long Wanyu's airship. The Qian envoys? Shiyu, the great, looked at the airship in confusion. Before Gu Hai and the others could speak, He Kang of Silla immediately said respectfully, "Your Majesty, these are the Qian envoys. When your Majesty was in seclusion, we did not dare to disturb you, so we received you at Wuyue Academy, but we did not expect." Shiyu the Great turned his head and looked at the city. Black light mirrors were broadcasting everything in Wuyue Academy. Shiyu the Great instantly understood everything. "Mo Yike," Shiyu the Great suddenly said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Among the officials, Mo Yike immediately stepped forward. "My seclusion is not to be disturbed. Now, Mo Yike has full authority to receive the Qian envoys. Do not forget the etiquette of day one." Shiyu the Great instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Mo Yike said respectfully. After Shiyu the Great gave the order, He Kang of Silla's expression changed. This kind of thing was usually handled by him. His Majesty actually asked Mo Yike to take care of it, obviously dissatisfied with him. However, he had completely messed up the reception just now. The fact that His Majesty did not scold him was already the greatest kindness, but he did not dare to argue with His Majesty. After Shiyu the Great instructed Mo Yike, he glanced at He Kang of Silla. This glance made He Kang of Silla's face turn ashen. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Then He Kang of Silla looked at the flying boat again. "I have not finished my business here. For the time being, Mo Yike will receive all of you. Please forgive me." Shiyu the Great said solemnly. Long Wanyu frowned. She seemed to be still brooding about her brother-in-law's danger just now. She was about to argue. Gu Hai pulled Long Wanyu and shook his head. "Brother-in-law, why are you pulling me? I haven't said anything yet. If Daewon is so dangerous, let's just go back." Long Wanyu suddenly shouted, "Forget it." Gu Hai shook his head. After all, this trip was to find Ram Saint. Now was not the time to leave. Long Wanyu wanted to seek justice for her brother-in-law, but her brother-in-law said forget it. She could only suppress her discomfort and prepare to go back to Shiyu the Great. Huh! Long Wanyu glared at him angrily. Shiyu the Great did not wait for Long Wanyu's forgiveness at all. Instead, he turned around and entered Dio Hall. Shiyu the Great turned around and left just like that, but Mo Yike came up to him immediately. "Princess Wanyu, Mr. Good, Battalion Commander Lee, please forgive us. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation. It's already rare for him to come out and resolve a misunderstanding for us. Please forgive us." Mo Yike said with a smile. "Humph." Long Wanyu snorted coldly. She was still very dissatisfied. Li Shinji also had a cold expression. "Mr. Mo, long time no see," Gu Hai said with a smile. When Gu Hai spoke, Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai gratefully. This was Gu Hai trying to smooth things over for him. "Yes, since the last time we parted, it's been a long time since I played Go with Mr. Good. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Mr. Good, Princess Wanyu, Battalion Commander Lee, it's getting late. Why don't we enter the city first and rest in my residence?" Mo Yike arranged. Long Wanyu was angry and somewhat unwilling. "Okay, then we'll have to trouble Mr. Mo." Gu Hai agreed. When Long Wanyu saw that her brother-in-law had agreed, she could only say, "Okay, don't let someone sneak up on us again." No, thank you, Mr. Good." Mo Yike immediately looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Ziwei, Changsheng, why don't you come with us? Gu Hai called out to the two people who had shrunk not far away. Will you provide us with food? Ziwei's eyes lit up. Of course. Mo Yike immediately smiled bitterly. These two people never forgot to eat. However, ever since Gu Hai wrote Ode to Gallantry and bringing in the wine, Mo Yike was also full of curiosity about these two people. Mo Yike knew Gu Hai's ability. How could these two people, whom Gu Hai admired, so much be easy to deal with? Rice bucket. It couldn't be that simple, right? After Mo Yike's invitation, everyone followed Mo Yike into the city, leaving behind a world of ice and snow in Wuyuer Academy, which was already in a mess. He Kang of Silla looked at his own academy and smiled bitterly. He turned his head to look in the direction of Gu Hai's flying boat, but a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Bringing in the wine? Ode to Gallantry? After today, his name would spread throughout the world, and he would also be known throughout the world. He was a villain who had to pool his money to treat a meal, slandered a hero, and was reluctant to spend money. Ode to Gallantry and Bringing in the Wine had raised the image of Gu Hai, Ziwei, and Changsheng, and even trampled on him ruthlessly. How could He Kang of Silla feel good? More importantly, his plan had caused Daewon's imperial dynasty to lose face, and even the emperor had a grudge against him. How could He Kang of Silla not resent Gu Hai? The sky gradually darkened. However, the hearts of the people in the capital city were still burning, whether it was the two essays, the Bat Ancestors' attack, or more importantly, the strength of the emperor. Countless cultivators had a sleepless night. Gu Hai arrived at Mo Yike's residence, and Mo Yike did not disturb him. After making some arrangements, he let Gu Hai and the rest first. After everyone was arranged to stay, Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu curiously. Wanyu, aren't you able to seek luck and avoid danger? Why didn't you feel it before? Gu Hai asked curiously. I didn't predict danger. I don't know. Long Wanyu shook her head. Oh, that's right. I was wrong. This is the capital city, Shiyu the Great's territory. No matter what, Shiyu the Great will take action, so we definitely won't be in danger. Gu Hai nodded. However, that Bat Ancestor is really annoying, really annoying. Before he left, I was worried that he would come looking for trouble again, so I predicted the future. Fortunately, he won't be coming back, but will be venting his anger on a man. Long Wanyu said hatefully. Oh, a man? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, a huge pool of blood, and there is a white-clothed man trapped inside. Oh, right. I saw that the Bat Ancestor called him Ram Saint. Long Wanyu said curiously. Ram Saint? Gu Hai was stunned. Did this count as finding him? Chapter 383. Capital City, Qin Clan. Qin Zibai was heavily injured and covered in blood from Gu Hai's slash. The servants carried him back to the residence. I'm fine. Cough. Cough. I just need to recuperate. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Lord Qin, you're fine? That Gu Hai injured you to this extent. We have to get justice. Big brother, you're already so injured. How can you be fine? We have to teach that Gu Hai a lesson. Clan head, young master is injured again. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. He wanted to stop them, but did not have the strength. A group of servants knelt anxiously at a door. Creak. That door slowly opened. An azure-clad old man slowly walked out from inside. This old man was extremely thin, and his eyes were covered with a piece of silk cloth. He held a bamboo pole as he slowly walked out of the door. Clan head. Everyone bowed respectfully. You may leave, the old man said indifferently. But young master, Everyone said anxiously. I know. You may leave, the old man said again. Yes, everyone left helplessly. Father! Qin Zibai smiled bitterly as he leaned against a chair. The old man slowly walked to Qin Zibai's side and reached out to check his pulse. You're really severely injured, the azure-clad old man said indifferently. Originally, I did not want Gu Hai to be so ruthless. Huh, never mind. I'm even with him. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Even? You're thinking too much. You owe him more and more. The old man shook his head. Qin Zibai showed some confusion. Although father is blind and has handed the Qin clan's matters to you, father's heart is not blind, the azure-clad old man said seriously. Yes, Qin Zibai bit his lip. Although I did not go to the battle at Five Mountains Academy, I could sense it. Furthermore, Shi Kong made so many profound light mirrors. How could I not know? Back then, you wanted to stop Gu Hai just to repay a debt of gratitude, the debt of saving Dragon Vein City, the azure-clad old man said indifferently. Yes, Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. You're wrong. The old man sighed. Repaying kindness is when others are in dire need of it. If you're in dire straits, that's called repaying kindness. When the other party doesn't need it at all, you forcefully give it to him. Is this returning the favor? The old man smiled bitterly. Me. Qin Zibai's face stiffened. It's all about learning how to deal with people. Among us old things who followed His Majesty to establish the country, some have already reached the end of their lifespans. Like me, I'm still barely alive. In the future, the world will belong to you second generations. Among us old things, only that kid from the old Mo family is the most powerful. The old man smiled bitterly. Father, you will definitely live for 10,000 years. Qin Zibai immediately shouted. Boundless longevity? How many years has it been in this world? Who has lived for 10,000 years without end? No one is qualified. How could I? Old Mo. Oh, old Mo. Although old Mo has passed away, his son is really powerful. Although his cultivation is not high enough, his human nature, intelligence, and methods are definitely the best among you second generations. Even us first generation old things are not as good as him. The old man smiled bitterly. Mo Yike? Father, aren't you overestimating him? How can he compare to you? Qin Zibai immediately shook his head. This is where you are not as good as him. Old Mo is dead, and Mo Yike is in Yingzhou. His Mo family's power is in a state of disunity. It was even eaten up by our three families. However, look, how long has it been since Mo Yike returned? 1 year? All the Mo family's power that was divided up returned. This is the method. You are not as good as him, and I am not as good as him. The old man in green said. Qin Zibai frowned and did not speak. Let's not talk about Mo Yike anymore. Let's talk about how you repaid kindness. You picked the wrong time, and now you owe Gu Hai a favor. The old man in green said bitterly. Back then, Gu Hai clearly could have killed you with one strike, but he held back. The old man in green said grimly. Impossible, Qin Zibai exclaimed, glaring. Gu Hai had severely injured him with one strike. He could not accept this, but now he said that he could kill him? Zhou Tian-san, do you think that was his strongest power? Back then, when you were surrounded by Bat Ancestor's 8 arms, His Majesty made a move. Do you know how powerful Gu Hai's aura was at that time? Although it was not as powerful as Bat Ancestor's, there was still a chance that both sides would be severely injured. The old man in green said grimly. Qin Zibai's expression changed. Both sides would be severely injured by Bat Ancestor. How powerful would that be? However, these words came from his father's mouth. Qin Zibai had no choice but to believe it. The Deqian diplomatic mission represents the Deqian people. At that moment, the Qian diplomatic mission was humiliated. Chang Sheng did not dare to charge forward, but you did. Even if he killed you back then, it would be reasonable. However, Gu Hai purposely let you go. Isn't that a favor? Qin Zi Bai remained silent. At this time, even Gu Hai can think of winning over an enemy official. This Gu Hai is not easy to deal with. The old man in green sighed. Qin Zi Bai frowned and remained silent. If there is a chance, get closer to that Emo clan brat. My lifespan is almost up, and I cannot protect you for long. The old man in green sighed. Father, what are you saying? Father will definitely break through the bottleneck and increase my lifespan. Furthermore, what can happen to my day one? Why do I need Emo Yike to protect me? Qin Zi Bai said with a frown. I just said that I am blind, but my heart is not blind. Will day one be fine? His Majesty is walking too fast. We can't keep up. The old man said bitterly. His Majesty is walking too fast. Father, you said that His Majesty's cultivation is increasing too fast. Isn't that a good thing? Qin Zi Bai was stunned. It should be a good thing, but it may not be a good thing. The empire is in a time of shortage. His Majesty's cultivation is increasing by leaps and bounds. Day one is not a person, but a country. Also, what about Mr. Dongfang? The old man in green sighed. What happened to Mr. Dongfang? Father? Qin Zi Bai did not understand. The old man in green shook his head and did not explain further. Go and recuperate. As he spoke, the old man in green turned his head and slowly walked back into the house. Quang. The door slammed shut. Father, you still haven't explained it clearly? Qin Zi Bai said bitterly. Capital city, Chang family. In the main hall. Cough, 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 cough. Chang Sheng coughed continuously. Father, how are you? Chang Ming asked anxiously. The main hall was dark. A large number of black-robed people stood in 2 rows, looking at Chang Sheng, who was sitting on the throne in the center of the hall. Chang Sheng's face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and there were many bloodstains on his body and face. He coughed weakly. Chang Ming stood anxiously at the side, extremely worried. The black-robed vampires at the front had gloomy expressions, and they sneered. Father, how did this happen? How did you get hurt like this? Why did the primogenitor hurt you? Chang Ming looked panicked. Cough, cough, cough. Father is fine. Chang Sheng said bitterly. Fine? The ancestor has already taken 3 of your bones, and you're fine. A vampire at the side said coldly. Second uncle, what's going on? Why did the ancestor hurt my father? Chang Ming asked with red eyes. Chang Ming, what's with your attitude? The ancestor can hurt whoever he wants. Are you rebelling? Besides, didn't Big Brother ask for it this time? Chang Ming's second uncle said coldly. Big Brother, you too. In Wuyue Academy, the ancestor asked us to deal with those people. Why did you stop us? Isn't it just to deal with Gu Hai? If you stop us, the ancestor will be angry. He will definitely torture you. And we will also be scolded by the ancestor. Another vampire said sarcastically, Third brother, what do you know? They are the Deqian envoys. His Majesty won't let anything happen to them. I'm doing this for your own good, for my day one. Cough, cough, cough. Chang Sheng coughed. For our own good, for day one. Big brother, have you forgotten? We are the kindred now, a race created by the ancestor. Everything should be based on the ancestor's will. Third brother said, what if the ancestor is wrong? Chang Ming stood on his father's side. Chang Ming, you are still young and don't know anything. How can the ancestor be wrong? Remember, you must do whatever the ancestor says. If the ancestor wants you dead, it will only take a thought. Third brother said coldly, Chang Ming was furious. That's why the ancestor is not wrong. The one who is wrong is Gu Hai. Gu Hai caused Big Brother to be injured like this. Third brother said coldly, Big Brother, next time, don't be so stubborn. Chang Ming's second uncle shook his head. Ha, ha, ha. Are you going to be the head of this family? Or am I? If you want to be the family head, I can give it to you. Which one of you wants it? Chang Sheng suddenly said coldly. The faces of the vampires froze. Chang Sheng was Daewon's Grand Duke. His Majesty only trusted Chang Sheng. If they were the family head, what was the point of His Majesty not trusting them? Chang Sheng and the Bat Ancestor sang the opposite tune. The Bat Ancestor should have killed him, but he only taught him a lesson because of his position. Everyone wanted to replace him, but they did not have the ability. All of you listen to me. The Deqian diplomatic group is not allowed to find trouble with them. Otherwise, I will peel off your skin. If you expel the Chang family without the protection of the Chang family, many people will want your lives. Humph. Second brother, third brother, remember this. If you make a move, I will also peel off your skin. Don't think I am joking. Chang Sheng said coldly. Second brother and third brother's faces froze, but they could only say gloomily, Yes, you may leave. I want to rest. Chang Sheng said solemnly. Yes. All the vampires bowed respectfully to Chang Sheng, then slowly left the hall. Chang Ming was still holding in his anger. 3 of his father's bones were taken out, and he was so heavily injured, but he could not do anything. The ancestor? Chang Ming looked in the direction of the ancestor. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. After leaving the hall, Chang Ming's second uncle and third uncle said in Chang Ming's ears, Sai, Big Brother is so miserable this time. It's all Gu Hai's fault. Unfortunately, I dare not disobey Big Brother. Otherwise, I would have helped the ancestor and Big Brother vent their anger. After a series of provocations, Chang Ming was immediately enraged. Humph, if you don't dare to go, I will go. I don't believe Father will punish me. Chang Ming's eyes were filled with anger, and he rushed out. After Chang Ming left, second uncle and third uncle looked at each other and sneered. His Majesty said that the ancestor cannot deal with Gu Hai. We should have done it for him, but Big Brother is so stubborn. Humph, if he doesn't let us go, let his son go. Third brother sneered. Chapter 384. Mo Yike's residence. Ziwei and Chang Sheng had been staying in the kitchen all this time. A group of servants came in and out, constantly delivering food. As they did so, they wiped away their cold sweat. Quick, 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 the last of the braised beef. Quickly send it up. Steward, they finished eating again. They finished eating again. They kept delivering food to Ziwei and Chang Sheng. The 2 of them kept eating without stopping. Mo Yike had just accompanied Gu Hai and Long Wanyu to stroll around the capital city. He returned to the residence alone, wanting to meet these 2 people that Gu Hai admired. Patriarch, Patriarch, what should we do? A gray-robed steward called out with an ugly expression. What's wrong? Mo Yike was puzzled. They can eat too much. All the food in the residence has been eaten by them. That's a meal for 20,000 people. The steward said bitterly. All eaten? Mo Yike frowned. Yes, we'll see the end soon. All the old food in the residence will be eaten by them. The steward said bitterly. Then what are you waiting for? Why aren't you going to buy more? Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. But, Patriarch, these 2 gluttons can eat too much. At this rate, our Mo residents will become poor because of them. The steward said bitterly. What are you talking about? Is it up to you to consider whether we can become poor or not? Mo Yike said coldly. Yes, this lowly one spoke too much. The steward immediately lowered his head. Mo Yike ordered the steward and was about to enter the kitchen. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the residence. "Guhai, get out here!" An angry roar sounded. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless bats rushed out from all directions of the Mo residence, as if they were about to rush into the residence. Changming? Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. "Patriarch, this is bad. Our Mo residence is surrounded by bats." The steward hurriedly ran back. "That can't be. It's impossible for Chang Sheng to find trouble with Guhai." "Changming?" Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his sleeves, Mo Yike walked towards the entrance. In Dadu, Mo Yike had accompanied Guhai on a tour of the capital city earlier. Long Wanyu suggested that they go by themselves, and Mo Yike naturally agreed, allowing Guhai and the rest to walk around on their own. Everyone put on some disguises, but they were still recognized many times. "Mr. Good, it's Mr. Good. Greetings, Mr. Good. Mr. Good, I really liked your ode to chivalry." "Mr. Good, I like your essay, bringing wine into my life. I am born to be useful, and money will come back after spending money." "It's so well written." Along the way, they met a large group of enthusiastic calligraphy cultivators. After all, Guhai's 2 essays in Wuyue Academy were too amazing. For ordinary calligraphy cultivators, it was like a tall mountain. When they saw Guhai, they naturally wanted to greet him and get to know him. Guhai smiled and greeted them. Long Wanyu was also excited. This was her brother-in-law. Her brother-in-law was amazing. They should be happy. Only Li Xinji's face was gloomy. Obviously, Li Xinji did not want Guhai to have a good time. However, Long Wanyu liked to see others compliment Guhai, so she could only be harassed along the way. The group slowly entered a manor. In a reception hall, there was a group of unattractive people waiting for him. "Knight Divine Guards?" Guhai said in a low voice. "Yes, Princess, Leader Gu, Battalion Commander Li, please wait for a moment. The commander will be here soon." One of the unattractive people in gray said respectfully, "What are you doing? Li Xinji, why are you leading the way?" Long Wanyu did not like the silence here. "Commander?" Li Xinji's face changed. At this moment, a thin man slowly walked out of the inner hall. His face was solemn and his expression was cold. "Eunuch Yi?" Li Xinji's face changed. "Commander of the Knight Divine Guards, Yi Shenzhen, greets everyone." The man bowed slightly. "Commander of the Knight Divine Guards." Guhai raised his eyebrows. "Eunuch Yi, you actually came to the capital personally?" Li Xinji revealed a hint of surprise. Obviously, Yi Shenzhen had a high position in Li Xinji's heart. "Eunuch Yi, why are you here? Didn't the old man say that you can't leave the capital?" Long Wanyu was surprised. "Eunuch Yi?" The faces of the surrounding Knight Divine Guards twitched. In the memories of the Knight Divine Guards, no one dared to call the commander Eunuch Yi. Those who dared to call him that were all dead. Although the commander did not show up much in Deqian, many officials in Deqian were terrified when they heard his name. The commander of the Knight Divine Guards. You call him Eunuch Yi? Of course, only Long Wanyu dared to call him that. Yi Shenzhen did not dare to talk back. Long Wanyu called Daqianqing that old man, damn old man. "Is it wrong to call you Eunuch Yi?" Yi Shenzhen's solemn face could only show a bitter smile. "Princess, I rarely leave the capital. However, this is a serious matter, so I came to personally plan and assist everyone." "Oh." Long Wanyu nodded in confusion. "Eunuch Yi, is there any news?" Li Xinji said in a low voice. Yi Shenzhen shook his head. "I have been here for 2 months, but there is no news." "Eunuch Yi, don't worry. I have already sent the Xinji Battalion disciples out. There should be news soon." Li Shunji said with a smile. Yi Shenzhen nodded in agreement. His Holiness trusts the two of you, so this time I am only assisting the two of you. If there is any news that you need, I will do my best to give you an answer. I hope that you can fulfill His Holiness' expectations. Yi Shenzhen said in a low voice. Even eunuch Yi was sent here. His Holiness values him very much this time. Li Shunji said in a low voice. Yi Shenzhen nodded and said, the Thousand Saints Conference is about to begin. The location has been confirmed. It will be in Maida Qian Empire. In Maida Qian Empire? Li Shunji raised his eyebrows. What is the Thousand Saints Conference? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yi Shenzhen looked at Gu Hai in shock. You are so good at calligraphy, but you don't know? Gu Hai's eyes were very sure that he really didn't know. The Thousand Saints Conference, the three heavenly empires, the three holy lands, and the various academies will all send people here. It is the pinnacle of calligraphy. The scholars of the world will gather, and the literary aura will converge. It will lead to the ancient times. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly, no wonder His Holiness values him so much. The Imperial College needs him to preside over the Thousand Saints Conference. Li Shunji nodded with a heavy expression. Unfortunately, all these years, my Knight Divine Guards have been investigating in the Qian Empire without any results. Now, I am here and you are here too. I don't know what the results are, but I hope we can find some clues. Yi Shenzhen sighed slightly. There are a few people in my Shinji battalion who are in charge of gathering information. They have their own methods of searching. Maybe we will find some clues after some time. Li Shunji nodded with a frown. Yes, Battalion Commander Li, this time we will rely on you. It is the first time Hall Master Gu has come to the Qian Empire, and he is unfamiliar with the people and the place. It will be difficult for him to find the Imperial College. However, His Holiness has instructed us to follow Hall Master Gu's instructions. Hall Master Gu, how do you need us to help you? So that it will be easier for you to find the Imperial College? Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. Li Shunji revealed a proud smile and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Now, it is a mess and there is no clue. Can you sort it out? However, Gu Hai's expression was a little strange. Seeing Gu Hai's expression, Li Shunji thought that Gu Hai was in a difficult position and was also at his wit's end. He immediately smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Good, if you have any ideas, you can tell us. We can discuss it together. Hall Master Gu, do you have any ideas? Yi Shenzhen frowned and asked. Gu Hai's expression became even more strange. Li Shunji sneered and didn't say anything, as if he was waiting for Gu Hai to make a fool of himself. I don't have any ideas, Gu Hai said with a strange expression. Oh, Mr. Good has moments when he doesn't have any ideas? It is not like you, Li Shunji sneered. But, Li Shunji stopped talking. We have already found Ram Saint's location. Why do we need ideas? Gu Hai said with a strange expression. Li Shunji, Yi Shenzhen. The two of them didn't seem to have heard him clearly. Hall Master Gu, what did you say? Yi Shenzhen said with disbelief. You said you found Ram Saint's location? Weren't you with us? How did you find him? Li Shunji didn't believe him. Yes, but we did find him. It shouldn't be wrong. Ram Saint, unless he doesn't have that name. Gu Hai nodded affirmatively. Li Shunji and Yi Shenzhen. We are still at our wits' end. And you said you found him? Are you kidding me? I've seen Ram Saint. Long One, you said disdainfully. You, princess, you've seen Ram Saint? Where is he? How is that possible? Yi Shenzhen's eyes widened. After saying this, Yi Shenzhen was startled. He immediately understood how Long One Yu had seen him and his face lit up with joy. You really found him? Yi Shenzhen was pleasantly surprised. Li Xinji was conflicted. He was about to ridicule Gu Hai, but Gu Hai gave him a tight slap. Did he have to do this? Ram Saint is trapped at Bat Ancestor's place. One you said it was a blood pool. Ram Saint was surrounded by blood. Moreover, it was when Bat Ancestor returned from Wuyue Academy. Gu Hai said in a low voice. West of the city, Bat Valley? No wonder. Normal people can't enter Bat Valley at all. Bat Ancestor, that old thing, is fickle and vicious. Yi Shenzhen frowned. Since Ram Saint has been found, we just have to think of a way to save him. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Li Xinji stood at the side, speechlessly. Yi Shenzhen nodded. That's fine too. Your Majesty. Bingheim's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Gu Hai stepped out of the hall in confusion. Bingheim, Sima Feng, and the disciples of the Xinji battalion stood outside the hall. Your Majesty, there are vampires attacking the Mo Manor. They seem to be looking for trouble with us, Bingheim said as she pointed into the distance. Gu Hai looked up. The Mo Manor was located on a group of floating islands in the distance. However, there were countless black bats around the Mo Manor. They were raging against the Mo Manor's formation. It's Chong Ming. I saw him flying over, Sima Feng said in a low voice. Chapter 385. The Missouri Estate. The rolling bats surrounded the entire Mo clan. Chong Ming stood in the center of the countless bats as he stared viciously at the cold-faced Mo Yike. Mo Yike, where is Gu Hai? Tell him to come out. Chong Ming said coldly. Streams of air flowed around the Missouri Estate, blocking the countless bats outside. Mo Yike stood at a nearby entrance as he stared coldly at Chong Ming. Chong Ming, what are you doing? Mo Yike asked in a deep voice. My father was harmed by Gu Hai. I want to take revenge on him. Move aside, or don't blame me for being impolite. Chong Ming said coldly. Oh, your father? The Grand Duke of Chongsheng? It was the Bat Ancestor who injured him, right? Mo Yike's expression changed as he guessed the gist of the situation. All of this was caused by Gu Hai. Move aside, and I won't hurt you. Chong Ming said coldly. Hurt me? Chong Ming, you're thinking too much. I'm guessing that the Grand Duke of Chongsheng doesn't know that you've come to my Missouri estate to cause trouble today, right? Mo Yike smiled gently. So what if he doesn't know? I'm taking revenge for my father. What does that have to do with you? Chong Ming said coldly. Revenge? Ha 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 ha. Who injured your father? The Bat Ancestor. Do you dare to take revenge on him? Mo Yike said coldly. You. Chong Ming glared. Take revenge on the Bat Ancestor? What a joke. He was the one who created the vampires, so they all feared him from the depths of their souls. All right, Chong Ming, enough is enough. Go back. Otherwise, if your father finds out, you won't be able to explain yourself. Mo Yike shook his head. Mo Yike, although my father has always admired you, I will not give in to you. Today, even if you block me, I will still go in and capture Gu Hai. If you continue to block me, don't blame me for being impolite. Chong Ming glared and shouted. Mo Yike's face turned cold. Roar. Chong Ming suddenly roared. The countless bats immediately charged towards the formation of the Mo clan. Rumble! The formation resisted for a while. Chong Ming, are you going to retreat or not? Mo Yike once again shouted coldly. You're the one who's retreating, Humph. Chong Ming glared at him, and a large amount of blood-red light appeared around him as he rushed into the formation with a loud rumble. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and waved his hand abruptly. Boom! Rolling fog erupted from the Mo clan, enveloping all the bats in the surroundings and Chong Ming in a single moment. The fog churned, and no sound could be heard from within. Countless commoners in the capital outside were puzzled. What formation was this? In a distant manner, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. The 29 line worlds formation. In the past, Gu Hai had condensed Dugu Chilbai's formation in the Zhengmetal sect, which required an ocean's worth of spiritual stones. Was this the formation before him? Others only saw the fog, but Gu Hai could see the framework of the formation clearly. Mo Yike? Ha! You've actually comprehended the 29 line worlds. Gu Hai gently smiled. In the past, when he had last seen Mo Yike in the Yingzhou province, Gu Hai had played a game of chess with Mo Yike. In the end, Mo Yike had solved the 29 line worlds. He never thought that he could already cast down formations. How could the 29 line worlds formation be easy? While others were still waiting for the result of the formation, Gu Hai had already determined Chang Ming's outcome. As expected, the 29 line worlds formation consumed too many spiritual stones, so Mo Yike did not dare to persist for too long. After a short while, he removed the formation, and all the bats left. Everything returned to normal. Not far from the Mo clan, Chang Ming's second uncle, third uncle, and the other vampires had been paying attention to the Mo clan the entire time. When everything suddenly returned to normal, they were slightly stunned. What's going on? Where's Chang Ming? There's no movement at all. Let's go take a look. The group of vampires quickly charged towards the Mo clan. Mo Yike was waiting at the entrance, as if he had guessed that they would come. In the blink of an eye, the group of vampires arrived before Mo Yike. Hee, what day is it today? Another group came. Mo Yike sneered. Mo Yike, where's Chang Ming? Chang Ming's second uncle immediately shouted. Whoosh! Mo Yike waved his hand. Suddenly, Chang Ming was tied up in chains and brought in front of everyone. Mo Yike, let go of me, Chang Ming said with shame and indignation. He thought that he had achieved great success because Mo Yike's cultivation was not obvious, so he was prepared to let him go. However, he was captured in the blink of an eye. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he have to embarrass himself every time he was with Gu Hai? Lord Mo, Chang Ming is not sensible. Please let go of Chang Ming. We will definitely discipline him strictly. Chang Ming's second uncle immediately shouted. That's right. It's good that Chang Ming is fine. Lord Mo, sorry to disturb you. Chang Ming's third uncle also said politely. Mo Yike sneered, offending an official of the imperial court. Ha! You want to let him go with just a few words? Then what do you want? Chang Ming immediately shouted. Second uncle and third uncle's expressions also darkened. Mo Yike, back then, your father and we were only peers. What kind of tone is that? Second uncle shouted. Mo Yike smiled. The second, third, fourth, and fifth sons of the Chang family? Hee, if you have the ability, you can also break into my Missouri estate. Yes, the group of vampires' expressions changed. Changsheng won't allow it, right? Mo Yike said coldly. How do you know? Third uncle glared. Mo Yike's expression was cold. The Deqian emissaries were ordered by His Majesty to receive them. If anything happens to them, should I blame you or blame me? As long as I'm here, don't think of messing around. Humph. The group of vampires' expressions darkened. Turning his head, Mo Yike looked at Chang Ming. As for Chang Ming, this time you disregarded His Majesty's order and dared to break into my Missouri estate. As officials of the imperial court, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask His Majesty to let you go, or your father, Changsheng, will come and get you. Choose one, and I'll let you go. Ah, the group of vampires' expressions changed. Chang Ming's expression also froze. His Majesty's order? That's impossible. If His Majesty knew about it, It would be good enough if he didn't blame you for disobeying him. You want to let you go? Ask Changsheng to come and get you? The expressions of the Chang family's elders all changed. Changsheng's words from before were still ringing in their ears. Whoever dared to go against the Deqian diplomatic mission would be skinned alive and expelled from the Chang family. As for Changming, this was the rhythm of calling for his parents. What should they say to father? He disobeyed father's orders and came out to cause trouble for the Deqian diplomatic mission, and he was detained. For the prideful Changming, it was better to let him die. Lord Mo, can we negotiate? Changming is not sensible. Old Third smiled bitterly. Everyone, please go back. These are the only two conditions. Why don't you go and tell Changsheng? Mo Yike shook his head. No. Old Third immediately shook his head. Go and cause trouble for himself? Was this a joke? All right, elders of the Chang family, which one of you will go and report to Changsheng? Mo Yike looked at the group of vampires with a cold smile. The vampires all retreated. Go and report to Changsheng? What a joke. What if Changsheng takes his anger out on them? Changming looked at the group of uncles in front of him, continuously retreating. They would rather let him embarrass himself here than report to father? Most importantly, they were the ones who were filled with righteous indignation before, and that was why he rushed here hot-headedly. Now, they were retreating? All right, everyone, please go back. Mo Yike sent them off. The group of vampires all avoided Changming's pleading eyes, as if they were about to retreat. Only second uncle left behind a sentence that made Changming want to vomit blood. Changming, don't worry. Mo Yike won't do anything to you. You can stay in the Mo family in peace. With that, the group of vampires all left. Changming, young Master Chang, it seems that they don't care about your life at all. Do you want me to send someone to write to Changsheng and ask him to come and pick you up? Mo Yike laughed. No. Changming cried out gloomily. If I call father over, won't he beat me to death? I'd rather be tied up in your manor. In the evening, Gu Hai and the rest returned. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, and Mo Yike accompanied them to the place where Changming was imprisoned. Mr. Mo, you imprisoned Changming. Will it affect you? Gu Hai asked curiously. Changming trespassed into my manor, so I have the right to imprison him. Moreover, his actions this time go against His Majesty's original intentions. Imprisoning him here is also to teach him a lesson. Mo Yike shook his head. Gu Hai. Changming glared at Gu Hai gloomily. How many times had it been? The first time he went to Chaoga, he suffered at the hands of Gu Hai. 500,000 soldiers were captured, and he was poisoned. The second time, when he wanted to deal with Gu Hai, he was slapped twice by his own father. The third time, he became a prisoner again. Wasn't he favored by the heavens? Why was he always so unlucky when he met Gu Hai? Serves you right for being so unlucky. Long One, you said disdainfully again. You. Changming was so depressed that he was speechless. Mo Yike, what do I have to do for you to let me go? We played together when we were young. Why are you so heartless? Changming looked at Mo Yike gloomily. Ha! Young Master Chang, have you never grown up? Or have you forgotten to use your brain because you were favored by the heavens? I remember that you were quite smart when you were young. Mo Yike shook his head. Humph! Changming glared at him. What? Why don't you think about how you came here? You were instigated to come here, right? Others can manipulate you into doing things for them with just a few words. Even if you are favored by the heavens, you are just an idiot, a tool. This is another lesson for you. You can't eat luck. There will be a day when you run out of luck. Use your brain properly. Wait for your father to come and get you. Mo Yike shook his head. Chongming was speechless. She calmed herself down. Indeed, she had come here because of second uncle and third uncle's words. He just didn't expect his second and third uncles to run away when they found out he was in trouble. Forget it, Mr. Mo. Let him go. Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Chongming looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Mr. Good, you want to let him go? He wants to deal with you. Mo Yike frowned. Was Gu Hai using him to do a favor? Gu Hai, I don't want your fake kindness. Chongming said gloomily. Do you want me to visit Changsheng? Gu Hai smiled at Chongming. Chongming's face froze. He was so depressed that he didn't know what to say. This was like Gu Hai going to school when he was young, and the teacher told him to call his parents. It was the most embarrassing thing. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll visit your home. Chongming was stunned. Mr. Mo, how are you? Gu Hai smiled. Mo Yike frowned and looked at Chongming. Finally, he nodded and smiled. Mr. Good, your reach is really long. That's why I still need to trouble Mr. Mo. Gu Hai smiled. All right, Chongming, you can go now. Mo Yike sighed. He waved his hand. The chains on Chongming's body suddenly fell apart. Chongming was released from the shackles. Gu Hai was right in front of him, as if he could grab him if he went forward. However, Chongming didn't pounce on him. Instead, he had a complicated look on his face. Gu Hai, I won't accept your kindness. Humph. Chongming snorted coldly and rushed out of the Mo mansion. He disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Chongming is a spoiled person. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed. That's right. His nature is not evil. Gu Hai nodded. Brother-in-law, what should we do when Chongming pounced on us? Long One, you asked worriedly. Didn't you see that Mr. Mo had a chess piece in his hand? This is Mr. Mo's territory. He can come and go as he pleases. Who can hurt me? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. It's all Mr. Good's fault. Chapter 386. They had found Ram Saint's location. Li Xinji and Yi Shenzhen both started to move. At the same time, the news was immediately sent to Takashi Ryushin and Sima Chongkong. The two of them listened to Yi Shenzhen's description and were also at a loss. Princess Wanyu, we've been looking for clues for a long time, but she found it with just a thought. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Long Wanyu? Huh. Jinmu of Silla also showed a hint of bitterness. Yes, no matter what, with the cooperation of Mr. Good and Princess Wanyu, we've found the general location of Ram Saint. He's in the Bat Valley in the west of the city. I've passed on the message, but it's up to you how you find him. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Has Li Xinji made a move? Sima Chongkong asked curiously. Yi Shenzhen nodded. His Holiness promised that rescuing Ram Saint is a first-class heavenly merit. Mr. Sima should know better than me. How could Li Xinji ignore this? A first-class heavenly merit, that's considered a death exemption card. Apart from treason and disobedience, in the Deqian, even if you commit a capital crime, you can still avoid death once. How could Li Xinji let him go? Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. That's right, the Xinji battalion has all been mobilized. They're scouting around the Bat Valley in the west of the city. However, it's not easy. Yi Shenzhen nodded. It's not just not easy. The Bat ancestor is furious this time. If it weren't for Shiyu the Great holding him back, he would have exploded long ago. As long as the Deqian envoy gets close, he'll immediately skin them alive and pull out their tendons. Moreover, the Bat Valley is surrounded by vampires and bat demons. They're all the Bat ancestors' trusted subordinates. How could they let outsiders get close? Sima Chongkong shook her head. Yes, That's why this is so tricky. It's also why we haven't been able to find his whereabouts until today. Princess Wanyu and the rest are in the light, and you guys are in the dark. I hope you can rescue Ram Saint as soon as possible. Yi Shenzhen nodded. Right. Did Gu Hai make any arrangements? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Master? Ha, but Hall Master Gu hasn't done anything. I don't know. Yi Shenzhen smiled bitterly. You don't know? Yes, you said that Master Gu didn't look for him. It was Master Gu who cooperated with Princess Wanyu to find the first news of Ram Saint. Now, Li Xinji's Xinji battalion has all been mobilized. However, the people that Master Gu brought are still wandering around. They don't care about Ram Saint at all. That's why I can't guess what he's thinking. Yi Shenzhen smiled bitterly. Gu Hai wants to protect Long Wanyu's safety. That's why he doesn't want to take the risk. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Maybe. Yi Shenzhen nodded. Forget it. If he doesn't look for him, we'll look for him ourselves. That valley in the west of the city, we'll think of a way to get in. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Mo Manor. After Gu Hai released Chongming, he didn't look for Ram Saint, just as Jinmu of Silla had guessed. He couldn't let Long Wanyu take the risk. No matter how important Ram Saint was, how could he compare to Long Wanyu? The capital city was filled with danger. Who knew when an arrow would appear? He had to be on guard. Chongming went back, but he didn't come looking for trouble again. Maybe he was too agitated a few days ago. Gu Hai didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he went to the Mo Manor's kitchen. I'm finally half full. It feels so good. Changsheng rubbed his stomach. Around them, the servants of the Mo Manor who were constantly delivering food were so scared that their legs went weak. You've been eating for a few days and nights without stopping. You're saying that you're only half full? It's only because the Mo family has such a deep foundation that you can eat as much as you want. If it was outside, an army's rations would have been eaten by you. You too, haven't you eaten enough? There's more at Mr. Mo's house. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike, who was at the side, smiled bitterly. In the past few days, Mo Yike had been trying to communicate with the two of them. However, his biggest gain was that the two of them could eat a lot. In the Mo Manor, it was fine to feed them for 10 days or half a month. However, if they kept feeding them, they definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Where did these monsters come from? We're not eating anymore. We still have to leave some space for our stomachs. Let's go out and eat something else. Ziwei wiped her mouth and said, Oh, why did you say you were going to the capital last time? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Ziwei and Changsheng looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two of them nodded. Gu Hai, over the past few days, Changsheng and I have found that you're a good friend. We'll take you out to eat. Ziwei's eyes suddenly lit up. What do you want to eat? Mo Yike asked curiously. Nothing. Mr. Mo, if you don't have anything to do, you can go back to work first. Ziwei suddenly made excuses. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. So, he had treated them to a meal for the past few days for nothing? Well, Mr. Mo, I'll accompany Changsheng and Ziwei to walk around the capital today. You don't have to worry. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. All right. Mo Yike nodded. Although he was a little curious about the food in the mouth of the two foodies, Mo Yike couldn't take the initiative to lean on them, since they didn't want to bring him along. What good food? I want to go too. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Changsheng and Ziwei looked at each other and thought about it. Ziwei nodded and said, All right, you're Gu Hai's sister-in-law. You're not an outsider. Just the four of us. Don't follow anyone else. Okay, no problem. Sima Feng, you guys wait in the city. Long Wanyu immediately ordered. Gu Hai was silent for a while and finally nodded. Bingheim and the others stayed in the city. Gu Hai's group of 4 slowly left the capital. In a corner of the city tower, He Kang of Silla looked coldly at the 4 figures disappearing into the forest in the distance. Your Highness, isn't that the direction where you met the demonists when you went to the disaster relief, and the 2 good-for-nothings attacked you? A subordinate behind him said in surprise. Follow them and see where they're going, He Kang of Silla ordered. Yes, the subordinate answered. In another corner, follow them, Mo Yike ordered his subordinate. In another corner, follow them, the elder of the Chung family also ordered. Gu Hai's group leaving the city attracted the attention of various forces. Gu Hai's group of 4 walked in the forest, but there were many groups of people following them. However, as they followed them, they lost them. In a forest, Li Xinji looked at his subordinate in front of him with a gloomy expression. Camp leader, they entered a foggy area, and then they were gone. Disappeared? Li Xinji frowned. Yes, we looked around for a long time, but there was nothing. There was no tunnel either. We even found a group of vampires. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and finally said in a low voice, Forget it, let them look for food. This is the northwest of the city, and we still have things to do. Ignore them. We'll go to the Bat Valley in the west of the city. Yes, the forces lost them one by one. Gu Hai, Ziwei, Changsheng, and Long Wanyu had arrived at a large tree. They had actually stepped into the interior of the large tree and strangely passed through it. Gu Hai was surprised. The old man set up an entrance back then, and only we know how to enter. Let's go. That thing should be ripe soon. We were about to enter the last time, but we happened to see He Kang of Silla shoot Fairy Wanner with an arrow, so we were delayed. Zi Wei said excitedly. Gu Hai nodded. Long Wanyu did not sense any danger. The 4 of them entered the ground through the big tree and walked towards the south through a long and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was very long. The 4 of them walked slowly for almost 2 days, but they still did not reach the end. Meanwhile, the people outside were looking for them, like crazy. Mo Yike, He Kang of Silla, Chang family, Qin family, Li Xinji, and Yi Shenzhen's people went back and forth countless times, but Gu Hai's group of 4 disappeared just like that. 2 days? Where did they go? Underground tunnel. The 4 of them felt that they were going deeper and deeper. We are not there yet, Long Wanyu said gloomily. Soon, there is still 1 more day, Changsheng explained. As they walked, the other end of the tunnel seemed to be surging with heat waves. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. The deeper they went, the stronger the heat waves. Gu Hai opened his fire god palace, and as they walked, he absorbed the heat waves, making Long Wanyu feel much better. 1 day passed quickly, and the 4 of them slowly walked to the depths of the long and narrow tunnel. A blue barrier blocked the entrance of the heat waves. However, even though the blue barrier blocked the heat waves, the surrounding earth and stones still seeped out with the heat waves. It's so hot. The earth and stones around this tunnel are all burning red. What is in there? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Gu Hai was carrying Long Wanyu on his back, and the fire god in his body was crazily absorbing the flames. Changsheng and Zi Wei did not seem to be afraid of the heat. They walked to the blue barrier together. 3,000 years ago, we discovered it together with the old man. The old man was the one who sealed this barrier. He used his most powerful treasure. Unfortunately, it does not seem to be able to hold on for much longer. Look inside. Changsheng pointed inside the barrier. Oh, Gu Hai looked inside the transparent blue barrier. Boom. Inside, there was a raging fire burning fiercely. Above the fire, there was surging blood that continued to boil. Below the fire, there was also boiling blood. At the center of the fire, there was a strange green vine floating in the air. On the vine, there was a gourd, a red gourd. The fire burned fiercely. The green vine was still there, and the gourd did not burn in the fire. Instead, it seemed to have matured. No, this gourd is on fire. The fire inside is coming from this gourd. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Why does this gourd vine have no roots? Why is the vine floating in the air? Long Wanyu exclaimed in shock. Of course, the roots of this gourd are not in the Yang realm. Excitement flashed in Changsheng's eyes. Oh, in the Yang realm? Guhai asked, feeling curious. The roots of the century, lifespan, immortality peach tree were not in the Yang realm. I don't know. In any case, it is not here. 3,000 years ago, this gourd was just a little bit bigger. After 3,000 years, it finally grew up. Ha ha, it can be eaten, Changsheng said excitedly. Eat? What gourd is this? Guhai asked, feeling curious. I don't know. Ziwei shook her head. I don't know. Do you want to eat it? Chapter 387. Eat. What kind of gourd is that? Guhai asked, curiously. I don't know. Ziwei shook her head. You don't know? Do you want to eat it? Is that important? Changsheng asked doubtfully. Guhai was speechless. What if it's poisonous? Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. These two had lost their minds when they saw food. What kind of poison is there in the gourd? Even if it's poisonous, it's fine. We're not humans anyway. Ziwei shook her head. Guhai and Long Wanyu. But with this blue barrier, we can still feel the boundless fire. How do we eat it? Long Wanyu asked doubtfully. This blue barrier is the most powerful treasure the old man had back then. It's a sealing treasure. We can rely on it to get close to the fire gourd, Changsheng said confidently. Old man, did he say what this place is? The environment is a little strange. The fire gourd is covered in blood. With such a big fire, is there no reaction from the ground? Guhai asked doubtfully. I remember. Ziwei's expression suddenly changed. Oh, the old man mentioned that this tunnel of his is not underground. I can't explain it clearly. I only know that this fire gourd seems to be suppressing something. And this location is between the two realms of yin and yang. Ziwei recalled. Why don't I know? Changsheng stared at Ziwei. You were drooling at that time. How could you have time to listen to the old man? You're almost the same. In the end, wasn't it the old man who pulled your ear and led you away? The two scolded each other. Guhai, who was carrying Long Wanyu, showed a trace of doubt. Let's go. I'll activate the sealing formation. Let's try it, Ziwei said excitedly. She reached out and pushed on the blue transparent barrier. Buzz. The blue barrier suddenly seemed to move. It suddenly shrank back and wrapped the four of them in a blue ball. Boom. The barrier loosened, and the rolling fire followed the tunnel into the distance. Standing in the blue barrier ball, the four of them slowly moved to the center of the fire, to the fire gourd. Guhai looked curiously at the blood pools above and below. It was as if there were two blood ponds above and below. The one above was floating in the air, while the one below was completely still, and above the blood ponds below were a large number of red runes. It was like an array formation was suppressing the blood ponds below. 90% of the flames emitted by the fire gourd drilled into the red runes and replenished their energy. Is the fire gourd really suppressing the blood pool below? Long Wanyu stared. It's here. After 3,000 years, it's only this big. It must be an incredible treasure. Gulp. Changsheng gulped. Even the old man drooled when he saw it back then. It must be something good. Ha ha, I'll go first. Ziwei excitedly moved her face closer. The face slowly extended the blue barrier ball. Are you shameless? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Hua. Sure enough, the billowing flames rushed toward Ziwei. Ziwei's face was immediately burned red. However, how could she let go of the delicious food that was right in front of her mouth? Ziwei bit down hard on the gourd. Crack! Woo, 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 woo. Ziwei covered her mouth and came back with a sad face. What's wrong? Changsheng asked, puzzled. Ziwei let go of her hand. 2 teeth in her mouth broke. Ha 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 ha. Long Wanyu laughed heartlessly. It's so hard. Did your teeth break from chewing steel and copper? Guhai asked in surprise. Are you stupid? Can't you swallow it in one bite? Why waste so much effort? Watch me swallow it in one bite, Changsheng said disdainfully. Bullsh *T. If you swallow it in one bite, what are we going to eat? Ziwei suddenly became anxious. Then what should we do? Changsheng asked, puzzled. Let me try again. Ziwei shook her head. She extended her face again. She opened her mouth and sucked. You don't want me to swallow it, so you're going to swallow it yourself? Changsheng suddenly became anxious. The fire gourd suddenly flew toward Ziwei's mouth. Bang! The fire gourd hit Ziwei's face. Ziwei's face was red as she covered her face. What's wrong with you? Long Wanyu asked curiously. Ziwei covered her face with a painful expression. She didn't speak. What's wrong? Changsheng asked, puzzled. Ziwei didn't speak either. If you don't tell me, I'll use my mouth. Changsheng said, puzzled. He opened his mouth, imitated Ziwei, and sucked. Bang! You son of a bitch. If you don't tell me, I can't suck this fire gourd into my mouth at all. My face is going to be burnt. It hurts so much. Changsheng covered his face and said in pain. Guhai was speechless. For the sake of food, you guys are going all out. Long Wanyu said with a strange expression. After struggling for a while, they still couldn't eat. The fire gourd was emitting a big fire. They couldn't eat it at all. They tried various methods, but it was useless. Ziwei and Changsheng revealed a look of despair. There was actually a day when they were defeated by food. They couldn't open their mouths with such delicious food in front of them. The old man lied to me? I can't eat it at all. Changsheng said in despair. Why don't we cook it before eating it? Ziwei frowned. Everyone turned to look at Ziwei. That look, are you stupid? The fire gourd is emitting a big fire on its own. How are we going to cook it? Ziwei and Changsheng looked at each other with resentment in their eyes. They could only feel helpless. What flame is this? Why don't I absorb it and see if it can help me break through? Guhai asked with some anticipation. Back then, the drought demon flame could help him break through. However, after he broke through, the drought demon flame's grade was no longer high enough. Perhaps this fire gourd could help him break through to the next level? Just give it a try, Ziwei and Changsheng said, listlessly. Guhai put down Long Wanyu and closed his eyes. Then he slowly extended his hand into the barrier. Suddenly, an overwhelming calamity swept over. Boom! The fire seemed like it would instantly burn Guhai's right hand. However, the Life Ender Saber's power quickly healed Guhai's injuries. Guhai absorbed the surging fire and sent it to the Fire God Palace. Boom! The fire rushed to the fire nascent soul. Instantly, the fire nascent soul felt a great nourishment. The surging fire energy was quickly absorbed by the fire nascent soul. If it were an ordinary heart aperture, the fire might have destroyed it instantly. However, Guhai used the Fire God Palace, which was forged by the Fire God. Even though the fire raged, it could still block it. The nascent soul slowly grew like a child, slowly growing into an adult. Boom! An energy current surged out of Guhai's body. You broke through? Long Wanyu showed joy on her face. Yuanying State's fourth layer. Gu Hai also felt pleasantly surprised. However, at this moment, the fire gourd seemed to sense something and suddenly trembled. Huh! Gu Hai opened his eyes. Whoosh! The fire gourd immediately broke off from the vine. Then it shook and disappeared. After the vine lost the fire gourd, it withered at an extremely strange speed until it turned into a pile of powder. Then it disappeared. Where is the gourd? Where is the gourd? Chang Sheng suddenly exclaimed. Ah! Gu Hai suddenly screamed in pain. For some reason, that fire bottle gourd suddenly arrived in Gu Hai's fire god palace. The terrifying fire raged, and the flames seemed to want to tear the fire god palace apart. Bang! A huge fire emerged from Gu Hai's body. It seemed to want to burn Gu Hai's body. His energy center and the other divine palaces were protecting him. When Gu Hai's flesh and blood were burning, the life ender saber quickly repaired it. However, even so, Gu Hai's body was still surging with flames. Brother-in-law, how are you? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. Gu Hai, what's wrong with you? Chang Sheng was also surprised. The fire gourd entered Gu Hai's body. Ziwei's expression changed. What should we do now? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. That's right. With Gu Hai's cultivation, he won't be able to restrain the fire gourd. He's going to be burned to death. Chang Sheng said anxiously, inject this old man's sealing barrier into Gu Hai's body and help him seal the fire gourd. Ziwei said through gritted teeth. All right. Chang Sheng and Ziwei acted at the same time. This sealing barrier seemed to have some kind of mechanism, and both of them knew how to operate it. Boom! Ziwei waved his hand. The blue barrier rushed into Gu Hai's fire god palace and arrived at the fire gourd in an instant. Boom! The blue barrier wrapped around the fire gourd. In an instant, the flames no longer burned the surroundings. Gu Hai felt much better. Phew! 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 Gu Hai exhaled deeply. He controlled the grown-up Huang and quickly absorbed the remaining flames in his body. The life ender saber repaired his body. The Huang looked up at the fire god palace, and the fire gourd wrapped in the blue barrier. The level of this flame is too high. Even my fire god can't stand it. Gu Hai opened his eyes, revealing a trace of horror. Ziwei and Chang Sheng stared at Gu Hai with their eyes wide open. Gu Hai, how did you get it into your stomach? Chang Sheng asked curiously. I don't know. After absorbing the flames for a while, my cultivation increased. Then it went in by itself. Gu Hai shook his head. Is this the rhythm of recognizing a master? F***CK. This bullsh**T fire gourd. Why didn't it come into my stomach? Ziwei said gloomily. It would be digested by you once it entered your stomach. How would it dare to recognize you as its master? Chang Sheng curled his lips. By the way, this blue barrier won't last long. You'd better cultivate diligently so that your body can accept the level of this flame. Ziwei shook her head. I'll think of a way to get it for you, to eat later. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Don't. Although we love to eat it, other people eat it, and then spit it out or defecate. We really don't have the appetite to eat it. Ziwei immediately waved her hand. It doesn't matter. You think of a way. Ziwei, and I won't eat it. Chang Sheng said with a bitter smile. Very well. In that case, many thanks, Gu Hai. When you come to my Han Dynasty in the future, you too can eat as much as you want. Gu Hai said with a smile. That's more like it, the two immediately said excitedly. Look, the runes on the blood pool below are absorbing all the flames. Long Wanyu grabbed Gu Hai's arm and pointed at the blood pool below. Without the fire gourd to supply the flames, the red runes on the blood pool below absorbed all the flames in the surroundings. Ka, ka, ka. Suddenly, one of the red runes showed a large number of cracks, as if it was about to break. The old man said that the fire gourd is suppressing something powerful. Ziwei asked curiously, I sense danger. There is something very ominous. There is something very ominous down there. Let's quickly hide. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Gu Hai's expression changed as he nodded. Long Wanyu sensed something very ominous. That meant that there was definitely nothing good. What about above? Gu Hai pointed at the blood pool above. There is nothing above. Long Wanyu shook her head. I'll go up and take a look. Ziwei jumped and immediately jumped to the blood pool above. Plop! Half of her body went in. Phew! Ziwei returned. What's wrong? Changsheng asked, feeling puzzled. This is the entrance of two realms. One can enter but not exit. Fortunately, half of my body did not go in. Otherwise, I would not be able to return. Ziwei said in shock. What's above? Changsheng asked. I don't know. It's all blood. Ziwei shook her head. I'll be the link. You two go in and take a look. Changsheng immediately said. All right. Everyone jumped into the blood pool together. Only Changsheng left half of his body in. This way, everyone could pull Changsheng's body back. Gu Hai, Long Wanyu, and Ziwei entered the depths of the blood pool. The blood pool was very hot. Clearly, it was burned by the fire gourd earlier. There were still some bubbles rolling. Everyone floated up. The blood pool was very deep. They slowly floated to the top. Splash! The three of them floated out of the blood pool. They appeared in an underground palace. Ram Saint. Long Wanyu looked at the trapped man in white not far away and said in surprise. Chapter 388. Capital city, west of the city. The west of the city was covered with dark clouds, mountains, cliffs, and canyons. The surrounding environment was extremely humid. Li Xinji stood in a valley and listened to his subordinates report. Battalion commander, there are too many bats here. It's not easy for us to investigate. Yes, only vampires and bat demons live here. We were almost discovered when we pretended to be vampires and walked around. A group of subordinates complained. Li Xinji's face was gloomy. He turned his head and looked at Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen shook his head slightly and said, Lordly, if I can help you, I will do my best to help you. However, the emperor did not allow us to take the risk and attack in order to prevent Gong Yangsheng from being hurt. You continue to search. Li Xinji's face was gloomy. There are bats everywhere in the sky. How can we find them? I can't do anything. Yi Shenzhen shook his head. His Holiness should have sent other people besides Gu Hai and me, right? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen was silent for a while and didn't answer. Li Xinji smiled faintly. We are in the light, and they are in the dark. Do you know how dangerous it is for us to be in the light? His Holiness naturally considered the danger. Therefore, rescuing Ram Saint is a first-class merit. Yi Shenzhen shook his head. Li Xinji nodded with a gloomy face. At this time, another group of Xinji battalion disciples came quietly. Battalion commander, we just caught a few bat demons and interrogated them. Finally, we found a place. However, they haven't been to the underground palace. Only the bat ancestor is there. We don't know if he is there. A Xinji battalion disciple said in a low voice. Oh, it's good to find the general location, Li Xinji said in a low voice. The Xinji battalion disciple immediately pointed out the location. That Yin fog area? Li Xinji asked in a deep voice. Not bad. Li Xinji glanced at a place surrounded by Yin fog in the distance. Eunuch Yi, why don't you make a move and lure the bat ancestor out so that I can go in and take a look? Li Shinji said expectantly. Yi Shenzhen shook his head and said, Battalion Commander Li, I'm sorry. You want me to lure bat ancestor away? Hee hee, I'm only here to assist you. I won't put myself in danger. Li Shinji's expression turned ugly. He looked into the distance. It would be a pity to give up just like that. If he let his men lure out the bat ancestor, his subordinates would not be able to achieve the goal of luring out the bat ancestor. The bat ancestor came out and swallowed them whole. Fine, I'll go lure the bat ancestor away. Eunuch Yi, I'll have to trouble you to go to the place where the bat ancestor came out and investigate, Li Shinji said in a deep voice. That's fine. Yi Shenzhen smiled faintly. Li Shinji nodded and took out a mask to cover his face. After making some arrangements, Li Shinji avoided the group. His figure flashed as he charged into the dark fog. Boom. Who's there? Stop right there. Bastard, who are you? How dare you barge into the Valley of Bats? You're courting death. Rumble. Li Shinji deliberately stirred up trouble. Immediately, a long sword started killing in all directions around the Valley of Bats. Boom. Finding an opening, Li Shinji slashed at the mountain rocks in the Yin Fog area. Suddenly, a huge mountain exploded. Ancestor, this is bad. Someone broke in. Supreme, save us! Amid loud rumbles, Li Shinji turned that area of the Yin Fog into chaos. How dare you! In the Yin Fog area, there was a sudden roar. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sky full of bats burst out. Bat ancestor appeared with a gloomy face. Li Shinji slashed at him with his sword. Boom! Li Shinji was no match for him and immediately fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Bat ancestor glared at him and chased after him. Whoosh! The two powerhouses disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Shenzhen's eyes narrowed as he took a step forward and headed toward that area. At the edge of the mountains, Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong also looked coldly into the distance. Oh, Li Shinji has lured Bat Ancestor away. Mr. Sima, be careful. I'll be right back. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. As she spoke, Jinmu of Silla disappeared in a flash. In the underground palace, before Li Shinji made a move, Ram Saint sat in the bloodwater cage and sneered at Bat Ancestor in front of him. Return without success? Ha ha ha. It's useless for you to compete with me. If you have the ability, go find the Dechien Diplomatic Corps. Ha 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 ha. Ram Saint said coldly. Himph, don't be complacent. If you don't solve the 81 palace diagrams, don't even think about getting out. Bat Ancestor said coldly. 81 palace diagrams? Oh, if I solve it, will you let me go? Ram Saint said coldly. Oh, that's not necessarily true. It depends on Shiyu's attitude. Who asked you to study the 9 palace diagrams so deeply? Bat Ancestor said coldly. 81 palace diagrams? Is this a seal or an entrance? What is the seal? Ram Saint wondered. You don't need to know. You just need to solve it. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Ram Saint smiled coldly and closed his eyes without answering. Humph, if you don't solve it, your book soul will be wiped clean. You really don't care about your book soul? Bat Ancestor said solemnly. Ram Saint's eyelids twitched, but he still did not agree. Oh, you slowly think about it. Don't wait until the book soul is exhausted before you decide. I'll see how long you can hold on. Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. With that, Bat Ancestor's body sank to the bottom of the blood pool. At the bottom of the blood pool, the lower one went, the higher the temperature. Bat Ancestor could not find the reason. Underground heat? Bat Ancestor had already reached the bottom of the blood pool and even dug up some earth and stones. However, under the earth and stones, it was not hot at all. This heat seemed to come out of nowhere and was incomparably hot. That ancestor had been cultivating here for a long time, but still could not find a reason. Sigh, where's the heat coming from? After so many years, there must be a secret here. I didn't even tell Shiyu, but why can't I find it? That ancestor was depressed in its research. Rumble! Suddenly, there were angry shouts coming from the outside world. That ancestor's face turned cold and suddenly floated to the surface of the blood pool. Ancestor, help! Supreme, someone broke in. Ah, help! Rumble! The outside world roared. You came to save me? Ram Saint's eyes suddenly lit up. That ancestor looked coldly at Ram Saint. Save you? Ha ha! Unless the emperor of the great Qian dynasty comes, no one will be able to break through my array in a short time. Not necessarily. Ram Saint laughed. That ancestor narrowed its eyes. It seems that I really came to save you. Just in case, you should sleep for a while. As it spoke, it suddenly slapped Ram Saint's forehead. Ram Saint's face immediately glowed red. Then he closed his eyes and fainted. Seeing that Ram Saint had fainted, that ancestor immediately rushed out of the underground palace. Impudent! That ancestor let out a loud cry as he faced the masked man's sword. Boom! It shattered the masked man's sword force with a palm strike. The masked man turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? That ancestor snorted coldly and chased after him. The outside world was in a mess. That ancestor had left. Countless bat demons guarded the surroundings with lingering fear. At this moment, 2 more streams of energy attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more masked figures suddenly appeared. There are 2 more. Oh no, the Supreme has been tricked. Stop them! A group of vampires and bat demons immediately charged toward the 2 masked men in shock and anger. The 2 masked men looked at each other as if they had reached a tacit understanding. One of them wielded a sword and blocked the bat demons and vampires. The other masked man suddenly slammed his palm down. Boom! The earth quaked violently, and countless crimson nets suddenly appeared out of thin air, covering the 2 masked men from all directions. Oh no, that ancestor left on purpose. We've been tricked. The other black-robed man's expression changed. The blood-red nets carried a strong stench as they instantly sealed off all paths of escape for the 2 masked men. Boom! The 2 of them immediately slashed at the nets with their swords. The nets trembled slightly, but they did not break. Boom! 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 The 2 masked men were exhausted from dealing with the blood-red nets. In the distance, Sima Chongkong's expression darkened. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's most powerful formation, the Great Blood Net Formation, the outside world was in chaos. Meanwhile, in the underground palace, gulp, 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 Gu Hai, Long Wanyu, and Zi Wei suddenly appeared on the surface of the blood pool. Ram Saint, Long Wanyu looked at the trapped white-robed man, not far away, and said in surprise, Ram Saint had fainted, and his body was wrapped in a large number of blood-red chains. Ram Saint, it can't be. Dai Qianqing's mission is too easy, right? Gu Hai revealed a blank expression. This is too much of a coincidence, right? Gu Hai and Long Wanyu slowly approached. Not long ago, Yi Shenzhen gave him a portrait of Ram Saint, so it was him. Gu Hai, Long Wanyu, and Zi Wei walked around the underground palace. They immediately saw some tools and supplies. This is where the Bat ancestor lives. The Bat Valley? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Where's the Bat ancestor? Zi Wei was also at a loss. Don't think so much. Let's go now, Gu Hai immediately said in a low voice. They went to Ram Saint's side and looked at the blood-red chains. Clang! The life-extinguishing saber slashed down, and immediately all the chains were cut. Go, let's go. We'll be in trouble when the bat ancestor returns, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Whoosh! They returned to where they came from. Soon, they saw Chang Sheng at the bottom of the blood pool. Why are you carrying someone back? Chang Sheng looked at Ram Saint on Gu Hai's shoulder in surprise. Let's leave first. We'll talk after we leave. Gu Hai shook his head. Everyone grabbed onto Longevity. With a tug from Longevity, all of them were pulled out. Whoosh! Everyone immediately returned to the small space from before. Ka. The blood pool above the small space was connected to the Bat Ancestors' underground palace. Without the suppression of the fire gourd, a large number of cracks appeared on the red runes in the blood pool below. Ka. More and more cracks appeared, and even the faint sound of horse hooves could be heard from below. Is the thing below coming out? Ziwei looked at the runes that kept shattering in surprise. Let's go, brother-in-law. It's a bad omen. It's too dangerous. Long One, you said in horror. Let's go. The four of them carried Ram Saint and quickly passed through the tunnel to the outside world. Chapter 389. West of the city, Bat Valley. The battle between the two groups of masked men attracted the attention of everyone in the capital city. Qin Zibai and He Kang of Silla led a large army and rushed to Bat Valley to assist the vampires and bat demons in dealing with the two trapped masked men. Boom, boom, boom. The west of the city was in chaos. Outside, Sima Chongkong took a deep breath. Blood sifting net formation? It's a pity that it's not time for the prince to reveal his full strength. Otherwise, Shiyu the Great will be attracted, and we will have to return empty-handed. With that, Sima Chongkong slowly left. As expected, with the arrival of Qin Zibai and He Kang of Silla's army, the two masked men could only feel helpless. Break! One of the masked men shouted, and the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted millions of green lights. Boom! The blood-red net was torn apart. Whoosh! The two of them flew out in an instant. Don't let them escape. A large number of experts chased after them from all directions. However, the two masked men were too strong. Even though Qin Zibai was from Zhongtian Palace, he still lost them in the end. Oomph! Qin Zibai snorted coldly. He turned around and flew back. What's going on? Why are there people trying to break into Bat Valley? Qin Zibai looked at the bat demons in confusion. The bat demons shook their heads, expressing their confusion. Could it be? He Kang of Silla's expression changed. He Kang of Silla obviously knew that Ram Saint was imprisoned here. At this moment, his expression changed. He suddenly thought of something. Prince, you know? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. He Kang of Silla's expression darkened. It's someone from the Deqian Celestial Empire. Oh, the two Zhongtian Palace experts, just now, and the one who lured the Bat Ancestor away, are also from Zhongtian Palace? How do you know that it's someone from the Deqian Celestial Empire? Qin Zibai was shocked. Saving Gong Yangsheng was something that only the people of the Great Gan Empire would do. Moreover, the investigation led to this place. Duke Shikang's expression sank. They must be Deqian's men. I can't be wrong. They must have come with the Deqian diplomatic mission. We must search for them immediately, He Kang of Silla said with a gloomy expression. Search? This isn't good, right? Qin Zibai said with a bitter smile. The two of them waited for a while. Who? A gust of wind blew in from afar. That ancestor had returned. That ancestor, did you catch it? He Kang of Silla looked at the bat ancestor expectantly. De Qian's people, Bat Ancestor said coldly. The Bat Ancestor also guessed that it was De Qian. Qin Zibai was surprised. The two of them weren't guessing. The truth was right in front of them. It was just that Qin Zibai didn't know the inside story. I've already injured the arm of the people who were chasing us. De Qian diplomatic mission. Search them one by one. Qin Zibai, you lead the troops to search outside the city. He Kang of Silla, you come with me to the Missouri estate. Humph! Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Immediately, a large number of troops under the command of He Kang of Silla and Bat Ancestor headed to the capital and surrounded the Missouri estate. Mo Yike frowned as he looked at the people in front of him. He Kang of Silla, Bat Ancestor, why are you here again? Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Lord Mo, someone from the De Qian diplomatic mission, has ambushed Bat Valley. We need to find them. He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. How are you so sure that it's the De Qian diplomatic mission? Mo Yike said in a deep voice. I don't have time to explain. Where are the De Qian diplomatic mission? He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. Mo Yike looked coldly at He Kang of Silla and Bat Ancestor. I injured the arm of the person who ambushed my Bat Valley. We'll know once we investigate. Mo Yike, cooperate with my investigation. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Mo Yike shook his head. His Majesty told me to receive them. I can't let you do anything. His Majesty knows about this. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. Bat Ancestor's eyes were filled with a sense of urgency. Mo Yike still wanted to insist. He Kang of Silla even took out a purple dragon token. If there's anything wrong, I'll take responsibility for it. His Majesty gave me this token so that I can do whatever I want when I encounter something like this. He Kang of Silla said coldly. Purple dragon token? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. He Kang of Silla, I hope you don't regret this. Quick, how many more envoys do you have in the Missouri estate? Come out first. We'll search for the ones who left later. He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. Go and ask everyone from the De Qian diplomatic mission to come out. Mo Yike could only say helplessly. Soon, Bingheim and the others came out. Oh, that's all. He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. That's all. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Mo Yike, what's the meaning of this? Is this how you treat the De Qian diplomatic mission? Sima Fong glared at him and shouted. I'm sorry, everyone. The Bat Ancestor and He Kang of Silla both suspect the De Qian diplomatic mission when the Bat Valley was attacked. So, please cooperate. If it wasn't your doing, I'll definitely make them give you justice. Mo Yike bowed deeply to the De Qian diplomatic mission. Cooperate? Cooperate? Daewon's imperial dynasty? What a great Daewon's imperial dynasty. In your eyes, the De Qian diplomatic mission is just a bunch of thieves. Humph, Sima Fong said coldly. I injured the right arm of the people who attacked the Bat Valley. Let me see your right arm. Bat Ancestor said coldly. As he said that, the Bat Ancestor looked coldly at Bingheim. Bingheim smiled coldly. Bat Ancestor, you're not looking for an excuse, right? You're looking for trouble with me when the Emperor isn't here? Stupid girl, I'll teach you a lesson. If it's you, even if the Emperor tries to stop me, I'll still take your life. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Bingheim pulled up the sleeve of her right arm. Her arm was snow white, and there wasn't a single scar on it. Humph! Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. The De Qian diplomatic mission was forced to pull up their sleeves. No one was injured. It wasn't them. He Kang of Silla's expression darkened. We haven't gone out for an entire day. You're really looking for a good excuse. Bingheim said coldly. De Qian diplomatic mission? Then the only ones who aren't present are Li Xinji's Xinji Battalion, Gu Hai, Princess Wanyu, Ziwei, and Changsheng. He Kang of Silla said solemnly. Is it one of them? That ancestor said with a gloomy expression. Rumble. Perhaps the commotion in the city was too big, but the Xinji Battalion disciples outside the city quickly returned. On the other side, Gu Hai's rain-crowned crane carriage also slowly returned. The rain-crowned crane carriage had a box. Everyone sat inside and could see the outside through the window. What's going on? Li Xinji and Gu Hai, who had just returned, immediately shouted, Everyone is here. They're all back. He Kang of Silla's expression changed. That ancestor's expression darkened as he looked at the people on both sides. Li Xinji's expression was as usual, but his eyes were cold. Gu Hai said solemnly, Mr. Mo, can you explain to me what's going on? Why did you surround the Deqian diplomatic mission? Why do you want to break the treaty and kill the diplomatic mission as a sacrifice to the Deqian? Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, you're exaggerating. It's just that Bat Valley was ambushed, and one of them was seriously injured by Bat Ancestor. We suspect that the assassin is among the Deqian diplomatic mission. We need to find him. Oh, check for serious injuries? Just because of a little suspicion, you think the Deqian diplomatic mission is a group of bandits? Ha ha ha, what a good day one, Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, Gu Hai, the assassin is among you. Don't even think about escaping. He Kang of Silla said coldly. He Kang of Silla, you're using your position to avenge a personal grudge, aren't you? Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. He Kang of Silla flung his sleeves. Mr. Mo, you're just going to let them be so rude? Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Good, please forgive me. I don't dare to disobey the Purple Dragon Order if I see His Majesty. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and bowed. Humph, does Princess Wanyu need to be checked too? Gu Hai said coldly. Long Wanyu? No need. She doesn't have the ability. Bat Ancestor said coldly. The person who was injured by him was from Zhongtian Palace. How could Long Wanyu do that? What about me? Right, I have Ziwei and Changsheng in my crane carriage. Check them too. Gu Hai smiled coldly. The three of you? You're not qualified. That ancestor said coldly again. Obviously, Gu Hai, Ziwei, and Changsheng's cultivation were too weak. They were still thousands of miles away from Zhongtian Palace. There was no need to check them. Haha, not qualified. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Mr. Mo, it seems that your Mo Manor is not a safe place. Do you need to search me when I'm staying in your Mo Manor? I'm so disappointed. Forget it. Let's find an inn to stay. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mr. Good, don't. This is really an accident. Mo Yike said bitterly. Let's go. Gu Hai didn't care at all and snorted coldly. Bingheim, Sima Fong, and the others went inside the Mo Manor. They quickly packed up and followed Gu Hai's crane carriage and slowly left the Mo Manor. Mr. Good, Mo Yike called with a bitter smile. However, Gu Hai didn't look back at all. Gu Hai can go, but you can't, He Kang of Silla, and the others stopped everyone from the Xinji Battalion. Humph. I remember everyone from the Deqian diplomatic mission clearly. They are all here. Gu Hai and the others don't have the ability, so you can only rely on the Xinji Battalion. Li Xinji, please cooperate, He Kang of Silla said coldly. Li Xinji's face was gloomy. Bat Ancestor, He Kang of Silla, and Day One experts surrounded the Xinji Battalion. On Gu Hai's crane carriage, Long Wanyu, Ziwei, and Changsheng looked at Ram Saint, who was still unconscious. Are they stupid? They didn't even check this. Ziwei looked at Ram Saint strangely. They are blind. Changsheng shook his head. Everyone looked at Ram Saint strangely. This journey seemed to be too smooth. A few days ago, they walked around the city and were familiar with some places. Soon, they bought a manor and stayed there. Ram Saint was also sent to the manor to recuperate. In the evening, Hekang of Scylla, Bat Ancestor, and the others naturally left gloomily. They couldn't find the person who was seriously injured by Bat Ancestor. They also lost face in front of the Deqian diplomatic mission. Li Xinji led the Xinji battalion to the manor that Gu Hai just bought. Pooh! As soon as they entered the manor, Li Xinji suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Battalion commander. Everyone looked at Li Xinji worriedly. I'm fine. Previously, in order to hide from Bat Ancestor, I reversed the flow of blood and qi and temporarily concealed my injury. I finally managed to fool him. Li Xinji said bitterly. After he finished speaking, a large amount of blood suddenly appeared on Li Xinji's right arm. Bat poison? Li Xinji looked at his right arm with an ugly expression. Don't move. If Bat Ancestor's poison enters your heart, it will be bad. Yi Shenzhen suddenly appeared not far away. Accompanying Yi Shenzhen was Jinmu of Scylla. Jinmu of Scylla, it's you? Li Xinji said in surprise. He was in the light, while Jinmu of Scylla was in the dark. Originally, you shouldn't have appeared. However, Li Xinji, this time, in order to lure Bat Ancestor away, you were seriously injured. This bat poison must be forced out immediately. Yi Shenzhen, and I will help you expel the poison. Jinmu of Scylla said in a low voice. Li Xinji nodded. The three of them entered the room prepared by Sima Feng and began to expel the poison. After 2 hours, the three of them walked out, sweating profusely. Li Xinji's face was pale. It was obvious that his injury this time was too serious. When Gu Hai heard the news, he and Long Wanyu also walked out. Takashi Ryushin, Li Xinji, Eunuch Yi, where did you go? Why are you in such a sorry state? Long Wanyu stared at the three of them. The three of them glanced at Gu Hai and Long Wanyu. Princess, how was your trip these past few days? Yi Shenzhen was the first to ask, with a bitter smile. Not bad. Long Wanyu shook her head. Gu Hai, His Holiness assigned you a mission, but you're traveling around. Li Xinji mocked as he held his right arm that was still aching faintly. What does lordly mean? Gu Hai looked at Li Xinji and said coldly, Humph, previously in the Missouri estate, you were so free and easy that you didn't care about our Xinji battalion? Deqian diplomatic mission. Does it have nothing to do with us? Humph. His Holiness said that if we save Ram Saint, he will give us a first-grade sky achievement. You know that you're incompetent, so you don't care, right? Li Xinji mocked. Oh, if we can't save Ram Saint, then we're incompetent. If we can save Ram Saint, then we're capable? Gu Hai looked at Li Xinji strangely. That's right. Humph, just you wait. I will save Ram Saint. It's better than someone who only knows how to write useless poems to please the crowd. Li Xinji said coldly, Battalion Commander Li, now that the Bat Ancestor is on guard, it will be difficult to go to Bat Valley. Yi Shenzhen smiled bitterly. Where there's a will, there's a way. We've done our best, so it's better than someone doing nothing. Humph. Li Xinji was still holding a grudge against Gu Hai. Why do you still want to go to Bat Valley? Long Wanyu also asked strangely. Princess, it's better for you to go sightseeing with Gu Hai. It's better for you not to participate in such a dangerous matter. Li Xinji said in a low voice. Jinmu of Scylla narrowed her eyes. Li Xinji was trying to make things difficult for Long Wanyu. Was he trying to get Long Wanyu to participate in this matter as well? He was using Long Wanyu's ability to predict the future. Jinmu of Scylla and Yi Shenzhen were about to stop him. What's so dangerous about it? It's just Ram Saint. Long Wanyu curled her lips in disdain. Li Shenji, how dare you? Princess, don't listen to Li Shenji. We'll save Ram Saint. We don't need your help. Yi Shenzhen immediately said. Save what? Ram Saint has already been carried out by my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said with a strange expression. Huh. Jinmu of Silla, Yi Shenzhen, and Li Shenji blinked at the same time. They didn't understand what Long Wanyu meant. Princess, don't listen to Gu Hai's nonsense. How could he? Li Shenji immediately glared. Ram Saint is resting in the inner hall. Why don't you all go and take a look? Gu Hai said with a strange expression. Chapter 390. Ram Saint is resting in the inner hall. Why don't you all go and take a look? Gu Hai said with a strange expression. Li Shenji, Yi Shenzhen, and Takashi Ryushin all looked at Gu Hai as if they had been hit by a spell. Logically speaking, the three of them did not believe Gu Hai at all. What a joke! We spent a lot of effort plotting and fighting. Li Shenji was even injured all over and almost lost his life. After doing so much, we did not even see Ram Saint's shadow. You said you saved Ram Saint? Subjectively speaking, the three of them did not believe Gu Hai even more. How could you, a person from the Yuanying state, save someone that even the three of us from the Heavenly Palace could not? The three of them looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled. Why don't you three come in and take a look? The three of them looked at Gu Hai blankly. How could Gu Hai be so sure? After Gu Hai finished speaking, he led Long Wanyu into the inner hall. The three of them looked at each other. Although they did not believe him, they still followed him in. Whoosh! In the inner hall, a gust of wind swept up. The three of them stood outside the inner hall, but their expressions suddenly changed. This aura! Yi Shenzhen was shocked as he followed Gu Hai into the inner hall. Li Shenji and Takashi Ryushin followed closely behind. Whoosh! The aura in the inner hall was absorbed into the body of a man in white who was sitting cross-legged in the center. The man in white slowly opened his eyes and looked at the stunned expressions of Li Shenji, Yi Shenzhen, and Takashi Ryushin in front of him. Oh, Third Prince, Eunuch Yi, and Battalion Commander Li, you guys are here too? The man in white let out a long sigh and said with a hint of joy in his eyes, Jinmu of Silla, Yi Shenzhen, Li Shenji, cough, 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 cough. The three of them looked at Gu Hai strangely. This is impossible, especially Li Shenji, who had just boasted shamelessly that if he couldn't save Ram Saint, then he was incompetent. If he could save Ram Saint, then he was capable. Wouldn't that mean that he was useless in front of Gu Hai? Lord Ram, you weren't in Bat Valley earlier? Gu Hai, you lied to me? Cough, cough, cough. Li Shenji covered his wound and asked. Jinmu of Silla and Yi Shenzhen's expressions changed. That's right, if it wasn't Bat Valley, then that's right. While everyone looked at Gu Hai, Ram Saint said, I was imprisoned in Bat Valley. Was it Gu Hai who saved me? Li Shenji? He finally found an excuse to cover his face, but it was instantly crushed by Ram Saint. Was Gu Hai really saved from Bat Valley? Battalion Commander Li, next time when you're scolding others, you should be more polite. Otherwise, before you can scold others, you'll end up scolding yourself. Gu Hai said rudely. Li Shenji's face instantly turned red. I, Li Shenji, am skilled in both strength and strategy, but I was taught a lesson by a despicable person like you today. I don't need you to teach me a lesson. Humph. Li Shenji snorted gloomily. Of course, you were saved by my brother-in-law. Otherwise, you would still be floating in the blood pool. Long Wanyu said proudly. At this moment, Long Wanyu didn't want any credit. She was happier to give it to her brother-in-law, than to give it to herself. As for Ziwei and Changsheng, Gu Hai's promise allowed them to eat as much as they wanted. At this moment, they were eating nonstop in the kitchen. Oh, this is... Ram Saint's eyelids twitched as he looked at Long Wanyu. It was obvious that he hadn't seen Long Wanyu before. However, Long Wanyu's words were too harsh. What did she mean by, "I'm still floating in the blood pool"? This is Princess Wanyu. She is Princess Xiaoyu's daughter. Yi Shenzhen immediately explained. Oh, Princess Xiaoyu's daughter? Ram Saint raised his eyebrows. She is His Holiness's sweetheart. Don't take what she says to heart. Yi Shenzhen immediately added. After all, when Ram Saint was imprisoned, Long Wanyu wasn't born yet. What old man's sweetheart? Eunuch Yi, don't talk nonsense. Damn old man. He never let me out to play. Sweetheart? Long Wanyu said with a disdainful look. How dare you? Ram Saint stared. Damn old man. Was he insulting His Holiness? What are you looking at? Long Wanyu also stared. At this time, Ram Saint suddenly realized the position Long Wanyu had in His Holiness's heart. Damn old man. And there was Eunuch Yi beside him, the third prince, Li Xinji, and the others actually didn't feel surprised at the way they addressed Long Wanyu. Princess, in front of His Holiness. You also called him that. I said, don't take it to heart. Yi Shenzhen said with a wry smile. Ram Saint's eyelids twitched again. The position of Long Wanyu in front of him in his heart suddenly rose by countless times and became incomparably mysterious. For things that he didn't understand, it was better to first suppress the anger in his heart. You are Gu Hai? Ram Saint suddenly looked at Gu Hai beside him. The hall master of the first-class hall, Gu Hai, greets Mr. Ram. Gu Hai said with a slight smile, Gallantry and bringing in the wine were written by you? Ram Saint's eyes suddenly lit up. That's me. However, to some people, it's just a useless poem, playing to the gallery. Gu Hai looked at Li Xinji. Just now, Li Xinji ridiculed Gu Hai in this way. Who's the bastard who said such a thing? What useless poem? Gallantry and bringing in the wine? That's still a useless poem? Then what else is a good poem? Playing to the gallery? That's the jealousy of others without ability. Gu Hai, it's written well. Ram Saint suddenly said with a smile, his eyes wide open. At the side, everyone looked at Li Xinji with strange expressions. Li Xinji's face flushed red again. As long as Lord Ram likes it, it's fine. Gu Hai said with a slight smile, Who is your teacher? Ram Saint stood up and asked with a solemn expression. Gu Hai showed a trace of doubt. The one who taught you calligraphy. To be able to write such a good poem, there must be a famous teacher. I wonder if I know him. Who is your teacher? Ram Saint asked curiously. Everyone looked at Gu Hai together. Gu Hai said with a strange expression, I don't have a teacher. No teacher? Then how did you write Gallantry and bringing in the wine? Ram Saint had a look of disbelief. I just blindly thought about it. Calligraphy, I just heard about it some time ago. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Ram Saint stared at Gu Hai with a look of disbelief. Yi Shenzhen at the side said, Hall Master Gu indeed just came into contact with calligraphy. 3 years ago, he was still immortal and didn't know how to cultivate. Oh, blindly thought about it. Ram Saint's eyes lit up in shock. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He nodded. He could only say so. Otherwise, there would be no end to it. To be able to write such a poem when you just came into contact with calligraphy, your talent is extraordinary. It shows that you have extraordinary comprehension in calligraphy. Some people can't reach your level even if they work hard for their whole life. How can such a talent be buried? Why don't you be my student? I will definitely teach you calligraphy with everything I have. Ram Saint said, solemnly, accept Gu Hai as his student? Yi Shenzhen, Jinmu of Silla, and Li Shunji's expressions changed. Lord Ram Saint has already promised not to accept any more students. He actually made an exception for Hall Master Gu. Yi Shenzhen said in surprise. Sima Feng, who was standing at the door, was so jealous that his eyes were shining. Li Shunji raised his eyebrows. Not only was Gu Hai valued by Ram Saint, but more importantly, as the Imperial College Chancellor, Ram Saint had influence in Deqian, who knew how many students he had. If Gu Hai was his student, then Gu Hai's resources would increase tremendously. It would be troublesome for him to deal with him in the future. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. How about it? Ram Saint looked at Gu Hai confidently. The Imperial College Chancellor was similar to Gu Hai when he was the principal of Peking University, the principal of Tsinghua University, and the Minister of Education on Earth. It was rare for a calligraphy cultivator to reject such an honor. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Ram Saint. Writing poems is just for fun. I don't want to go down the calligraphy path. Just for fun? Not going down the calligraphy path. With your talent, you don't want to go down the calligraphy path? Ram Saint stared. My brother-in-law's Guqin Dao is even better. He doesn't have the time to learn calligraphy from you. Long One, you said with disdain. After rescuing Ram Saint, Long One, you felt pity for him. He had been locked up for so long, but he wanted to take her brother-in-law as his student. How is her brother-in-law worse than you? Guqin Dao. Ram Saint was slightly stunned. Hall Master Gu's Guqin Dao is indeed powerful. Not long ago in Yingzhou, he defeated Lu Yang and Pejuan with his Guqin Dao. He was invincible with a few tunes and was recognized by the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's Villa Master. He defeated countless Guqin Dao masters and obtained the Heaven-class Guqin. Yi Shenzhen explained with a bitter smile. Impossible. Guqin Dao also requires great comprehension, but it's completely different from calligraphy. How can both be so powerful? Besides, didn't you say that he just entered the cultivation world? Could it be that he just came into contact with Guqin Dao? Ram Saint was in disbelief. I've only heard about it in recent years. Gu Hai nodded. He defeated countless Guqin Dao masters and obtained the Heaven-class Guqin. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa's old villa master is really generous. Your Guqin Dao is actually so powerful. You want to walk the Guqin Dao as a literary cultivator. However, your calligraphy Dao is so powerful as well. What a pity. Ram Saint sighed. Hey, speaking of which, I only dabble in the Guqin Dao occasionally. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Only dabble in it occasionally again. Ram Saint suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Hai. You only dabble in the Guqin Dao occasionally? Dabble in it. Gu Hai, many people do not have any talent in their entire lives. However, you have two talents. Do you not know how to cherish them? Ram Saint showed a regretful expression. Yi Shenzhen, who was at the side, was in charge of collecting information. Hence, he understood Gu Hai more. At this moment, he could not help saying, Lord Gongyang, there is no need for you to worry about Hall Master Gu. Hall Master Gu is most powerful in the Go Dao. In the innate puzzle world, Hall Master Gu suppressed 100,000 Go Dao experts with one Go piece. He even defeated the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th young master. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. The Go Dao, is he trying to capture all the literary cultivators in one fell swoop? Ram Saint looked at Yi Shenzhen in disbelief. However, who was Yi Shenzhen? How could the commander of the Knight Divine Guards speak nonsense? Defeating the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th young master? Others might not understand, but Ram Saint instantly understood Gu Hai's Go skills. Where did this monster come from? Hence, Many thanks for Mr. Gong Yang's kindness, Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Xiao Chun was the clearest about his situation. However, his Go Dao was the most powerful. His calligraphy Dao and the Guqin Dao were special reasons. If he learned from Ram Saint, everything would be exposed. Ram Saint felt very conflicted. He felt even more conflicted than when he was imprisoned in the blood pool. Where did this monster come from? Boom! Just at this moment, a deafening sound came from Bat Valley in the western part of the city. The ground around Bat Valley exploded, and a scarlet light soared into the sky. Chapter 391. Bat Ancestor and He Kang of Silla led the army to inspect the Shenzhen battalion, especially Li Shinji. In the end, they did not find anything. They could only watch as the Shenzhen battalion slowly left. He Kang of Silla, His Majesty asked me to receive Envoy Gon, but you used the purple dragon token to annoy him. Let's see how you explain this to His Majesty. Humph. Mo Yike snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeves, Mo Yike stepped back into the Mo residence. He Kang of Silla and Bat Ancestor's expressions turned ugly. If it's not them, who else could it be? Bat Ancestor said with a gloomy expression. He Kang of Silla looked at the purple dragon token in his hand with a bitter expression. Not long ago, he had humiliated the country in Wuyue Academy, and now he made such a mistake. How was he going to explain this to His Majesty? Shi Kong, continue searching. That group of people must still be near Dadu. They're looking for Ram Saint. Ram Saint? Bat Ancestor's expression changed. Whoosh! Bat Ancestor's figure flashed and immediately flew out of the city, heading towards the Valley of Bats. Ancestor! Jizun! Outside the Valley of Bats, a group of bat demons and vampires greeted respectfully. Bat Ancestor ignored them and stepped into his underground palace. Was Ram Saint still there? Once he entered the underground palace, the blood pool was extremely calm. Bat Ancestor suddenly shuddered. Where is he? Bat Ancestor roared angrily with his eyes wide open. Boom! He reached out and flipped the blood pool upside down. However, in the blood pool, there was nothing but blood. There was no trace of Ram Saint. Gone. Ram Saint was gone. Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! In an instant, Bat Ancestor stepped out of the underground palace, and his aura erupted. Ah, Ancestor! Sovereign, what's the matter? The group of vampires and Bat Ancestor immediately prostrated themselves on the ground under the pressure of the Bat Ancestor's tremendous aura. They looked at the Bat Ancestor in horror. Tell me, who went in? Bat Ancestor asked with a ferocious expression. No one, no one. The group of bat demons cried out in horror. No one. My stuff is gone? Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. Primogenitor, there really isn't any. We don't even know where the entrance is. Please spare us, Primogenitor. The vampires cried out in horror. The Bat Ancestor's face was cold and gloomy. After killing a few vampires and bat demons, he was completely sure that no one had entered the underground palace. However, Ram Saint was gone. Search, search, find that masked man, Bat Ancestor said angrily. Yes, all the vampires and bat demons flew away in fear and trepidation. However, Bat Ancestor also knew how difficult it would be to find the masked man with his subordinates. Bat Ancestor returned to the underground palace with great anger. If he didn't come in from the outside, then he came in from underground. That's impossible. I've also set up a formation underground. No one can enter. Bat Ancestor inspected the bottom of the blood pool in disbelief. After sinking to the bottom of the blood pool, Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly changed. No, where's the heat here? It's not hot. Did Ram Saint escape from here? Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. He carefully sensed the area that was no longer hot. Ta, 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 ta. Suddenly, the faint sound of horse hooves could be heard. Bat ancestor showed a trace of doubt. The sound of horse hooves? How could there be horse hooves? It was the area where the fire gourd was previously, without the suppression of the fire gourd. The red runes below were constantly shattering, as if a force was struggling to get here. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The sound of horse hooves could be heard from inside, and it was getting louder and louder. The red runes were shattering, and the blood pool below was churning as if something was about to come out. That ancestor listened attentively. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live the great slaughter, celestial empire! Awaken the soul! Rumble! Shouts could be heard from below the blood pool. That ancestor's expression suddenly changed. Great slaughter, celestial empire! Impossible! That ancestor exclaimed. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Blood burst out from where Bat ancestor was. Clearly, the red runes had completely disappeared, and the thing that was sealed underneath had completely exploded. Boom! With a deafening sound, Bat ancestor's underground palace, together with the surrounding Bat Valley, was suddenly blasted into the sky by the huge explosion. Countless bat demons were instantly killed by the explosion and fled in all directions. The vampires transformed into countless bats and fled in all directions. Rumble! Blood gushed into the sky, and in an instant, the entire sky was dyed red. The huge explosion instantly attracted the attention of the capital city. In the city, Mo Yike, Hikang of Silla, Chongming, and Changsheng all flew to the highest floating island and looked into the distance. Guhai's manor also had a huge floating island. Everyone stood on the floating island and looked in the direction of the west of the city. There, the blood light soared into the sky, forming a huge blood cloud that covered the sky. Wong! Within the blood cloud, there seemed to be a surge of fate energy. That is, Li Shinji raised an eyebrow. Is that fate energy? Why is there a surge of fate energy in the west of the city? Could it be that, under the seal? Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. What seal? Li Shinji and Yi Shenzhen asked in surprise. Long Wanyu tilted her head and ignored the two. Fate energy? The providence that came out of the ground? And it's still increasing? Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened. Rumble! The fate energy, mixed with the blood, aura, surged in the sky. There was more and more blood-colored fate energy, and slowly it was on par with the fate energy in the sky above the capital city. Moreover, within the blood-colored fate energy, there was a huge blood-colored fate energy dragon that was slowly condensing. As soon as the blood-colored dragon appeared, the golden dragon of fate above the capital city suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! Daewon's golden dragon of fate roared as if it was declaring its sovereignty. It looked at the blood-colored dragon that suddenly appeared on the blood-colored fate energy with a ferocious expression. Roar! The blood-colored dragon also roared at Daewon's golden dragon across the sky. It didn't give in at all. It also looked ferocious and ferocious. Wow! The people in the capital city were instantly shocked by this change. The golden dragon of fate hadn't moved for many years. Why was it roaring now? Why is there a sea of fate energy in the west of the city? And it's blood-colored? Where did so much fate energy come from? It's not any less than my Daewon's fate energy. That's impossible. Where did it come from? Isn't that the direction of the Bat Valley? Amidst the exclamations of countless people, the defense barrier of the capital city was activated. Countless people found a high ground and looked at the countless bats that were fleeing in all directions. Bat Ancestor also arrived at the border of the capital city in an instant. Quick, inform Shiyu. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? It's the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty. That ancestor's expression changed as he shouted toward the city. In the city, countless people were confused. However, Mo Yike, Hikang of Silla, Changsheng, and the rest were shocked. Outside the city, Qin Zibai, who was searching for the masked man, was also shocked. He quickly led the army to the vicinity of the capital city. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty, Hikang of Silla was shocked. At that moment, he ignored everything and rushed toward the palace. At the same time, many officials also rushed toward the palace's main hall. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Hikang of Silla rushed over in a panic. However, there was a group of guards stationed at the entrance of the main hall. My lords, please wait. His Majesty has ordered that no one is to disturb him before he comes out. A guard leader stopped the crowd. Quick, it's a national matter. Quick, I want to see His Majesty. I have the purple dragon token. Hikang of Silla took out the purple dragon token and shouted. His Majesty has ordered that no one is to disturb him before he comes out, not even the purple dragon token. It's a major matter. Wait for His Majesty to come out himself. The guard leader shouted. What? Hikang of Silla's expression changed. Mo residence. Mo Yike stepped onto the floating island in the residence and looked toward the west of the city, looking at the rolling blood-red fate energy. His face turned gloomy. The Bat Ancestor and Hikang of Silla are hiding in the armpit. Could it be the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Mo Yike squinted his eyes, looking at the blood-red fate energy dragon roaring in the distance. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. Father died early and didn't have time to tell me some things. The Daewon's capital is here. I always felt that this wasn't the best place, but His Majesty still chose this place. The capital city? Was this a secret that only the first generation of officials who followed His Majesty knew? Qin residence. Family head, the west of the city is in chaos. The fate energy is rising. The Bat Ancestor is shouting, and the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty has appeared. Family head, what should we do? A group of family disciples shouted anxiously at a door. In the room, Qin Zibai's father, the blind old man, sat on a chair and frowned. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Could His Majesty have miscalculated? Chang family. The group of vampires stared with their eyes wide open in shock. Cough, cough, cough. Changsheng had 3 of his bones taken out by the Bat Ancestor and had yet to recover from his injuries. As he looked into the distance, his eyelids twitched. Why is it in the west of the city? Why is it in the west of the city? Changsheng's eyes were filled with worry. Father, do you know something? What Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Chang Ming asked curiously. Guhai's manor. The Bat Ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the city. Guhai and the rest's faces sank. Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? This fate energy belongs to the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? A certain someone? Takeshi Ryushin squinted his eyes. Ram Saint took a step forward and squinted his eyes. 81 palace diagrams. I understand now. 81 palace diagrams are the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty's 99 sun sealing array? Lord Gongyang, are you familiar with the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Yi Shenzhen looked at Ram Saint. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty reigned supreme in the north of the Divine Continent 6,000 years ago. At that time, the Deqian Celestial Dynasty had yet to be born. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty had killed countless people and was incomparably bloody. They killed all who refused to submit to them. However, one day 6,000 years ago, the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty suddenly disappeared. Their strongest divine blood army also disappeared. No one knew how they disappeared. Some guessed that the Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty had killed too many people and was punished by the heavens. They were wiped out in one day. After 6,000 years, they are out again. Ramsaint raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty that reigned supreme in the world 6,000 years ago. Guhai raised an eyebrow. The Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty's capital is called the Central Capital City, and the Daewon Imperial dynasty's capital is called the Great Capital City. Could it be that Shiyu, the Great, already knew some secret? That's right, that's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have imprisoned me and forced me to help them decipher some 81 palace diagrams. Humph. Ramsaint's face darkened. Chapter 392. Capital City. Outside the city, blood clouds rushed to the sky, and blood-red fate gathered again. The blood-red golden dragon and Daewon's golden dragon roared at each other across space. Capital City was in chaos. In a remote residence in the city, Fairy One frowned as she looked towards the west of the city. West of the city, the Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty sealed themselves at the west of the city? That's not right. Could my Wancho Taoism record be wrong? Fairy One squinted her eyes. In the city, the army was ready for battle. Blood clouds were everywhere, and bat demons and vampires were running for their lives. The smell of blood was everywhere. Capital City entrance. The bat ancestor was worried. He muttered to himself, "Alive? They are all still alive." Finally, there was no more fate coming out from the ground. Instead, a blood fog shrouded the area around the original Bat Valley. The explosions stopped, and the capital city was silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Boom! At the edge of the blood fog, the silhouette of a huge horse appeared. It was a huge blood-red horse that was 1 zhang tall. On the horse, there was a warrior in blood-red armor. The warrior held a long sword in his hand, and his blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Ha, 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 ha. The warrior laughed heartily. Rumble! Suddenly, the blood fog condensed into blood-red horses. On each of the horses, there was a blood-red warrior. "General, we are back. General, we are awake. We are back on the divine continent. Ha ha ha, we are back. Our divine blood army is back. Ha ha ha." The blood-red warriors laughed heartily. In the city, Guhai and the rest looked over. They saw the blood-red army, about 5 million strong. They were emitting a ferocious aura. Even from a distance, they could smell the stench of blood. Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty, divine blood army? Ramsaint squinted his eyes. Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty, infamous? Did the Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty kill many people? Li Shinji asked. Kill. Ha! Establishing a country by killing. Do you think there is a lot of killing? The #1 evil blade in the world, Blood Prison, was His Holiness's weapon in the past. It was also refined by His Holiness. Ramsaint explained. Blood Prison? Guhai raised an eyebrow. Guhai had heard of the Blood Prison before. The blood blade that Long Wanqing had given him in the past was an imitation of the Blood Prison, the world's #1 evil blade. Blood Prison, the weapon of Shiyu the Great, was it made by His Holiness? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. In the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty, the national beast is the horse. The horse's blood is of extreme yang, and it can swallow the sun and the moon. Do you see that? At the front of the divine blood army, there is an old man standing on the head of a huge horse. He is the horse tribe's leader, Ma San Yen. Ramsaint explained. Indeed, everyone saw a huge horse in front of the 5 million strong army. An old man covered in blood stood on the horse. There was a slit on the old man's forehead that looked like a third eye. His eyes were squinted, and he looked mighty. Divine Blood Army, 8 army commanders. Each of them is a peerless expert. For His Holiness, they have fought countless battles and committed heinous crimes. Ramsay pointed to the distance. Sure enough, after the 5 million strong army came out, they quickly divided into 8 armies. At the front of each army, there was a powerful blood general riding on a huge horse. Why are these people covered in blood? Long One Yu asked curiously. It's not that they are covered in blood, but that they are not human. Yi Shenzhen narrowed his eyes. Not human. Gu Hai looked at Yi Shenzhen in confusion. Souls. They are souls, not physical bodies. Yi Shenzhen said with certainty. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Walala, the 5 million strong Divine Blood Army, turned to look at the center of the blood mist. The blood mist slowly gathered around the Divine Blood Army, but it was much lighter. In the center of the army was a huge chariot. A huge blood-red coffin was placed on top of the chariot. The 5 million strong Divine Blood Army looked at the coffin and placed their hands before their chests. They saluted and shouted, "Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live the great slaughter heavenly dynasty!" The voices of the 5 million strong army shook the 9 heavens. The huge blood-red coffin trembled slightly, but it did not open. Ma Sanyan, who was at the front, suddenly said, "His Holiness has not woken up yet. There is no need to disturb him." The 5 million strong Divine Blood Army looked at Ma Sanyan in response. "Generals, my central capital city seems to have been occupied by someone," Ma Sanyan said coldly. All the legion commanders turned their heads to look at the capital city. The 5 million strong army looked over with ferocious expressions. The civilians in the city shuddered. Suddenly, one of the blood-red generals stepped out on his horse. It seemed like he was going to negotiate with the people in the central capital city. In the city, almost everyone's heart was in their throat. According to the rules of the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty, we will not kill those who surrender. Now, open the city gates and submit to the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty. Quick! That general stared. Not kill those who surrender. Open the city gates and submit to the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty? How could that be possible? No one in the city would agree to that. That general squinted his eyes and said, "Humph, this is the last time. Those who do not surrender will be massacred." Boom. When the general said that the city would be massacred, the civilians in the city exploded. What did he mean by massacring the city? They want to massacre the city? 26th Troop. That general shouted coldly. Here. Instantly, 10,000 soldiers stepped out on their horses. Break the city. That general shouted. 10,000 blood-red soldiers shouted and charged toward the central capital city's west gate. What? 10,000 people are enough to break the city? Countless civilians in the city were in disbelief. Did they think that the city gates were made of paper? That ancestor and the others did not act rashly. Instead, they watched as the 10,000 blood-red soldiers mounted their horses and arrived at the city tower. Break the city! 10,000 blood-red soldiers raised their sabers at the same time and slashed at the city tower ferociously. 10,000 energy sabers seemed to have merged into a river and crashed into the city tower. Even those from the lower heavenly palaces won't be able to break the barrier of the central capital city. No, those from the middle heavenly palaces won't be able to break it either. Emoyike said in a deep voice from afar. In the next instant, there was a deafening explosion. The great defensive formation of the central capital city suddenly exploded. The West City Tower exploded in an instant. Hung! The ground in the entire city shook violently. Countless buildings swayed and collapsed in an instant. What? The West City Tower exploded. The great defensive formation exploded. 10,000 divine blood soldiers. That's impossible. Countless civilians shouted in horror as they hid and fled. Mo Yike, Bat Ancestor, Hikang of Silla, Qin Zibai, Changsheng, Changming, Guhai, and the others were all shocked. Open the heavenly palaces, lower heavenly palaces. Impossible, impossible. Hikang of Silla widened his eyes in disbelief. Lower heavenly palaces. These 10,000 divine blood soldiers are all at the lower heavenly palaces. Mo Yike was also shocked. This is the 26th group. There are 5 million over there. Hiss. Li Shunji suddenly sucked in a cold breath. Jinmu of Silla was also shocked. 5 million lower heavenly palaces. There aren't that many in the entire divine continent. Yi Shenzhen was also shocked. So many lower heavenly palaces. So many? No, it's not as powerful as the lower heavenly palaces. Jinmu of Silla suddenly narrowed her eyes. That's because they are only souls and not complete physical bodies. Ram Saint's face also darkened. Even if they are souls, aren't these 5 million soldiers invincible? Yi Shenzhen said with a gloomy face. The first strike of the great massacre scared countless civilians in the city out of their wits. 5 million lower heavenly palaces. To resist them, they were courting death. In the distance, the general who gave the order to break into the city saw the city gate open and said coldly, "First Corps, listen up." "Huh!" About 600,000 soldiers shouted in unison. "Slaughter the entire city and collect the enemy's blood." The general shouted. Yes, the 600,000 soldiers shouted in unison and galloped toward the city. The blood horses were also astonishingly fast. In an instant, the sound of hooves could be heard as the 600,000 lower heavenly palaces charged toward the city. All the civilians in the city shuddered at the same time. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Slaughtered the entire city? Help! Run! Quick, let me go, I want to leave. Countless civilians fled in panic. Second Corps, listen up. Block the north of the city, no one can escape. Cooperate with the First Corps and kill. Third Corps, listen up. Block the south of the city, no one can escape. Cooperate with the First Corps and kill. Fourth Corps, listen up. Block the east of the city, no one can escape. Cooperate with the First Corps and kill. The 3 corps commanders led the army and rushed to the 4 corners of the city. The blood horses were extremely fast. In a short time, the entire city was surrounded. The First Corps had already reached the edge of the city and joined forces with the 26th Corps. Everyone was holding long swords and looking ferocious. They were about to charge into the city. Not good. Help, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, help. Don't kill me. The civilians in the west of the city shouted in horror. Bat Ancestor's face suddenly changed, and he waved his sleeves. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled up from the ground and rushed straight to the 600,000 soldiers of the First Corps. How dare you? Bat Ancestor shouted coldly. A strong momentum was suddenly released. In an instant, dark clouds covered the top of Bat Ancestor's head. Countless bats appeared out of thin air and seemed to form a huge bat army to rush to the enemy. In the center of the Divine Blood Army, Ma San Yin suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Bat Ancestor. Oh, peak of the middle celestial palace? Humph! Overconfident little bat. Ma San Yin snorted coldly. Ma San Yan's figure flashed and instantly rushed to Bat Ancestor. With a bang, a blood-red palm print suddenly condensed in the void and arrived in front of Bat Ancestor in a flash. Bat Ancestor's face changed and suddenly met with a palm. Boom! The two palms collided in the void. Ma Sen Yen did not move, but Bat Ancestor retreated 100 feet. What? You're just a soul? Bat Ancestor was shocked. Kill them. Leave no one alive. The former Corps commander of the Divine Blood Army shouted. The First Corps immediately rushed into the city fiercely. 600,000 soldiers entered the Heavenly Palace. This was the rhythm of sweeping the world. Almost all the civilians in the city showed a look of despair. Chapter 393. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The Divine Blood Army's commander from earlier shouted. The First Legion immediately charged into the city ferociously. 600,000 heavenly palaces. This was basically a charge to sweep through the world. Nearly all the citizens in the city showed expressions of despair. Seeing that the First Legion was about to enter the city, Mo Yike's face sank. Suddenly, he shouted, "Activate the 29-line pair world formation." Boom! The people of the Mo clan were already at the western part of the city. With Mo Yike's command, a thick fog immediately surged out. Rumble! In just a short while, the fog covered the western part of the city, blocking the First Legion like a city wall. Lord Mo! It's Lord Mo! Some citizens cried out in joy. Mo Yike stood on his flying ship and quickly headed for the fog in the western part of the city. The Divine Blood Army's First Legion's commander narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Kill! Rumble! Immediately, 100,000 soldiers entered the fog. However, there was no news of them after they entered the fog. The First Legion's commander's face sank. The army paused slightly. However, Mo Yike's flying ship arrived at the ritual array. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the ritual array. Then, countless bats flew out. Lord Mo blocked 100,000 soldiers. Someone cried out in pleasant surprise. Go down ritual array. The First Legion's commander's face turned cold. At Gu Hai's manor in the city, all 100,000 heavenly palaces are gone. The 29-line pair, world formation. Li Shenji's expression changed as he turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Yi Shenzhen and Takashi Ryushin both looked at Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai had laid this ritual array before. Brother-in-law, are all those 100,000 soldiers dead? Long Wanyu asked out of curiosity. Gu Hai shook his head. The 29-line pair world formation does not have that ability. Those 100,000 soldiers are only trapped temporarily. If we do not deal with them quickly, they will break out of the ritual array very soon. Long Wanyu had a look of pity on her face. So you're saying that the formation is about to be broken from the inside. Is Mo Yike's formation useless? Yi Shenzhen asked with a frown. Gu Hai looked into the distance and shook his head. Not necessarily. When everyone was puzzled, the First Corps commander of the Divine Blood Army in the distance seemed to be about to lead his troops into the Big Matrix. The fog of the Big Matrix suddenly disappeared, leaving only hundreds of smoke pillars, like a huge dragon bone frame. Everything inside was visible at a glance. The First Legion suddenly stopped. The 100,000-strong army was fine, just a little dizzy. As for Mo Yike, he was standing on the head of a huge cloud beast. The appearance of the cloud beast was that of the Bat Ancestor. In the distance, Bat Ancestor, who is in a stalemate with Ma Sen Yen, is slightly stunned when he sees one of his cloud beasts in Mo Yike's array. Roar! The cloud beast roared. Suddenly, countless bats soared into the sky, and Bat Ancestor's powerful aura was exposed. The 29-line pair, heaven and earth formation? Is this a simulation of me? That ancestor said in shock in the distance. It's just a temporary measure. That ancestor, please don't blame me. Mo Yike said solemnly. That ancestor narrowed its eyes, not caring. It continued to look at Ma San Yen, but it glanced at its cloud beast from time to time. Under Mo Yike's control, the cloud beast suddenly reached out, and countless bats attacked the divine blood army in front of it. Boom, boom, boom. The formation simulated the bat ancestor of the central celestial palace and blocked all the troops at the front. The first corps commander narrowed his eyes. A Godao formation? It's the Sky Chess Pavilion's formation, right? Back then, if my dynasty hadn't sealed itself, my army would have flattened the Sky Chess Pavilion. You want to stop me now? Release the arrows. Rumble. Immediately, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers drew their bows and fired arrows at Mo Yike. Roar. The cloud beast suddenly roared and swung its sleeve. Immediately, the countless bats knocked away the arrows. The cloud beast's figure swayed, and it instantly sent a palm strike at the dozens of Central Celestial Palace soldiers in front. Boom. Immediately, the dozens of soldiers were sent flying by a single palm strike. Great massacre, divine blood army? That's all. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Mo Yike guffawed. After speaking, the cloud beast quickly charged at the soldiers. The difference between the Central Celestial Palace and the Lower Celestial Palace was huge. Even though the other side outnumbered them, Mo Yike could handle them with ease. However, there were too many of them. Mo Yike did not dare to fight in one place for too long, so he could only attack in all directions. This distracted the First Corps while insulting the other side. The First Corps commander looked coldly at Mo Yike and sneered. Is there anyone that my divine blood army cannot kill? Kill. Rumble. The army immediately charged at Mo Yike's cloud beast. In the distance, Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. Mo Yike keeps insulting the other side to attract their attention and make the First Corps target him. The fog of the formation disappeared, leaving behind those smoke pillars and frames. They are not the real frames. They have been hidden by Mo Yike. A cloud beast alone can't stop 600,000 soldiers. It can only attract hatred from everywhere. Oh, this divine blood army is too confident in themselves. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Amid the rumbling, Mo Yike in the south used the 29 great formations to delay the First Corps. Just as the people in the city were feeling lucky, in the north of the city, Second Corps, listen up, attack the city and slaughter it. The Second Corps commander shouted. Roar. The people in the north of the city roared, and their expressions changed. The west of the city was blocked, but what about the north? What should they do? 200,000 soldiers guarded the north of the city, not letting anyone escape. The other 400,000 followed the Second Corps commander to the north of the city. Rumble. Everywhere they passed, they were unstoppable. When they passed by Five Mountains College, the students and instructors fled in panic. Save us, Your Majesty. However, how could the students and instructors outrun the Divine Blood Army? In the blink of an eye, a large number of them died to the sabers. Divine Blood Army, your opponent is me. Roar. Qin Zibai roared as he charged forward. The army following Qin Zibai was arranged to enter the city. Only 10 people dared to go forward to help. These 10 people were in the lower heavenly palace. However, when facing 400,000 soldiers, these 10 people paled. Chop! Qin Zibai shouted, and immediately swung his saber at the Divine Blood Army. Humph! You are seeking death. Fire! The Second Corps commander shouted. Qin Zibai quickly dodged and charged at the Second Corps commander in the center. To catch bandits, one had to capture the leader first. Rumble. Along the way, there were many obstructions. The army charged at Qin Zibai with all its might. The Second Corps commander narrowed his eyes. After all, Qin Zibai was in the Middle Heavenly Palace. Excitement flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. If he killed the Second Corps commander, they would fall into chaos, right? You just entered the Middle Heavenly Palace. You dare to be impudent in front of me? You are courting death. The Second Corps commander snorted coldly. Suddenly, the Second Corps commander swung his saber. What? A huge astral saber collided with Qin Zibai's astral saber. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Qin Zibai was actually forced back by the astral saber. All the citizens in the city felt a chill in their hearts. Third Corps, listen up. Attack the city and slaughter them. An order came from the south of the city. No. Countless despairing voices rang out in the city. Chong clan, open the Middle Heavenly Palace and defend the south of the city. Chong Sheng shouted from the city. Yes. Suddenly, Chong Ming, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle rushed to the south of the city. Roar! A group of vampires charged forward, and a swarm of bats suddenly appeared. Rumble! The vampires charged into the Divine Blood Army. Chong Ming's second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle immediately displayed their powerful strength. Just entered the Middle Heavenly Palace. The Third Corps commander narrowed his eyes. 3 Middle Heavenly Palaces. Boom! Like Qin Zibai, Chong Ming's 3 uncles suddenly charged toward the Third Corps commander in the center of the city. Humph! So what if you have 3 Middle Heavenly Palaces? Newcomers can't even withstand a single blow. The Third Corps commander swung his saber. The 3 Middle Heavenly Palaces swung their sabers at the same time. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The 3 Middle Heavenly Palaces retreated slightly. Clearly, the 3 Middle Heavenly Palaces couldn't do anything to the Third Corps commander. Chong Ming, who was at the periphery of the city, paled. Although Chong Ming had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a divine technique, there was still a difference between a Middle Heavenly Palace and a Middle Heavenly Palace. Now 400,000 soldiers were charging at him, and his father, who was the strongest in the Chong clan, was heavily injured. What should he do? Ancestor, the country is in danger. Please pardon my father's sins and let him redeem himself. Chong Ming immediately shouted at the Bat Ancestor in the distance. The Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. He turned his head and glanced at Chong Sheng, who was coughing. I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll deal with you. The Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Whoosh! The Bat Ancestor flipped his hand, and 3 bones with flesh stuck on them instantly shot towards Chong Sheng. Bam! The 3 bones instantly pierced into Chong Sheng's body. Chong Sheng's body suddenly twisted, and blood chi burst out from his body. He felt much better in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Ancestor. Chong Sheng bowed respectfully to the Bat Ancestor. The Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Chong Sheng instantly rushed towards the Third Corps commander. The Chong clan resisted the Third Corps commander. Fourth Corps commander, listen to my order. Attack the city and slaughter the city. A loud shout came from the east of the city. The Divine Blood Army was fully mobilized. The soldiers of the east of the city suddenly revealed a terrified expression. Shi clan, follow me to defend the city. East of the city, activate the book formation. He Kang of Silla suddenly shouted. Boom! Suddenly, yellow fog surged up from the east of the city. He Kang of Silla quickly flew over. A large number of Shi clan disciples began to follow He Kang of Silla to set up the book formation. to resist the Divine Blood Army. Rumble! All four sides of the city were engaged in a great battle. However, the Daewon's forces were in a precarious situation. In the west of the city, Mo Yike could only delay the First Corps commander. The First Corps commander was only angered by Mo Yike. If they ignored Mo Yike, they could enter the city in the blink of an eye. In the north of the city, Qin Zibai couldn't even stop the Second Corps commander, let alone the 400,000 soldiers of the Second Corps commander. In the south of the city, the Chang clan barely managed to stop the Third Corps commander. That was because Chang Sheng took action and went straight for the Third Corps commander. In the east of the city, the Book formation had just been activated, and its effects were still unknown. The commoners in the city revealed a panicked expression. Mo Yike also revealed a bitter expression. Mr. Good, I've set up the 29-line sky formation at the four city gates. I beg Mr. Good to help Daewon. Mo Yike took some time to look at the city bitterly. In the city, a large number of people from the Mo clan were naturally very cooperative with Mo Yike. Some of them quickly headed to Guhai's manor. Guhai waved his hand. The manor was enveloped in fog, and the group of people knelt on one knee outside the manor. Mr. Good, Daewon is in danger. I beg Mr. Good to help defend the city. Mr. Good, after the city is breached, all lives will be lost. I beg Mr. Good to help. Mr. Gu, these are the starting pieces left behind by my lord after he set up the 29-line pair heavens and earth great array. I humbly request Mr. Gu to preside over the 29-line pair heavens and earth great array. In the fog, Guhai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 394. The strength of the Divine Blood Army was beyond everyone's expectations. Ordinary troops did not dare to resist at all. Once they attracted the attention of the Divine Blood Army, even a small portion of them would be destroyed. Only the powerful cultivators of the four major families were in charge of restraining them. However, even with the help of the four major families, they were still in grave danger. Was the Daewon imperial dynasty going to be finished? The citizens were terrified. The Divine Blood Army was not going to attack the city, but to massacre the city. Did that mean that no one would be left alive? The powerful cultivators in the city also stepped forward. However, without the powerful cultivators of Kaitian Palace, it was useless. They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Lord Mo suddenly asked Mr. Good to help. Mr. Good? Mr. Good, the one who wrote chivalry and bringing in the wine? Could he do it? Calligraphy? Yes, Mr. Good's calligraphy was extraordinary. Perhaps he could do it. Countless citizens looked expectantly at Guhai's manor. Mr. Good, I beg Mr. Good to save us. Mr. Good, Lord Mo said that you can do it. Mr. Good. More and more citizens gathered outside the manor, begging Mr. Good to help. Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Dakian Hall. In the face of a national crisis, what was more important than retreating from the enemy? Shiyu the Great was still in seclusion? Guhai? Ram Saint looked at Guhai in confusion. Why was the person who set up the array so sure that Guhai could help? Shiyu the Great is not helping? Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and looked at Dakian Hall. Obviously, he was also confused about what Shiyu the Great was doing now. Brother-in-law, what do we do now? Long One Yu looked at Guhai. Jinmu of Silla, Eunuch Yi, Battalion Commander Li, and Princess Wanyu's safety will depend on all of you. Guhai solemnly looked at the three of them. The three of them nodded. Daewon's national crisis. The three of them clearly had no intention of helping. You're going to help Daewon? Li Shinji frowned. Mr. Mo has spoken. I have to give him face. Besides, the Divine Blood Army will enter the city. We will face it sooner or later. Why don't we try it in advance? If we can delay it for even a moment and allow the people of Day One to be rescued, it will be a great deed, Gu-hai said with a smile. The three of them frowned as they looked at Gu-hai. Wanyu, be careful. Solemnly, Gu-hai warned. Yes, brother-in-law, you be careful too. Long Wanyu nodded worriedly. Gu-hai nodded. He stepped off the floating island. Below the floating island, Bingheim and the others also looked worried. Your Majesty, the capital is in danger now. Should we use Ju Lu to burrow underground? Bingheim asked worriedly. Ju Lu looked at Gu-hai respectfully. Burrowing underground is necessary, just in case. Ju Lu, dig a tunnel out of here. We don't need it now, just in case. Solemnly, Gu-hai said. Gu-hai. Yes. Ju Lu nodded. Bingheim, inform Ziwei and Changshen that this is my request. Please protect Long Wanyu. Solemnly, Gu-hai said. Gu-hai. Them? Bingheim didn't believe him. That's right, them. Gu-hai nodded. Yes. Bingheim nodded bitterly. She didn't understand. Also, get Changshen to draw a painting. No, draw as much as he can. The painting in Longmen City, just in case. Solemnly, Gu-hai said. Gu-hai. Oh, okay. Bingheim nodded. After making the arrangements, Gu-hai slowly walked out of the foggy area of the manor. Outside the fog, a large number of people were already kneeling. They came from all directions, and all of them looked anxious and fearful. When they saw Gu-hai come out, almost everyone cheered. Mr. Good, please help us, Mr. Good. Mr. Good is out. The crowd was cheering. The people from the Mo clan brought 8 jade boxes. On each jade box, there was a location written on it. In the jade box, there was a golden chess piece. Mr. Good, this is the activation chess piece of the 29 cardinal formations of the great metropolis. We are useless, so we don't know how to activate it. The people from the Mo clan said bitterly, Give it to me. Take me to the north of the city. Solemnly, Gu-hai said. Gu-hai. Yes. The people from the Mo clan answered. Thank you, Mr. Good. The surrounding people said, excitedly. The flying boat carried Gu-hai to the north of the city quickly. Along the way, countless people saw Gu-hai's flying boat and immediately looked at it gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Good, for helping us. Thank you. Countless people were grateful. Their gratitude turned into merit and rushed to Gu-hai. There were many people, and the accumulation of merit accumulated into providence. For a moment, golden light shone around Gu-hai, which was countless providence. In the capital, it was natural for the 4 noble clans to guard the city. The citizens did not feel that much gratitude. However, Gu-hai, an outsider, came to protect them. This was what they needed to feel grateful for. When Gu-hai's providence arrived, he felt very comfortable. His thoughts also became much clearer. In the north of the city, boom, Qin Zibai was sent flying by the Second Army's commander again. Uffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph, how dare you stop me when you just entered the Central Celestial Palace? You overestimate yourself. What are the others looking at? Why don't you slaughter the city? Do I need you here? The Second Army's commander shouted. Yes, the 400,000-strong army shouted. Rumble! The horses turned around and immediately charged toward the north of the city. The army's commander was not someone Qin Zibai could defend against. There was no need to worry. They would enter the city first and kill. The 10 people who followed Qin Zibai down the Central Celestial Palace saw the 400,000-strong army charging toward them. They were so frightened that they turned around and ran. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of cowards. Ha 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 ha. The Second Army laughed and charged forward. On the North City Tower, Gu-hai had arrived. The surrounding soldiers immediately looked respectful and waited for Gu-hai's orders. In the past, Many of these soldiers had attacked the Han dynasty. When they saw Gu Hai, they immediately felt guilty. However, no one dared to disturb Gu Hai. They saw Gu Hai take out a box with the words North written on it. Gu Hai slowly took out a golden chess piece. He held the golden chess piece between his index and middle finger. He squinted his eyes and pressed high void. Pa! There seemed to be a knocking sound from high void. Boom! A thick fog suddenly appeared in the north of the city. It blocked in front of the Second Army. The people and soldiers in the city all stared with their eyes wide open. 29 heavens and earth array? Mr. Good can really control it. Immediately, many people were grateful to Gu Hai. He Kang of Silla in the south of the city was depressed. I also tried my best. Why don't you thank me? The same fog as the west of the city? Humph, if the Sky Chess Pavilion was here, we would also destroy it. The soldiers at the front snorted. Charge! Boom! The army rushed into the array. Buzz! At that moment, the sound of a sword suddenly came from the array. Suddenly, billions of sword chi burst out. The fog was torn apart. In an instant, countless bats rushed out of Mo Yike's array. Countless sword chi rushed out of Gu Hai's array. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Who is Mr. Good imitating? Countless people were curious. A swordsman? Buzz. The fog dispersed, revealing a white-robed old man's humanoid cloud beast. Dugachobai? I know, Dugachobai! Someone suddenly exclaimed. After all, the spies of the Day One Imperial Dynasty were able to find out some information about the Gungjin sect. That's not right. I remember that Dugachobai is a middle-aged swordsman. This is a white-robed old man. Who is this? Someone said in shock. Not Dugachobai. Everyone was shocked. Didn't Gu Hai imitate Dugachobai and the Gungjin sect? At that moment, everyone discovered a strange situation. The sword chi surrounded the white-robed old man's cloud beast in a strange pattern. The sword chi formed a huge Taiji diagram. The sword chi of the Taiji diagram? In the city, Fairy 1 was slightly stunned. Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji were also surprised. Eunuch Yi, you have the most information. Who is this imitating? Li Xinji said in confusion. That's right. This sword intent is strange. Shouldn't sword intents be sharp? Why is this sword intent so smooth? Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. I don't know. I don't know about Dugachobai either. Yi Shenzhen said bitterly. Who was Gu Hai imitating? Stop playing tricks. Release the arrows. One of the generals shouted. Huh. Instantly, the 200,000 divine blood soldiers drew their bows and shot countless arrows at the white-robed old man. Boom. Like 200,000 rainbows. It seemed that they were going to turn the giant cloud beast into a sieve. Gu Hai, who was on the cloud beast's head, sneered, I didn't use Dugachobai because I knew you had more people. 200,000 arrows. Good. As he spoke, the white-robed old man stepped forward and spun his sword. He chanted, Let him be strong. A gentle breeze caresses the mountain. Let him be strong. The bright moon shines over the river. The old man flicked his sword, and a strange, swirling current suddenly formed around his body. The 200,000 arrows seemed to be dragged by a force and suddenly deviated from their original trajectory. Following the guidance of the sword, they strangely revolved around the old man's body. The 200,000 streaks of light made a strange turn. Originally, the arrows were pointing north. Then, they slowly turned and pointed south. The old man swung his sword. Boom. The 200,000 rainbows rushed toward the charging divine blood army. Wow. Countless people in the city were in an uproar. The arrow rain turned around. Lord Mo's cloud beast didn't dare to face the arrow rain head-on. Lord Qin could only dodge the arrow rain. Mr. Good's cloud beast turned around and shot back. They all went back. Their power didn't decrease. What technique is this? Taiji sword array? It seems that the white-robed old man didn't do much. The 200,000 arrows turned around. The people were in an uproar. The expression of the Second Legion on the opposite side also changed. Be careful! Everyone cried out in alarm. Rumble! Suddenly, the arrow rain came, and a large number of Divine Blood Army soldiers were hit. Rumble! In an instant, nearly 10,000 Divine Blood Army soldiers were killed or injured under the 200,000 arrows. What? The expression of the Second Legion in the distance changed. Qin Zibai, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood, also opened his eyes wide. Mo Yike, who was far away, was also slightly startled. Up until now, he had only killed 200 Divine Blood Army soldiers by simulating the Bat Ancestor's Cloud Beast. Gu Hai's rotation killed nearly 10,000 Divine Blood Army soldiers. How was this possible? The battle in all directions paused slightly and looked toward the north of the city. Who is this? Li Shinji opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, Who are you? The Second Legion's general also opened his eyes wide and shouted, Taiji Zhang Sanfeng. The white-robed old man turned his sword and looked at the army opposite him calmly. Chapter 395. Taiji Zhang Sanfeng. In the city, almost everyone raised their eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. Who is Zhang Sanfeng? I know about Taiji, but when did Zhang Sanfeng appear in this world? Li Shinji looked at Yi Shenzhen. Zhang Sanfeng? Taiji? Could it be someone from the Taishang branch of Wanshou Taoism? Ram Saint also looked at Yi Shenzhen. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen? Yi Shenzhen really didn't know. Although the Night Divine Guards investigated the world, Yi Shenzhen had never heard of Zhang Sanfeng. But if this person wasn't famous, how could the sword just now be so powerful? Yi Shenzhen also had a face full of confusion. My brother-in-law is still the best. Long Wanyu looked proud. In the city, Fairy Wana revealed a complicated expression. Taiji Dao? Of course, the Taishang branch of the everlasting Dao Palace is the most perfect, but why does Gu Hai also have such a comprehension? Zhang Sanfeng? Is he from the Taishang branch? Long Wanyu revealed a blank expression. The Taiji sword, with one sword move, instantly caused the Divine Blood Army to suffer close to 10,000 casualties. The experts of the Divine Blood Army also had gloomy expressions. The second army commander stared at the white-robed old man, Zhang Sanfeng. Humph, it's just a trick. When the rain of arrows stops, attack together and kill him. The second army commander shouted. The army shouted in unison. Immediately, they all pulled out their long swords and urged their horses to charge at the Zhang Sanfeng that Gu Hai condensed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, and a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Zhang Sanfeng was restricted by the formation and couldn't move too far, so he couldn't directly charge at the second army commander. He could only defend passively. Fortunately, Gu Hai was imitating Zhang Sanfeng this time, so the Taiji sword and Taiji fist both arrived first. While thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing towards Zhang Sanfeng swung his long sword, and the Taiji sword chi surrounding him started rotating more and more smoothly. The whole of Zhang Sanfeng was like a rotating sphere. You killed my brother. Die. One of the soldiers at the very front let out a loud shout, and a huge saber slashed straight towards Zhang Sanfeng's face. Zhang Sanfeng's long sword immediately went up to meet the attack. Dang! The sword and saber collided. Die for me! That soldier's eyes widened. releasing the greatest power he could. However, when he slashed down with his saber, he suddenly felt that Zhang Sanfeng's sword was very soft. It was not a head-on clash at all. The moment Zhang Sanfeng's sword moved, that soldier's saber aura was deflected away. Without losing any of its power, the saber aura was deflected towards another soldier. "General, why did you kill me?" "Ah!" A scream rang out as the general killed one of his own men. In the distance, Yi Shenzhen and the others widened their eyes. The battle between Mo Yike and the First Legion also paused for a moment, and they all looked towards the north of the city. Zhang Sanfeng was already surrounded by countless soldiers. Countless soldiers immediately slashed their sabers at Zhang Sanfeng. For a moment, the saber aura was like a sea, forming a huge net that covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng spun on the spot and swung his long sword downwards, forming a spherical airflow. "As you wish, for tails deflect 1,000 caddies," Zhang Sanfeng shouted. The surrounding sword aura accompanied Zhang Sanfeng's long sword as it suddenly met the saber aura. The force that collided with each saber aura was not strong, but it was just enough to cause the saber aura to deviate from its original trajectory. The saber aura that was originally aimed at Zhang Sanfeng suddenly slashed towards his own men. My saber aura deviated? Quickly dodge. You deviated and cut me." Boom. A deafening sound rang out. Zhang Sanfeng did not move from his original position, but about 500 soldiers and horses were instantly cut in half. Only a few people were lucky enough to escape with serious injuries. Most importantly, the saber aura on their bodies was not cut by Zhang Sanfeng, but by their own men. Wow! In the city, there was an uproar. "As you wish. For tails deflect 1,000 caddies?" I saw that Zhang Sanfeng didn't use much strength. "Yes, that strength. I can also use it, but Mr. Good, let Zhang Sanfeng destroy 500 soldiers with one strike." Countless people looked at Gu Hai and Zhang Sanfeng in surprise. Ram Saint narrowed his eyes. "For tails deflect 1,000 caddies? Taiji, borrowing strength to fight strength? Doesn't this mean that the more people there are, the more Zhang Sanfeng can use it? The more people there are, the more advantageous it is for Zhang Sanfeng." Takashi Ryushin also narrowed his eyes. "Borrowing other people's strength to kill others. This sword technique is really strange. If there are fewer people, Zhang Sanfeng will be in trouble, but if there are more people, Zhang Sanfeng will be able to use it freely." Yi Shenzhen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Of course, that's my brother-in-law." Long Wanyu, on the other hand, was so proud that it was as if she had drunk a bowl of ice water on a hot summer day. In the city, Fairy Wan also widened her eyes. "Is Zhang Sanfeng really from Taishang's branch? Why didn't I know that Taishang's branch has this strange sword technique?" Fairy Wan showed a hint of confusion. Zhang Sanfeng's first strike killed more than 10,000 soldiers and horses. Now, he used 4 tails to deflect 1,000 caddies and killed 500 soldiers. The Divine Blood Army's faces darkened. "Kill them!" All the soldiers roared. Immediately, a large number of soldiers charged towards Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng brandished his long sword, using the taiji to the extreme. He did not reject any of the soldiers who came to him. Zhang Sanfeng, who was formed by the formation, already had the power of the Zhongtian Palace. Coupled with this strange taiji sword, he was instantly invincible in the army. Ah, ah, ah. The screams of the soldiers injuring their own people could be heard continuously, man and horse as one, and their power was enormous. However, taiji was not a head-on clash. Instead, it was a soft one. using softness to overcome hardness, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies, borrowing strength to fight strength, and not a single leaf would touch the body. His soft swordsmanship reaped the lives of the soldiers one after another as if he was cutting chives. The speed of death left both the people inside and outside the city flabbergasted. Of course, Gu Hai's greatest gain was the heavenly lake of karma. One by one, the evil ghosts entered the pool of karma, where they were quickly converted into heaven-mending energy and entered the heaven-mending pool. Killing one person was more evil karma than Gu Hai had killed 1,000 evil people in the past. Zhang Sanfeng killed wantonly. In the distance, the commander of the Second Legion could no longer bear to watch. Were all his subordinates sent here to be killed? How long had it been? Almost 10,000 of his invincible subordinates, who had fought hundreds of battles in the south, had died. Humph! Our souls have yet to return to their original positions. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant? The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. Roar! The huge horse under the Second Legion let out a loud roar as it carried the commander of the Second Legion towards Gu Hai. Where do you think you are going? Qin Zibai shouted. All of you, watch him. The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. Release the arrows. Boom. A large number of arrows immediately flew towards Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai's expression changed. He was already severely injured, and he did not have Zhang Sanfeng's ability to overcome 1,000 caddies with 4 tails. He could only dodge the arrows. Move aside, the commander of the Second Legion shouted. Immediately, the soldiers surrounding Zhang Sanfeng moved aside, allowing the commander of the Second Legion to face Zhang Sanfeng. The commander of the Second Legion jumped off his war horse and took a deep breath. Hoo! The commander of the Second Legion's body suddenly expanded, reaching the same size as Zhang Sanfeng in the blink of an eye. One-on-one, brat. Why don't you try to overcome 1,000 caddies with 4 tails? The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. A devastating aura burst out from the huge figure. Gu Hai's face darkened. He saw a trace of fierceness in the eyes of the commander of the Second Legion, but it was not ruthlessness. The ruthlessness was because he had lost his mind, but this fierce gaze was still incomparably calm. Calm and fierce? Gu Hai instantly understood. This person still did not think highly of Zhang Sanfeng's strength. As such, it was very likely that he would order his subordinates to ignore Zhang Sanfeng and kill their way into the city. After all, his goal was not to kill the enemy, but to block the Second Legion. Blocking was not only about killing the enemy. Xing. However, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly sheathed his long sword, and the long sword slowly disappeared. Oh, the commander of the Second Legion narrowed his eyes. Countless people in the city were puzzled. Why did Zhang Sanfeng sheath his sword? The commander of the Second Legion is holding a long blade. He knows that he is no match for him. That's impossible. Countless people were puzzled. Zhang Sanfeng suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. I will only use my sword when there are more people against you alone. Wouldn't it be bullying you if I still use my sword? Huh. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. The commander of the Second Legion's face darkened. He could tell that Zhang Sanfeng was ridiculing him. In a battle of life and death, at this time, you actually want to use your bare hands to fight against my long blade? You are courting death. The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. As expected, he was slightly angered. The long blade in his hand suddenly slashed over. However, Zhang Sanfeng raised his hand and waved it. The surrounding sword aura disappeared, and suddenly countless streams of air appeared and surrounded Zhang Sanfeng. It was still the Tai Chi pattern. When the blade slashed over, Zhang Sanfeng did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. Grasping the bird's tail, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly grabbed the wrist of the Second Legion's commander. However, he did not fight force with force. Instead, he pulled forcefully and borrowed the strength of the Second Legion's commander to increase his strength. Single whip. With a pull and a swing, the Second Legion's commander was sent flying by his own strength. What? The expression of the Second Legion's commander changed. However, he did not expect that he would be sent flying. More importantly, he was the one who sent himself flying? How was this possible? The Second Legion's commander twisted his body in midair, as if he was trying to break free from the inertia. However, Zhang Sanfeng's hand did not stop there. He grabbed the leg of the Second Legion's commander, who was sent flying. Wild horse parting hair. He actually borrowed the strength of the Second Legion's commander, twisting his body, and used it to attack force again. With a loud bang, the Second Legion's commander was thrown to the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. The Second Legion's commander was instantly thrown to the ground. However, the Second Legion's commander was also a veteran. The moment he was thrown to the ground, he did not forget to slash at Zhang Sanfeng with his blade. Seemingly sealed shut. Boom! As if he had rehearsed this countless times before, Zhang Sanfeng attacked with one move after another. When the Second Legion's commander slashed at him, Zhang Sanfeng extended his hand and pulled. The blade instantly deviated from its original trajectory and slashed at the Second Legion's crotch. Boom! The Second Legion's commander let go of the long blade in his hand. His body suddenly arched, and he distanced himself from Zhang Sanfeng. So close just now. The Second Legion's commander was so shocked that his entire body was trembling. In a flash, the exchange between the two ended. The Second Legion's commander had a disheveled expression. He threw away the long blade in his hand and dodged the attack. On the other hand, Zhang Sanfeng was leisurely performing a set of soft punches. Countless cultivators in the city stared with their eyes wide open. It was really a set of soft punches, slow punches. However, it was so coincidental that it humiliated the Second Legion's commander so much that he could not even withstand a single blow. It was really slow. It was so slow that everyone could see it clearly. However, they could not understand how this slow punches could defeat the Second Legion's commander. However, no one knew that Zhang Sanfeng was best at Taiji Fist. Taiji Sword was only a branch of Taiji Fist. After throwing away the long sword, Zhang Sanfeng's strength did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Chapter 396. In Dada City, countless citizens widened their eyes. The powerhouses at the east, south, and west sides of the city were already at their limits. But in the north, not only did Gu Hai block thousands of soldiers and horses, he even sent the Second Army flying, unarmed. Where did this Zhang Sanfeng come from? Ram Saint looked at Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen? You ask me, but who should I ask? The battle at the three city gates paused slightly. Changsheng, Changming, and Hikang of Silla all widened their eyes. Amo Yike, on the other hand, was looking at Zhang Sanfeng as if he was analyzing his moves. The commander of the Second Army got up from the ground with a gloomy expression. But even so, the commander of the Second Army did not let anger get to his head. He stared at Zhang Sanfeng and Gu Hai, who was above Zhang Sanfeng's head. The Tai Chi airflow spun around Zhang Sanfeng, but Gu Hai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Gu Hai felt that simulating Zhang Sanfeng drained too much of the array, and the array was about to run out of spirit stones. Running out of spirit stones, the consumption of spirit stones by the 29-line heavens array was terrifying. If it continued for a few days and nights, even the Day One Imperial Empire would not be able to bear it. You're the one controlling this chess array cloud beast. The commander of the Second Army suddenly looked at Gu Hai and pointed at the source. Zhang Sanfeng did not speak, but Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, "Why? Are you scared?" "Ha! Even without my control, what can you do to Zhang Sanfeng?" The commander of the Second Army was slightly stunned. Mo Yike, who was far away, was also slightly stunned. What did Mr. Good mean? Could it be that the cloud beast could move without anyone controlling it? However, he saw Zhang Sanfeng's figure turn and head towards the northwest. The commander of the Second Army looked at Gu Hai in confusion, but he saw Gu Hai suddenly leave Zhang Sanfeng. He leaped, and a golden chess piece suddenly appeared in his hand. Pa! The golden go piece was pressed down, and suddenly a rolling fog appeared in the northeast of Dadu. Gu Hai jumped into the fog, but Zhang Sanfeng suddenly trembled. Boom! Zhang Sanfeng exploded and scattered. He ran out of spirit stones. Mo Yike's expression changed. His bat ancestor cloud beasts had not been used up yet, but Gu Hai had already used them up. "Bastard, you lied to me?" The Second Legion's commander glared at him. He knew that he had been tricked. He reached out and pulled out his bow, an arrow. Then he shot his sword toward the fog in the northeast direction. Swish! The rain of arrows instantly shot into the fog. Tai Chi revolution! A loud shout came from the fog. Swish! The rain of arrows changed direction and shot out from the fog towards the Second Army commander in the blink of an eye. Boom! The Second Legion commander jumped away, and the rain of arrows immediately shot a hole in the ground. Buzz! As the fog dispersed, Zhang Sanfeng once again materialized in the northwest of the metropolis. Using the formation to materialize Zhang Sanfeng? Humph! I am not the First Legion commander. I was stopped by you once, and now you want to stop me a second time? Second Legion commander, listen up. Ignore Zhang Sanfeng and enter the city. Slaughter the city and collect the blood. The Second Legion commander's expression changed. Yes, the Second Legion commander shouted in unison. What? The faces of the citizens in the city changed. Above Zhang Sanfeng, Gu Hai's expression darkened. He was helpless. In the west of the city, the First Legion commander also realized that he had been delayed by Mo Yike. First Legion commander, listen up. Ignore the formation. Enter the city and collect the blood. Yes, the First Legion commander shouted in unison. In an instant, most of the citizens revealed a look of fear. Enter the city? Ignore the two formations at the city entrance. If they were to enter the city, wouldn't the metropolis be finished? Mo Yike's expression also changed. At this time, all wisdom was useless. Your Majesty. Mo Yike could only shout in fear. Your Majesty. The citizens in the city also shouted in fear. The Divine Blood Army had 8 legions. Only 4 of them had come out. If 4 of them could not stop the demons, then there were still 4 left. All the citizens revealed a look of fear. No wonder Gu Hai and Mo Yike did not pay attention to them. No matter how powerful they were, it was useless. Everyone exclaimed. The army had already entered the city. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Help, run. Ah, the demons have entered the city. Help. The citizens at the city entrance were very anxious. Qin Zibai came to stop them, but Qin Zibai was no match for the Second Legion commander. The army had to enter the city, just as the bloody massacre was about to begin. Ka! All of the armies in the surroundings suddenly paused. All of them stopped and looked at the west of the city. The coffin on the carriage surrounded by the army suddenly moved. Ka 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 ka. The coffin slowly opened, and a storm-like aura suddenly rushed out of the coffin. As soon as the storm appeared, the blood-red sea of luck in the sky suddenly spun. The blood-red dragon of luck in the sky suddenly seemed to be infused with endless energy. Roar! The giant dragon roared, and the powerful aura suddenly suppressed the aura of Daewon's golden dragon of luck. Ka 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 ka! All the divine blood army suddenly put their fists in front of their chests and saluted to the coffin. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! The great Slaughter Heaven dynasty will rule the world for thousands of years. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! The waves of cheers rushed to the sky. However, this voice caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Great slaughter! His Holiness had awakened? Rumble! The lid of the coffin was completely opened, slowly revealing the scene inside the coffin. At this moment, there was a figure wearing a red dragon robe with golden threads lying in the coffin. He had a flat imperial crown on his head, and there was a golden talisman stuck to his forehead. As the great Slaughter Saint Lord moved his finger, the golden talisman on his forehead suddenly seemed to burn. It turned into ashes and disappeared. Wong! His Holiness opened his eyes. Boom! A storm seemed to roll up from the coffin, rushing in all directions. Some of the divine blood army around even swayed. Even the experts of Kai Tian Palace were swayed by this aura. He Kang of Silla, Mo Yike, Chang Sheng, and Qin Zibai didn't want to fight anymore. Even Bat Ancestor, who was suppressed by Ma Sanyan, changed his expression wildly. In the coffin, His Holiness was lying straight, and then he stood up strangely. His body didn't bend at all, and he just stood up straight. The pearls on the flat imperial crown on his head swayed. The great slaughter, Saint Lord seemed to have regained his senses. His slightly empty eyes slowly regained their vigor. His Holiness took a deep breath, as if he was feeling the reality of everything. Roar! Suddenly, he opened his mouth and roared to the sky. Under the roar, the earth, mountains, and rivers around the capital trembled. The sound was so loud that it spread in all directions in an instant. More than 10 cities around the capital were filled with the sound of His Holiness. Gu Hai, who was standing on top of Zhang Sanfeng's head, also changed his expression. This emperor is back again. Ha ha ha! His Holiness suddenly laughed loudly. Long live His Holiness! Long live 10,000 years! Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty, for thousands of years, unify the world. The 5 million army cheered loudly. His Holiness shouted for a while, and then stopped. The voice of the divine blood army also suddenly stopped. Standing on the chariot, the great Slaughter Saint Lord looked at the capital city. This emperor's central capital city? She family? This emperor let you guard this place, and you want to replace it? Humph! His Holiness's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. South of the city, He Kang of Silla was slightly startled. What's the situation? She family? She family guards this place? How come I don't know? Blood prison, come out! His Holiness shouted coldly. Boom! Suddenly, the capital shook violently and a bloody mist surged out of the city. The bloody mist surged into the sky and filled the surroundings in an instant. It was as if the bloody mist had enveloped the entire capital. Wong! Suddenly, the blood mist converged toward the center, converging toward the great leisure hall at the center. Above the entrance of the great hall, a blood-red long saber floated in the air. On the blood-red long saber, there seemed to be blood vessels throbbing slightly. A large amount of blood fog was absorbed into the saber, causing Gu Hai, who was outside the city, to feel a strong smell of blood rushing towards him. An aura that could exterminate all living things caused countless people in the city to tremble in fear. The world's #1 evil saber, Blood Prison? Gu Hai's face sank. Blood Prison, indeed, had the ferocity of Blood Prison. When the aura spread out, even the Divine Blood Army was shocked. Gu Hai's imitation saber in the past was far inferior to the original. His Holiness looked at Blood Prison in the distance with a gentle gaze. "This one's Blood Prison. Return," His Holiness said sullenly. As His Holiness spoke, he suddenly extended his hand. The image of a blood-red palm formed in the air. Even from a distance, that blood-red palm already reached the Blood Prison's saber hilt. Blood energy gathered, and the blood-red palm carried an irresistible force as it attempted to grab the saber hilt. His Holiness wanted to take back the weapon that belonged to him, the world's #1 evil saber, the Blood Prison saber. However, just as His Holiness was about to grab his weapon, a blood-red palm appeared in the Great Hall. Suddenly, an illusory shadow of a blood-red palm emerged from the Great Hall and reached the hilt of the Blood Hell saber at almost the same time. Boom! The two blood-red palms grabbed the Blood Prison saber hilt at nearly the same time. Inside the Great Hall, countless people goggled. Who was inside the Great Hall? Wasn't it Shiyu the Great, who was in closed-door cultivation? Huh! His Holiness's face sank. How presumptuous! Rumble! The Blood Prison saber trembled slightly in the air. The two blood-red palms grabbed the saber hilt, as though they were pulling it. His Holiness was enraged. His blood-red palms emitted more and more blood-red aura, and his strength increased exponentially. Shiyu the Great's blood-red palms slowly changed color, turning from blood-red to white. In an instant, the surroundings of the Great Hall were filled with cold air, and snow and ice were everywhere. Shiyu the Great's blood-red palms also turned white. His Holiness! Shiyu the Great's voice came from the Great Hall. Shi family's current family head, you dare to disobey me? His Holiness said coldly, I am Shiyu. Now, the Shi family is no more. It is the Day One Imperial Dynasty. As for this Blood Prison saber, it no longer belongs to you. Shiyu the Great's voice was very calm. The white palms suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Rolling white snow filled the entire Great Hall in an instant, and thousands of li were sealed in ice. Boom! With a loud sound, the Blood Prison saber broke free from His Holiness's blood-red palms and landed in Shiyu the Great's white palms. Quang! The Great Hall's door opened. Snow and ice rushed out from the inside, complimenting Shiyu the Great, who was holding the Blood Prison saber, as he walked out step by step. Chapter 397. Snatch the saber? Almost everyone in the city shuddered, and then countless people revealed ecstatic expressions. The 5 million Divine Blood Army charged towards the capital, and almost everyone was in despair. Great slaughter His Holiness had awakened, and that despair had reached the extreme. Just by relying on that aura, it had crushed the hearts of all the people in the city. But just now, when Shiyu the Great had snatched the Bloody Hell saber, everyone was shaken. Even though the Bloody Hell saber was near the Great Hall, in the end, Shiyu the Great had snatched it. Mo Yike took the airship and quickly flew towards the city. That ancestor opened his eyes wide. He already knew how powerful Shiyu was, but the scene just now still shocked that ancestor. How powerful was His Majesty? Chang clan, Shi clan, and Qin Zibai all retreated. Gu Hai also dispersed Zhang Sanfeng, took out the airship, and flew towards the city. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shiyu the Great and His Holiness. The two were very far away, looking at each other. One was surrounded by a bloody mist, and the smell of blood filled the sky. The other was surrounded by ice and snow, and cold air spread everywhere. Great slaughter, His Holiness's face was cold. No more She clan? She clan? How many generations are you? Back then, I saw that She clan had disloyal intentions, so I let you guard this place. Ha! Ha ha ha! You really rebelled? Shiyu the Great looked at His Holiness coldly. Great slaughter, His Holiness? Back then, you made a wrong decision. Huh! Great slaughter, His Holiness's face was cold. 6,000 years. Do you know that this world is no longer the same as it was 6,000 years ago? Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Presumptuous! You dare to be rude to His Holiness? The first army commander closest to him shouted angrily. Boom! The first army commander immediately mounted his horse, and his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the great hall. The commander of the first army now had the strength of the central celestial palace. His speed was extremely fast. He had only shouted for a short while before he was already in front of them. With a long saber in his hand, he slashed towards Shiyu the Great. The power of the central celestial palace was so strong that it formed a storm that rushed towards Shiyu the Great. It seemed like it was going to kill him in one strike and punish him for his disrespect. Boom! The saber was ferocious, as though it could destroy the entire palace of the Day One Imperial Dynasty with a single slash. In the palace, countless servants revealed terrified expressions. Shiyu the Great's face turned cold. Humph! With a cold snort, Shiyu the Great swung his bloody hell saber forward. Boom! A long blood-red rainbow was formed as soon as the long rainbow appeared. It immediately collided with the saber storm of the First Legion commander. It was unstoppable. It swept towards the First Legion commander. What? The expression of the First Legion commander changed. The bloody hell saber shattered his long saber like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, it was right in front of his face, as though it was going to split him in half. Not good. Ma Sanyan, the supreme martial artist of the horse tribe, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wong! The third eye on Ma Sanyan's forehead suddenly opened. A golden light shot out and appeared in front of the bloody hell saber in an instant. It collided with the saber, as though it was going to block the saber. Humph! None of the people I want to kill are still alive. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. Boom! The golden light beam from Ma San Yen exploded. The saber slashed the First Legion commander in half. The blood light instantly shone in all directions. Countless people couldn't open their eyes. Bang! The First Legion commander exploded. General! Countless soldiers of the First Legion cried out in alarm. Presumptuous! His Holiness's face turned cold. At this moment, the third eye on Ma Sanyan's forehead seemed to have a trace of blood. You have completely mastered the bloody hell saber. Ma Sanyan's eyes widened in surprise. Xing! Shiyu the Great put away the bloody hell saber and looked coldly at His Holiness. Great slaughter, His Holiness? That's right, when you were at your peak, you were formidable. But now, you're only left with a soul body. Just a soul body. This is my Daiyuan. If you dare to move forward, I'll kill you. Great Emperor, Shiyu's eyes turned cold as he said. His Holiness narrowed his eyes and stared at Shiyu the Great. The bloody hell saber is like fire. Using the Tao of Ice to suppress the bloody hell saber? Ha ha ha! Good, good. No one dares to be so presumptuous before me. Shiyu the Great? The Shi family has a Lin. Have you forgotten my past? Kill me? Humph! Let me see how you kill me today. His Holiness snorted coldly. He took a step forward. Buzz! Scarlet light suddenly shrouded the area within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Boundless scarlet mist spread everywhere. Snow and ice covered the capital. The bloody fog seemed to have enveloped the entire capital city, which was covered in snow and ice. The Shi family? There is no need for it to exist. His Holiness said coldly. As he spoke, he extended his hand and pressed down. Boom! Billions of scarlet saber chi suddenly condensed in the world of scarlet mist and chopped down on the capital. It was like a sea of saber chi swept out and destroyed the capital. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. He stomped his feet and swung the bloody hell saber at the sky. Boom! Countless white saber chi crashed into the sky. The bloody hell saber charged at His Holiness's right palm. The manifested palm and manifested saber clashed in the air. Hung! A loud crash rang out. The world roared. Countless ordinary people immediately covered their ears and fell to the ground in pain. The sound was too loud. Nearly half of the buildings in the capital collapsed. Shiyu the Great had a ferocious look on his face. The manifested saber blocked His Holiness's manifested palm. The white saber chi also blocked the scarlet saber chi. Boom! Shiyu the Great and His Holiness released their storm-like auras. You want to use my saber against me? You're courting death. His Holiness had a ferocious look on his face. I've said it. This isn't 6,000 years ago. It's no longer your era. This is my Day One Imperial Dynasty. There's no Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty anymore. That's history. You're just a soul now. How dare you compete with me? Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious look on his face. Boom! The two's strength increased exponentially. Roar! Roar! In the sky, the two golden dragons of destiny roared. They refused to give in to each other. In fact, the two dragon heads were biting each other. Rumble, rumble! Neither of them gave in. Their faces became more and more twisted. It seemed like there was no clear victor. However, the expressions of the experts in Gu Hai's manner changed drastically. Shiyu the Great blocked His Holiness. Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed. That's impossible. When did Shiyu the Great's strength increase so much? Ram Saint's expression changed. Rumble! Strong winds raged in all directions. The two experts were in a stalemate. Gu Hai had returned. Brother-in-law, you were so powerful just now. Long Wanyu jumped in front of Gu Hai and said excitedly. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Powerful? He was a far cry from the two sovereigns in front of him. She family? Shiyu? Bastard, you cultivated that forbidden technique? His Holiness's expression changed. Snow flies for 1,000,000 li. Shiyu the Great shouted. Suddenly, the bloody hell saber emitted a dazzling white light. In an instant, the two sovereigns emitted millions of white light. The white light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Rumble! While they were blinded, there was a loud sound in the distance. A strong wind blew past. In the metropolis, more than half of the buildings collapsed. Countless floating islands were crushed by the impact and fell to the ground. The metropolis was in a mess. There were countless cries. Buzz. The white light disappeared. Shiyu the Great and His Holiness were separated. One stood at the entrance of the metropolis hall, while the other stood on the carriage. It was as if they had not fought before. However, at this moment, the metropolis had become a pile of ruins. Almost all the buildings had collapsed. The city walls had also collapsed. Many civilians were seriously injured by the aftermath. Shiyu the Great stood at the entrance of the metropolis hall. The great slaughter, Saint Lord stood on the chariot. They looked at each other. Great slaughter, His Holiness took a deep breath. Divine Blood Army, go! The great slaughter, Saint Lord shouted with a gloomy expression. Almost everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The great slaughter saint said, Leave? Yes, His Holiness. The Divine Blood Army shouted, and quickly gathered around His Holiness. Rumble. The army slowly left towards the west. The result, was there a need to guess? The two sovereigns just now clashed. In the end, Shiyu the Great won? That is His Holiness. Li Shenji's expression changed. Shiyu the Great defeated His Holiness in one strike. The 5 million Divine Blood Army slowly retreated towards the west. His Holiness stood on the carriage and stared at Shiyu the Great at the entrance of the Metropolis Hall. His eyes were filled with hatred. It was as though retreating was just a temporary measure. He would return sooner or later. The blood-red fate of the great slaughter, celestial dynasty slowly drifted away as His Holiness left. Shiyu the Great stood at the entrance of the Metropolis Hall and watched coldly as His Holiness left. There was a sense of arrogance in his eyes. In the past, the Shi clan was just a subject that was suspected by the great slaughter celestial dynasty. Today, the Shi family's Shiyu had established his own family and even defeated the great slaughter saint. So what if it was the great slaughter celestial dynasty? Weren't they defeated by me today? After the morning in the city, the civilians worshipped Shiyu the Great even more. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Long live Day One. The civilians cheered excitedly. His Majesty is so powerful. His Majesty Day One is so powerful. When the great slaughter celestial dynasty's army completely disappeared, Shiyu the Great swung his sleeves and stepped into the Metropolis Hall. However, the cries of the civilians didn't stop. Houses collapsed. To mortals, it was a disaster. But to cultivators, it could be rebuilt quickly. With His Majesty in the capital, who could compete with him? Guhai's manor. The floating island was still collapsed. Everyone stood on a mountain peak and watched Shiyu the Great return to the Metropolis Hall. They couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, Ram Saint suddenly raised his eyebrows. He turned around and looked at the capital city behind the ruins. Around the capital city, there were actually 81 regions that were clearly divided into 81 regions. Mr. Gongyang and everyone else, Day One Celestial Dynasty is in troubled times. Let's leave Day One as soon as possible. Guhai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, No, I'm not leaving. Ha, 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 ha. It's not that I'm not leaving, but that I can't leave. 81 palace diagrams. No, the Great Sun Ceiling Formation. So, there's a Great Sun Ceiling Formation under the capital city? Ram Saint's expression changed. What? Everyone looked at Ram Saint in confusion. The souls of the Divine Blood Army are in the west outside the city, but the capital was previously transformed by Great Emperor Shiyu. If it wasn't a pile of ruins, I wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Is this the 99 Sun Ceiling Array? Using the city as a cover. No wonder the Divine Blood Army wanted to massacre the city. So, it was because of the things under the Great Sun Ceiling Formation? Ram Saint's eyes lit up. The treasures of the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty are below. Takashi Ryushin suddenly narrowed his eyes and guessed. The bodies of His Holiness and the others are sealed below. Yi Shenzhen's expression changed. The entire foundation of the Celestial Dynasty, underground. Li Shinji's eyes lit up. Chapter 398. The Great Slaughter Celestial Empire's entire foundation was sealed under the 99 Sun Ceiling Array. The moment they analyzed the news, Ram Saint, Takashi Ryushin, Li Shinji, and Yi Shenzhen's eyes lit up. Guhai looked around the ruins, but his face fell. No, one you can't stay in the great metropolis, Guhai said firmly. Huh. Everyone frowned and looked at Guhai. Obviously, no one wanted to leave at this time. Guhai, we haven't met Shiyu the Great yet. If we leave now, wouldn't it be against the great Qian etiquette? Li Shinji frowned. Guhai looked at Li Shinji and said, Battalion Commander Li, you don't have to make things difficult for me. One you can leave, but you can't. Oh, Li Shinji was slightly stunned. Just as you said, we haven't met Shiyu the Great yet. Ha, do you know that Shiyu the Great doesn't have time to meet us? If we don't take the initiative, we don't know how long it will take. Rather than that, why don't we let Wanyu leave first? Guhai said solemnly. Brother-in-law, I'm not leaving. I don't feel any danger, Long Wanyu said with a frown. Guhai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly. You don't feel any danger, but with the Great Slaughter Celestial Empire's foundation, this news can't be hidden for long, right? Although the Great Slaughter Saint Lord had left, would he give up on everything? This is a source of chaos. For your safety, you have to leave immediately. But Long Wanyu was unwilling. Did you forget what I said? Guhai looked at Long Wanyu and said solemnly, Wanyu, listen to Guhai. Your prophecy can't predict things that are too far in the future. Guhai's analysis is right. Something will happen sooner or later. Let's leave early. Long Wanyu was at a loss, but when she thought about how she didn't listen to Guhai last time and almost caused Guhai's death, she could only reluctantly nod. All right. Guhai smiled faintly. Turning his head, Guhai looked at Yi Shenzhen. Eunuch Yi, you will report the news from the capital to Daiqianqing, right? That's right. With such a big matter, I will definitely report it to His Holiness as soon as possible. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. Guhai took a deep breath and said, I think that if Wanyu doesn't leave now, she won't be able to leave soon. Therefore, we have to be quick. Oh. Yi Shenzhen was slightly startled. Takashi Ryushin suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. Hold Long Wanyu hostage? Use her to threaten Deqian and prevent Deqian from causing trouble at this time? Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. If it weren't for Guhai's reminder, he wouldn't have thought about it at all. That's right. Therefore, Wanyu must leave immediately. However, Battalion Commander Li and I can't leave. We have to pretend that Wanyu is still in the capital. We can only trouble Eunuch Yi to escort Wanyu away. Guhai said solemnly. Ah, brother-in-law, you're not leaving? Long Wanyu was immediately worried. It's fine. If you're safe, I'm safe. Guhai comforted her with a smile. Long Wanyu was depressed. Li Shinji didn't want to cause trouble at this time because it was fine as long as he could stay in the capital. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Ram Saint revealed a trace of doubt. Was His Holiness so precious to Long Wanyu? Yi Shenzhen took a deep breath and looked at the capital. Finally, he bowed slightly to Guhai. Eunuch Yi, what are you doing? Guhai immediately dodged. Mr. Good, His Holiness didn't misjudge you. Only you would think of the princess wholeheartedly. In fact, I didn't want to leave this place, but you were right. Nothing is more important than the princess. I will protect the princess well. Don't worry. If you need me to do anything, I will do my best to help you. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. Me? If Eunuch Yi can spare some time, please help me look after Chaoga City in case of invasion. Guhai said solemnly. I won't let you down. Yi Shenzhen agreed. Well, Long Wanyu is leaving. I won't see you off. I'll go back to my residence to check if my people are injured. Takashi Ryushin said seriously. Everyone nodded, and Takashi Ryushin left. At this moment, Ram Saint was unwilling to leave. Guhai couldn't persuade him, so he let him be. Long Wanyu went to pack her luggage gloomily. Let me go on the road alone again. It's so annoying. Long Wanyu said gloomily. Gu Hai went to find Bingheim and the others. Your Majesty, your Zhang Sanfeng is really good, Bingheim said with a smile. It's just a trick. Ziwei, Chongqing, how are you eating? Gu Hai looked at the two of them with a smile. What are we eating? We were just about to eat a beef leg when the kitchen collapsed. Yes, I haven't finished my wine yet. The two of them looked gloomy. Oh, right, this is the painting you asked for. I can only draw one painting a month. You can just look at it. Chongqing handed over a roll of animal skin. It was about to unfold. Pa! Gu Hai immediately went forward and closed it. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was so close to unfolding. It's okay. I'll look at it slowly later. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Okay. Chongqing nodded. Although the food in the kitchen is gone, I have already asked someone to buy a lot of food. It's enough for you to eat for a long time, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, really? You're so thoughtful. Ziwei's eyes lit up. Of course, you treated me to a meal not long ago. Can I eat until I'm full? However, this time, there's something I need your help with. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Oh, go ahead. The two of them were extremely polite. Long Wanyu is about to leave. Please follow Long Wanyu and protect Long Wanyu along the way, Gu Hai said solemnly. That's it. That's it. Don't worry, as long as there's food. The two of them said cheerfully. Thank you very much, Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Bingheim. Bingheim, you go with us first. Be careful on the road. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. Bingheim was silent for a moment and nodded. She obviously understood that the emperor wanted her to go first to protect her. After arranging everything, Long Wanyu reluctantly bid farewell to Gu Hai. Brother-in-law, come back early, Long Wanyu said with a reluctant look. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Gu Hai said with a smile. Then I'll wait for you at Chaoga, Long Wanyu bit her lip. Okay, Gu Hai nodded. A red-crowned crane chariot slowly carried the group through the ruined and chaotic capital city. After sending off Long Wanyu with his eyes, Gu Hai took a deep breath. With Yi Shenzhen protecting her, Wanyu shouldn't be in danger, right? In the western part of the city, in Bat Valley, where His Holiness came from, the bat ancestor led a large number of bat fiends to subdue it and carefully inspect it. Cultivators took action in the city, and the city was quickly repaired. Floating islands slowly floated into the air. A large number of cultivators cast spells, and a drizzle fell, continuously dispelling the smoke and dust in the city. Wails could be heard everywhere, and a large number of cultivators were in charge of healing. A short while after Long Wanyu's group left the capital city, rumble! A large number of Daewon's soldiers sealed off the surroundings of the capital city. The red-crowned crane chariot entered the forest. Yi Shenzhen narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. Fortunately, Gu Hai reacted quickly. We left early. If we leave now, we won't be able to leave. Of course, that's my brother-in-law, Long Wanyu immediately said with a smug expression. Bingheim looked into the distance with a complicated expression, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Only Ziwei and Chongqing continued to eat without a care in the world. Capital city, Yi Shenzhen arranged a large number of night divine guards for Ram Saint to dispatch. Ram Saint also ran around during this time. Li Xinji also sent out his own Xinji battalion to study the seal of the capital city. Gu Hai sat in his own manner, repairing the collapsed floating island. There were countless craftsmen specializing in construction in the capital city. After spending some money, it was all done. Moreover, this money was specially sent by Mo Yike to apologize and express his gratitude. The 4 city walls were surrounded by the army, and Mo Yike hurried to Gu Hai's manor. At the entrance of the manor, Mo Yike and Gu Hai met. "Mr. Good, thank you for earlier." Mo Yike bowed solemnly. "Mr. Mo, you're too kind. I just embarrassed myself. Shiyu the Great is already here, so why would I be needed?" Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Her Majesty appeared a little too late. If it weren't for Mr. Good, the capital city would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, I still have to thank her, Mo Yike said with a smile. "Oh," Gu Hai smiled faintly and didn't comment. "Just now, I went to Dio Hall to see Her Majesty. Her Majesty also found out that Bat Ancestor and Hikang of Silla were searching for you, so she punished the 2 of them," Mo Yike said with a smile. "Huh," Gu Hai smiled faintly and didn't accept it. "Just a punishment is enough." However, Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Good, please don't blame her. Her Majesty said that she definitely has to give you an explanation for Bat Ancestor and Hikang of Silla's rudeness. She's going to prepare a banquet and invite Princess Wanyu to meet in Dio Hall. At the same time, she's going to apologize to you in front of all the civil and military officials in Dio Hall." "Oh," Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. "Set up a banquet in Dio Hall?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. It was just as he had guessed. He didn't know if Shiyu the Great thought of it or if Mo Yike suggested it, but they had already started to detain Long Wanyu and restrain the Qian Celestial Empire. What a coincidence! Gu Hai suddenly shook his head and said, When the Great Massacre appeared, killing intent soared into the sky. Princess Wanyu was frightened and is now recuperating. She can't attend the banquet. Mr. Mo, please report to Shiyu the Great and let Princess Wanyu rest for a while. She can recover her mind before heading to Dio Hall. Otherwise, it would be rude. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike suddenly raised an eyebrow. Long Wanyu was frightened and needed to recuperate. Maybe it was true, but with Mo Yike's wisdom, he instantly thought that it was Gu Hai's excuse. Long Wanyu was still in the capital. Mo Yike glanced at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's smile was very calm. If it was someone else, they might really believe it, but it was Gu Hai in front of them. Mo Yike knew Gu Hai's ability, and he also believed that Gu Hai could guess his purpose. In this way, would Long Wanyu be sent away by Gu Hai? Thinking of this, Mo Yike quivered. Princess Wanyu was frightened. How could this be? His Majesty asked me to receive you, but it is my dereliction of duty. Mr. Good, please allow me to visit Princess Wanyu's condition and express our apologies. Moreover, I, Day One, have many calming treasures. As long as Princess Wanyu needs them, I will get them immediately. Mo Yike suddenly said. Mo Yike wanted to confirm whether Princess Wanyu was there or not. Chapter 399. Princess Wanyu is in shock. How could this be? His Majesty asked me to receive all of you, but I have failed in my duty. Mr. Good, please allow me to visit Princess Wanyu and express my apologies. Moreover, I, Day One, have many calming treasures. If Princess Wanyu needs them, I will get them immediately. Mo Yike immediately said. Mo Yike wanted to confirm whether Princess Wanyu was there. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike, but his heart sank slightly. Indeed, this Mo Yike was too shrewd. He had already guessed what was going on just now. All right, Gu Hai smiled slightly. Mo Yike also stared at Gu Hai, trying to find clues from Gu Hai's expression. In his heart, Mo Yike was also very anxious. Previously, when he met His Majesty, he understood the general situation and instantly understood the importance of Long Wanyu. Mo Yike had rushed here before anyone realized anything was wrong. He wanted to confirm whether Long Wanyu was in the capital city. If she was not, he had to get her back immediately. Even if he had to use force, he had to get her back. One had to know that Ram Saint had disappeared and been captured by the Deqian people. The capital city was in ruins. Ram Saint would definitely guess something. The Deqian people would definitely take action. This was the foundation of the Lu Tian dynasty. The most effective way to stop the Deqian celestial dynasty's actions was to seize their lifeline, which was Long Wanyu. Mo Yike rushed over hurriedly. His previous courtesy was just to see Long Wanyu. He stared at Gu Hai, wanting to see Gu Hai reject him, but Gu Hai just smiled and nodded. Mo Yike frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. After all, it would be best if Long Wanyu was in the capital city. Mr. Mo, why don't you wait for a while? I will go and ask the princess. How about that? Gu Hai said with a smile. All right. Mo Yike nodded. Gu Hai did not invite Mo Yike into the manor. The manor had a large array set up by Gu Hai, and fog rose from all directions. Gu Hai entered the fog. Once he entered the fog, Gu Hai's face sank. Quick, inform Li Shinji to come back. There's a change in the situation. Yes, Ju Lu answered and quickly disappeared into the ground. Gu Hai looked at the outside world through the fog, and his face was gloomy. If it were someone else, Gu Hai would think of a way to lure them away. But this was Mo Yike, and he was not a simple character. He would not give up until he saw Long Wanyu. Could he only fall out with him? However, Long Wanyu had just left the city and had not gone far. Even with Yi Shenzhen's protection, if Shiyu the Great went after her personally, it was inevitable that something would happen. Moreover, Gu Hai was not sure of Yi Shenzhen's abilities. Delay? He could only delay now. Give Long Wanyu more time to leave. In the outside world, Mo Yike frowned as he watched Gu Hai enter the fog. Men, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Send people to scout the surroundings and see if there are any red-crowned crane carriages leaving. Also, inform the guards at the city gates to check all the carriages that enter and leave. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Inform the Ministry of Works to activate the underground array in the capital city. Activate it immediately so that no one can escape. At the very least, as long as someone digs an underground tunnel, they will be found immediately. Mo Yike ordered. Yes, sir. After a while, Gu Hai walked out of the fog again and saw Mo Yike. Mr. Good, can you visit the princess now? Mo Yike smiled. Sorry, Mr. Mo, the princess is resting. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Gu Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. It's okay. I'll just wait for the princess. Mo Yike's expression changed, and he said firmly, In that case, as you wish. Gu Hai shook his head. Mo Yike also frowned. Gu Hai didn't invite him into his manor. However, considering the unpleasantness at the Mo residence not long ago, Mo Yike couldn't force him. Looking at the fog in front of him, Mo Yike raised his eyebrows and felt anxious. Gu Hai's excuse was to prevent him from acting rashly, but could he just wait? No, he had to go in and take a look. Mo Yike had a bad feeling. Long Wanyu was no longer around. However, they hadn't fallen out, so he couldn't force his way in. Men, Mo Yike called. Yes, sir. Is the little prince nearby? Mo Yike looked at the subordinate. Yes, the crown prince is in the newly built restaurant not far away. The subordinate said respectfully, His Highness wants to apologize to Envoy Qian in Dayo Hall, but he still needs to wait a few more days to show his sincerity. Go and ask the little prince to come here and apologize on his behalf. Mo Yike ordered. The subordinate was stunned, but he finally answered, Yes, sir. The subordinate left quickly. The little prince, Gu Hai asked in confusion. The son of Hekang of Silla, Xiong. Mo Yike nodded. Oh, Xiong? Guhai frowned slightly. He had been studying the information of the top nobles in Day One these days. Xiong, like Mo Yike and Qin Zibai. He was also a second-generation aristocrat. However, Xiong didn't have Mo Yike's wisdom or Qin Zibai's martial arts. The only thing that made him different from ordinary people was that he was hot-tempered and always caused trouble everywhere. Why did Mo Yike ask him to come? Guhai instantly understood Mo Yike's plan. Guhai's expression darkened, but he couldn't show it. After all, Mo Yike said that he wanted Xiong to apologize on behalf of his father. Rumble! Xiong hadn't arrived yet. Another group of people rushed over. It was Qin Zibai and a few subordinates. They quickly arrived at Guhai's manor. Lord Mo is here too? Qin Zibai frowned slightly. Lord Qin? Mo Yike frowned. Qin Zibai nodded, with a smile. Qin Zibai immediately looked at Guhai. Mr. Good. Qin Zibai walked up to Guhai and suddenly bowed respectfully. Guhai immediately dodged. Lord Qin, what are you doing? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, thank you for helping me in the northern part of the city. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the Second Army's commander. Qin Zibai owes you one more time. You're too polite, Lord Qin. I was invited by Mr. Mo to help. Guhai immediately smiled. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Naturally, he could tell that Guhai's words were directed at him. Guhai had just given you face and helped you a lot, but now you're trying to undermine him. Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? Mo Yike sighed in his heart. If you're not in your position, you can't do your job. As an official of the Day One, he had to put the interests of the Day One first. After hearing Guhai's words, Mo Yike didn't dare to say anything. Qin Zibai shook his head and said, That's another matter. When I returned home, my father repeatedly asked me to thank Mr. Good. At the same time, my father also asked me to thank Princess Wanyu in person no matter what. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones and letting Mr. Gu take action. Oh, Guhai raised his eyebrows. The head of the Qin family? Guhai looked at Mo Yike. Obviously, if Mo Yike thought of it, then the head of the Qin family also thought of it. Worried that Long Wanyu would leave? Right, before I left, my father said that the princess might be frightened, so he asked me to bring a calming pearl for the princess to calm her nerves. He asked me to personally give it to the princess. Solemnly, Qin Zibai took out a jade box. At the side, Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Qin Zibai's father was blind, but his heart was clear. He even guessed Guhai's excuse and sent a calming pearl. Guhai frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry. The princess is already resting. Why don't you come back tomorrow? No, my father said that if the princess is resting, I should wait here. Only then can I show my sincerity. Solemnly, Qin Zibai said. All right. Guhai smiled bitterly. Mo Yike, why did you call me here? Suddenly, an angry shout came from the other side of the street. Everyone turned to look. A young man in a red robe walked over with a group of followers behind him. He had a gloomy expression on his face. Young master. Mo Yike smiled. Xiong? Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows. The red-robed man, Xiong, suddenly saw Guhai and the rest. Oh, Guhai? Xiong narrowed his eyes as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. These days, Guhai had been in the limelight countless times, but in Xiong's eyes, he was extremely hated. Not long ago, in Wuyu Academy, his father, Hekang of Silla, had been slapped in the face by Guhai in front of the entire city. It was a great humiliation, if not for Hekang of Silla's order not to disturb Envoy Gon. Xiong would have found him long ago. Shi Yong might not be as capable as Qin Zibai and Mo Yike, but he was still the most honorable young master of the Shi family. He was fine in the restaurant just now, but Mo Yike's people came over and asked him to apologize to Gu Hai. Shi Yong took advantage of the alcohol and walked over with reddened eyes. Young master, Gu Hai smiled. Mo Yike immediately said, Young master, His Majesty has ordered He Kang of Silla to apologize to De Qian's envoy in front of all the officials in Great Leisure Hall for his rudeness in front of the Missouri estate. After all, it was a misunderstanding. I saw you nearby just now, so I asked someone to invite you here. You can apologize to the princess on behalf of His Majesty. What? You want my royal father to apologize to that little girl in front of all the civil and military officials in the Great Hall? Shi Yong was suddenly enraged. That's right. Mo Yike nodded. Gu Hai could tell that Mo Yike was using Shi Yong to cause trouble so that he could investigate whether Long Wanyu was still around. Mr. Mo, do you think the De Qian envoy isn't chaotic enough? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mr. Good. Mo Yike turned around to explain. You don't have to say anything. Young Master Shi Yong, please go back. We don't need your apology, Gu Hai said in a low voice. You want me to go back? It's not that easy. Gu Hai, didn't you want me to apologize on behalf of His Majesty? Come on, let's go. Let me go see that little girl. I'll apologize on behalf of my imperial father, and everything from before will be written off. Shi Yong immediately took a step forward and intended to enter the formation. Hold it right there. Gu Hai glared at him. Shi Yong didn't seem to care about Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai's expression darkened. His voice suddenly became much louder, spreading in all directions in an instant. The great Qian dynasty's envoys came with friendship, but you insulted us again and again. Is this how Day One treats its guests? Wu Yue Academy humiliated us with calligraphy. In the Missouri estate, you led troops to search the De Qian envoy and humiliated us. You forced us to buy another manor. When Day One was in danger, the De Qian envoy didn't forget the friendship between our two countries and risked our lives to help. Some of the people in the envoy were frightened and wanted to rest. Why can't I rest in the manor I bought? You want to conduct another search. Shi Yong, you've gone too far. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Boom. Gu Hai's voice immediately spread in all directions. In an instant, countless people in Deqian City heard Gu Hai's voice. Shi Yong's eyes widened. He couldn't argue. I haven't made a fuss yet. If you stop me again, I won't barge in. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? I didn't. Chapter 400. Shi Yong was speechless. I'm not messing around. Why are you shouting? Suddenly, as Gu Hai shouted, countless Day One citizens heard Gu Hai's voice. Some of the people who were building houses immediately became gloomy. Mr. Good's voice. He's going to cause trouble for Mr. Good again? Wu Yue Academy wanted to embarrass Mr. Good back then, but Mr. Good's literary talent was superb, so nothing happened. I heard that they even forced Mr. Good to leave the MO residence. Now, they're going to cause trouble for Mr. Good. If it weren't for Mr. Good, we would have died when the Divine Blood Army entered the city. Who dares to cause trouble for Mr. Good? Immediately, a large number of citizens surrounded Gu Hai's residence. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed because of Gu Hai's shout. Mo Yike guessed that Long Wanyu might really not be in Day One. Mo Yike became more and more anxious. He looked at the formation behind Gu Hai and felt that he had to go in and take a look. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. He was not as smart as Mo Yike, but he felt that something was wrong. Shi Yong stared at Gu Hai. Why are you shouting so loudly? Look, the citizens are starting to gather around. Gu Hai, it's useless even if you shout. Are you trying to frame me? Do you think your shout is enough? Shi Yong glared at him and said angrily. Uffed. Suddenly, Gu Hai clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned red. Shi Yong was speechless. Shi Yong was about to break down. Gu Hai, aren't you being too cruel? Just a moment ago, a small crack appeared in the seal that enveloped the fire gourd in the fire god palace. A rumbling sound was heard. Immediately, billowing flames rushed out. Now that it had only opened a small gap, Gu Hai's fire god palace couldn't take it anymore. The flames were spreading in all directions. The various divine palaces continued to pour out power to suppress it, but the power of the flames was too great. Gu Hai couldn't hold it in any longer. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ashen and red. In all honesty, this was really Gu Hai's injury. It wasn't an act. However, in the eyes of Mo Yike, Qin Zibai, and Shi Yong, it was Gu Hai who pretended to be injured. Mo Yike's eyes widened. Just now, when Gu Hai shouted, Mo Yike knew that he was going to frame Shi Yong. He had used Shi Yong's recklessness to barge into the inner circle, but Gu Hai had framed Shi Yong to foil his plan. However, Mo Yike had never expected that Gu Hai would be so ruthless. He even forced out a mouthful of blood to frame Shi Yong. This framing and framing was too much of a waste of resources. Mo Yike subconsciously took a step back. Qin Zibai didn't know what was going on, but he could see that Gu Hai was framing Shi Yong. He frowned slightly and glanced at Mo Yike. He immediately understood. This was a confrontation between Mo Yike and Gu Hai. As the victim, Shi Yong was now glaring at Gu Hai's mouthful of blood. Was he trying to blackmail him? I didn't do anything. What do you want? Shi Yong glared at Gu Hai and immediately said angrily. His angry expression was immediately seen by the nearby commoners. Mr. Good is injured. Mr. Good was injured by Shi Yong. It's that scourge Shi Yong. Mr. Good was beaten to the point of spitting blood. Immediately, the nearby commoners made the decision. Be *starred. Who dares to accuse me? Shi Yong glared at the commoner who slandered him not far away. Shi Yong wants to silence him? Mr. Good, don't be afraid. My life was saved by Mr. Good. We won't let Shi Yong hurt you. We want to ask for your Majesty's order. We want to submit a petition to the people. Shi Yong is a scourge to Daewon's benefactor. He's the source of disaster for the country. Your Majesty, the traitor Shi Yong is a scourge to the country and the people. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. Your Majesty, when the country is about to fall into chaos, there will definitely be evildoers. Shi Yong is a scourge to the country and the people. The commoners shouted. Shi Yong immediately looked sad and angry. I didn't do anything. Besides, I didn't hurt Gu Hai. Even though the commoners were all on Gu Hai's side, Mo Yike's eyes became colder and colder. With Gu Hai's behavior, the chances of Long Wan Yu not being in Daewon were getting higher and higher. Gu Hai, you're still pretending. You're still pretending. Shi Yong shouted angrily. Gu Hai really wasn't pretending. At that moment, he clutched his chest and found it difficult to speak. Uffed, uffed. Gu Hai spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Mr. Good, are you okay? The commoners immediately gathered around with worried expressions. Shi Yong, what kind of vicious method did you use on Mr. Good? Shi Yong, you're so cruel. You're a scourge to the country. The commoners nearby could feel that Gu Hai was seriously injured, so they immediately ordered Shi Yong to denounce him. Shi Yong stared at Gu Hai. How could a person be so shameless? There was no way he could defend himself when he was being accused by so many people. He had always been the one to slander others, and no one had ever slandered him. Shi Yong immediately looked anxious and angry. Mo Yike whispered to Shiyong. Gu Hai did this on purpose to prevent us from entering his villa. He might have secretly sent Long Wanyu away. Shiyong's expression suddenly changed. Although Shiyong wasn't as smart as Mo Yike, this was a simple logic. He Kang of Silla had told Shiyong before that at least the soldiers guarding the capital were arranged by He Kang of Silla. Shiyong understood how important Long Wanyu was to day one. Mo Yike immediately understood why Gu Hai had wronged him. Men! Guards from the vicinity! What are you waiting for? Shiyong suddenly shouted. Mo Yike and Qin Zibai stepped back. Shiyong attacked. Rumble! Immediately, a large number of soldiers nearby approached. The place was in chaos, and the soldiers had already approached. Shiyong's shout instantly drew near. The soldiers were suppressing the riot. The expressions of the people around them changed. Get rid of these troublemakers and open a path for me. I want to enter the villa. Now, Shiyong ordered. Shiyong wanted to enter the villa to see if Long Wanyu was still there. The 3,000 soldiers who had just arrived were stunned. Young Prince, this is Mr. Good's villa, isn't it? The leader of the soldiers said with an ugly expression. Not long ago, Gu Hai had risked his life to save everyone in the city, including these soldiers. Now, he was going to deal with Mr. Good. The 3,000 soldiers were naturally reluctant. What are you looking at? Get rid of the troublemakers. Shiyong shouted. The 3,000 soldiers were anxious. They really couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. However, their army was under the management of He Kang of Silla. They couldn't disobey the young prince's orders. They looked anxiously at Mo Yike and Qin Zibai. Mo Yike and Qin Zibai naturally couldn't say anything. They still wanted to enter the villa to see what was going on. The 3,000 soldiers were conflicted. They weighed the pros and cons and were about to make a decision. An old woman walked out from the crowd. She walked up to a soldier and grabbed his ear. Mother, let go. Let go. There are so many people. The soldier begged for mercy. Little brat, if it weren't for Mr. Good, I would have died long ago. Mr. Good is our family's benefactor. Now, you're helping this traitor against our benefactor? Do you think you're so great just because you're wearing this leather? When did we have such an unfilial son like you? Mother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't pull my ear. The soldier said bitterly. It wasn't just this place. Many people rushed forward. Bastard, didn't you want to deal with Mr. Good? Go ahead and step over my dead body. Step on it. You're helping the country's genius to deal with our benefactor. I should have shot you into the wall back then, so that you won't embarrass our ancestors. Nephew, you've done such a heartless thing today. How can you face your parents, wife, and children tomorrow? The criticism of the people was terrifying, especially from the families of the 3,000 soldiers. The 3,000 soldiers were instantly in chaos. Search Gu Hai's villa? What a joke. If they stepped in today, they would be drowned by their relatives' saliva tomorrow. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he had asked Shiyong to come. Otherwise, his reputation in day one would be completely ruined after today. Gu Hai clutched his chest and tried to suppress the flames in his body. His face was flushed. The people and soldiers around him were in chaos. How could he enter? Shiyong was furious when he saw that the soldiers were crippled. Bastards, the one who saved you is Her Majesty, not Gu Hai. The people suddenly stopped talking and looked at Shiyong. Traitor, the country's genius. Ingrate. Immediately, there was a flurry of scolding. From all around, more and more soldiers arrived. Similarly, more and more commoners gathered around. With commoners as an army, the soldiers did not dare to raise their swords and attack the Dayuan people. Furthermore, they were unwilling to barge in. They could only make the commotion louder and louder. Young master. Suddenly, two black-clothed guards appeared in front of Shi Yong. The two black-clothed guards were surrounded by flames. They were clearly powerhouses. You came at the right time. You don't need to protect me. Just barge in. Gu Hai can't stop you, and these unruly people can't stop you either. Open a path for me. I want to enter. Shi Yong ordered. Yes, sir. The two guards shouted in unison. Boom. The two released powerful auras around them. Open Heaven Palace. Gu Hai's face sank. The two guards released their auras and immediately pushed aside the surrounding people and soldiers. Boom. When the people were pushed aside, they immediately cursed. However, they couldn't stop the two powerhouses of Open Heaven Palace. Just as Shi Yong was about to lead his people in, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot over from the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden beam of light arrived before the two guards. Oh no! The two guards' expressions suddenly changed. At the same time, they swung their sabers. Boom! It was a golden arrow that blasted the two guards aside before hurtling directly toward Shi Yong. Go! Qin Zibai suddenly shouted and swung his saber. Boom! Only then did the arrow deflect and soar into the sky. It was a close call, and Shi Yong was almost killed by the arrow. Shi Yong broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Zibai's face sank as he looked at the approaching person. Bang! Li Shunji suddenly landed beside Gu Hai while holding his bow. Li Shunji? Shi Yong suddenly felt enraged. That arrow just now had almost killed him. At the side, Mo Yike's heart sank. Gu Hai used literature and public opinion to block the search. Li Shunji used martial prowess to block the search. With this, not only was martial prowess useless, but Shi Yong also had no excuse. Chapter 401. When Li Shunji returned, Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He could buy some time, but his body was in trouble. When Li Shunji made his move, Shi Yong's two powerful guards were immediately blocked. Qin Zibai only saved Shi Yong and didn't do anything else. Mr. Mo and Mr. Good tried to stop us and even framed Shi Yong. It seems that something is wrong with Gu Hai's villa. Long one you might have left, Qin Zibai said with a frown. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, if it were someone else, I would have been able to tell long ago. However, this is Gu Hai. How do you know? Huh. Qin Zibai was slightly surprised. What if Long Wanyu is still inside, and we focus on searching outside the city? What if Gu Hai uses this opportunity to make Long Wanyu leave? Gu Hai deliberately creates illusions, which is what he often does. It's not like you haven't seen his information. He is very good at the empty fort strategy and the counter-empty fort strategy. So, Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Qin Zibai was speechless. The empty city strategy was the best Qin Zibai could think of. There was still an anti-empty city strategy. As Mo Yike said, it was uncertain whether Long Wanyu was inside or not. Li Shunji glanced at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was vomiting blood. His body was burning, and his face was red. Li Shunji was speechless. You're too good at pretending. How could Shi Yong hurt you like this? Lord Mo, Lord Qin, young lord, what are you doing? Do you think that I, Diqian, am a pushover? Li Shunji glared at them and shouted. Two guards immediately stood by Shi Yong's side. Shi Yong was almost shot to death, so he was still scared. As he looked at Li Shunji, fear flashed in his eyes. However, when he looked at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with resentment. Gu Hai, you framed me. Shi Yong stared at Gu Hai and shouted. Uffed. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Vile spawn, you ungrateful wretch. Mr. Gu was injured to this extent by you. We want to ask His Majesty to punish you for treason. The crowd shouted angrily. Humph, Gu Hai, if you're not framing me, then ask Long Wan Yu to come out. You sent Long Wan Yu away, right? Where is Long Wan Yu? Shi Yong roared in exasperation. At this moment, Shi Yong didn't care about anything else and directly exposed him. Sent Long Wan Yu away. The crowd was confused. Why did it involve De Qian's princess, Wan Yu? Ha ha ha, you have nothing to say, right? It's good that you have a confrontation in front of His Majesty. Ambassador Qian looked down on De Qian, ran away secretly, and framed me. Where is Long Wan Yu? You want Long Wan Yu to come out. If Long Wan Yu is still in De Qian, I'll admit that I'm a traitor. Is that okay? Shi Yong shouted. The crowd was confused. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He glanced at Mo Yike, who wasn't far away. I found a good chess piece. This idiot doesn't care about anything anymore. Li Shinji's expression darkened. Long Wan Yu had left long ago. How could he call her out? Brother-in-law, are you okay? Brother-in-law. Suddenly, Long Wan Yu's shout came from behind the crowd. Li Shinji and Gu Hai? Mo Yike, Qin Zibai, and Shi Yong's expressions froze. The crowd moved aside, but they saw a crane carriage behind them. Long Wan Yu's voice came from the carriage. Long Wan Yu's voice wasn't loud, but almost everyone in the city heard her. After all, when Wu Yu Academy received Long Wan Yu, it was broadcasted to the entire city. Princess Wan Yu, the crowd shouted. Princess Wan Yu is here. Shi Yong, admit that you are a traitor. A crowd suddenly shouted. Long Wan Yu couldn't be seen clearly from the crane carriage, but the voice couldn't be wrong. The crane carriage flew closer, and a woman's right hand suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Hai. Brother-in-law, who hurt you like this? The De Yuan imperial dynasty repaid kindness with enmity. None of them are good people. Long Wan Yu shouted. Whoosh! After pulling Gu Hai into the carriage, the crane carriage rushed into the manor. Li Shinji's expression changed. Why did Long Wan Yu come back? The crowd stared at Shi Yong. Traitor! The crowd cursed angrily. Shi Yong. Mo Yike and Qin Zibai looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Is it Princess Wan Yu? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike. I don't know. I didn't see her face. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Then what do we do now? Qin Zibai asked bitterly. The people are angry. They can't enter Gu Hai's manor anymore. If Shi Yong barges in now and is killed by Li Shinji, the people will only cheer. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Qin Zibai was silent. Long Wan Yu might be inside, or she might have left. Sai, we can only send people to guard this place, and send some people to look for her. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Prepare for both. Then it doesn't matter if she comes or not. Qin Zibai frowned. Mo Yike shook his head. It's different. If we can confirm that Long Wan Yu has escaped, we can even ask His Majesty to chase after her. You should know how capable His Majesty is. However, if we can't confirm that Long Wan Yu has escaped, will His Majesty listen to you and go out? Qin Zibai? As he spoke, Mo Yike suddenly bowed solemnly to the formation around Gu Hai's manor. Mr. Mo, what are you? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike in confusion and bowed. I'm just thanking you, Mr. Gu. You only framed Shi Yong just now. If you framed both of us, our reputations would be completely ruined. Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Qin Zibai was slightly surprised. After Mo Yike bowed, he slowly retreated. Qin Zibai looked at the formation, bowed slightly, and left with his people. Bastard, get lost. Get lost. Shi Yong's reputation was ruined. None of the people treated him kindly. Shi Yong could only flee. Thank you, everyone. Li Shunji said to the people around him. You don't have to thank us. We're just repaying Mr. Good. It has nothing to do with you. The people around him shook their heads. Li Shunji smiled bitterly. Gu Hai was really popular. Li Shunji turned around and slowly entered the formation. Soon, he saw Long Wanyu in Gu Hai's residence. It's not Princess Wanyu? It's you? Li Shunji's face darkened. It was Fairy Wan. At this moment, she was supporting Gu Hai with one hand and holding a guqin with the other. I'm just imitating Long Wanyu's voice. Battalion Commander Li, you don't have to make a fuss. Fairy Wan said calmly. Li Shunji frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression was much better. He took a deep breath and said, Battalion Commander Li, the most important thing for us now is to buy time for Princess Wan, and the others. So, during this time, if there are any rascals, I hope you can stop them. Of course. Li Shunji nodded with a frown. I still have something to say to Fairy Wan. So I won't entertain you. Gu Hai sent him off. Humph. Li Shunji snorted and turned to leave. Li Shunji had just left for a while. Pooh! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed red again, and his body even emitted traces of flames. Obviously, in front of Li Shunji, just now, he deliberately pretended to be fine. Once Li Shunji left, Gu Hai could no longer suppress the flames in his body. What's wrong with you? You're not pretending? Fairy Wan said in surprise. Thank you for helping me out just now, Gu Hai said with a smile. Fairy Wan grabbed Gu Hai's right hand and examined it. What a big fire. Flames burning your body. What's wrong with you? Fairy Wan said in surprise. Nothing. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Nothing? You can't suppress this fire at all. How can there be a fire that you can't suppress? If you wait any longer, you will be burned to death, Fairy Wan said anxiously. No, Gu Hai said weakly. How can it be? This is the Samadhi true fire. Only the Wansho Taoism has the Samadhi true fire. In the Wansho Taoism, even I am not qualified to touch the Samadhi true fire. You can't. If you don't think of a way, you will be burned to death, even with the Fire God Palace. Fairy Wan said anxiously. Nothing. IPU, Gu Hai said halfway, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Gu Hai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, so he had to find a way to take out the fire gourd. Once the fire gourd was taken out, everything would be fine. However, Fairy Wan obviously didn't think so. Quam. With a lift of her hand, the door of the hall closed with a loud bang. Gu Hai stared at Fairy Wan. Fairy Wan waved her hand. Suddenly, countless petals spread out on the ground. Wan Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Fairy Wan's red veil had slipped off. Her smooth and white skin was exposed. Biting her lips, Fairy Wan slowly hugged Gu Hai and kissed Gu Hai's mouth that was still stained with blood. In the hall, there was a cheerful rhythm. In Gu Hai's Fire God Palace, Fairy Wan's nascent soul entered once again. She hugged Gu Hai's fire nascent soul. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Fire God Palace, more and more cracks appeared on the seal that enveloped the fire gourd. All of a sudden, boundless flames surged out. If it was before, it could instantly tear apart Gu Hai's physical body. However, at this moment, it strangely entered the bodies of the two nascent souls that were entangled together. Buzz. The two nascent souls grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, the appearance of the nascent souls became exactly the same as Gu Hai and Fairy Wan, as if they were miniature versions of the two people. The two nascent souls were surrounded by flames as they crazily absorbed the flames from the fire gourd. Boom! the sealing enchantment exploded completely, and the fire god palace was instantly filled with flames. The two nascent souls were like two black holes absorbing the flames. At the same time, they emitted bursts of golden light that surged into their bodies, allowing their bodies to withstand the true samadhi fire. For a time, the petals in the hall were slowly burning, accompanied by continuous moaning sounds. Until 2 days later, after a high-pitched sound, everything calmed down. Boom! Both of their bodies stirred up a gust of air, blowing the burning petals in all directions. It seemed that refining the true samadhi fire was too tiring. Both of them fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 402. Yuaning State, 5th level. This was Gu Hai's first thought when he woke up. In the fire god palace, Gu Hai's fire nascent used flames to form a robe. An aura that was several times stronger than before was released. The flames transformed into a rope and tied the huge fire gourd that was not much shorter than the fire nascent behind it. Gu Hai's fire nascent was hugging Fairy 1's fire nascent. Outside, Fairy 1 was lying on Gu Hai's chest. She seemed to have woken up a step earlier. Looking at Gu Hai in front of her, there was a complicated look in her eyes. Gu Hai slowly opened his eyes. When their eyes met, Fairy 1 was flustered. Thank you, 1. My cultivation has increased again. My fire nascent has reached perfection and can barely suppress the fire gourd. It's a pity that I can't fully use it yet. Gu Hai said with a smile. Fairy 1 blushed and bit her lips. Why, every time, after every time, my cultivation would increase so much. It's probably because of the cultivation method, Gu Hai said with a smile. Fairy 1 nodded and did not ask further. Where did you get that fire gourd? You didn't have it last time. Fairy 1 looked at Gu Hai. His Holiness sealed it to suppress the great massacre. Gu Hai did not hide anything. Isn't it just a small vine? Why is there a gourd? Fairy 1 was surprised. Oh, Gu Hai was also surprised. Yes, that seal was sealed with the help of the Taishang's bloodline. According to the records, the Taishang of that generation took a vine and used it to ignite the flames of the void. It was just a primer to ignite the flames. How did it end up becoming a gourd? Fairy 1 asked in shock. Oh, Taishang bloodline. You helped seal it? Gu Hai said in surprise. Fairy 1 nodded. Don't show your fire gourd to anyone, especially not those from Wanshou Taoism. Oh, my Wanshou Taoism also has a fire gourd. However, that gourd is already damaged. If other members of the Wanshou Taoism find out about it, they will definitely use any means necessary to take it for themselves. You have to be careful, Fairy 1 said worriedly. Wanshou Taoism also has one? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Yes, in the ancient records, it seems that in ancient times there was a gourd vine. It seems that there were several gourds. Among them, the fire gourd was obtained by the Wanshou Taoism. The other gourds almost never appeared. Oh, no, there was a golden gourd that often appeared. It was called the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Fairy 1 recalled. Immortal Slaying Gourd is the password. Please turn around, treasure. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Isn't this the story of the investiture of the gods on earth? There is no password. Fairy 1 shook her head. Well, maybe I remembered wrongly. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. It seems not. The Wanshou Taoism's fire gourd is the same as mine? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, that fire gourd has been opened. Now, it is the alchemy furnace of my Taishang bloodline. However, I've never seen it before. I've only heard of it. According to the records, the fire gourd is broken. I don't know where it is exactly, but I know that the vine that suppressed the great slaughter saint was taken from a bit of the green vine on the fire gourd. I didn't expect it to condense another fire gourd. Fairy One said in surprise. Gu Hai was silent for a while, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Wansho Taoism helped His Holiness to seal them? They should know about the great slaughter's treasure underground. Why hasn't anyone come? Gu Hai was puzzled. You know about this too? Fairy One looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Before I came, my master told me that the higher-ups of the Wansho Taoism knew about it. However, they did not come to collect it because the great slaughter's treasure is too bloody. The karma is too great, and the karma is too great. Therefore, they did not want to be involved in this karma. In my master's words, the great slaughter's heaven dynasty is full of evil. Sooner or later, they will suffer retribution. Fairy Wana recalled. Oh, then why are you here today? Gu Hai asked curiously. My master asked me to come to retrieve the other thing of Taishang bloodline. However, I couldn't find it previously. Now that the capital city is in ruins, the layout is clear. I think I can find it. Fairy Wana said gently. All right, don't go back to the Wansho Taoism. Come back to the Han Dynasty with me. Gu Hai stroked Fairy Wan-er's hair gently. Fairy Wan-er was stunned at first, and then a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She did not respond to Gu Hai, but suddenly hugged Gu Hai tightly. Love me. The crisp sound of a silver bell rang in the main hall again. Gu Hai's manner. Li Xinji caught another wave of intruders and looked at Gu Hai's main hall with a trace of displeasure. How long are you going to talk? It's already been 10 days, and you still refuse to come out. Are you really going to wash your hands of this matter? Am I supposed to be your protector? Li Xinji said gloomily. Li Xinji was depressed. Mo Yike and the others were even more at a loss. Gu Hai had closed the door to visitors and refused to even take a step out of the main door. Every time they asked for an audience, Li Xinji's cold face would say that Gu Hai was resting and recuperating. Are you really injured? Do you have to keep pretending like this? More and more spies were placed around the manor, but Gu Hai really did not step out of the door. Mo Yike was at a loss, but Shi Yong was gnashing her teeth in hatred. After that day, her reputation had indeed been tarnished. Not to mention that no one liked her on the streets. At the very least, there were already countless people pointing at her. To Shi Yong, she had always been the one to frame others, but she had never been framed like this. Gu Hai. Shi Yong clenched her fists in resentment. Shi Yong was on a floating island not far from Gu Hai's manor. Shi Yong stood on the floating island, looking at Gu Hai's manor. Little Prince, Gu Hai has not come out yet. The people we sent over have also gone missing. A guard reported from behind. 2 guards stood behind Shi Yong, the 2 Heavenly Splitter Palace experts who had protected Shi Yong 10 days ago. He Kang of Silla had sent these 2 to protect Shi Yong. Clearly, he cared for Shi Yong. He will come out. When Gu Hai comes out, I will have to trouble the 2 of you. Shi Yong looked at the 2 behind her. The 2 frowned, but did not answer. As long as Long Wanyu lives, what does Gu Hai's life or death matter? Killing Gu Hai can avenge my royal father and help my day one obtain the 24 Dahan cities. Shi Yong said, but His Highness ordered. One of the guards said with a frown, the capital is in chaos now. Who will know that we did it? Besides, Mr. Dongfang is helping us. What are you worried about? Just find a secluded place and do it cleanly. It's not like you haven't done this before. Shi Yong said. The 2 guards were slightly worried. Gu Hai is only from the Yuanying state. You 2 have opened Heavenly Splitter Palace. There's still me and Mr. Dongfang. What are you afraid of? Zhang Sanfeng was only killed because of Mo Yike's array. Make your move. Haven't you been drooling over my new concubine ever since you made your move? Shiyong sneered. Huh. The two guards were startled. That concubine is the wife of a general I obtained after you helped me assassinate him. This isn't the first time you've done this. I'm tired of toying with her. How about I give her to you? Shiyong sneered. The two guards' eyes lit up, seemingly tempted. Little prince, Guhai has come out. One of the guards pointed into the distance. In Guhai's manner, after 8 days of intimacy, Guhai slowly opened the door and stepped out. In the main hall, Fairy One seemed to be in a deep sleep. When Guhai stepped out of the door, Fairy One suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Guhai's back. She bit her lip, and her eyes slowly became determined. She seemed to have made a decision, and her eyes gradually turned red. Guhai walked out of the main hall and closed the door. He went to find Ju Lu. Your Majesty, in the 10 days you were in seclusion, 60% of the capital's buildings have been restored. The surrounding walls have all been rebuilt, and the underground array has been activated. We can't easily escape underground anymore, Ju Lu said with a bitter smile. Oh, you can't escape underground anymore? Guhai asked in a low voice. Yes, the large net formed by the array is densely packed underground. As long as I escape underground, I will be discovered. Fortunately, Your Majesty made arrangements early on. When the capital was still in chaos, I had already opened up a tunnel that can lead to the outside of the capital. However, there can only be one tunnel, solemnly Ju Lu said. Only one tunnel. That's enough. Guhai smiled slightly. Whoosh. Suddenly, Li Shinji landed in front of Guhai. Mr. Good, you guys have been talking for a long time, Li Shinji said in a low voice. You've retracted your aura? You've had a breakthrough in your cultivation? Li Shinji's expression suddenly changed. Guhai looked at Li Shinji and said, Battalion Commander Li, it's been 10 days. The princess should be safe now, right? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. Since the princess is safe, we should leave now, Guhai said with a smile. Leave now? Li Shinji showed a hint of unwillingness. Guhai smiled and nodded. Ram Saint has sent news that he has found a clue about the great array of 99 Sun Sealing Formation. He will open the formation and release the Great Slaughter treasure soon. You want to leave now? Li Shinji said in a low voice. I'm only from the Yuanying state. Even if there's a treasure, it's not my turn to get it, right? So, I'll just forget about it. Battalion Commander Li, if you don't want to leave, that's fine too. It's up to you. The people I brought are ready to leave, Guhai said with a smile. Up to you, Li Shinji said coldly. Li Shinji stepped forward and turned to leave. Your Majesty, are we really leaving? Ju Lu said with some pity. Let's go. Arrange for everyone to leave through the tunnel. I have something to do in the city later. We'll meet outside the city, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Ju Lu nodded and reported everything that happened in the tunnel to Guhai. After Guhai understood, they returned to the main hall. At this moment, Fairy One had already woken up and packed everything. Let's go. We'll collect what you're looking for first. Then, follow me back to Chaoga, Guhai said with a smile. Fairy One looked deeply at Guhai, smiled, and nodded. After packing up, Guhai and Fairy One stepped out of the villa. Chapter 4:03. Guhai and Fairy One stepped out of the villa. Suddenly, the eyes of countless people around them lit up, and their spirits were lifted. Is it okay for us to go out like this? Fairy Wanner asked worriedly. It's safer to go out like this, Guhai said with a smile. The two of them called a crane carriage, paid the spirit stones, and headed toward the south of the city. Whoosh! When the crane carriage left, all the powerhouses around them started to move as well. Li Shinji stood on the floating island and watched Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner leave. He narrowed his eyes. Not only did Gu Hai's cultivation level increase, but Fairy Wanner's cultivation level also seems to have increased. Li Xinji turned his head and looked at a floating island in the distance. That floating island was where Shi Yong was. With Shi Yong's vengeful personality, he won't be kind if you set him up like this. He has been waiting for you for 10 days. It's time for him to make a move, right? If he gets killed again, it's none of my business. Heh! Li Xinji sneered. Sure enough, on that floating island, Shi Yong saw Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner come out. Who's that woman? Shi Yong raised his eyebrows. She's the demoness that your highness wanted to kill not long ago. She was saved by Zi Wei and Chang Sheng. She wrote the ode to chivalry. A guard explained. That's her? Why is she in Gu Hai's villa? When did she go in? Shi Yong asked in surprise. I don't know. Humph, I don't care. It's great that Gu Hai came out. You keep an eye on him. I'll ask Mr. Dongfang to catch up with Gu Hai. Then we'll find a quiet place to kill him. Shi Yong narrowed his eyes. Yes. One of the guards immediately flew into the distance. The other guard took Shi Yong to a building not far away. Your Highness, what's Mr. Dongfang's background? Why are you helping us? The guard asked curiously. I don't know, Shi Yong said coldly. Mr. Dongfang came to me on his own accord. He's an honored guest of my father. He seems to have a grudge against Gu Hai, and he happened to be looking for me. Let's work together. Yes, Gu Hai came out. He traveled through the city. The news quickly spread everywhere. The Mo clan, Mo Yike, was in the middle of handling some matters. When he heard the news, his expression changed. Sir, I don't understand. When did that Fairy Wanner appear in Mr. Good's villa? A subordinate asked in confusion. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Mo Yike's expression changed. What happened? Long One you left a long time ago. He's no longer in Gu Hai's villa. Mo Yike revealed a trace of bitterness. Qin Manor. Qin Zibai was slightly startled when he heard the news. His blind father's expression suddenly changed. What a good Gu Hai. He is indeed meticulous, the blind old man said with a bitter smile. Father, what happened to Gu Hai? Qin Zibai asked in confusion. He thought further than me. Long Wanyu was sent away a long time ago. Alas, we were still thinking about how to test him, but he did everything perfectly. The blind old man smiled bitterly. No, Father, 10 days ago, it wasn't Princess Wanyu. Qin Zibai frowned. That was Fairy Wanner. When one's Guqin Dao reaches a certain level, they can mimic sounds. Don't you know? The blind old man smiled bitterly. Then what should we do now? Break into Gu Hai's villa? Qin Zibai frowned. Forget it. Since she's gone, Gu Hai's villa has no value. However, Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner left alone. There must be a reason. Investigate it as much as possible. The blind old man said in a deep voice. Yes, south of the city, on a floating island. Ram Saint frowned as he looked at the layout of the capital city. There was a square table in front of him. Around the square table were piles of paper filled with drawings. As Ram Saint looked at the drawings and compared them to the surrounding terrain, he entered deep thought. Takashi Ryushin stood beside him. Lord Ram Saint, have you solved the 99 Sun Sealing ritual array? Takashi Ryushin asked out of curiosity. Ram Saint shook his head. Soon. I can deduce that it is nearby. However, I am not sure where exactly it is. Oh, it is not underground. It is not underground. It should be similar to the small space that sealed His Holiness's soul, or rather, a small world. However, this small world is mysterious. If you do not know the entrance, you will not be able to find it, Ram Saint said with a frown. The entrance is nearby. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ram Saint nodded his head affirmatively. Speaking of the entrance to the small world, wasn't the place where you were imprisoned previously also an entrance to a small world? We could not enter the underground palace. In the end, it was Guhai who saved you. Could it be that Guhai can find the entrance to the small world? Takashi Ryushin asked with a frown. Him. Impossible. Ram Saint shook his head. Oh, then how did he save you? Takashi Ryushin asked with a frown. Gong Yangsheng frowned, slightly. Speaking of which, this was also something that Gong Yangsheng couldn't figure out. Lord Ram Saint, don't underestimate this Guhai. This person cannot be measured with common sense. Takashi Ryushin shook his head and sighed. Ram Saint said with a frown, the 9 palaces, art is the most difficult type of divination. It requires a lot of accumulation to see the key points. The reason why the Day One Imperial Dynasty imprisoned me is because no one in the entire Day One Empire knows the 9 palaces art. I am confident that no matter how talented Guhai is, it is impossible for him to know the 9 palaces art. It is even more impossible for him to find the entrance to the 99 sun sealing array before me. Oh, Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. Report. Suddenly, a knight divine guard flew onto the floating island. Reporting to my lord and Lord Ram Saint, Elite Hall Master Guhai and Fairy Wanner have arrived at a nearby valley. The knight divine guard reported respectfully. Oh, where? Jinmu of Silla asked with a puzzled expression. The knight divine guard pointed into the distance. Everyone stood on the floating island and looked down. Immediately, they saw a mountain forest in the distance. Guhai and Fairy Wanner stepped off the red-crowned crane chariot and walked into the mountain forest. It's really him? He has been recuperating in the mountain manor for 10 days and is finally willing to come out. Takashi Ryushin frowned as he looked into the distance. 10 days. Princess, when you should be safe. Ram Saint nodded. Do you know why Guhai is here? Takashi Ryushin asked. I don't know. He didn't mention it to us before coming. The Knight Divine Guard said in a deep voice. Jinmu of Silla was slightly startled. She looked at Ram Saint and said, Lord Ram Saint, could that Guhai have the same goal as us? And also, impossible. He doesn't know the 9 palaces art. How can he find the entrance? In the capital city, if anyone can find the entrance, it's only me, Ram Saint said with a face full of confidence. But you calculated that Guhai is in the vicinity. Jinmu of Silla frowned. I can find the vicinity after countless calculations and deductions. If he can find the entrance to the 99 sun sealing array, doesn't that prove that all my learning is a stupid act? Ram Saint said with a face full of disbelief. Boom. Suddenly, in the valley where Guhai was, there was a loud noise, and the earth shook violently. Suddenly, in that direction, it was as if a black hole had formed, swallowing countless objects from all directions. Rolling winds whistled toward the entrance that had suddenly appeared. With a loud noise, the entire capital city shook violently. Lord Ram Saint, Hall Master Gu has found the entrance. The Knight Divine Guard said in surprise. Takashi Ryushin looked at Ram Saint strangely. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. Guhai and Fairy Wanner had arrived at the valley. Is it here? This place is very ordinary, Guhai said with a frown. It can't be wrong. The ancient records of Wansho Taoism are here. Wait, I'll take that thing out. Fairy Wanner said solemnly. Oh, Guhai nodded. He saw Fairy Wanner chanting and pointing her finger hundreds of times in the air. Every time she tapped, the void lit up slightly. Very soon, she tapped the void one last time. Buzz. In the void in front of the two, a large amount of white light suddenly appeared. It was a white bead floating in the air, emitting a dazzling white light. This is... Gu Hai looked at the bead in surprise. The entrance of the 99 seal formation is the source of the seal using my Taishang's damage-fixing bead. The function of the damage-fixing bead is that no matter what happens to the surrounding terrain that destroys the seal entrance, the damage-fixing bead will be able to repair it. Fairy Warner explained. Then take it quickly. This time, many forces should be paying attention to us. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Okay. Fairy Wan didn't need to take it with her hands. Instead, she opened her mouth and swallowed it. Gu Hai was slightly curious, but he didn't say anything. He watched as Fairy Wan swallowed him whole. She then shook her head. Ka! The damage-fixing bead was taken off. The moment the damage-fixing bead was taken off, a bead-sized hole appeared in the void. It was like a black hole in the void. In the black hole, there was a strong suction force. Whoosh! The surrounding soil and stones were immediately sucked in. Rumble! Immediately, the black hole grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, it shook violently. Something happened to the hole. The great array that covered more than half of the city was affected and shook. In an instant, the entire city was shaking. Boom! Many houses that had not been repaired collapsed again. The black hole grew bigger and bigger, crazily sucking in everything around it. Gu Hai and Fairy Wan staggered and almost fell into the hole. The entrance of the 99 seal formation, Gu Hai's expression changed. Without the damage-fixing bead, it completely broke open. Fairy Wan said with a bitter smile. Not good. With such a big commotion, the peerless experts in the city will arrive soon. Let's go. Gu Hai immediately pulled Fairy Wan and ran outside. Everyone wanted the treasure, but they needed to have the ability to enjoy it. The two ran and looked at a floating island not far away. Ram Saint was speechless. Maybe it's really a coincidence. Jinmu of Silla said with a strange expression. Ram Saint's face twitched. He had worked hard for 10 days and 10 nights to calculate the approximate location. However, he couldn't find the specific location. He was at a loss. Where did this monster come from? Gu Hai. He found it after taking a look around. Coincidence? Even a fool wouldn't believe that it was a coincidence. He found the entrance by coincidence and opened it by coincidence. Chapter 404. When Gu Hai and Fairy Wan traveled through the capital city, many forces followed them, including Xiyong's team, who wanted to kill Gu Hai. Gu Hai could guess that there were many forces. Fairy Wan's Guqin skills had improved, and her hearing had improved, so she could hear many forces. Fairy Wan even heard the conversation between Xiyong and Mr. Dongfang about wanting to kill her and Gu Hai. However, Fairy Wan only glanced at Gu Hai and didn't say anything until they took the damage-fixing bead and broke the 99 sun sealing array. Instantly, all the spies from the various forces widened their eyes. What's that? Where did that void hole come from? Why did Mr. Good cause such a big commotion? Quick, report to the family leader. Quick, quick, inform the nearby troops to seal this place. A series of forces were running around anxiously. Xiyong's team of 4 was standing on a mountain peak, and their eyes were wide open. 2 guards were standing behind them, and Mr. Dongfang, who was wearing a white robe, was standing next to them. That's... Xiyong stared at the black hole with wide eyes. An entrance? Gu Hai found a new entrance, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Mr. Dongfang, what entrance is this? Could it be? Xiyong's eyes suddenly lit up. It's useless to find an entrance. My original body also found an entrance, but it's still very difficult to enter. Humph, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Original body. Xiyong looked at Mr. Dongfang in confusion. Gu Hai is going to run away. Don't let him get away. Humph, he killed Dongfang number 7? Let me take revenge for number 7. Let's chase after him, Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Huh, then we're not going to care about the entrance. Shiyong looked at the entrance reluctantly. Don't worry about it, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. The original body definitely knows about it, and so does Shiyu the Great. Do you still want to fight with Shiyu the Great? Yes. Shiyong nodded. The group of 4 quickly chased after Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner. Ram Saint, Takashi Ryushin, and the others had been paying attention to Gu Hai. However, the moment the entrance appeared, the 2 of them no longer paid any attention to Gu Hai. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance. The entrance grew bigger and bigger, and more experts rushed in. In the sky above the capital city, there were waves of overlapping as if there were ripples in the void. However, Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner didn't care about this and went straight to the South City Gate. There was also chaos at the South City Gate. There are guards at the city gate. Even if there is chaos in the city, there is no chaos. What should we do? Fairy Wanna frowned. With our strength, do we need to care about these city guards? The door is open, so we will rush out. Besides, it is so chaotic now. Let's go. Gu Hai pulled Fairy Wanner and rushed toward the city gate. Boom. Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner reached their maximum speed and rushed out in an instant. The city guards didn't have time to see who it was. Who is it? Stop. All of a sudden, the group of city guards shouted loudly. Boom. In an instant, Fairy Wanner reached out and hit them in all directions. Fairy Wanner finally opened the Sky Palace. These guards were only in the Golden Core realm. The highest cultivation level was just in the Yuanying state. The guard general of the Yuanying state was now paying attention to the chaos in the city. How could the others be a match for Fairy Wanner? Whoosh! Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner rushed out of the South City Gate. Gu Hai reached out and took out a flying boat. Whoosh! The flying boat carried the 2 of them and flew away quickly. What? The guards got up in shock. At that moment, they didn't even see who it was. They only felt that the 2 of them rushed out like a gust of wind. Quick, inform the Lord. 2 people just rushed out of the city. A guard immediately exclaimed. Whoosh! At this moment, Shiyong and the other 3 arrived. Young master? The guards were slightly stunned. Trash! Shiyong snorted angrily. After exiting the city gate, the 4 of them drove the flying boat and chased after the 2 of them. Whoosh! The 2 flying boats, one in front and one behind, chased after them. Gu Hai's flying boat was flying in front. Just as he was about to meet up with his subjects outside the city, a long blue flame snake suddenly pounced from behind. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. He instantly activated the flying boat's protective shield. Boom! The fire was like a chain. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat. And in the midst of the fire, another flying boat emerged. Mr. Dongfang, your Dharma treasure is still the most powerful. Ha 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 ha. Shiyong suddenly laughed out loud. Mr. Dongfang was holding a blue talisman in his hand. The blue flames came from this talisman. When Gu Hai's flying boat stopped, the other flying boat also stopped. Shiyong? Gu Hai wasn't surprised. Perhaps Gu Hai had already expected that Shiyong would come to find trouble with him again. It was just that he had just called out Mr. Dongfang. His build and appearance were exactly the same as Mr. Dongfang's. Mr. Dongfang? Didn't you die in Dragon Vein City? How did you come back to life? Gu Hai glared at him and shouted. It's good that you admit it. He, they said that you killed Dongfang 7, but I didn't believe it. It really is you. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Dongfang 7? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. My name is Dongfang 8. Dongfang 8 said coldly. Gu Hai's face darkened. 7, 8. Weren't there a few more? Humph, Gu Hai, no one has ever dared to slander me. Those who dared to slander me are all dead. Today neither of you can leave. You didn't expect it to be me, did you? Ha ha ha. Shiyong sneered. I knew it was you. I just didn't expect you to be such a coward. I thought you had already broken into my villa with your men a few days ago. I didn't expect you to still be so cowardly today, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Shiyong was speechless. Humph, it's useless no matter what you say. TSK, this demoness is quite pretty. I'm bored with one of my concubines. I'll kill you and use this demoness as my concubine. Ha ha ha, Shiyong said coldly. Kill me? Ha, Shiyong, I don't think we have a mortal feud. If you hadn't broken into my villa that day, I wouldn't have scolded you. Besides, I didn't slander you. I'm telling the truth. You want to kill me just because I didn't do what you wanted? Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. I don't need a reason to kill. Shiyong said coldly. However, Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he looked at the four. You want to stop me? With just the four of you? Whoosh! The two guards suddenly stood in front of Shiyong, holding their weapons. Their faces were full of killing intent, and they emitted a violent aura. They are from Lower Heaven Palace. Fairy, Wan, are said with a frown. Don't worry. Just protect yourself. Gu Hai shook his head and took a step forward. Hiss! Gu Hai reached out and pulled out the life-extinguishing saber from his back. Not only was Gu Hai not afraid of the two Lower Heaven Palace, but he even took a step forward. Shiyong's expression changed slightly. It seemed that things weren't going as he expected. Ha, Shiyong, it's not too late for you to leave now. Otherwise, you can't blame me later. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. The two guards' faces darkened. Gu Hai didn't show any fear in his eyes. Even Qin Zibai from Wuyue Academy is no match for me. Ha, just these two? Gu Hai sneered. Wuyue Academy, that's because you tore the bringing in the wine. You defeated Qin Zibai with righteous energy. However, you're only from the Yuanying state now. Shiyong said with a glare. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He suddenly took a step forward. He stepped on the divine origin stage, and a large amount of saber chi appeared around him, forming a saber chi domain. Quick, kill him! Shiyong suddenly shouted. Roar! One of the guards suddenly charged forward. Heavenly Cycle. 3. Gu Hai shouted. Suddenly, the life-extinguishing saber released a dazzling purple light. As the Heavenly Cycle 3 was executed, a powerful saber intent charged forward. The two guards' hair stood on end, especially the one in front. His face sank as he thrust his sword at Gu Hai. The Heavenly Cycle 3 times was still a little lacking when he used it outside Longmai City. However, now that his cultivation had increased a few times, he was barely able to use it, although it was not as ferocious as when he used it against Qin Zibai. Its might was already comparable to that of the lower celestial palace. As the purple light soared into the sky, the saber collided with the sword intent. Boom! There was a loud sound, and a shockwave surged in all directions. The life-extinguishing saber's explosive power swept out with a thunderstorm. Arg! The guard let out a scream as the long sword in his hand exploded. Even his right arm, which was holding the sword, exploded in an instant. Blarg! The guard spat out a mouthful of blood and was immediately sent flying. Whoosh! Gu Hai sheathed his saber and looked coldly at the four people in front of him. His cultivation base was still too low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just destroyed the guard's arm. Instead, he would have blown the guard's body apart. You just entered the Lower Heaven Palace, right? You're an accomplice to a villain? Ha! I'll cut off your arm to teach you a lesson. Gu Hai said coldly. He pointed his saber at Shiyong. Gu Hai said with a cold expression, Shiyong, we don't have a life-and-death feud. Although you were blamed by the people that day, you helped me out. I'll let you go this time. If you offend me again, I'll take your life. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Shiyong shuddered. The two guards that he had been relying on were not a match for Gu Hai's saber. The guard who had charged at Shiyong held his severed arm and looked at Gu Hai in fear. It seemed like he didn't dare to go forward again. Impossible. How could this be? However, Gu Hai stood there with the saber in his hand. There was a murderous aura around him, so he didn't dare to get close. Gu Hai looked at Shiyong coldly. Shiyong seemed to want to retreat. Ha! What's the point of bullying a failure who was forced into the lower heaven palace by Shiyu the Great? Gu Hai, do you really think you can run away today? Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, Mr. Dongfang stuck the blue talisman in his hand into the air. In the name of Dongfang, I summon the god of the East Spirit Sea of Fire. Bestow me a divine item and destroy my enemy. Boom! The blue talisman suddenly burned. The space where it burned suddenly shook as if the door to the netherworld was opening. Billowing yin qi whizzed out. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious dragon had stretched out from the other side of the netherworld gate. As soon as the dragon had appeared, endless blue flames instantly filled this part of the world. As it roared, a 20-foot-long blue dragon rushed out. As soon as the blue dragon appeared, a powerful aura spread out. The surrounding area was immediately enveloped in a sea of blue flames. Blue flames? Cold flames? Gu Hai's face darkened. The netherworld fire dragon of the netherworld. Fairy 1, Earth's face darkened. Chapter 405. The blue dragon roared and charged straight at Gu Hai. Gu Hai slashed with his saber. Hoo! The blade rushed through the blue dragon's body, as if the blue dragon was just a shadow. It did not touch him at all. Ha ha ha! My hellfire dragon is just a ball of hellfire. It doesn't hurt the body, only the soul. Ha 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 ha! Burn him to death. Dongfang number 8 roared ferociously. With a roar, the netherworld fire dragon appeared in front of Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Huff! Huff! After slashing a few times, he did not manage to hit anything. Gu Hai's face darkened because he felt that when the netherworld fire dragon approached him, Gu Hai's soul shook as if he had met his nemesis. Fire! Gu Hai's expression changed. The flames of the fire god palace suddenly rushed out of Gu Hai's body. In an instant, red flames emerged from Gu Hai's body. With a punch, Gu Hai collided with the incoming blue dragon. Boom! Fire against fire. This time, he finally came into contact with the infernal fire dragon. Blue Dragon's expression was ferocious as the blue flames around him grew more and more vigorous. Gu Hai's body was also covered in red flames. In an instant, the red flames soared into the sky. Ka-ka-ka-ka! The blue dragon inched forward, but Gu Hai had an ugly expression on his face. Indestructible divine flame, you really did use the fire god to refine your heart aperture, but how many undying divine flames do you have? Humph! Dongfang number 8's face was ferocious. Who? Dongfang number 8 jumped onto the infernal dragon's body and reached out to grab it. In the name of Dongfang, I summon the god of the sea of fire of the East Spirit. Bestow upon me the never-ending underworld fire and destroy my enemy. Dongfang number 8 shouted. Boom! Another blue dragon rushed out from the netherworld gate. As soon as the blue dragon appeared, it rushed into the body of the previous blue dragon. In an instant, the two blue dragons merged into one, turning into a blue dragon that was 40 feet long. It opened its mouth and roared as it rushed towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai's inextinguishable divine fire soared into the sky. Initially, it was able to block the Netherworld fire dragon, but now the Netherworld fire dragon's power had doubled. Immediately, Gu Hai's flames were suppressed. Dongfang number 8 had a ferocious expression on his face as he controlled the Netherworld fire dragon. The Netherworld fire dragon seemed to be struggling to break free from his control. Obviously, the current 40 zhang Netherworld fire dragon was the limit of Dongfang number 8's control. Gu Hai's face turned slightly red. In the Fire God Palace, the Fire God had a large portion of his power to suppress the Fire Gourd. Hence, this was the limit. If he released the suppression of the Fire Gourd, he could defeat Lan Long. However, the Samadhi true fire of the Fire Gourd could hurt him. Gu Hai was very conflicted and tried his best to hold on. On the other side, Fairy Wan seemed to want to help. Wan, don't come over. I can do it. Gu Hai shouted. The Netherworld fire dragon hurt Wan's spiritual soul. Although Fairy Wan's flames were powerful, they were not the inextinguishable divine fire. The inextinguishable divine fire could block the Netherworld fire, but Fairy Wan's flames might not. Gu Hai did not want Fairy Wan to take the risk. In the distance, Shi Yong looked coldly in Gu Hai's direction. When he saw Gu Hai being suppressed by Dongfang number 8, he squinted his eyes. Gu Hai can't move. Now is the best time to kill him. The two of you go and kill him. Quick! Shi Yong said excitedly. One of the guards, whose arm had just been chopped off by Gu Hai, turned pale. Young master, Gu Hai just said that he doesn't have a feud with you, and he's willing to let you live. Why should we? The guard with the chopped-off arm said worriedly, Bastard, I want him dead. I want him dead. Go. Shi Yong glared at them and roared. Yes, the two guards answered immediately. Whoosh! The two of them rushed to where Gu Hai was in an instant. Fairy Wan, who was not far away, squinted her eyes when she saw the two of them. Her expression changed, and she went forward to greet them. The guard with the chopped-off arm stopped Fairy Wan. Clang! Fairy Wan swung her sword at the guard with the chopped-off arm. Boom! The guard with the chopped-off arm hurriedly swung his sword, but Fairy Wan knocked him back. However, in that short moment, the other guard suddenly appeared next to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, die! The guard roared with a ferocious expression. He swung his sword at Gu Hai's side. His sword was about to hit Gu Hai. Don't! Fairy Wan cried out in alarm. Whoosh! In an instant, Fairy Wan stood in front of Gu Hai. The guard's sword pierced right through Fairy Wan's heart. Whoosh! The guard's sword pierced through Fairy Wan's body. Blood flowed from the wound on Fairy Wan's back. Boom! Gu Hai's head buzzed. Gu Hai had sensed Fairy Wan's abnormality for a long time, but so what? It was fine as long as she was fine. Therefore, Gu Hai pretended not to know. But now, was she still fine? That's right, this was Fairy Wan. Her sword pierced through his heart. Fairy Wan grabbed the guard's sword with both hands, preventing it from going any further, so as not to hurt Gu Hai. The guard's sword was grabbed by Fairy Wan, and couldn't be pulled out. He was also very anxious. Go to hell, bitch! The guard roared angrily. Boom! Countless sword auras suddenly erupted from the long sword and shot out from Fairy Wan's body in an instant. In an instant, Fairy Wan's body was completely crushed. No! Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared in grief. What? Dongfang number 8's expression suddenly changed. The undying divine flame that emerged from Gu Hai's body suddenly increased by countless times. Boom! Gu Hai no longer suppressed the fire gourd, and all the undying divine flame gushed out. In an instant, the fire soared into the sky and enveloped the underworld fire dragon. The Samadhi, true fire of the fire gourd, rushed towards Guhai's body. Puff! Guhai spat out a mouthful of blood. He was burned again, but he couldn't care less at this moment. Go to hell! Guhai threw a punch at the underworld fire dragon with a ferocious expression. As he threw a punch, all the undying divine flame gushed out, and a trace of the Samadhi true fire was mixed in. The undying divine flame drowned the underworld fire dragon, but the trace of the Samadhi true fire instantly ignited the underworld fire dragon. Boom! The underworld fire dragon suddenly exploded. What? No! Dongfang No. 8's expression suddenly changed, and he screamed in shock, because the trace of the Samadhi true fire rushed into his body instantly. No! Boom! Dongfang No. 8 was burned and exploded. Guhai had the protection of the undying divine flame, but even he couldn't withstand the Samadhi true fire, let alone Dongfang No. 8, whose cultivation was not as good as Guhai's, and he didn't have the protection of the undying divine flame. He instantly exploded. Puff! Guhai spat out another mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about his injuries. He carried Fairy Wan with his left hand, and pulled out the Life Slayer saber with his right hand. He slashed out with the undying divine flame and the trace of the Samadhi true fire. I'm going to kill you! Guhai roared with a ferocious expression as flames burst out all over his body. No! The guard sword was tightly held by Fairy Wan. Just now, the sword chi crushed Fairy Wan's body, and he barely managed to pull it out. How could it be a match for Guhai's attack? Boom! He only showed a trace of fear before he exploded. Not far away, Xiong suddenly shuddered. He was so shocked that he started to tremble. How could this be? How could this be? How could they all die in the blink of an eye? Even Dongfang No. 8 is dead. Young master, let's go. The one-armed guard carried Xiong and shot into the distance. Guhai's expression was ferocious as he looked at Xiong with bloodshot eyes. Xiong, on the other hand, was taken far away by the guard with the severed arm. Xiong! A bone-deep hatred flashed across Guhai's eyes. Dongfang No. 8 was completely dead. His 3 souls had entered the transformation pool and turned into the heaven-replenishing power. Guhai hugged Fairy Wan, who was burning with flames, with a look of fear on his face. You'll be fine. Guhai quickly channeled the heaven-replenishing power into Fairy Wan's body. Buzz! The heaven-replenishing power entered Wan's body. Wan's body seemed to be burning faster. Her arms suddenly turned into flames and disappeared. No, impossible. Why can't I fix it? Why can't I fix it? Guhai's anger was mixed with panic. Fairy Wan seemed to still be alive. She used her other hand to stroke Guhai's face. Guhai, listen to me. Fairy Wan said weakly, You'll be fine, Wan, you'll be fine. Guhai's eyes suddenly moistened. Guhai realized that he could do nothing about Fairy Wan's current situation. Do I have to do it again? Do I have to do it again? Guhai, I'm not done with you. You're the one who's unjust. You don't have the Tao of the Guqin. You liar! Guhai, I won't let you go, you bastard. Guhai, listen to me. Nothing happened today. You and I never. Anyway, you have to forget what happened. Take responsibility. I don't need you to take responsibility. Humph. We can't be together. Don't ask, okay? The past replayed in his mind. Unknowingly, he had already experienced many things with Lin Wan. At this moment, Fairy Wan died under the enemy's sword in order to save him. Guhai felt a knife in his heart. Why? Chen Xian was like this. Long Wanqing was like this. Why was Lin Wan also like this? Fairy Wan looked weakly at Gu Hai and touched Gu Hai's face. Can you forget me? I've never appeared in front of you. Forget me, okay? I beg you, Fairy Warner said weakly. No, I can't forget. Gu Hai's eyes were red. Listen to me. Go back to Zhaoga immediately. You've already killed the person who killed me. You've already taken revenge. Listen to me. Go back to Zhaoga immediately and forget me, Fairy Warner said weakly. No, he cried, trembling, tears streaming down his face. Please, please go back to Zhaoga. Go back. Forget me, I beg you. Fairy Warner's eyes were full of hope. With bloodshot eyes, Gu Hai nodded, his body trembling. Lin Warner finally showed a satisfied smile. Kiss me, Fairy Warner said weakly. Gu Hai held Fairy Warner with tears in his eyes and kissed her lips. Fairy Warner slowly closed her eyes, 2 drops of tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Farewell, my love. Boom. Fairy Warner's body burst into flames, and her body was completely incinerated. She turned into flames and slowly disappeared into the horizon. No, Gu Hai screamed at the top of his lungs. Chapter 406. Fairy Warner's body turned into a ball of flames and burned to ashes. Gu Hai hugged the disappearing flames in grief. After a while, Gu Hai trembled. He steered the flying boat and flew towards the south. Not long after Gu Hai's flying boat disappeared, a lady in red appeared at the spot where Fairy Warner had died. She covered her face with a veil and watched as Gu Hai's flying boat left. It was getting further and further away from the capital. Gu Hai steered the flying boat and tried his best to suppress the Samadhi primordial fire in his body. After a while, the Samadhi primordial fire completely suppressed the fire gourd. After swallowing some elixirs, Gu Hai turned to look at the capital with reddened eyes. I promised you that I would return to Zhaoga. However, our enemy is not dead yet. He is in the capital. Xiong, I will kill him and leave. You want me to forget about you? Impossible. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai revealed a hideous look of grief. Gu Hai turned to look in the direction of the capital. His eyes became even more hideous. Xiong, I didn't want to kill you, but you want to kill me? You want to kill my beloved wife. Gu Hai clenched his fists. The flying boat continued to head south and soon arrived at a forest. Gu Hai wiped his eyes. The tears in his eyes evaporated and the redness disappeared. He obviously didn't want to show his weak side in front of his officials. Whoosh! The flying boat landed in a valley. A large group of people surrounded the valley. Your Majesty, Zhu Lu immediately went up to him. The officials of the Dahan had all retreated. They looked at Gu Hai happily. However, Gu Hai's face was extremely gloomy. Your Majesty, we are all out. Can we leave now? Zhu Lu smiled. You all leave first. I still have something to do. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh. Everyone was confused. Zhu Lu, give me another tunnel. Once you're done, go back to Zhaoga and wait for me there. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Emperor is not coming with us. Zhu Lu was slightly stunned. You guys go back first. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. Zhu Lu took out a map. Gu Hai pointed at a few points on the map and made arrangements for the officials of the Dahan. Then he walked to a cave at the side. Your Majesty, you still want to return to the capital city? Zhu Lu asked worriedly. Mind your own business. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Zhu Lu's expression turned solemn as he nodded. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai sealed the entrance of the cave and returned to the city through the tunnel. In the city, there was still a great hatred that had yet to be avenged. Xiong, he had to die. After traveling through the tunnel for a while, Gu Hai arrived at the capital city. The capital city was no longer shaking. At the very least, when Gu Hai returned to the mountain villa he bought from the underground tunnel, there was no more movement. Gu Hai's mountain villa. A group of Shinji Battalion disciples returned to the mountain villa and looked at the sky above the capital city with Li Shinji. The black hole at the entrance of the 99 sun sealing array that Gu Hai and Fairy opened previously had disappeared. No, it could be said that the black hole had expanded to cover half of the sky above the capital city. An illusory image appeared in the sky like a mirage. A huge projection of a city floated in the sky above the capital city. It was a huge palace in the projection. There were many palace walls, and the layout was clear. Around the palace, there were huge flags with the word slaughter written on them. The palace was divided into 3 areas. The area in the center seemed to be the main palace, and there was a huge amount of fate energy. The fate energy condensed into a huge golden dragon that circled above the main palace. The words Divine Palace were written on the plaque of the largest palace. There were soldiers in armor surrounding the palace. These soldiers were all standing straight and motionless as if they were corpses. However, they still emitted a murderous aura. It was as if they were not dead yet. There were more than 5 million soldiers surrounding the Divine Palace. There were 2 groups of palaces on both sides of the Divine Palace. The one on the left was emitting waves of white light as if it was filled with boundless righteous energy. The words Literature Palace were written on the plaque of the largest palace. However, there were countless skeletons underground, and it was extremely eerie. The one on the right was emitting waves of black gas. The black gas sat cross-legged, and it was extremely murderous. The plaque of the largest palace had the words Martial Palace. There were also countless skeletons on the ground. At this moment, the entire city was silent as they looked at the projection of the 3 palaces in the sky. The mountain villa that Gu Hai bought. Li Shinji squinted his eyes. Battalion Commander, is this the situation inside the 99 sun sealing array? Previously, when Gu Hai opened the entrance, the black hole absorbed countless substances and turned into this light screen in the sky. These 3 groups of palaces are the Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty's Imperial Palace? A subordinate asked in surprise. That's right. The Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty is led by the Divine Palace, while the Literature Palace is on the left and the Martial Palace on the right. Within the Literature Palace, there are countless books and mystic arts. They were all obtained by the Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty when they were conquering the world. Among them, there are 2 scrolls of the Sage Scriptures, which are the greatest treasures of the Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty. Li Shinji said solemnly, "There are 2 scrolls of the Sage Scriptures in the Literature Palace? No wonder. No wonder the Imperial College's Chancellor, Ramsaint, could not move his legs when he heard the news. Sage Scriptures? The highest achievement in the way of calligraphy?" A subordinate exclaimed. The white, righteous energy shrouded the Literature Palace, while the black gas shrouded the Martial Palace. "What's inside?" A subordinate asked curiously. "I don't know either. However, it's definitely not something ordinary." Li Shinji said solemnly, "The central Divine Palace is surrounded by the corpses of 5 million soldiers. Are those the corpses of the 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers? That day, the souls of the Divine Blood Army soldiers came out to return to their bodies?" A subordinate's eyes lit up. Everyone looked at the central area, the area surrounded by fate. The army there was still as ferocious as ever. They surrounded the central hall. At the entrance of the hall, the corpses of the civil and military officials stood respectfully on both sides. At the north of the hall's plaza was a dragon throne. On the dragon throne sat an emperor in a dragon robe. The emperor wore a flat imperial crown. His eyes were closed as though he was asleep. His hands were placed on the armrests of the dragon throne. There were 2 stools on the left and right. There seemed to be a tray on each of the stools. On the left tray, there was something covered by a golden silk curtain. No one knew what was inside. On the right tray, the golden silk curtain was lifted. There was an imprint of a long saber on it. However, the saber had disappeared. His Holiness's body of the Great Slaughter Sky dynasty? What's on the left and right? The one on the right is the bloody hell saber? That's right. That saber imprint is the bloody hell sabers. Does this mean that Shiyu the Great already entered? That's not right. That's impossible. Shiyu the Great could not have entered. Perhaps he used a special method to retrieve the bloody hell saber long ago. However, he could not do anything about it later. His Holiness, the Divine Blood Army, are these all bodies? There are 2 trays. One has the bloody hell saber. What is the other? For it to be valued by His Holiness like the bloody hell saber, it must be an incredible treasure. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. Countless cultivators in the city stared at the sky. Some cultivators even soared into the sky. However, when they reached the sky, they strangely found that they missed. They could not touch the great slaughter palace in the light. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Just now, Li Shinji had experienced it personally. However, he could not touch the great slaughter palace at all. It was like a mirage. He could see it, but he could not touch it. Battalion Commander, the 3 palaces of the Great Slaughter have appeared. Each palace must be filled with treasures, but we can't get them. What should we do? That's right. Earlier, I saw Shiyu the Great reach into the sky, but he still couldn't touch it. The Bat Ancestor and various forces have all taken action, but they can't touch anything. What's the difference between opening it and not opening it? Guhai opened the entrance. If only Guhai was still here. Perhaps Guhai knows how to enter the Great Slaughter Palace. The Shinji Battalion disciples sighed. Guhai? He just happened to be here. Humph, even if he's here, what can he do? It's impossible for him to know how to enter. This is a small world hidden in the void. Guhai can't enter. Moreover, it's not certain whether Guhai is still alive now. Li Shinji said coldly. Li Shinji was well aware of Shiyong's pursuit of Guhai. Guhai might be dead now. Lord Li, you don't have to worry about whether I'm dead or alive. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Phew! Suddenly, the expressions of the Shinji Battalion disciples changed. They looked at the open door of the main hall, not far away, as if they were facing a great enemy. Guhai slowly walked out of the main hall. However, at this moment, Guhai's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Guhai, didn't you leave long ago? Why are you back again? The Shinji Battalion disciples were surprised. The Shinji Battalion disciples already knew that the people of the Han Dynasty had retreated. They didn't know whether Guhai was dead or alive, but he also left the city. Why did he come back? Guhai ignored the Shinji Battalion disciples. Instead, he looked up at the sky and saw countless practitioners rushing to the sky. However, they couldn't touch the mirage-like great imperial palace of slaughter. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. Not dead. So, Shiyong failed to assassinate Guhai? Mr. Good. Why are you back again? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Kill Shiyong. Guhai said coldly. After that, Guhai ignored Li Shinji and slowly walked out of the villa. Mr. Good, where are you going? Li Shinji asked in surprise. Kill Shiyong. Guhai said in a cold voice. Gu Hai's tone was very cold, but it seemed to be filled with endless determination. These 3 short words made Li Xinji feel a chill in his heart. Shi Yong didn't have much strength, so he shouldn't be so surprised. For some reason, Li Xinji felt a sense of shock. It was the gaze of someone who was being stared at by a hungry wolf. It was as if Gu Hai's every move was filled with killing intent. Phew! Gu Hai stepped out of the villa. Chapter 407. Capital City, on the square of Dajian Hall. Great Emperor Shi Yu had come out of seclusion. Accompanying him was a child in a white robe. However, his face could not be seen clearly as he was wearing a hat. He was short and small, but it was Mr. Dongfang. All the civil and military officials had already gathered at the entrance of Dajian Hall. Countless powerhouses in the city rushed into the sky, wanting to enter the mirage-like Great Slaughter Palace, but none of them succeeded. Great Emperor Shi Yu also stretched out his hand once, but he also grabbed nothing. He could see it, but he couldn't touch it. Your Majesty, our people saw that Gu Hai opened the entrance. Yes, Your Majesty, Gu Hai definitely knows how to enter. All the officials shouted anxiously. Your Majesty, my son went after Gu Hai. There should be news soon. He Kang of Silla said solemnly. News? Your Highness, Shion went to kill Gu Hai, right? Mo Yike said lightly. He Kang of Silla suddenly looked at Mo Yike with raised eyebrows. Mo Yike's face was gloomy. He stopped talking and didn't say anything. Speaking of which, he was indebted to Gu Hai. Mo Yike didn't want Gu Hai to die, so he felt uncomfortable. Shi Yu the Great looked up at the sky. Mr. Dongfang, can we enter again? The childlike Mr. Dongfang shook his head. We have too little information. It was an accident that bloody Hellsaber came out. It's not something that can be done overnight. Then you continue to set up the longevity array. I need to go in. How long will it take you? Shi Yu the Great looked at Mr. Dongfang. I'm not sure. It might take a long, very long time. Mr. Dongfang shook his head. Shi Yu the Great narrowed his eyes. Are you trying your best to help me? Shi Yu the Great, don't worry. I'll do my best. However, this little world created by the Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty isn't something to be underestimated. It seems to be both real and illusory at the same time. You guys won't be able to touch it. Only I can, right? You've been trying in the Great Hall these days, but you still can't figure it out, right? Mr. Dongfang said lightly. Shi Yu the Great frowned, and his face darkened. Swish! At this moment, 2 figures flew over from afar. The one-armed guard had returned with Shi Yong. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Royal Father! Shi Yong said with a hint of excitement. Shi Yong? Shi Yu the Great's face darkened as he looked at Shi Yong. Where is Gu Hai? Where is Gu Hai? He Kang of Silla suddenly shouted. At this moment, Mr. Dongfang was controlling everyone. Facing the Great Slaughter Palace in front of them, everyone was at a loss. If Gu Hai could find the entrance, perhaps he could find a way to enter. He Kang of Silla was extremely anxious. Obviously, he knew that his son had gone to kill Gu Hai. Nothing must happen to Gu Hai. Mr. Dongfang, you're still alive? Shi Yong said in surprise when he saw Mr. Dongfang. Oh, number 8 is also dead, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Shi Yong's expression changed. Wasn't this Mr. Dongfang? Where is Gu Hai? He Kang of Silla shouted again. Gu Hai escaped. He killed my people, and then left. He left the capital, Shi Yong said anxiously. You went to kill Gu Hai? Mo Yike said in a low voice. No. Shi Yong thought of what had happened, and his heart palpitated. He Kang of Silla saw Shi Yong's expression and guessed that Shi Yong had encountered something terrifying. However, Shi Yong had chased Gu Hai and caused Gu Hai to leave. This made everyone lose the possibility of exploring the Great Slaughter Palace. After all, it was a serious crime. Therefore, He Kang of Silla immediately covered for Shi Yong. Your Majesty, the Deqian diplomatic group, has all left. We must capture them all. He Kang of Silla immediately shouted. All of them left, not because of Shi Yong. Qin Zibai also said with a gloomy expression. He Kang of Silla immediately shouted, Humph! What does this have to do with my son? Gu Hai's escape was premeditated. Didn't you send Long Wanyu away long ago? Don't tell me that you didn't know? Qin Zibai frowned slightly. And you, Emoyike, His Majesty had you received the Deqian diplomatic group to guard Long Wanyu, but you let her escape? And Gu Hai, you let him escape as well? This is your duty. He Kang of Silla shouted at Emoyike. Enough! Shiyu the Great said coldly. He Kang of Silla immediately shut up. Shiyong, where did Gu Hai go? Shiyu the Great asked seriously. Gu Hai had left in a direction. If he could find the entrance, there might be something else he knew. I don't know. Shiyong said in fear. You don't know? Then why are you following Gu Hai? Shiyu the Great's voice turned cold. Shiyong's entire body went cold. Only now did Shiyong finally understand. His Majesty wanted to see Gu Hai, but he wanted to kill Gu Hai. If His Majesty found out, wouldn't he be committing a great crime of disobedience? Shiyong was panicking. Vish! In the distance, another flying ship approached. Gu Hai? Is that Gu Hai? An official's eyes lit up. Mr. Good. Emoyike was also surprised. He Kang of Silla, and even the Bat ancestor, looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Although they didn't say it, they knew that Gu Hai had escaped and left the capital. Why was he here again? A large number of guards seemed to want to stop Gu Hai. Whoosh! Shiyu the Great waved his hand. The surrounding guards immediately stepped aside. Gu Hai? Why are you back? Shiyong looked at Gu Hai in fear. As he spoke, he retreated toward Shiyu the Great. Heavenly Emperor Shiyu stood at the head of his subjects and looked at Gu Hai, who was getting closer and closer. Gu Hai looked at Shiyong with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! The flying ship suddenly stopped in the air. Gu Hai jumped off the flying ship and landed on the square. He reached out his hand and put away the flying ship. After the initial panic, Shiyong looked at the people around him and immediately became serious. He didn't seem to be afraid anymore. With Shiyu the Great here, who can hurt me? Gu Hai, why are you back? Shiyong asked again. This time his tone was rough, and he was no longer afraid. I'm back to kill you. Gu Hai said coldly. Wow. The surrounding officials were in an uproar. Shiyong, on the other hand, trembled and stared at Gu Hai with wide eyes. How could it be? How dare he say that? Daewon's emperor and officials were all here. How dare he be so arrogant? Ha! Ha ha ha! You really don't know what's good for you. That ancestor said coldly. That ancestor and Gu Hai had old grudges. At first, he was curious about why Gu Hai had come back. However, Gu Hai's words made Bat Ancestor's face fill with ridicule. Was this Gu Hai courting death? How could he say that he wanted to kill Shi Yong in front of Shiyu the Great? He Kang of Silla's expression also changed. Bastard, Gu Hai, what did you say? I said that I'm back to kill your son, Shi Yong. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. You. He Kang of Silla's expression changed. Mr. Good, are you okay? Emoyike asked worriedly. How dare Gu Hai be so presumptuous? How dare he say whatever he wants? Chong Ming opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a long time. He looked at Shiyu the Great, then at Gu Hai, and said in his heart, You have guts. Qin Zibai, Chang Sheng, and the others all frowned. They didn't know what Gu Hai was going to do. Deqian emissary, Gu Hai? Shiyu the Great suddenly said in a low voice. There was a hint of coldness in his voice, as if he was criticizing Gu Hai for being presumptuous. Gu Hai greets Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai. Did you say that you want to kill Shiyong? Yes. Gu Hai nodded. Shiyong's heart trembled. What was Gu Hai going to do? Was he courting death? He Kang of Scylla's eyes were also filled with anger. Shiyu the Great, are you worried about entering the Great Slaughter Palace? Gu Hai suddenly pointed to the sky. Oh, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. I have a formation that can connect the real to the Great Slaughter Palace. Gu Hai said solemnly. What formation can connect the real to the fake? Humph, Gu Hai, are you trying to deceive His Majesty? He Kang of Scylla immediately shouted. Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, You don't understand, but it doesn't mean that others don't understand. Connecting the real to the fake. What a joke. You think you can set up such a formation? Mr. Dongfang said with a cold smile. I can't. Can I set up Old Man Guanxi's 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation? Gu Hai said with a smile. 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation? Mo Yike suddenly said in surprise. Does Lord Mo know? The officials asked curiously. Yes, I've heard of it. Old Man Guanxi's chess formation was still creating the world at 28 and 29. At 30, it started to perfect the world. 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation is between the real and the fake, Your Majesty. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Obviously, Mo Yike believed Gu Hai. Oh, Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai. Many people had never heard of the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. However, since Mo Yike said so, Shiyu the Great believed Mo Yike. Gu Hai is not talented, but I can set up a formation for Shiyu the Great to make it easier for everyone to enter the Great Slayer Palace. Gu Hai said solemnly. How long will it take? Shiyu the Great asked. Mobilize the entire city to help me. 8 days. Gu Hai said solemnly. 8 days? Only 8 days. The officials were shocked. However, Mr. Dongfang did not say anything. Mr. Dongfang said earlier that he did not know how long it would take. However, Gu Hai only needed 8 days. What do you need? Shiyu the Great asked. First, 30 billion superior grade spirit stones. Gu Hai said. The officials opened their mouths. 30 billion superior grade spirit stones. Are you kidding? My Day 1 Imperial Dynasty savings are more than that. However, I can't take out half of the national treasury for an uncertain possibility. You really dare to ask for it? However, Mo Yike nodded. Your Majesty, I did not set up a large area for the 29 unhindered heavens and earth formation. However, each one requires 1 billion superior grade spirit stones. Mr. Good did not make a false report for the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. It will only be more, not less. Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai and nodded. I will allow you 30 billion superior grade spirit stones. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, what else do you need? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. At this moment, Mo Yike was very excited. He had already benefited a lot from the 29 unhindered heavens and earth formation. He did not expect Gu Hai to know about the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. Even if he just watched, he would benefit a lot. Second, I want Shiyong's head. Gu Hai said. Not far away, Shiyong's hair stood on end. Chapter 408. Secondly, I want Shiyong's head. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Not far away, Shiyong's hair stood on end. How dare you? He Kang of Scylla suddenly roared. Gu Hai stared at Shiyong with a gloomy expression, causing Shiyong's expression to change drastically. I am an official of Day 1. Gu Hai, how dare you? How dare you? Shiyong shouted angrily. Gu Hai's gaze was still cold. His eyes were filled with hatred. The hatred of killing his wife. He was absolutely irreconcilable. You want Shiyong's head? Is it related to the array? Shiyu the Great said in a deep voice. It's related, right? I'm here because he killed my wife. I'll use his head as a sacrifice to the array. I'll avenge my wife. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Shiyong. I didn't. Your Majesty, I didn't. I didn't kill him. It was my guard. That guard was killed by Gu Hai. He killed him. He even killed Dongfang No. 8. Shiyong immediately exclaimed. At this moment, even a fool could tell that Shiyu the Great cared a lot about everything in the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. Now, Gu Hai was the key to entering the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. Gu Hai wanted to use this condition to buy Shiyong's life, a person who was insignificant to Shiyu the Great, and a treasure that Shiyu the Great was determined to obtain. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. In the square, almost all the officials stopped talking. If it were Mr. M.O., the officials would plead for mercy. After all, they could not damage Daewon's prestige because of Gu Hai. However, Shiyong was different. He had countless evil deeds and was notorious. He had committed countless heinous deeds in Daewon. Some of the officials here had even been bullied by him. At this moment, when they heard Gu Hai's words, they were very satisfied. Your wife? Humph, Gu Hai, I don't care who your wife is. Shiyong has already said that he wasn't the one who killed her. Are you going to frame my son again? He Kang of Silla glared and said angrily, If I say it's him, it's him. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. After saying that, he ignored He Kang of Silla and looked at Shiyu the Great. Come, Heavenly Emperor Shiyu, this is my only condition. Gu Hai said. Your Majesty, you can't. It's impossible for Gu Hai to set up a grand formation. Duke Shikong immediately exclaimed. Shiyu the Great Slaughter Emperor. He said Shiyu, the great Slaughter Heavenly Emperor. Shiyu glanced at Gu Hai and did not agree right away. Instead, he said coolly, This matter we'll discuss again after your grand array succeeds. Phew. Shiyong paused for a long moment and exhaled. He was afraid that the great emperor would kill him if he agreed. However, He Kang of Silla's expression changed. Did this mean that Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace, was tempted? It would be fine if Gu Hai did not succeed, but if he did, thank you, Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. You will set up the Great Formation. Mo Yike will accompany you. Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike and said, Okay. Thank you, Mr. Good. Mo Yike said gratefully. I will only give you 8 days. Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace said. 8 days will be enough for all parties to cooperate fully. Gu Hai nodded. Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace nodded. Mo Yike, take my token and deploy all the resources in the city to cooperate with Gu Hai. All officials are to cooperate with Mo Yike. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished for treason, Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials immediately responded. Gu Hai nodded. The Imperial Palace opened up a floating island for Gu Hai to use as an office. Mo Yike quickly arranged for people to deploy the spirit stones. 30 billion superior-grade spirit stones was a mountainous amount. Gu Hai began to survey the entire city on the floating island and began to deploy the spirit stones. Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace, glanced at Gu Hai on the floating island, then looked up at the Great Emperor's palace in the sky. He swung his sleeves and slowly walked back to Dio Hall. Mr. Dongfang stood in the square and stared at Gu Hai for a while before slowly retreating to another hall. That ancestor's face was gloomy. When he looked at Gu Hai, he revealed a cold smile. At this moment, the villa that Gu Hai bought, Li Xinji's eyes widened. When Gu Hai left the villa just now, Li Xinji thought that he was going to ask the Night Divine Guards for help. He didn't expect Gu Hai to go straight to Dio Hall. Looking at his expression, it seemed that Gu Hai wanted Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace's head in front of him. Was Gu Hai crazy? Wasn't he courting death? But in the end, not only did Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace, not blame Gu Hai, but he also deployed all the civil and military officials for Gu Hai to use. Was he possessed? In the distance, on another floating island, Takeshi Ryushin and Ram Saint also frowned at this strange scene. Why are the Day One Imperial Palace's officials being deployed by Gu Hai? Ram Saint asked with a frown. Takeshi Ryushin was also silent for a while. It's a coincidence. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. What made Gong Yangsheng the most depressed was when he heard Gu Hai say, coincidental. It was a coincidence that Gu Hai found him trapped, and it was also a coincidence that he found him. He couldn't find the entrance to the formation, but Gu Hai also found it by chance. Now, was it still a coincidence? Back in the century lifespan immortality peach tree, Gu Hai had already comprehended the 30 unhindered heaven and earth formation, so he was naturally familiar with the layout. He took a closer look at the capital city and began to draw the blueprint. Mo Yike, who was at the side, carefully watched from the side after making arrangements. Mr. Good, how can I help you? Mo Yike asked politely. I'll draw the blueprint first. Mr. Mo, find some people with spiritual senses to be in charge of burying the spirit stones. Don't make any mistakes. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Of course. Mo Yike nodded. I'll draw the blueprint later. You can ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Mo Yike's eyes lit up, and he immediately said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Good. However, there's something I need Mr. Mo's help with. Oh, I want the artifacts left behind by Old Man Guanxi. The Day One Imperial Empire isn't far from the Thousand Islands Sea. The artifacts that Old Man Guanxi refined in the innate puzzle world were lost. I'm sure the Day One also obtained a lot of them, right? I want as many as there are. I'll have to trouble Mr. Mo to arrange for people to help me collect them. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mo Yike was slightly stunned, but he finally nodded. Mr. Good, don't worry. I'll do my best. The 4 great clans each have some treasures. However, since His Majesty has said that we'll fully cooperate with you, it shouldn't be difficult to get them. Thank you, Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm just going with the flow. Mr. Good, you're too polite. Mo Yike said with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and didn't say anything more. At that moment, Gu Hai was still very sad and didn't have much to say. Mo Yike could also feel Gu Hai's sad mood, so he didn't say anything. He Kang of Scylla's residence. Father, what should we do? That Gu Hai wants to kill me, Shi Yong said with a hint of fear. Humph, this is what you did. Who told you to assassinate him? He Kang of Scylla said angrily as he knocked over a vase. I didn't expect this to happen. Why don't we send people to kill him when he's not paying attention? Shi Yong said with a hint of anticipation. You're crazy, He Kang of Scylla roared angrily. You want to die, but I don't want to die. Gu Hai is now under His Majesty's surveillance. How dare you assassinate him? At that time, it's not that I can't protect you, but I will also be implicated. He Kang of Scylla roared angrily. Then what should we do now? Shi Yong said anxiously. Run as far as you can. Wait for the wind to blow over. He Kang of Scylla said, anxiously, just as He Kang of Silla finished speaking. The imperial edict has arrived. A eunuch arrived at He Kang of Silla's residence. Huh. The two men's expressions changed, and they quickly went to greet the eunuch. He Kang of Silla received the imperial edict. His Majesty has decreed that Shi Yong is mischievous and has caused endless trouble. As his father, He Kang of Silla is responsible for not investigating. From now on, Shi Yong is not allowed to go out. He is to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. He Kang of Silla is in charge of monitoring him. He Kang of Silla's and Shi Yong's expressions changed. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! He Kang of Silla took the imperial edict. The old eunuch handed over the imperial edict and left. He Kang of Silla held the imperial edict as if it was extremely heavy. Father, what does His Majesty mean by this? Shi Yong asked in horror. You're not allowed to go out. I'm going to ask Mr. Dongfang about it. He Kang of Silla said with a gloomy expression. Shi Yong was terrified. After a day, He Kang of Silla returned. Father, what did he say? Shi Yong asked worriedly. I asked Mr. Dongfang, and Mr. Dongfang said that Gu Hai would never succeed. He told us not to worry. He Kang of Silla took a deep breath and said, why? Gu Hai was just boasting. How could Gu Hai know the 30 inexorable heavens and earth formation? He was just talking nonsense. Where did he learn it from? Besides, Mr. Dongfang said that it would take at least 8 to 10 years to understand the 30 inexorable heavens and earth formation. He knew one of Guanxi's 9 sons, and he described it to him. With Gu Hai's age, it's impossible for him to succeed. He Kang of Silla sighed. Really? Then after 7 days. If Gu Hai doesn't succeed, he's dead meat. Shi Yong's eyes suddenly lit up. He Kang of Silla nodded. Ha, good. I don't want to leave either. I want to see how Gu Hai dies. I want to see how he dies. Shi Yong said with a ferocious expression. 8 days passed in a flash. Gu Hai spent 2 days drawing the map. In 2 days, he instructed a large number of soldiers to bury the 30 billion high-grade spirit stones. In 2 days, he had a large number of soldiers to bury them. In the last 2 days, he did a comprehensive review. With the cooperation of the entire city, the efficiency was extremely fast. On the floating island, there were more than 100 boxes and boxes in front of Gu Hai. Mr. Good, these are all treasures that old man Guanxi refined in the past. It's just that these treasures have different effects and aren't powerful magic treasures. Can you check them? Mo Yike said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mo. I can rest assured with Mr. Mo's work. Gu Hai extended his hand and collected all the boxes and boxes into his storage treasure. He did not check them. Mo Yike smiled and nodded. Mr. Good, Her Majesty has been waiting at the entrance of Dio Hall for 8 days. Can we open it now? Mo Yike said with a smile. Gu Hai turned to look at Shiyu the Great and the officials at the entrance of Dio Hall. They were almost the same people as 8 days ago. Only Shi Yong was missing. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Shi Yong is at He Kang of Silla's residence. Mo Yike said. Gu Hai turned to look. He saw that on a floating island in He Kang of Silla's residence, Shi Yong and the guard with the broken arm were staring at Gu Hai. It's been 8 days, Gu Hai. I want to see how you'll die after playing with Her Majesty. Shi Yong said with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. Okay, let's begin. Chapter 4:09. All right, let's begin. As Gu Hai spoke, Mo Yike stretched out his hand and waved. Suddenly, the cultivators in the distance shot signal beams into the sky. Countless soldiers immediately activated the array formation according to Gu Hai's request. Boom! Rolling clouds and mist suddenly appeared in all directions in the city. After 8 days of busy work, almost all the people in the city knew what Guhai was going to do. On this day, everyone stopped everything and looked at the floating island where Guhai was. Shiyu the Great, that ancestor, Mr. Dongfang, Hikang of Silla, Changsheng, Changming, Qin Zibai, and the others all stared at Guhai. However, they saw a golden chess piece in Guhai's hand. He looked at the clouds and mist in all directions. Rolling clouds and mist rose in the city, increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire city. As for where Guhai was, it seemed to form a faintly glowing, illusory go-board. The golden chess piece in Guhai's hand suddenly pressed down on the Tianyuan position on the chessboard. Pa! It sounded like a crisp sound. The entire capital city shook violently. In an instant, a strong wind blew out of thin air, and all the clouds and mist rushed towards Guhai. Boom! The rolling clouds and mist storm rushed over, and Guhai's floating island was drowned in the thick fog in the blink of an eye, just as everyone in Dio Hall was frowning. Pa! Another sound of a chess piece being placed was heard. The clouds and mist that had gathered suddenly split into 3 directions. They split towards the periphery and formed 3 Tongtian pillars of clouds and mist supporting the ground below and the sky above. Boom! All the clouds and mist in the city gathered toward the 3 pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. The ground beneath the pillars suddenly sank, and the pillar of cloud and mist above crashed into the shadow of the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. At this moment, Great Emperor Shiyu's eyes narrowed as anticipation flashed in his eyes. That ancestor, Changsheng, and Qin Zibai all looked excited. Li Shunji frowned deeply, but at this moment, his gaze was fixed on the 3 palaces. Ram Saint and Takashi Ryushin narrowed their eyes. Will it work? Ram Saint's tone was filled with anticipation. In the Hikang of Silla residence, Shiyong's eyes were filled with nervousness. He kept cursing Guhai's failure in his heart. He cursed. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. However, he saw the shadow of the great slaying palace suddenly shake. The divine palace was not affected, but within the Palace of Literature and Palace of Martial Arts, countless skeletons on the ground trembled violently. In the image, countless skeletons seemed to have been bounced up by an earthquake. Success! Qin Zibai suddenly said in ecstasy. Previously, no one had been able to touch that small world. No one had been able to touch it, let alone affect that small world. Now, 3 pillars of clouds soared into the sky, each charging towards a palace. The Palace of Literature and Palace of Martial Arts suddenly shook. It was obvious that they had touched it, connecting the void with the solid. Shiyu the Great's expression softened slightly. However, his eyes lit up. Mr. Dongfang, you lied to me? Hikang of Silla suddenly looked at Mr. Dongfang with a changed expression. How could it work? The 30 heavens, an earth array? With Guhai's knowledge, it's impossible. Mr. Dongfang's tone was gloomy. What? Mr. Dongfang, don't you want me to get what's inside as soon as possible? Shiyu the Great looked at Mr. Dongfang coldly. Of course not. I just didn't expect it. Mr. Dongfang shook his head. That ancestor stared at Guhai and sneered. In the distance, Li Shunji, Takashi Ryushin, and Ram Saint's breathing suddenly quickened. It worked. The 3 of them looked at the palace they needed. How is that possible? How did it work? No. Shiyong suddenly looked horrified. Young master, what should we do now? The guard with the broken arm on the side cried out in shock. Again. Guhai shouted and slapped the chess piece in his hand again. Clap! The power from the array from all 4 sides of the city gathered at the 3 pillars of clouds again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 super loud sounds rang out. The ground below, the pillars of clouds shook again. Above them, the Palace of Literature and Palace of Martial Arts were suddenly hit by the three pillars of clouds, creating a large number of cracks. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared in the void where the Palace of Literature and Palace of Martial Arts were. It seemed that the barrier of the small world had been completely broken. Only the Palace of God was still stable. Mr. Good did it. Mr. Good is so awesome. Countless people in the city looked at Gu Hai in horror. Mr. Good, can we break it completely if we do it again? Emo Yike also said excitedly. Gu Hai didn't continue. Instead, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the mansion of Hikang of Silla. Whoosh! A flying boat took the opportunity to rush out of the city. Now, in order to set up the 30 heavens and earth array, the city defense array of the capital city hadn't been activated. At this moment, the flying boat arrived at the city wall in the blink of an eye. Oh no, it's Xiong and the guard with the broken arm. Did they escape? Mo Yike's expression changed. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He reached out and squeezed the golden chess piece slightly. Buzz. The storm surging in all directions suddenly condensed into a giant cloud beast that was 100 feet tall. All the cultivators frowned. Why are you condensing a cloud beast at this time? However, no one stopped him. My son, run! Run! Hikang of Silla suddenly shouted in panic. This was because Hikang of Silla knew that the cloud beast that Gu Hai was condensing now was for no other reason than to kill Xiong. On the flying boat, Xiong looked terrified. The guard with the broken arm was frantically controlling the flying boat. The cloud beast slowly condensed into a woman in a luxurious robe. There was a weaving machine in front of the woman. This is a woman cloud beast. She's using a weaving machine. Takeshi Ryushin, who was in the distance, was slightly stunned. Mo Yike also looked confused. He had thought that Gu Hai would condense Dugut Shobai or Zhang Sanfeng. Why did Gu Hai condense a new person? This new person was a woman, a gentle woman who was picking up needles and thread. Then what was with the weaving machine? Was the weaving machine a weapon? What was going on? Was this a joke? So charming. Countless people looked at the woman cloud beast in surprise. The woman's appearance was extremely seductive. She was very stunning. However, using a weaving machine as a weapon? Was this a joke? Carrying it and smashing people? Shiyu the Great didn't interfere. It was as if he was letting Gu Hai do whatever he wanted. Gu Hai understood what Shiyu the Great meant. If he was capable, he would do it himself. If he wasn't, he couldn't blame others. Oh, this time, Mr. Good doesn't need to merge with the cloud beast? Qin Zibai was slightly stunned. Gu Hai had to stand on the cloud beast's head when he used the 29 line pair worlds array. But this time he didn't need to? What a delicate woman. That ancestor frowned. Oh no, Mr. Good, Xiong has already flown out of the array's range. He flew out of the city. Mo Yike's expression changed. When the 29 line pair worlds array was activated, the cloud beast's actions would not exceed the array's range. But now, Xiong had already escaped. What should they do? Ha ha! Quick, we escaped. Let's go. In the distance, Xiong exhaled and shouted excitedly. Whoosh! The flying boat flew out of the city. You want to leave? Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. While he was activating the weaving machine, he saw the woman wave the needles on the weaving machine. Whoosh! The woman flicked her wrist. Suddenly, 10 thin needles flew out. Each of the needles was connected to a thin red thread. Whoosh! When the woman waved her hand, the 10 thin needles turned into 10 streams of light and rushed out of the city. They instantly rushed out of the array. So fast, the expressions of the powerhouses in the city suddenly changed. No, Shiyong's expression suddenly changed. He and the one-armed guard took out their Dharma treasures and shields and blocked in front of them. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The Dharma treasures and shields were all pierced by the thin needles as they rushed toward the two guards. Ah! The needles and threads suddenly stopped. In the distance, the flying boat suddenly fell into the valley, and the needles suddenly pierced the two guards in the distance. The two guards were fixed in the air. The woman gently pulled on the thin thread. Whoosh! The two guards were instantly pulled back by two huge forces. In just a moment, they were both in front of Gu Hai. Whoosh! The speed was too fast. When the two guards were pulled back, their bodies seemed to be on fire. The needles and threads pierced through their hands and feet. The one-armed guard from Kai Tian Palace could not resist at all in front of these needles and threads. Gu Hai, don't kill me! Don't kill me! Shiyong screamed. Mr. Good, it was all Shiyong's doing. He was the one who ordered that day. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The one-armed guard shouted in fear. Gu Hai, never kill the innocent. The two of you tried to assassinate me, and I let you go once. However, you did not repent and tried to assassinate me again. You killed my wife. This hatred is irreconcilable. There's no need to beg anymore. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. When the people in the city heard Gu Hai's words, they were stunned. So, Shiyong killed Mr. Good's wife. Serves them right. Mr. Good let them go once, but they still don't repent. Mr. Good, good job. The people in the city immediately cheered. He Kang of Silla also shouted in fear. Gu Hai, tell me what you want. I'll agree to it. Let my son go, and you can bring him back. There's room for negotiation. Tell me, tell me. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, bring them back. There's no room for negotiation. We need to get close and see clearly. Don't kill the wrong person. As he spoke, the cloud beast woman flicked her finger enchantingly. Bam! The two people, who were connected by needles and threads, exploded, and a mist of blood splattered everywhere. Shiyong and the one-armed guard exploded just like that. The people in the city cheered. Only a few people sucked in a cold breath. Who was this female cloud beast? Her finger? She just moved her finger and played with a needle and thread, and she killed the one-armed guard from Kai Tian Palace? Gu Hai, you killed my son. I'll kill you. He Kang of Silla rushed over crazily. Ding! The cloud beast woman's eyes turned cold, and she flicked her finger slightly. Suddenly, another needle and thread went straight for He Kang of Silla. It was so fast that it reached He Kang of Silla's glabella in an instant and stopped between He Kang of Silla's eyebrows. Just a little more, and it would have gone in. He Kang of Silla, who had gone crazy, suddenly woke up. All the hair on his body stood on end, and the thin needle between his eyebrows made a buzzing sound. If the cloud beast woman hadn't stopped, that needle would have killed him. Gu Hai's eyes were cold, and so was the cloud beast woman's. That look in his eyes said that as long as Duke Shikong rushed forward again, he would immediately kill him. Shikong, how dare you? Shiyu the Great said coldly. He Kang of Silla's expression changed, and he retreated in horror. However, when he looked at the bloody mist and corpses in the sky, boundless resentment filled He Kang of Silla's eyes. What a weaving girl! Who is she? Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai. The cloud beast woman looked dissatisfied. She looked at Shiyu the Great coldly and said in a man's voice, "This church master is undefeatable in Dongfang." Chapter 410. I am Dongfang invincible. A woman with a man's voice. Almost everyone was stunned when they heard Dongfang Invincible's voice. A man. Countless cultivators widened their eyes. Sect leader. Shiyu the Great raised his eyebrows. What sect leader? Dongfang Invincible. Dongfang? Mr. Dongfang narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of it before. After that, Dongfang Invincible ignored the crowd and turned to look at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, I just saw that Dongfang Invincible's needle and thread exceeded the range of the array. It's impossible to do that with 29 arrays. Is this the special feature of 30 arrays? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai with bright eyes. Gu Hai nodded. But other than that, there's no difference. Oh, by the way, you don't need to become one with the Cloud Beast. But the Cloud Beast might not be stronger than Zhang Sanfeng or Duga Chobai, right? 30 and 29? What's the difference? Mo Yike asked curiously, but halfway through his question, Mo Yike stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes and looked at Dongfang Invincible in surprise. Dongfang Invincible's eyes were extremely cold, and he looked like a fierce and ambitious person. More importantly, his eyes were not the eyes of someone being controlled. They were so real. You created me? Dongfang Invincible looked at Gu Hai and suddenly asked, He's alive. Mo Yike exclaimed, Wow! At the entrance of the palace, almost all the officials were in an uproar. Dongfang Invincible was talking to Gu Hai? Was he not controlled by Gu Hai? How was this possible? What the hell? Countless people in the city also widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Li Shinji opened his mouth. What kind of strange array was this? Wasn't Dongfang Invincible a cloud beast? Why was he talking to Gu Hai instead? Could it be that Gu Hai did it on purpose? That's impossible. Gu Hai wouldn't be so bored. 30 unhindered worlds array? Independent intelligence. That's right. It's an independent intelligence. Old man Guanxi's 31 unhindered worlds array could do this. 30 is not perfect, but it can completely simulate an independent intelligence. Ram Saint stared into the distance. That's right. That's me. My name is Gu Hai, Invincible Sect leader. Dongfang Dongfang. Dongfang Dongfang Invincible. Dongfang Invincible. Calm Dongfang Fang Dongfang Fang. S Dong Dong Fang. Dongfang Invincible. Is this a joke? Dongfang Invincible looked around and turned to Gu Hai. He said, This is not my Blackwood Cliff. I'm not real. Not long after, I will disappear. Am I right? That's right. This is a great array called the 30 Unhindered Worlds Array. It simulates the peerless expert in my heart. You are a peerless expert, so I simulated you. Now, this great array is your domain. Before the array's energy is depleted, this will be your domain, your world, Gu Hai said solemnly. Dongfang Invincible looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Like a moth to a flame, fleeting youth? Gu Hai did not answer. Dongfang Invincible suddenly stared at Gu Hai. Can there be a day when I can escape from the array and not be restrained? Huh. Mo Yike opened his mouth. Dongfang Invincible's intelligence was so strange. He wanted to live. He wanted to become a real person. You want to come out? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Dongfang Invincible solemnly said. Now, you only have consciousness. Everything else is an illusion. You have no bones, no flesh, no soul, and no spirit. For the time being, I don't have the ability. In the future, if I have the ability, I will do my best to help you come out. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you. Dongfang Invincible got up and bowed slightly. That ancestor and the others were already confused. Gu Hai was doing this on purpose, right? Talking to himself, creating a person. This fake person wanted to come back to life. Mo Yike clenched his fists. Gu Hai had taught him the 30 Unhindered Worlds array, but he was still too far away from understanding it. But can I do it in the future? 30 unhindered worlds array, 29 unhindered worlds array. It was a world of difference. At least the simulated person came back to life. 29 unhindered worlds array could never do that. After the conversation with Dongfang Invincible ended, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. One more time. Gu Hai patted the chess piece on his fingertips again. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the great formation surged with rolling fog again, rushing straight towards the 3 pillars of fog that connected the sky and the earth. Boom! Boom! A loud sound came from above and below. In the sky, the walls of the Palace of Literature and the Palace of Martial Arts exploded. Walla-lala! It was as if countless fragments had exploded. In an instant, the experts in the city were in an uproar. It's broken, Chongming said excitedly. Boom! In the Palace of Literature, rolling righteous energy surged out. Half of the sky was as bright as day. In the Palace of Martial Arts, rolling black gas suddenly surged out. As soon as the black gas appeared, it brought with it a heavy snowfall of water vapor. In the city, Li Shinji, Ram Saint, Takashi Ryushin, and the others clenched their fists. They felt like they were going to charge forward. My aura is weakening. Is this array about to end? Invincible Dongfang suddenly said. 2/3 of the spirit stones have been depleted. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai's words immediately caused an uproar in the city. Mo Yike was also speechless. 2/3 of the spirit stones? Wasn't that 20 billion superior grade spirit stones? 20 billion. 20 billion. That was it. At the entrance of the palace, the officials in charge of the Daewon's finances trembled. How was this a go array? This was clearly a nation-destroying array. 20 billion superior grade spirit stones had been depleted in the blink of an eye. No matter how large the empire was, it would not be enough for him. Invincible Dongfang did not say anything. However, Gu Hai looked at Shiyu the Great. The Palace of Literature and Palace of Martial Arts opened. At this moment, although countless cultivators in the city were watching, no one charged forward. Why? Because Shiyu the Great was watching. Who would seek death at this time? Shiyu the Great did not look at the Palace of Literature, but at the Palace of Martial Arts. As he watched, it seemed like he was about to make a move. Suddenly, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Then he turned his head and looked coldly at a floating island not far away. Huh, it's you. Shiyu the Great suddenly showed a cold expression. There was a great chill in his voice. Who? For Shiyu the Great to be so careful, this person was clearly not easy to deal with. Was it His Holiness? Everyone followed Shiyu the Great's gaze and looked over. They saw a black-clad man standing on that floating island. Originally, he wore a hat. However, the hat had already been removed, revealing the appearance of a handsome young man. However, this man's handsome face and eyes seemed to have Gu Hai's eyeshadow on earth. His eyes glowed green, and his long green hair looked extremely strange. The great Myojin, Shiyu the Great, said with a cold expression. Shiyu the Great, how have you been? The green-haired man, the great Myojin, revealed a faint smile. The great Myojin. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. In the city, the expression of a blind old man in the Qin residence suddenly changed. That ancestor looked at the great Myojin with horror in his eyes. Chang Sheng, Qin Zibai, Mo Yike, and Shikong all grimaced as if they were facing a great enemy. The great Myojin only showed his face, not releasing any aura. However, except for Shiyu the Great, the top-notch nobles of the Daewon Imperial Dynasty all showed panic on their faces. In the city, Li Shinji, Ram Saint, and Takashi Ryushin all showed sullen expressions. Why would the great Myojin come to the capital at this time? How have you been? How have you been as well? Why? Have you been staying in my capital for some time? Shiyu the Great said indifferently, I just arrived. However, I just happened to see this ritual array. Not bad. 30-line pair ritual array. Guhai, your Godao ritual arrays have become even more profound. The great Myojin revealed a sinister smile. Shiyu the Great glanced at Guhai. This Guhai has a grudge against the great Myojin. Takashi Ryushin was also stunned. Why is this Guhai surrounded by enemies? Why is the great Myojin speaking to him in an unfriendly tone? That ancestor and the others were stunned. Is this Guhai so annoying? Even the great Myojin has a grudge against him. Didn't he just come out of the mortal district? Isn't he making enemies all over the world? Guhai looked coldly at the great Myojin. Before Guhai could speak, Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes and said, I can see that this person is extraordinary. My ritual array does not have enough energy and cannot fight for too long. If there is a day when you let me out of the ritual array, I will help you kill him. Whoosh! Almost everyone looked at Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi was going to kill the great Myojin in the square of Daio Hall. Among the officials, Chongming looked at Dongfang Bubi and wanted to say, You have guts. However, the current situation did not seem to be suitable, so he could only suppress it. Shiyu the Great looked at Dongfang Bubi with interest. Mr. Dongfang was indeed racking his brains. Surname Dongfang? Same surname as me? Dongfang Bubi? How arrogant. Why haven't I heard of this before? Kill me? Ha 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 ha, I'll wait for you. The great Myojin sneered. Don't die too early. Dongfang Bubi's seductive face revealed a murderous look. Dongfang Bubi's eyes were filled with the tyrannical aura of someone who had never been defeated before. When Guhai was imitating him, he poured in the will of being unrivaled under the heavens. Hence, Dongfang Bubi's eyes did indeed make the great Myojin uncomfortable, so he looked at him again. Humph! The great Myojin snorted and ignored Guhai. In Chaoga, I've already asked Changsheng to tell you that I will come. What a coincidence. The treasure of the great slaughter heaven dynasty. After I kill you, it will all be mine. The great Myojin said calmly. Ha 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 ha. Shiyu the Great laughed coldly. After laughing, Shiyu the Great's face turned cold. Little peacock, have you forgotten where you are? The great Myojin narrowed his eyes and stared at Shiyu the Great. You dare to meddle with my things? Even if Tai is here personally, he will wait for me. Tai's pet wants to be impudent in front of me? You are not qualified. Shiyu the Great said coldly. You make me want to kill you right now. The great Myojin said coldly. Chapter 4:11. Capital City. Shiyu the Great and great Myojin faced each other. Their voices grew colder and colder. In the sky, the auras of the civil palace and the martial palace spread in all directions. Countless powerhouses watched, but no one dared to make a move. Guhai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the great Myojin. Was the great Myojin really that powerful? How could he make Shiyu the Great hesitate? You were no match for me when you came to the Solar Divine Palace, the great Myojin said coldly. How can you be so sure if we haven't fought? Humph, I'll give you one more chance. Get the hell out of Capital City, and I'll spare your life. Shiyu the Great said coldly. The great Myojin sneered. Other than my lord, no one in the world dares to order me around. While the two of them were facing each other in the martial palace, boom, a loud sound rang out. The door at the center of the martial palace was smashed open by black energy. When it was smashed open, the black energy surged in all directions. As the black energy surged out, a huge iceberg appeared. It was this ice mountain that was emitting billowing black chi. Even from far away, one could feel a boundless cold chi. The great Myojin raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's what's in the martial palace? As he spoke, the great Myojin ignored Shiyu the Great. He suddenly stepped into the sky and reached for the iceberg. A powerful suction force appeared as though he was trying to grab the iceberg. How dare you take my things? Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Whoosh! Perhaps because he knew how powerful the great Myojin was, he did not act rashly. He also flew into the sky and reached for the iceberg with his hand. The two powerhouses' energy palms grabbed the iceberg at the same time. Boom! Boom! The iceberg shook slightly. You're courting death. The great Myojin's expression was ferocious. Whiz! Behind the great Myojin, countless rays of green light shot into the sky. The moment the green light appeared, the entire world was dyed green. There seemed to be huge peacock feathers appearing in the green light. With the great Myojin as the center, the peacock feathers spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. However, this peacock tail was too big, like a tong-tian. Who? Behind Shiyu the Great, thousands of miles of snow began to fall. The sky was filled with flying snow. The moment the auras of the two powerhouses were released, countless commoners in the city were immediately suppressed to the point of suffocation. Their faces were filled with fear. Go to hell! The great Myojin glared at him and struck out with his other palm. As he struck out with his palm, the void seemed to resound with the cries of thousands of peacocks. It was as if millions of peacock phantoms were following that palm strike and whistling towards Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, be careful! A group of Day One officials cried out in alarm. Great Emperor Shiyu revealed a trace of a sneer, and his other hand also went up to meet it. As Shiyu the Great met the peacock phantoms, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He struck out with his palm, causing a blizzard to howl. In the blizzard, one could see snow monsters charging towards the peacock phantoms. The palms of the two powerhouses collided in the void. Hung! Under the aftershock, the entire capital shook violently. Countless commoners were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Whiz! Suddenly, Gu Hai controlled the formation to form a barrier. Although it could not block out the aftershock, it cushioned the impact of the aftershock. Thank you, Mr. Good. Countless commoners wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and looked gratefully at Gu Hai. A large number of cultivators quickly fled out of the city. In the sky, the two powerhouses' palms collided. Crack! 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 A layer of frost suddenly formed on the great Myojin's palm. The power of Shiyu the Great's palm was transmitted to the great Myojin's palm. The great Myojin suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Day One officials, on the other hand, widened their eyes. His Majesty is stronger, an official exclaimed in surprise. His Majesty suppressed the great Myojin. The bat ancestor was shocked. It was as if this was extremely abnormal. The great Myojin stared at Shiyu the Great. The Great Ingo technique? You've practiced the legendary forbidden technique. The Great Ingo technique. You want to refine yourself into a zombie ancestor's body. The Great Ingo body. Shiyu the Great's eyes were cold. He did not answer the great Myojin. Instead, he exerted more force in his palm. Boom! The frost followed the palm and rushed toward the great Myojin's body. The great Myojin's arm was completely frozen in frost. The great Myojin's expression was ferocious. Humph! So, what if it's the Great Ingo technique? You are the Great Ingo. If I want to kill you, I will still kill you. Boom! 5 beams of divine light suddenly shot up from the great Myojin's back. As soon as the 5 beams of divine light appeared, They instantly brushed away all the frost on his hand. Go for me. Boom. The great Myojin's expression was ferocious. He exerted force again. Humph. Shiyu, the great, also exerted force. A rolling storm swept up in the sky. With the two of them as the center, it formed a storm vortex. Instantly, everyone's vision became extremely blurry. Boom. At this moment, the Culture Palace suddenly opened. The Culture Palace opened. Boundless righteous energy seemed to surround two scrolls that shone like the sun. In an instant, they illuminated the world in all directions. Apart from the whirlpool in the direction of the Martial Palace, everywhere else was illuminated by the two scrolls. A pure and holy aura was emitted from the two scrolls. The scrolls were tightly connected, but the sound of chanting could be faintly heard. However, no one could hear what the chanting sound was saying. They only felt that the chanting sound was very comfortable, so comfortable that all the pores on their body opened up. Scriptures of the Divine Path. M.O. Yikes! Eyes suddenly lit up. Boom, boom, boom. The great metropolis was thrown into chaos in an instant as one expert after another shot up into the sky. Takashi Ryushin could not wait any longer. Li Shinji could not wait any longer. Ram Saint couldn't wait any longer. Charge! Charge! While Shiyu the Great and the Great Myojin were fighting over the iceberg, they soared into the sky together. Bastard! How dare you? How dare you? Ram Saint, is that you? On the square of Dio Hall, almost everyone was shouting angrily. Bat Ancestor, Hikang of Silla, Qin Zibai, and the experts of the Chong clan soared into the sky almost at the same time, rushing toward the two scriptures of the Divine Path. Rumble! The sky was suddenly in chaos. At this moment, Li Shinji seemed to have turned into a divine arrow, shooting up into the sky at an incredible speed. In an instant, he was about to rush to the location of the scriptures of the Divine Path. How dare you steal my things? Bat Ancestor was extremely fast, reaching the sky in an instant. Boom! Countless bats suddenly exploded, covering the sky and earth, blocking in front of Li Shinji. Back in the Five Mountains Academy, the Bat Ancestor had fought against all the experts by himself. Li Shinji had only managed to block one of the Bat Ancestor's palms. Now that he was facing the Bat Ancestor again, could he still withstand it? Release the 10,000 arrows. Li Shinji shouted. Boom! With Li Shinji as the center, countless arrows suddenly soared into the sky. As soon as the arrows were released, they hit all the bats. Bat Ancestor's face changed, and he struck again. Li Shinji met it with a palm. Li Shinji, you want to fight with me, with your little cultivation? Bat Ancestor sneered. The two palms collided, but Li Shinji's face showed a trace of ferocity. Boom! With a loud sound, Bat Ancestor suddenly staggered. The palm just now did not suppress Li Shinji, and instead staggered because of Li Shinji's impact. Impossible, you. Bat Ancestor stared in surprise. That day, I hid my strength. Li Shinji said coldly. Hid his strength? Li Shinji deliberately showed weakness that day. Li Shinji showed weakness in order to leave Bat Ancestor some strength, hoping that Bat Ancestor could kill Gu Hai. Unfortunately, Bat Ancestor still could not kill Gu Hai. At this moment, for the Holy Scripture, Li Shinji no longer hid his strength and suddenly burst out with unprecedented strength. Hiding your strength? If you don't hide your strength, you will die too. Bat Ancestor's face was ferocious. Boom! The two experts once again exchanged palms. The experts of the Chong clan immediately rushed toward the Holy Scripture that Bat Ancestor and Li Shinji were fighting over. Bat Ancestor sneered. Even if Li Shinji can stop me, the Chong clan is my people. How can you be my opponent? Swish, swish. Below them, The Shinji battalion fired a rain of arrows at the cultivators of the Chang clan. However, only Chang Sheng and Chang Ming acted and blocked all the arrows. The others continued to grab the scroll, another book of the Holy Path. It was Takashi Ryushin and Ram Saint who were charging forward with all their might. Jinmu of Silla, help me get that holy scripture. Ram Saint shouted. With a sudden stroke of the brush in his hand, he immediately separated some of the small fries who had rushed up. Takashi Ryushin turned around and suddenly sent a palm strike towards Qin Zibai, Hikang of Silla, and the others who were charging towards him. Everyone, please stop. Takashi Ryushin sneered. Boom! Qin Zibai and Hikang of Silla drew their long swords at almost the same time and slashed out sword energy as if they were going to cut Takashi Ryushin into pieces. Bastard! That's what I day one. The sword energy was fierce. It was as if they were going to cut Takashi Ryushin into pieces. Takashi Ryushin immediately hit the two sword energy with his palm. Boom! The sword energy of the two central celestial palaces trembled and was completely blocked. Puff! Under the huge force, Hikang of Silla and Qin Zibai both spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Ha! Central Celestial Palaces. You two have just entered the Central Celestial Palaces, and you want to stop me? Both of you, please go back. Takashi Ryushin laughed. Takashi Ryushin's aura was not inferior to that of Bat Ancestor and Li Shinji at all. The powerful force immediately suppressed the two and made them spit out mouthfuls of blood. That's what I day one, Qin Zibai said in shock and anger. Now it's mine, de Qian's. Takashi Ryushin exerted force. Puff! Qin Zibai spat out mouthfuls of blood again. Qin Clan's Lin, a martial arts genius. Ha, nothing much. Break for me. Takashi Ryushin stared at Qin Zibai as if he was going to kill him and cripple him. Buzz. Suddenly, another sword energy flew out from the city and rushed towards Takashi Ryushin. The sword energy was sharp and fierce, and it arrived in front of Takashi Ryushin in a flash. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. In a hurry, he shook off Qin Zibai's and Hikang of Silla's swords and rushed towards the sword energy. Boom! Takashi Ryushin's figure paused. Although he managed to block the sword energy, his expression changed as he looked down. He saw a blind man standing below, holding a sword. He was the one who had soared into the sky earlier. Father! Qin Zibai suddenly showed joy on his face. Qin Yun, you are not dead yet. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. While Takashi Ryushin's expression turned sullen, the blind man had already reached Qin Zibai's side. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. He extended his hand and took out a sword, as though he was facing a great enemy. The strongest person in the Day One Imperial Dynasty under Shiyu the Great. Qin Yun, are you blind? How can you still use a sword? Takashi Ryushin said sullenly, only when I am blind can I see things more clearly. Jinmu of Silla, back off. This is not something you can get your hands on. Blind Qin, Yun said indifferently. Sima family, you dare to compete with me? Ram Saint's angry roar suddenly came from afar. Sima Changkong had appeared out of nowhere and grabbed a scroll of Holy Tao scripture before Ram Saint could. Ram Saint immediately grabbed it as well. The two of them each held a brush and refused to give way to each other. Sima Changkong of the Sima family greets Lord Ram Saint. Changkong is impressed by Lord Ram Saint's wisdom. However, Changkong is shameless enough to compete for a scroll of Holy Tao scripture. Lord Ram Saint, please don't take offense. Sima Changkong said respectfully. Takashi Ryushin looked at Sima Changkong in the distance and smiled. He had been hiding Sima Changkong's figure from Ram Saint for the past few days, just for today. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin held his sword and blocked Qin Yun, Qin Zibai, and Hikang of Silla, creating conditions for the two to compete for the Holy Tao scripture. On the other side, Li Xinji and Bat Ancestor were in a deadlock. The Chang family immediately rushed for another scroll of Holy Tao scripture. They were about to grab it. At this moment, a thin needle dragged a red line and instantly overtook everyone. Tisk! The thin needle suddenly pierced the edge of the Holy Tao scripture and strangely wrapped around it before being pulled. Whoosh! The Holy Tao scripture was pulled back at an extremely fast speed. The Chang family was about to grab it, especially Chang Sheng. He was just short of a grip, but the Holy Tao scripture was pulled away from him through the gap between his grip. What? The expressions of the Chang family vampires changed. The Holy Tao scripture passed through the center of Bat Ancestors and Li Xinji's palms and was suddenly pulled away from under their noses. Bat Ancestor and Li Xinji, who were in a deadlock, also widened their eyes in disbelief. They were fighting for their lives here, and the Holy Tao scripture was about to be taken away by a needle and thread. It was pulled away in an instant. Smack! The Holy Tao scripture fell into the palm below. Dongfang Bubi! Li Xinji's expression suddenly changed as he roared. Dongfang Bubi, you dare to steal from me? Bat Ancestor's expression also changed drastically. In that instant, Dongfang Bubi flicked his finger and shot out a needle and thread, pulling back a scroll of Holy Tao scripture. The Holy Tao scripture fell into Dongfang Bubi's palm, and it looked extremely small. However, Dongfang Bubi didn't care about this. Instead, he handed the Holy Tao scripture to Gu Hai. They are all fighting for this thing. Is it as precious as my sunflower manual? Here you are, Dongfang Bubi said with a smile. Gu Hai took the scroll of Holy Tao scripture with a strange expression. Sure enough, Dongfang Bubi was powerful when he made a move. Gu Hai, give me back the scripture. That ancestor's expression suddenly changed, and he roared. Boom! That ancestor and Li Xinji separated with a bang. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Shiyong is dead. I have avenged one. This place is a mess. There is no point in me staying. Dongfang Bubi, you help me block these people. It is time for me to leave. After obtaining the Holy Tao scripture, he couldn't stay. Who knew when Shiyu, the Great's battle would end? Moreover, there was a large group of experts here. If he stayed, he wouldn't be able to protect the Holy Tao scripture. It was better to leave first and let Dongfang Bubi hold on for a while. After he entered the tunnel and escaped out of the city, who could find him in the forest? Okay. Dongfang Bubi nodded. Mo Yike, who was at the side, looked surprised. The 30 unhindered worlds formation could be controlled by the Cloud Beast. It didn't need Gu Hai to be there. Chapter 412. Boom! Dongfang Bubi reached out and lifted his hand. The cultivators on the way to Gu Hai's manor were suddenly lifted and sent flying. Even the Shunji battalion disciples in Gu Hai's manor were lifted. Gu Hai grabbed a scroll of Holy Scripture and drove the flying boat quickly to his manor. There was a tunnel there. No one in the capital knew where it led except for him. As long as he entered it and destroyed the tunnel, even if someone found the other end of the tunnel later, he would have escaped far away. Whoosh! Gu Hai quickly went to the manor. Bastard, stop! The elders of the Chang family immediately roared. Gu Hai, how dare you? That ancestor even widened his eyes. Li Xinji's eyelids twitched. He had been busy for half a day, and now he was making a wedding dress for Gu Hai. Li Xinji also wanted the Holy Scripture, but he couldn't snatch it from Gu Hai's hands at this time. There were countless pairs of eyes here. He could only wait and snatch it in private later. Help Gu Hai block and snatch Gu Hai's in the future? Or let Bat Ancestor go now, and let Bat Ancestor deal with Gu Hai? For a moment, Li Shenji fell into a depressed dilemma. Why aren't you going? Bat Ancestor roared. The elders of the Chang family shouted and rushed forward. The group of people who had just entered the central celestial palace were powerful and powerful. Did they want to chase Gu Hai? Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a series of needles and threads rushed straight toward the crowd. Not good. Chang Sheng's face changed. Suddenly, he hit the thin needles with his sword. Boom! Chang Sheng's long sword was suddenly pierced by the thin needles. He narrowly avoided it, but the other elders of the Chang family were suddenly pierced by the needles and threads. Ah! Everyone screamed, just as he was about to cut off the threads on his body. Dongfang Bubi moved his fingers slightly and pulled the threads. Everyone was like a trapped puppet, unable to control their bodies at all. In the distance, Gu Hai sighed. Could he really leave so easily? Bang! Gu Hai's flying boat stopped at his villa and was about to leave. Dongfang Bubi was blocking the way, and no one could come over. However, just as Gu Hai was about to jump off the flying boat and enter the tunnel, a voice suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, I'll let you run. Run. The Bat Ancestor suddenly laughed sinisterly. Gu Hai frowned and looked over. With a single glance, his expression changed drastically. He saw that in a palace in the distance, a group of vampires were holding a bound woman in front of Bat Ancestor. Pa! The Bat Ancestor grabbed the woman's shoulder and looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. The woman's face was pale with fright. Bingheim? How could it be Bingheim? Didn't you leave? Gu Hai suddenly cried out in alarm. Not long ago, Gu Hai asked Bingheim, Ziwei, and Changsheng to leave Dadu with Long Wanyu because he was worried that there would be an accident. They walked together. How could Bingheim be caught by the Bat Ancestor? Bingheim was caught, but what about the others? Gu Hai, who was about to step into the tunnel, suddenly stopped. In the distance, Li Shenji's expression also changed. Li Shenji remembered that Bingheim and Long Wanyu left together. How could she be caught by the Bat Ancestor? Humph! The Bat Ancestor waved its hand. A ray of light shot toward the elders of the Chang family. Bang! The thin strings binding everyone was suddenly cut, and they were all free. The elders of the Chang family looked at Dongfang Bubi with lingering fear. You're not leaving? Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened, and his figure flashed to Gu Hai's side. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Bingheim in the distance. His brows furrowed deeply. Bingheim was caught. Would Long Wanyu also? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Bingheim said sadly in the distance. Let's go, Gu Hai. Why aren't you leaving? Bat Ancestor sneered. Whoosh! Bat Ancestor's figure flashed, and he brought the Chang family to a place not far from Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked down at the holy scripture in his hand. It was still as bright as the sun, and the chanting came from all directions. When he held it, rolling righteous energy filled his body, making him feel very comfortable. Not hot yet. What's going on? Why is Bingheim in your hands? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Bat Ancestor sneered. What a coincidence. This morning, Bingheim bumped into my hands. I didn't expect to use her now. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Bingheim said sadly. What's going on? She was caught this morning? Where are the others? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Bat Ancestor also looked at Bingheim curiously. Bingheim said bitterly, We were gone for a while. Princess Wanyu said that the demon spirit told her that your life was in danger. Oh, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Could it be that Fairy Wanner saved him with her life 8 days ago outside the city? Didn't I tell you? No matter what, don't come back. Wanyu came back. Guhai stared. It was like this last time. Was it the same this time? Wanyu was disobedient again. Bingheim said bitterly, "At first, we were on guard against Princess Wanyu. Princess Wanyu didn't say that she wanted to come back. Until one night, we flew to a hot spring lake. Princess Wanyu wanted to take a bath. Then, Princess Wanyu disappeared. She left behind a letter." "What did she say?" Guhai asked with a frown. "She said that she would come back to save you. She told us to ignore her," Bingheim said bitterly. "There were so many of you. You lost her," Guhai said angrily. Bingheim had a bitter expression. "Princess Wanyu was a prophet. If she wanted to hide from us, who could find her?" "Then why didn't you tell me?" Guhai said gloomily. "These 8 days, the emperor was on the floating island of Daewon's imperial palace. I couldn't contact the emperor at all. So," Bingheim said bitterly. Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. "Well, Guhai, give me the book of Holy Scripture. Give it to me," that ancestor said coldly. He exerted force in his hand. Bingheim's shoulder bones suddenly cracked. "Ah!" Bingheim cried out in pain. Guhai's face was gloomy. The book of Holy Scripture in his hand was not warm yet. "So, Wanyu's whereabouts are still unknown?" Guhai said in a low voice. Bingheim nodded in pain. "Ha ha, Guhai, it seems that you don't care about Bingheim. If you don't give it to me, her arm will be gone." That ancestor said coldly, "Your Majesty, please leave. It's my incompetence that has implicated your Majesty," Bingheim said sadly. Guhai looked up at that ancestor and said, "Give me Bingheim, and I'll give you the book of Holy Scripture." That ancestor's eyes lit up. Dongfang Bubi was in front of him, and Li Xinji was next to him. That ancestor was not sure that he could get the book of Holy Scripture. However, at this moment, with Bingheim in his hand, that ancestor had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Unexpectedly, Guhai even gave up the book of Holy Scripture for a woman. "Guhai, what are you doing? You're crazy." Li Xinji glared at him and roared. Li Xinji was still hoping that Guhai would take the book of Holy Scripture and then snatch it back. If Guhai gave the book of Holy Scripture to that ancestor, then he would not be able to snatch it. "Ha ha ha ha! Good." The bat ancestor suddenly laughed out loud. "Bingheim, that ancestor didn't put any restrictions on your body, right?" Guhai asked in a deep voice. Bingheim looked at Guhai in shock. The book of Holy Scripture was the highest ancient book of literary cultivation. One book was enough to settle a celestial dynasty. In the past, the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty only had 2 books. Guhai saved her, and she gave it to him just like that. "No, I was caught in the morning, and my cultivation was sealed. I was tied up in the palace near the imperial palace until now." Bingheim nodded. "Very well, that ancestor. Release Bingheim's restrictions and give me the undamaged Bingheim. I'll return you the undamaged book of Holy Scripture. Otherwise, I'll tear it apart. Oh, right. Will the overwhelming righteous energy inside fill my body when I tear it apart? The book of Holy Scripture. That overwhelming righteous energy should be enough for me to deal with you, right?" Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, he seemed to want to tear the book of Holy Scripture. That ancestor's expression changed. "Are you crazy? Don't move. I'll release Bingheim's restrictions." That ancestor roared angrily. Boom. Immediately, that ancestor released the restrictions on Bingheim's body. However, with Bingheim in his hand, Bingheim still could not escape. That ancestor was also afraid. If it were someone else, he would definitely not be willing to do that. However, Guhai could really do it. He tore up the bringing in the wine last time. Now that the book of Holy Scripture was lost, he might as well tear it up. Bat Ancestor released Bingheim's restrictions. Li Xinji, however, looked anxious. Gu Hai, the book of Holy Scripture is no small matter. With this scroll, you can stabilize the country. Li Xinji said anxiously. He wanted to persuade Gu Hai to change his mind. Gu Hai looked coldly at Li Xinji and ignored him. Gu Hai had long known Li Xinji's thoughts. Why would he listen to him? Give it to me, that ancestor said expectantly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Gu Hai, am a man of my word. I won't lie to you. You hand Bingheim over to the Chang family to guard, and I'll throw the book of Holy Scripture to you. The Chang family will release Bingheim. There was no problem at all. That ancestor immediately handed Bingheim over to the Chang family elders. Chang Ming seemed to want to go forward, but Chang Sheng pulled his son back. The Chang family elders quickly went forward to curry favor. They immediately restrained Bingheim. That ancestor turned his back to Gu Hai and gave the Chang family elders a look. The Chang family elders immediately understood. Chang Ming's eyes widened. Was Bat Ancestor going to kill the hostage? Give it to me, Bat Ancestor said in a deep voice. Gu Hai looked at the Chang family elders and said, Everyone, I'll give you the book of Holy Scripture later. If you still dare to hold Bingheim, Dongfang will kill you at all costs. The Chang family elders' expressions changed. Bat Ancestor wanted them to kill the hostage, but if they did, Dongfang would kill them. What should they do? While the Chang family elders were anxious, Gu Hai threw the book of Holy Scripture to the sky between Bat Ancestor and Li Xinji. Whoosh! The book of Holy Scripture was thrown. Bastard! Bat Ancestor's expression changed, and he immediately caught it. Li Xinji naturally would not let go of this opportunity and immediately rushed into the sky. Boom! The two powerhouses chased after the book of Holy Scripture. Ding, ding, ding! A series of fine needles shot out, and the Chang family elders' expressions suddenly changed. Here, the elders did not dare to kill the hostage, and Bingheim was immediately thrown out. Whoosh! With a pull of the needle and thread, Bingheim was pulled into Gu Hai's arms. Bang! Gu Hai hugged Bingheim. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Bingheim immediately said bitterly. She caused the emperor to lose the book of Holy Scripture. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Gu Hai immediately shouted, pulling Bingheim. Gu Hai was about to rush into the tunnel. Whoosh! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise in the sky. Boom! A huge object crashed into Gu Hai's villa, and immediately Gu Hai's villa collapsed. On the other side, Li Xinji and Bat Ancestor almost simultaneously held the book of Holy Scripture. They looked down. The smoke and dust dispersed. They saw Gu Hai holding Bingheim, standing at the entrance of a tunnel. They widened their eyes. The falling behemoth suddenly shrunk and turned into an ice mountain the size of a palm. The iceberg fell into Gu Hai's right palm. Iceberg? That was an iceberg. It fell into Gu Hai's hands by itself. Where did the iceberg come from? Bat Ancestor, Li Xinji, Takashi Ryushin, He Kang of Silla, Qin Zibai, Chang Sheng, Chang Ming, Ram Saint, and Sima Changkong opened their eyes almost at the same time. Wasn't this the treasure in the martial palace that the great Miojin and Shiyu the Great fought over? Gu Hai had just lost the book of Holy Scripture in the literature palace, and in the blink of an eye, the treasure in the martial palace fell into Gu Hai's hands. How was this possible? Countless people screamed in their hearts. Can you not be so strange? I fought so hard, but couldn't get anything, and these treasures jumped into your hands one after another. Can you not be so strange? Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. The battle between the great Miojin and Shiyu the Great stopped. The two peerless masters looked in the direction of Gu Hai. The great Miojin? You deliberately threw the iceberg into Guhai's hands. Shiyu the Great said coldly. The great Myojin sneered and didn't answer. At the same time, looking at Guhai in the distance, who was about to escape, the great Myojin's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Chapter 413. Capital City. In a small manor not far from Guhai's villa, Long Wanyu stood under a roof and stared at the sky. She clenched her fists and frowned. Her eyes flashed with determination. Guhai had set up the 30 unhindered heavens and earth array, killing Shiyong in Dongfang, opening the civil palace and the martial palace. And even when Guhai had escaped unscathed and used the book of the Holy Tao to exchange for Bingheim, and even when the iceberg fell from the sky and landed in Guhai's palm, Long Wanyu had not moved. Demon ghost, if you dare to lie to me, see how I'll deal with you. Long Wanyu gritted her teeth and said nervously, how would I dare? I'm also unlucky. Why would I tell you that Guhai is in danger? Demon ghost said gloomily, if you don't say it, I'll hate you even more. Long Wanyu said angrily, Okay, I won't say it. We've already deduced many times all kinds of deductions. Now, we've deduced that Bingheim is imprisoned, and Guhai used the book of the Holy Tao to exchange for Bingheim. It's the same as what we deduced. Only then will Guhai have a chance of survival. So you must listen to me. Don't be impulsive, and don't expose us at any time. Demon Ghost said, I know. As long as my brother-in-law is fine, of course I can bear it. But you've done the calculations for me. If there's a mistake, don't blame me. Long Wanyu said nervously, Don't worry. Sigh, I'm really unlucky. Demon Ghost said gloomily, Whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared by Long Wanyu's side. It was the commander of the Night Divine Guards, Yi Shenzhen. Uniki, how's it going? Long Wanyu asked, anxiously. Yi Shenzhen took out a strand of hair and said with a wry smile, it was a close call just now. When the ice mountain fell, it hurt Guhai. A strand of Guhai's hair fell, and I just happened to pick it up. We were almost discovered by Dongfang Bubi. Long Wanyu grabbed the strand of hair. That's good. Princess Wanyu, aren't you overthinking things? Mr. Good will definitely be fine. He was about to escape, just now. Moreover, with his methods, it's not the first time he's escaped from a disaster. Yi Shenzhen said with a wry smile. Long Wanyu shook her head. It's different this time. Be it the world of the living or the netherworld, brother-in-law won't be able to escape. Even if he leaves the capital city, he won't be able to escape. Therefore, we have to deal with him here. Yi Shenzhen showed a trace of worry. Uniki, help me with all your strength later. I'm relying on you this time. Help me this time. When we go back, I'll ask the old man for a reward for you. Long Wanyu said with a serious face. Yi Shenzhen smiled bitterly. There's no need. As long as I bring you back safely, His Holiness will reward me. If you don't help me, I'll talk bad about you in front of the old man every day. Long Wanyu said with gritted teeth. Yi Shenzhen's face stiffened. Listen to me later. Long Wanyu said in a low voice. In the capital city, the whole city was paying attention to Guhai. As the ice mountain fell into Guhai's palm, the battle between Shiyu the Great and Great Myojin came to an abrupt end. The rumbling of the battle was almost silent. Takashi Ryushin, Li Shinji, Ram Saint, Sima Chongkong, Bat Ancestor, the Chong family, Mo Yike, Hikang of Silla, and Qin Zibai were all stunned. They looked strangely at the palm-sized ice mountain in Guhai's palm. Not only did it fall into Mr. Good's palm, but it's also been refined. Mo Yike was stunned. Everyone unconsciously looked at Shiyu the Great and Great Myojin. The two stood high in the sky, looking down at the stunned Guhai with different gazes. Great Myojin, you deliberately put the ice mountain in Guhai's hand. Shiyu, the great said coldly. The great Myojin smiled coldly and didn't answer. At the same time, the great Myojin looked at Gu Hai, who was trying to escape in the distance. Just now, you and I were fighting to refine the ice mountain. When it was completed, you didn't take it back. Instead, you threw it into Gu Hai's hand. You don't want it anymore? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. If you want it, why don't you do it yourself? The great Myojin said coldly. The two of them looked down at Gu Hai. See, at this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. Outside of the literature palace, Sima Chongkong and Gong Yangsheng suddenly tore apart a scroll of the Holy Tao scripture. The moment it was torn apart, it was torn apart. Suddenly, a surge of righteous energy gushed out from within. Boom! Like an avalanche, the boundless righteous energy swept across the entire capital city in an instant. It was like a vast ocean that completely drowned out the capital city in the blink of an eye. The terrifying amount of righteous energy rushed into the bodies of the people. The people who were severely injured by the shock waves were all healed in the blink of an eye. In the void, the sound of chanting resounded. However, no one could hear what it was. The chanting seemed to have suddenly decreased. Everyone looked over. Sima Chongkong and Gong Yangsheng each held half of the Saint Path scripture in their hands. This half of the Saint Path scripture suddenly scattered and turned into floating golden characters. They immediately surrounded the two of them and quickly entered their bodies. Buzz! The two of them suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. A great, holy aura surged out. It made people feel like they were worshipping him. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. The Holy Scripture belonged to Day One. These two Deqian people divided it. Bastard, that's Daewon's. He Kang of Silla and Qin Zibai roared in shock and anger. Boom! Takashi Ryushin immediately blocked the two of them with his sword. At this moment, Qin Zibai's father, Qin Yun, no longer cared about this. He suddenly shot his sword at Bat Ancestor and Li Shinji. That was because there was a scroll of Holy Scripture there. Bat Ancestor and Li Shinji were holding it. Xing! When the sword shot over, Li Shinji's expression suddenly changed. That was because the sword was aimed at him. Sima Chongkong and Gong Yangsheng tore the Holy Tao scripture without any care. Everyone had a look of pity on their faces. Li Shinji was still feeling sorry at first, but when he saw that Great Emperor Shiyu's battle had stopped, his expression immediately changed. Tearing it was better than not getting it. Li Shinji was just about to tear the Holy Scripture apart. Qin Yun's sword carried an unstoppable force. It instantly slashed in front of him. Tearing was met with the sword. The sword's force was unstoppable. Even Li Shinji's expression changed drastically, just as Li Shinji was about to go crazy with anxiety. Swish! Suddenly, a five-colored divine beam swept past Li Shinji. Boom! High in the sky, Shiyu the Great struck the Great Myojin's chest with his palm. Pwah! The Great Myojin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying by Shiyu the Great. However, the five-colored divine beam just now came from the Great Myojin. With a sweep of the divine beam, Bat Ancestor and Li Shinji's hands were empty. Where's the Holy Tao scripture? Bat Ancestor suddenly exclaimed. Li Shinji's expression changed drastically as well. The five-colored divine beam. Why did the Holy Tao scripture disappear when the divine beam swept past? It had been snatched away by the Great Myojin. The Great Myojin! Li Shinji roared with a ferocious expression. However, what greeted him was Qin Yun's sword. Li Shinji's expression changed as a longbow appeared in his hand. The longbow clashed with the sword beam. Boom! Li Shinji was instantly sent crashing into the ground. The Holy Tao scripture had been snatched away by the Great Myojin. When the Great Myojin attacked, the divine beam was too fast. Shiyu the Great could not stop it in time and could only strike the Great Myojin's chest with his palm. Suddenly, the Great Myojin was sent flying. Ha ha ha! The Holy Tao scripture? The Great Myojin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he laughed loudly. Xing! A blood-colored saber suddenly appeared in Shiyu the Great's hand. It was the Bloody Hell saber. He slashed at the Great Myojin once again. The moment the Bloody Hell saber slashed out, the white world that had been enveloped by the overwhelming righteous energy was instantly dyed scarlet. The Great Myojin's expression changed as he immediately extended his hand and waved. The five-colored divine beam shot straight at Shiyu the Great. The Bloody Hell saber and the five-colored divine beam collided, causing the void to tremble. Boom! The five-colored divine beam exploded as the Great Myojin was sent flying 5 kilometers. Clearly, the Great Myojin's injuries from the previous palm strike were not light. He was no match for Shiyu the Great in this battle. Shiyu the Great revealed a ferocious expression. Humph! The Great Myojin? You're really courting death. At this moment, Shiyu the Great's arrogance was soaring. The Great Myojin was severely injured by his palm strike and was extremely weak. As long as he pursued the Great Myojin, he would be able to defeat the Great Myojin and snatch the Holy Tao scripture from his hands. The Great Myojin revealed a ferocious expression. Ha 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 ha! Shiyu the Great, are you chasing me? Are you trying to snatch the Holy Tao scripture? Don't you want that iceberg? Ha 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 ha! I don't want that iceberg anymore. I'll give it to you. If you continue to pursue me, I'll tear the Holy Tao scripture apart and heal my injuries. Then we'll go our separate ways. You won't get anything. Ha ha ha! As he spoke, the Great Myojin's figure flickered as if he was shrouded in a huge shadow of a peacock. The shadow of the peacock spread its wings and immediately shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it reached the horizon. Humph! Shiyu the Great harumphed coldly. Shiyu the Great might be able to kill the Great Myojin because the Great Myojin was injured and he could definitely kill him. However, it was only a maybe because just as the Great Myojin had said, if he tore the Holy Tao scripture apart, he might not be able to kill him after his injuries healed. However, if he pursued the Great Myojin relentlessly, the capital city would be in chaos. Did he not want the iceberg anymore? And the more important divine palace had yet to open. Whoosh! Shiyu the Great stopped in the air and narrowed his eyes as he watched the Great Myojin leave. Actually, the Great Myojin did not have to leave. If he tore the Holy Tao scripture apart, he could heal his injuries and fight with him for the iceberg and the items in the divine palace. However, the Great Myojin did not. He threw the iceberg into Guhai's hands. Did he want to use him to kill Guhai? Whoosh! Shiyu the Great turned his head to look at Guhai's manner. Although a lot of things happened just now, they all happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It ended in just a moment. In such a short time, Guhai did not have time to escape. More importantly, Guhai could not escape at all. With the iceberg in his hand, his entire body was rapidly freezing. Obviously, the Great Myojin did not have good intentions. He threw the iceberg into Guhai's hands in order to harm Guhai. Chapter 4:14. After Ramsaint and Sima Chongkong tore the Holy Scripture, the Golden Scripture entered their bodies. Although it was only half a scroll, each word was like a gem. It was like the sound of heaven explaining the truth of the heavenly Tao. Ramsaint glared at Sima Chongkong. This was supposed to be his, but Sima Chongkong took half of it. The two of them were at their peak. However, they still didn't dare to stay, because there was still Shiyu the Great. The two of them had just entered their bodies and were still far from comprehending it. They didn't want to clash head-on with Shiyu the Great. With a flash, the two of them immediately escaped into the white ocean of righteousness, wanting to escape. Where do you think you're going? Hikang of Silla was furious. Boom! Takeshi Ryushin pushed Chin-zi by, and Hikang of Silla back with a palm. Turning his head, Takeshi Ryushin looked deeply at Gu-hai in the distance. With a flash of his body, he also escaped into the ocean of righteousness. Whoosh! The Deqian people escaped at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the great Myojin had escaped. In the capital city, Shiyu the Great was the only one. Moreover, Shiyu the Great hadn't mobilized the power of a country yet. No one could shake it at all. Qin-zi-bai, the people of the Chang family, Bat ancestor, Hikang of Silla, and the others were all incomparably angry. Everything in the great slaughter palace was ours. 2 holy scriptures were gone, just like that. No one chased after the people from the great Qian dynasty. The torn scripture was obviously gone, so what was the point of chasing after it? The most important thing was to seize the moment. Grasp the iceberg in Gu-hai's hand. The iceberg was in his hand. Gu-hai knew that it had been refined, because the iceberg had perfectly fused with his kidney aperture. The moment they fused, a sudden surge of cold air gushed out. In just a moment, Gu-hai felt his whole body freeze. His internal organs were filled with frost. A group of god palaces quickly surged out their powers to resist, especially the fire god palace. The fire god waved his hand, and the undying divine flame gushed out. Boom! As the flames surged out, a large amount of cold air was immediately pushed back. However, the fusion of the ice mountain and Gu-hai was still far from reaching the level of refinement. As the flames surged out, the ice mountain immediately retaliated, and more cold air suddenly appeared. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Gu-hai's body was rapidly freezing. The fire continued to burn. There was also the true Samadhi fire. Who's afraid of who? Gu-hai smiled bitterly. Gu-hai didn't have the guts to do so. The fire god palace could withstand the cold air, but what about the other divine palaces? Releasing the true Samadhi fire might be able to block the iceberg, but the rest of the body would definitely be frozen. Of course, it could also be burned by the true Samadhi fire. Gu-hai did not dare to release the true Samadhi fire. Only the major divine palaces could resist. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, the ice mountain entered Gu-hai's kidney acupoint and into the water god palace. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Gu-hai's water god palace instantly froze, and cold air spread out in all directions. In an instant, Gu-hai's body was covered in frost. Great Myojin! Bingheim looked at the great Myojin leaving, and anger appeared on her face. How could Bingheim not know the great Myojin's plan? This was harming Gu-hai. If the ice mountain entered Gu-hai's hands and froze Gu-hai to death, then it was not the great Myojin's fault. He gave Gu-hai a treasure because of Gu-hai's incompetence. If Gu-hai didn't freeze to death, then the ice mountain would definitely be removed by the Shiyu the Great. Bingheim just tested Gu-hai's body and suddenly found that the ice mountain had fused with Gu-hai's kidney acupoint. If she wanted to remove it, she would have to remove both Gu-hai's kidney acupoint and the water god palace. If the kidney acupoint was removed, then even if Gu-hai didn't die, he would be close to being crippled. The great Myojin's plan was too vicious. Ka-ka-ka! Frost covered Gu-hai's body. Bingheim leaned on Gu-hai, her hand creating a suction force to absorb the cold energy from Gu-hai's body. However, the ice mountain's cold energy was endless. Bingheim could barely expel a portion of it for Gu-hai. Bingheim, thank you. Guhai bitterly smiled. Your Majesty saved this subject's life, but this is all this subject can do. Bingheim bitterly said. Guhai shook his head. Guhai, hand over the ice mountain. That ancestor suddenly flew over with a glare. Guhai, how dare you? Hand over the ice mountain. Shiyu the Great also flew over. Under the gaze of Shiyu the Great, the powerhouses immediately rushed toward Guhai. Daewon's powerhouses seemed to want to eat Guhai alive. Your Majesty, this ice mountain can't be removed. Bingheim bitterly smiled. The powerhouses gathered around. Guhai's face was gloomy. There will be a way, but this time it's a little troublesome. We can't escape. You're courting death. Dongfang Booby suddenly snorted. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a series of needles and threads shot toward the powerhouses. The powerhouses' expressions changed, especially Hikang of Silla and the people of the Chong family. They rushed over in horror and quickly dodged. However, Bat Ancestor's face was ferocious. It reached out and knocked away the needles and threads, wanting to rush down. Caught by everyone, Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, it was too late to escape. Everyone was staring at him, including Shiyu the Great. Dongfang Booby was powerful, but he couldn't stop Shiyu the Great at this time. Your Majesty, Bingheim looked anxious. However, at this time, Guhai endured the frost in his body and narrowed his eyes. A golden chess piece suddenly appeared in his right hand. Oh, the main hub of the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. Mo Yike, who was in the distance, paused for a moment. Clap. However, he saw Guhai lightly tap his finger. A loud sound came from the formation. A strong force suddenly dragged Guhai toward a cloud pillar in the center of the capital at an extremely fast speed. The previous 3 cloud pillars were from Tongtian to the Civil Palace, the Military Palace, and the Divine Palace. This one was the pillar that led to the Divine Palace. However, it didn't break open the Divine Palace. Guhai and Bingheim were suddenly pulled by the formation. Whoosh! They entered the cloud pillar, just as everyone was feeling strange. Whoosh! In the sky, Guhai and Bingheim reappeared. This time, they suddenly entered the Great Slaughter Palace. What? Everyone looked up in shock. They saw that, in the shadow of the Great Slaughter Palace in the sky, Guhai and Bingheim seemed to have fallen, strangely, not far from His Holiness's corpse. Bastard! Shiyu the Great's expression suddenly changed. The Divine Palace? It wasn't that the Divine Palace wasn't open, but that they had already found the way to the Divine Palace, and only Guhai knew this way. Whoosh! Shiyu the Great immediately rushed into the cloud pillar. Bat Ancestor, the people of the Chong family, Hikang of Silla, Qin Zibai, and the others all rushed toward the pillar. Bang! Everyone came out of the cloud pillar again. However, they did not enter the Great Slaughter Palace at all. Impossible. Why can Guhai enter, but we can't? Hikang of Silla said, with a ferocious expression. Even Her Majesty can't enter? Qin Zibai's expression changed. More and more experts rushed in, but they soon came out of the cloud pillar again. No one could enter. Mo Yike, what's going on? Shiyu the Great suddenly appeared beside Mo Yike. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Although I learned this array formation from Guhai for a while, I'm still far from comprehending it. This array formation is strange and unfathomable. I can't explain it clearly. Perhaps it's connected to the Great Slaughter Palace and formed a passage. Only Guhai knows about this passage. Can you find this path? Shiyu the Great asked in a low voice. Mo Yike shook his head slightly. Then, is there a way to enter? Shiyu the Great asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, did you find anything when you entered just now? Yike frowned and said, "There's a pillar above that has become more illusory." Shiyu the Great said with a frown, "That's the place where the real and the void merge. Your Majesty, the void in that place is rather fragile. Your Majesty can try, with all your strength. I really can't do anything else." Yike said bitterly. Shiyu the Great frowned and was about to nod. He went in. Someone else went in. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the distance. Shiyu the Great's expression darkened as he turned his head to look. However, Guhai saw that there seemed to be a blue, transparent line on Mr. Dongfang's finger. As the thin line pulled, Mr. Dongfang circled around the cloud pillar for a while. Then, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace in the sky, not far from where Guhai was previously. Mr. Dongfang went in. Yike's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Dongfang, he used Master Shou's secret technique on Guhai. He followed the path that Guhai took when he left. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. "What? Then isn't Mr. Good in danger?" Yike's expression changed. Whoosh! At this moment, two more figures rushed into the pillar in the distance. "Long Wanyu, she didn't leave?" Yike said in surprise. It was Yi Shenzhen who had brought Long Wanyu into the cloud pillar with a flash of his body. Outside the city, in a forest, Takashi Ryushin, Ram Saint, and Sima Chongkong also stared at the city. "Yi Shenzhen, is he crazy? He actually brought Long Wanyu into danger?" Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Sima Chongkong opened her mouth in shock. "Your Highness, look at the princess's finger. She also has a blue transparent thread. Just like Mr. Dongfang, they went in. Yi Shenzhen and Princess Wanyu also went in." Ram Saint raised his eyebrows. Guhai and Bingheim immediately entered the Great Slaughter Palace. Bang! The two of them fell on the square of the Great Slaughter Palace. There were corpses standing around like sculptures. There was no trace of life, but they were emitting a murderous aura. "Your Majesty, we were in," Bingheim said in surprise. Guhai looked up and looked around. The sky was gray. He could see inside from the outside, but he couldn't see the capital city from the inside. With just a glance, Guhai didn't care about anything else. "All right, we're safe for the time being. That iceberg has fused into my kidney aperture. I can't bear it. You have to help me take it out quickly. Otherwise, my kidney will be frozen. It's still quiet here. We have to be quick," Guhai said with a bitter smile. Bingheim's expression turned ugly. Guhai didn't recognize this iceberg, but Bingheim did. This iceberg couldn't be taken out at all. This wasn't an iceberg, but an ice spirit, just as Bingheim didn't know how to explain. "Take it out." "Ha ha ha ha. Do you want me to help you take it out?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "Mr. Dongfang?" Guhai's expression darkened. Chapter 415. "Take it out." "Ha ha ha ha. Do you want me to take it out for you?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "Mr. Dongfang?" Guhai's face darkened. Bingheim's face changed. She saw Mr. Dongfang in a white robe appear slowly. He still looked like a child. He landed not far from Guhai, holding a jade rui in his hand. Mr. Dongfang looked around. "Ha ha 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 ha. They're here. The foundation of the Slayer's Heaven dynasty, the bodies of 5 million divine blood soldiers, and..." Mr. Dongfang's eyes narrowed. He looked at His Holiness's body. His Holiness's body was sitting on the dragon throne. There were 2 chairs beside it. One of them was empty. The bloody hell saber was no longer there. On the other stool, there was a silk cloth covering it. It was obviously an incredible treasure. "It's all mine." As he spoke, Mr. Dongfang looked at Guhai and Bingheim again. "Didn't you want to take out The ice mountain? I'll help you. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang sneered. As he spoke, Mr. Dongfang waved the jade ruby in his hand. Boom! In an instant, it seemed to form a whirlwind that swept toward Gu Hai. Go! Bingheim's face changed. She immediately struck out with her palm. As she struck out with her palm, rolling ice and snow appeared in the air and rushed toward Mr. Dongfang. Little girl, you're not good enough to fight with me. Turn! Mr. Dongfang snorted. Boom! The whirlwind suddenly swept the ice and snow away. It seemed to form an ice and snow tornado. In an instant, it wrapped around the two of them. Under the heavy wind and snow, the corpses of the Slayer's soldiers stood there motionless. Zhou Tian-san. Gu Hai endured the frost all over his body and suddenly slashed down with his saber. Purple light filled the area in an instant. The Life Slayer's saber slashed at Mr. Dongfang like a thunderstorm. Zhou Tian-san, humph. Mr. Dongfang snorted and waved the jade ruby in his hand. Boom! Gu Hai felt that the world around him suddenly turned dark, as if he had entered a quagmire. As the life extermination saber slashed down, the quagmire stirred and quickly disintegrated the saber's power. Rumble! The power of the slash dissipated, and Gu Hai was surrounded by darkness. He had sunk into the depths of the quagmire. He released a protective shield around him, but the mud seemed to be able to pass through the protective shield and stick to his body. The mud was sticky, and Gu Hai's body seemed to be unable to move. Your Majesty, this is Shou Shirshir's secret technique. Bingheim was also caught in a quagmire. Boom! Rolling flames suddenly appeared around Gu Hai. However, the quagmire was strange. Even the fire could not burn it. It was as if it was sealed in mud, and he could not tell north from south. Gu Hai's expression changed. Slash! Suddenly, a long sword emerged from the center of the quagmire and rushed into Gu Hai's stomach. Clang! The life ender saber quickly ossified and blocked the long sword, but the long sword still pierced through the skin. Gu Hai could not move. His expression changed. He could not see anything now. His body was still trapped in the quagmire. How could he fight back? Gu Hai and Bingheim felt like they were in a quagmire, but in fact they were only hallucinating, because they were still standing in the same place, twisting their bodies. Mr. Dongfang activated the jade ruby in his hand. The space around Gu Hai was layered. Obviously, the jade ruby affected Gu Hai and Bingheim's 5 senses. You can't move? That's good. Let me help you dig out the iceberg. Mr. Dongfang sneered. He held the jade ruby in one hand and a long sword in the other. He suddenly stabbed it into Gu Hai's stomach. Slash! The sword was about to pierce through Gu Hai's stomach. However, at that moment, countless bones suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's body and blocked the long sword. Oh, you blocked it? Again. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. The jade ruby in his hand continued to create illusions for Gu Hai. Mr. Dongfang pulled the long sword out. Gu Hai's stomach started bleeding. He pulled the sword out and stabbed it again at Gu Hai. Slash! Ding! Another bone appeared in Gu Hai's body and blocked the long sword. Humph! I don't believe that you have so many bones. Again. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Slash! Clink, 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 clink. Gu Hai felt that there were long swords stabbing at him from time to time. However, they were not very powerful. They were just the power of the Yuanying state. Although they could not kill him, they hurt him again and again. It was very uncomfortable. At that moment, as he activated his power, the iceberg released a cold air again. Suddenly, frost appeared all over Gu Hai's body. He could barely move. It was like adding frost to frost. Bingheim, are you okay? Gu Hai asked, anxiously. I can't move, Your Majesty. Bingheim shouted anxiously. Humph, you still care about others at a time like this? I'm going to cut off your head first. Mr. Dongfang roared. Boom. He slashed his sword at Gu Hai's neck. No, bastard! Suddenly, a woman's scream came from behind Mr. Dongfang. Slash! What? Mr. Dongfang goggled. Before his sword could reach Gu Hai's neck, a sword suddenly appeared in his chest. Mr. Dongfang's eyes widened. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No, no, no! Mr. Dongfang looked at the long sword in front of his chest in disbelief. Slash! The long sword suddenly shot out sword chi and cut Mr. Dongfang in half. Boom! Mr. Dongfang was suddenly cut into two halves and flew out. Blood splattered everywhere. Brother-in-law, the woman exclaimed. Long Wanyu and Yi Shenzhen had just entered and saw Mr. Dongfang fighting Gu Hai. Yi Shenzhen immediately stabbed Mr. Dongfang and cut Mr. Dongfang in half. The people inside couldn't see the outside, but the people outside could see the inside. Mo Yike, that ancestor, Hikang of Silla, and the others all widened their eyes. Mr. Dongfang died, just like that. Everyone was shocked. As soon as Mr. Dongfang died, the jade Rui suddenly fell to the ground. Pala! The jade Rui fell to the ground. Gu Hai and Bingheim trembled and walked out of the illusion. At this moment, Gu Hai was covered in blood. Although Mr. Dongfang's long sword didn't pierce his body, the surface of his body was pierced and a lot of blood spilled out. Gu Hai quickly recovered from his injuries. At this moment, he was covered in frost and blood. He looked weakly at Mr. Dongfang's body in the distance. Illusion? Gu Hai's face darkened. Is that jade Rui messing with our five senses? Bingheim's expression changed. Brother-in-law, how are you? Long Wanyu looked worried and wanted to pounce on him. After all, Gu Hai's current appearance was too tragic. There was more and more frost around his body, and he was covered in blood. Gu Hai was indeed weak. It wasn't because he was injured by Mr. Dongfang, but because the ice mountain in his kidney aperture was releasing more and more cold air. Gradually, he couldn't stand it. Princess, Mr. Dongfang is dead. This is good, Yi Shenzhen suddenly said with a smile. Long Wanyu was about to pounce on Gu Hai. Monster Ghost's expression suddenly changed. Wait, don't. Bam. Suddenly, a palm appeared out of thin air and slapped toward Long Wanyu. Be asterisk starred. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. He shouted and slashed with his sword again. Gu Hai couldn't exert any more strength at this moment. However, when he saw Long Wanyu get hit by the palm, he couldn't care less. Zhou Tiansan. Boom. Purple light exploded and collided with the palm in the air. Yi Shenzhen's expression changed drastically. He roared, "How dare you!" Yi Shenzhen's sword also quickly pierced towards the palm. Boom. Boom. Zhou Tiansan and Yi Shenzhen's swords collided with the palm. The huge shock wave formed a violent airflow that rushed in all directions. Poof! Gu Hai was hit by the backlash of his own ice mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A thick layer of ice formed on his hand. Boom! The palm finally exploded. However, Long Wanyu, who was closest to it, was hit by the aftershock and was instantly sent flying. Wanyu! Gu Hai shouted in shock. Bingheim, however, caught Long Wanyu, who was sent flying. Brother-in-law, sob, 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 brother-in-law. Long Wanyu cried and complained. Under the aftershock, Long Wanyu's clothes were instantly torn and tattered. Her hair was disheveled, and there were many wounds on her face and hands. Blood immediately flowed out. Her face and hands were covered in blood. She looked extremely miserable. The aftershock of the shock wave caused Long Wanyu's internal organs to tremble. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked extremely miserable. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. It's only a superficial wound. The internal injuries aren't serious either. Bingheim quickly checked and went to Guhai's side. Brother-in-law, sob, 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 sob. I thought I could save you. Long One Yu cried and said. Tears and blood stained her face. She looked exceptionally pitiful. Cough, cough. Guhai coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and said with a smile, You saved me just now. Brother-in-law, how did you get injured like this? Brother-in-law, are you okay? Sob, sob, sob. Please don't let anything happen to you. Long One Yu supported Guhai. She did not care about her injuries at all. Instead, she looked at Guhai with a face full of fear. Yi Shenzhen had just pierced through the void palm that suddenly appeared with his sword. He immediately flew to Long Wan Yu's side and looked around vigilantly, other than Mr. Dongfang, who was killed by him. Who else could it be? Whoosh! Slowly, a white-robed figure walked out from not far away again. This time, it looked like a white-robed child. Mr. Dongfang? Yi Shenzhen suddenly exclaimed. Dongfang number 9? You killed him too? Ha ha! The white-robed child sneered. What? Everyone's expression changed. The person who was cut in half by Yi Shenzhen just now was Dongfang number 9. However, Mr. Dongfang in front of them suddenly waved his sleeve. Whoosh! 5 white dots suddenly appeared from his sleeve. The white dots flew out and suddenly grew bigger. Slowly, they turned into 5 white-robed children again. 5 again. Dongfang number 10 greets the main body. Dongfang number 6 greets the main body. Dongfang number 5 greets the main body. Dongfang number 4 greets the main body. Dongfang number 3 greets the main body. The 5 Mr. Dongfang bowed respectfully. Guhai, Bingheim, and Yi Shenzhen's hearts sank to the bottom. More importantly, the 5 Mr. Dongfang each held a jade, rui, Uniki, quickly cure, quickly, quickly, cough. Guhai coughed up blood and said anxiously, Whoosh! Yi Shenzhen suddenly rushed forward. Chapter 416. Whoosh! Yi Shenzhen's figure flashed as he charged towards Mr. Dongfang's group. He wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. After all, Master Shou's peculiarity was something that Yi Shenzhen was well aware of. The moment Yi Shenzhen rushed over, his figure suddenly split into 3. Humph! Light folding technique? Old eunuch, you can deal with outsiders, but you want to fight Master Shou? Dongfang's original body snorted. Dongfang's original body suddenly stretched out his palms and waved them. Whoosh! In front of Dongfang's original body, a huge transparent wall suddenly formed. Only when the light shone could faintly see a trace of reflection. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Shenzhen crashed into the transparent wall. 2 of the silhouettes suddenly collided and scattered. Crash! Where Yi Shenzhen's body crashed into the transparent wall, skeletal hands suddenly appeared and pulled at Yi Shenzhen's body. What? Bastard! Boom! Yi Shen slashed out fiercely, instantly shattering the skeletal hand. Then he fled. Dongfang, how dare you attack Princess Wanyu? You know who she is? Aren't you afraid that I, Daiqianqing, will be angry and destroy your bloodline? Yi Shenzhen suddenly shouted angrily. Destroy my bloodline? Ha! The one who can destroy me hasn't been born yet. Dongfang's original body sneered and waved his hand. Boom! The transparent wall suddenly wrapped up the sky, and countless skeletal hands grabbed at Yi Shenzhen from all directions. Yi Shenzhen's expression changed, and he quickly fled. However, the skeletal hands had already surrounded Yi Shenzhen in the blink of an eye. Rumble! In just an instant, Yi Shenzhen was completely submerged in the skeletal hands. Dongfang's main body revealed a cold smile as he extended his hand towards the sea of skeletons' palms. Boom! A gray palm rushed into the sea of skeletal hands. Puff! The sound of Yi Shenzhen vomiting blood came from inside. TSK, TSK. Dai Qianxing is angry? You want him to come? Haha, De Qian's eunuchs aren't that great after all. Dongfang's original body sneered. On the other side, the 5 Dongfang servants surrounded Gu Hai. When Yi Shenzhen rushed towards Dongfang's main body, Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. Dongfang's original body. How strong was he? Gu Hai didn't know, but not long ago in the square of Dayo Hall, Dongfang's original body and Shiyu the Great's tone of voice were clearly heard by Gu Hai. He directly called Shiyu the Great's name. Moreover, how many of the 8 great longevity masters in the world that could be passed down were simple? There was nowhere to run in this place. Most importantly, he was heavily injured and was completely unable to make a move. It couldn't be any worse. Brother-in-law, sob, 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 sob. The spirit told me that you were in danger, so I wanted to save you, but that idiot didn't calculate well. After killing Mr. Dongfang, there are still 6 more. Sob, sob, sob. Long One, you cried aggrievedly. The spirit in his body was also extremely conflicted. At this moment, he didn't dare to speak. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Gu Hai reached out and took out a black jade talisman. Pa! Gu Hai reached out and crushed it. At the same time, in a vast city in the underworld. In the city, there were tens of thousands of ghosts. It was extremely eerie. However, at this moment, the ghosts in this city were all crying and howling. However, the ghosts in this city were all afraid of being stepped on by a strange phantom of a giant foot. In midair, the figure of a man in a half-black and half-white robe stood. As his right foot stepped down, a huge phantom stepped on all the ghosts in the city. I don't know, my king, we really don't know. We haven't seen the ghost you mentioned. No, we don't know the Long Wanqing. We haven't seen it before. Spare me, spare me. Tens of thousands of ghosts in the city were crying and screaming. The half-black and half-white robed man said in a deep voice, "The area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles is controlled by your evil spirit city. You have eaten countless souls alive. You are telling me that you know 1,000,000 miles like the back of your hand, and you even said that you have seen the Long Wanqing?" The long-robed man's voice was very strange. It was as if there were 2 voices, one old and the other young. No, 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 we were lying to you back then. My king, we were wrong. We wanted to eat you back then. We saw that you were powerful, so we lied to you to come to the evil spirit city. We really haven't seen any Long Wanqing. My king, we were wrong. Please spare us. Since I'm here, I want a result. If you don't know, then I'll kill you. I want to see if you really don't know, or if you're just pretending. The half-black and half-white robed man coldly said. While speaking, he slightly stepped down. Pung, peng, pung. Under the immense force, the ghosts in the city exploded one after another, turning into green smoke. Mercy, mercy, we really don't know. My king, please spare us, we really don't know. The ghosts desperately begged for mercy, but the long-robed man didn't care at all. The more he stepped down, the more explosions there were. Tens of thousands of ghosts. In just a short while, all of them exploded. It was like stepping on a bedbug, trampling an entire city of evil spirits to death. Even after all the ghosts in the city were destroyed, the long-robed man still didn't get the result he wanted. The sky was gloomy. The long-robed man stood in the air with a jade box in his hand. Girl, there's still no news of our daughter. I'm sorry, girl, I couldn't protect you and killed our daughter. I'm sorry, girl. You suffered the wrath of heaven in order to give birth to a daughter for me, but I killed our daughter. I'm not a human. I must find her. I must resurrect her. Even if I die. The long-robed man held the jade box and said with a choked voice, all these years, you and your mother have suffered great grievances because of me. I didn't take good care of you. I swear, no one can hurt you anymore. I will find Wan Qing first. I must find her. At that time, no matter how she blames me, I will let her do as she pleases. As for Wan Yu, if I can't find Wan Qing, I won't have the face to see her. Once we find Wan Qing and save her, I'll look at her and Wan Yu from afar and protect them from afar. No one can even think about harming them. No one. The man in robes choked with sobs and trembled. Pa! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the long-robed man's waist. The long-robed man immediately grabbed the crisp sound, but it was a black jade talisman. The jade talisman suddenly shattered into powder. The long-robed man suddenly trembled. Wan Yu is in danger. The long-robed man suddenly trembled, and his voice suddenly became ferocious. Who dares to hurt my daughter? Who? The long-robed man roared, and the jade talisman in his hand suddenly turned into powder. It instantly surrounded the long-robed man, and the long-robed man suddenly fluctuated in the void. Wang! The long-robed man's figure suddenly shook and disappeared in this fluctuating space. Yi Shenzhen barely entangled Dongfang's body. To be precise, he was being destroyed by Dongfang's body. Countless skeleton palms wrapped Yi Shenzhen, and Dongfang's body hit the skeleton palms again and again, hitting Yi Shenzhen heavily. Oh, the old eunuch's life is quite tough. Then I will deprive all your life. Let's see how long you can last. Ha ha. Dongfang's body said gloomily. On the other side, the 5 Dongfang's servants rushed over. In the name of Dongfang, I summon the god of the East Spirit Sea of Fire. Bestow me a divine object and destroy my enemy. The 5 Dongfang's servants shouted almost at the same time, and with the guidance of the jade talisman, a hole suddenly appeared in the void, and 5 blue dragons emerged from the underworld, just like the Dongfang number 8 that Gu Hai fought not long ago outside Dada City. But at this moment, the 5 blue dragons roared, and their power was greater. Ice mirror technique. Bingheim suddenly shouted and rushed up. Boom! Suddenly, the 5 blue dragons and the 5 Dongfang's servants were encircled in a huge ice ball. Smelly girl, you're courting death. Humph, ice mirror technique? You think you can stop my blue dragons? Go to hell. In the ice ball, the 5 Dongfang's servants roared. Rumble. The blue dragons were so powerful that it was obviously beyond Bingheim's tolerance. Cracks soon appeared on the ice ball that trapped everyone. It seemed to be breaking. Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Long Wan Yu asked anxiously. Cough, cough, cough. Open that silk cloth and try. Gu Hai coughed blood and looked at the stool next to His Holiness. Long Wan Yu immediately rushed to the silk cloth. Boom! At this moment, a blue dragon crashed a hole in the ice ball, and a Dongfang servant came out. He immediately stepped on the blue dragon and rushed toward Long Wan Yu. Smelly girl, is that something you can take? The Dongfang servant roared. Roar! The blue dragon suddenly spat out dark fire from its mouth and wanted to drown Long Wan Yu in an instant. Brother-in-law, Long Wan Yu suddenly cried in horror. Bang! At this critical moment, Gu Hai pushed Long Wan Yu to the ground and dodged the dark fire. Puff! Gu Hai spat out another mouthful of blood. Brother-in-law, Long Wan Yu cried in horror when she saw Gu Hai spitting out blood again. Roar! The dark fire dragon roared and rushed toward the 2 of them. Gu Hai, Long Wan Yu, ha ha ha, let's die together. Ha 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 ha. The Dongfang servant had a ferocious look on his face. The blue dragon rushed toward Gu Hai and Long Wanyu with a destructive aura. Rumble! The blue dragon roared in an unstoppable manner, and the Dongfang's servant laughed maniacally. The blue dragon opened its mouth and was about to swallow the two of them. However, at this moment, the jade talisman on Gu Hai's waist that was crushed earlier suddenly turned into a cloud of black fog. An old and skinny hand suddenly stretched out from the black fog. Boom! That withered hand reached out and pressed down. The ferocious roaring blue dragon suddenly paused, as if its head had been forcefully stuck in midair. Whoosh! The Dongfang's servant staggered and almost fell. The black fog suddenly dispersed, and a figure in a long robe suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai and Long Wanyu. The robe was half white and half black, and it looked very strange. "Who is it?" The Dongfang's servant glared at him and said angrily. He waved the jade talisman in his hand, as if he was going to cast another spell. However, the man in the long robe flicked his finger. Boom! The blue dragon suddenly exploded, and the Dongfang servant was suddenly blasted into the sky. He even lost his grip on the jade talisman in his hand and fell down. He crashed into the ice sphere created by the ice mirror technique. Boom! At this moment, the remaining 4 dragons also exploded the ice sphere. Bingheim immediately fell to the side. She spat out blood. The 4 Dongfang servants all came out riding the blue dragons. "Who is it?" The Dongfang servants supported the Dongfang's servant, who was blown up and stared at him. "Unborn man, you're finally here. This is Long Wanyu." Gu Hai spat out blood and smiled. The man who just arrived was the unborn man, Long Wanqing's father. In the past, outside Yingzhou, he mistakenly killed Long Wanqing. In order to atone for his crime, he went to the netherworld to find Long Wanqing's ghost. Before he left, he gave her a black jade talisman and told her to give it to Long Wanyu. If she was in danger, she could crush the jade talisman, and the unborn man would do his best to come. The unborn man came, but what did he see when he arrived? What did Gu Hai say? "Long Wanyu? She's my daughter?" The unborn man looked at Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu's clothes were tattered, her hair was disheveled, and her body was covered in wounds. She was covered in blood. Her face was a mixture of tears and blood. She looked so desperate and helpless. His daughter, the daughter he had always felt guilty toward when they met for the first time. He couldn't bear to, no, he didn't dare to let her suffer, but his daughter was so miserable. She was covered in blood, wounds everywhere. If he hadn't arrived in time, Long Wanyu would have been killed by the netherworld fire dragon. In an instant, the unborn man felt his whole body tremble. A monstrous anger suddenly erupted from his body. Who dares to hurt my daughter?" The unborn man's voice was filled with anger. He turned his head and looked over. Boom! With the unborn man as the center, an overwhelming black gas suddenly appeared behind him. Within the black gas, there seemed to be the sound of hundreds of millions of ghosts crying. Waves of gloomy and evil aura suddenly rushed toward the Dongfang servants. "Who are you?" The Dongfang servant, who was blown away by the explosion, suddenly changed his expression. Whoosh! The Dongfang servant felt his body sway and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he suddenly arrived at the unborn man's skinny hand and was grabbed by the head. "Just now, it was you who wanted to kill my daughter." The unborn man's voice trembled with fear. It was so cold that it made one's scalp numb. Chapter 417. Capital City. Most of the people had yet to leave the city. At this moment, the entire city had calmed down. The people looked up at the scene in the sky. Master Shou of Dongfang was going to kill Gu Hai? What should we do? Is Mr. Good finished? Countless people were anxious. Not long ago, His Holiness had attacked the city. The The 5 million divine blood army had attacked. It was Gu-hai who had delayed them, so that the entire city was finally saved. The people were grateful to Gu-hai. Just now, when Shiyu the Great and Great Myojin were fighting, it was Gu-hai who had mobilized the array to reduce the shock and save many people's lives. Countless people naturally remembered it. Seeing that Gu-hai was in danger, they were naturally very anxious. In the city, Bat Ancestor, He Kang of Silla, Chang Sheng, Chang Ming, the elders of the Chang family, Qin Zibai, and the others were also anxious. This was because they couldn't enter the palace at all. The treasures were about to be taken away. Let Mr. Dongfang wreak havoc inside. Your Majesty, Master Show of Dongfang obviously didn't come to day one with good intentions. Mo Yike frowned slightly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Whoosh! Shiyu the Great's figure flickered and once again arrived at the center of the cloud pillar that led to the divine palace. This was Daewon's. It was all his. Since when was it an outsider's turn to divide his things? After scheming for so long, was it going to be stolen by Mr. Dongfang in the end? Shiyu the Great naturally couldn't take this lying down. When he reached the center of the cloud, he found the void that seemed to be both real and illusory according to Mo Yike's instructions. He reached out his hand, took out the bloody hell saber, and slashed with all his might. When the bloody hell saber appeared, billions of blood-red light suddenly burst out, illuminating the entire capital city in an instant. Boom! A deafening sound formed a huge storm that swept in all directions. The entire city shook again. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. He couldn't cut it open. However, he had finally touched the barrier of the divine palace. Was there a physical body for him to crash into? It was better than not touching anything at all. Break for me. Shiyu the Great once again slashed down with all his might. Boom! The sky shook violently, and a visible shockwave was produced outside the Great Slaughter Palace. Still not enough. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Shiyu the Great suddenly opened his mouth and said, Day one, the people of the world, I, Shiyu, wish to strengthen Daewon's momentum, to defeat Daewon, and to safeguard Daewon's eternal health. Today, I am in urgent need of the people of the world. Lend me your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. I need your strength. Boom! The Sea of Providence clouds in the sky suddenly churned. Above the Sea of Providence, the huge golden dragon of Providence suddenly stood up. Roar! The golden dragon roared, and Shiyu the Great's voice instantly spread to the ears of all the people of Daewon. In an instant, almost all the people in Daewon's 200 cities heard Shiyu the Great's voice. His Majesty's voice. Does your Majesty need us to lend you a hand? Quick, raise your right hand. As the people raised their hands, waves of power rushed into the sky and toward the Sea of Providence clouds in Daewon. All around the Sea of Providence clouds, streams of white energy rushed toward the golden dragon of Providence like thousands of streams converging into the sea. The golden dragon of Providence rushed out of the Sea of Providence clouds and rushed toward Shiyu the Great. Roar! The golden dragon roared ferociously and rushed toward Shiyu the Great with endless power. Boom! The golden dragon rushed into Shiyu the Great's body, and its huge body strangely merged with Shiyu the Great. At the same time, it guided the surging power and rushed into Shiyu the Great's body. Shiyu the Great's body suddenly swelled, and the power around him accumulated, stirring up torrential storms in the surroundings. His body was like a sun. The power soared into the sky with a monstrous momentum. The momentum was so strong that the people below, who had just borrowed the power, couldn't breathe for a moment. Looking up, Shiyu the Great's eyes bloomed with the light of the sun as he looked toward the barrier. Break! Heavenly Emperor Shi Yu punched towards the barrier. In the great slaughter palace, Long Wanyu was covered in blood, crying in fear and sadness. Gu Hai was covered in frost, and he was also vomiting blood. The 4 Dongfang servants controlled the blue dragon to explode Bingheim's ice ball. Bingheim was blown away, and she seemed to be seriously injured. The unborn man was in the middle of the crowd. At this moment, in his skinny hand, he was holding the head of a Dongfang servant. "Just now, it was you who wanted to kill my daughter." The unborn man's voice trembled with fear. It was so cold that it made one's scalp numb. The servant's head was held by the unborn man, and he suddenly stood up in horror. "Let me go. If you dare to hurt me, my body will not let you go." The Dongfang servant said in shock and anger, "Humph, you are the longevity master? The Baiming longevity master of the Deqian celestial dynasty? No, Baiming longevity master is the same as us, a white-robed longevity master, and he cultivates life. Your method is death. You are the black-robed longevity master? No, half black and half white. Cultivating life and death together? That's impossible. You're digging your own grave." The other servants from the east exclaimed, "Let me ask you, is it you who wanted to kill my daughter?" The unborn man looked at the Dongfang servant's head in his hand with an extremely cold voice. "Why don't you save me?" The Dongfang servant, who was held by the unborn man, exclaimed, "Save Dongfang number 10. Under the control of you, Rui, the 4 blue dragons suddenly roared and rushed toward the unborn man. The longevity master, who was stuck, waved his hand, and a blue talisman suddenly appeared in his hand, as if he was going to cast a spell on the unborn man. "Humph, if you don't want to say, then forget it." The unborn man said coldly. As he spoke, his skinny hand suddenly twisted. Boom! Dongfang number 10's head was twisted off with a loud bang, and his body was blasted away. The white robe was torn to pieces. Number 10's head was revealed in disbelief. Ong, 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 ong. The expressions of the other 4 Dongfang servants changed, but the blue dragons had already rushed to the front of the unborn man. The unborn man snorted and threw number 10's head in his hand. As he threw it, the black gas in his palm poured into it. Whoosh! Under the nourishment of the black gas, no. 10's head suddenly swelled up and turned into a huge evil ghost head, which was extremely ferocious. Black robe evil technique, ghost head god. The expressions of the Dongfang servants changed. Ga, 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 ga. The huge evil ghost head roared and suddenly opened its mouth. Whoosh! The 4 Dongfang servants and their blue dragons were all swallowed into the ghost head's mouth. No, help! Main body! No! The 4 Dongfang servants screamed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The evil ghost head's mouth kept chewing for a while. Suddenly, the 4 Dongfang servants were all eaten in the blink of an eye. The 4 blue dragons were also all eaten. Bang! After eating everything, the evil ghost head suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of black smoke. Not far away, Bingheim's eyes widened. The 5 Dongfang servants that she couldn't block just now were all killed by the black and white-robed man with a flip of his hand, all dead. In the distance, the main body of Dongfang also noticed the abnormality and suddenly struck out a palm. Boom! Suddenly, the God Yi needle that was wrapped around the skeletal hand exploded. Yi Shenzhen was suddenly blown away. Humph! Consider yourself lucky, the main body of Dongfang said with a gloomy face. Puff! Yi Shenzhen fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, Yi Shenzhen's hair was white, and he seemed to have aged countless times. His body was extremely dry, as if he was only skin and bones. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Shenzhen looked at the main body of Dongfang with a ferocious expression. At the same time, he took out a few pills and swallowed them. Buzz. Yi Shenzhen's body was slowly recovering, but his seriously injured body couldn't be healed in a short time. The main body of Dongfang stared at the unborn man. Boom! Rolling white fog suddenly appeared behind the main body of Dongfang. In the white fog, skeletal palms emerged one after another, and the cold aura rushed straight to the unborn man. Who are you? There are 8 longevity masters in the world, but you don't seem to be one of them. The main body of Dongfang said coldly. At this moment, the unborn man looked at Long Wanyu. Wanyu, the person who hurt you just now has been killed by me. The unborn man's voice had a trace of flattery. In the blink of an eye, the unborn man, who looked like a demon, was speaking to Long Wanyu in a soft voice. The injured Bingheim widened her eyes. Wanyu, he is the unborn man. Your father, Gu Hai said to Long Wanyu. The crying Long Wanyu bit her lips and looked at the unborn man with tears in her eyes. He is not my father. I don't have such a father. Why did you come to save me? Why didn't you just let me die? Woo woo woo. If I died, I could go find my mother. If I died, I could go find my elder sister. You killed my mother and my elder sister. Why did you save me? Woo woo woo. Long Wanyu suddenly cried sadly. When she saw the unborn man, she couldn't help but think of her mother and Long Wanqing. She thought of the 2 people who were the best to her, and they both died because of him. Long Wanyu suddenly felt sad from the bottom of her heart. The unborn man's figure stiffened. Looking at Long Wanyu's sad expression, he didn't know how to comfort her for a while. He was also very sad in his heart. Gu Hai looked at the Dongfang body in the distance, who sent Yi Shenzhen flying. He opened his mouth again. I will comfort Wanyu here. The Dongfang body over there is him. Wanyu's bloody injuries were all caused by him. If we hadn't acted in time just now, Wanyu might have... Be careful. The unborn man took a deep breath, looked at Gu Hai, and nodded. He was an incompetent father. For a moment, he really didn't know how to face Long Wanyu. However, he finally knew who hurt his daughter like this. Moreover, if Gu Hai hadn't acted in time, would Wanyu have been killed? Turning his head, the unborn man looked at Mr. Dongfang. The rolling black fog behind him rose again. In the black fog, the sound of millions of ghosts crying was even more eerie. Rolling black fog and white fog surged out from behind the 2 masters of longevity. One was crying ghosts, and the other was a skeleton hand. They looked at each other coldly from a distance. It's you? You wanted to kill my daughter just now. The unborn man's tone was cold. There was a monstrous anger in his voice.